In a desolate wasteland, the protagonist fortuitously acquires a dilapidated and seemingly worthless scrap mech. Yet, who could have anticipated that this would mark the inception of his awe-inspiring interstellar journey? Armed with exceptional intellect and indomitable will, he embarks on a quest to dismantle, study, and transform a mech. As he delves deeper into the intricacies of mech technology, the protagonist continually unlocks new technological blueprints, ranging from fundamental mechanical repairs to the advanced development of energy cores, gradually constructing his very own technological system. His aspirations extend beyond mere restoration. He aims to forge an unprecedented realm of sci-fi magnificence. The celestial supercomputing platform Virtuous Celestial Sovereign robustly integrates into the computational matrix, endowing the entire initiative with formidable processing suppo. RT. The Supreme Arsenal Skyward Pavilion is activated, showcasing an array of cutting-edge weaponry. The Southern Heavenly Gate transdimensional combat platform is summoned, acquiring the capability for interdimensional warfare. The Command Tower Armor Heavenly Emperor is successfully deployed, serving as a steadfast bastion for the command center. Simultaneously, an assembly of 100,000 heavenly soldiers is completed, with the celestial-grade autonomous mech Towering King poised to initiate the Linglong Tower tunnel. Ishing formidable combat prowess, the planetary fortress 28 Constellations stands ready to execute long-range firepower delivery, emerging as a powerful deterrent in the cosmos. Upon detecting high-dimensional life fluctuations, the protagonist, leading his technological celestial court, resolutely ascends to the 33 layers of the Supreme P. Your realm, and even the 36 layers of the Great Luo Heaven, embarking on a series of breathtaking adventures and battles in the elevated dimensions of the universe, continual. Why inscribing a legendary chronicle that chronicles the journey from a scrap mech to a celestial domain of science fiction? Chapter 1. The Survivors of the Wasteland. In the desolate land, at the Black Snake Camp, in Rupert's clinic. So it has worsened? Receiving the examination report from the doctor's hand, Linyu calmly perused the document while lowering his gaze. Surely you can read it yourself. Dr. Rupert, clad in a hastily donned white coat, with an unkempt beard and hair, casually settled into a chair at his desk after handing over the report. Clearly, I would prefer to hear some good news. Linyu tossed the examination report onto the desk, locking his eyes onto Rupert's, and inquired, "How much time do I have left?" "Approximately a month, perhaps even less." Dr. Rupert met Lin Yes's gaze without flinching, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. This encounter hardly resembled a typical interaction between a doctor and patient. "Do not regard me with such disdain. We are both scum from the gutters. Neither of us holds any superiority." Linyu stated matter-of-factly before pressing further. "What about the medication I ordered? How much relief can it provide?" "You may as well forget about the medication for now." Rupert shrugged, his sardonic smile no longer concealed. "You have advanced a portion of the payment, yet the delivery has been significantly delayed. Hence, as per the agreement, we are holding your medication as insurance until the goods are delivered. I purchased that with my own money." Linyu slammed his palms on the table, leaning forward and fixing Rupert with an intense stare. "That was the advance payment." Rupert smiled knowingly, maintaining eye contact with Linyu. Linyu took a deep breath, slowly reseating himself, and coldly remarked, "There is still a week until the delivery. VE not breached any contract. That is of no concern to me. It is the directive from above." Rupert merely shrugged in response. "Then ensure that my medication is safeguarded. I shall return next week to collect it." Realizing that further discussion would prove futile, Linyu picked up his health report and turned to exit the clinic. "Remember to deliver on time, otherwise, should you consume the funds from above, you shall not live to see the day of your demise," came a chilling reminder, perhaps a threat echoing behind him as he stepped out. As he emerged, the once relatively fresh air was replaced by a noxious stench. The wasteland, as the city dwellers referred to all inhospitable lands beyond the city limits, was rife with severe environmental degradation, polluted air, penetrating ultraviolet rays, and even radiation, compounded by the lurking dimensional beasts that had not been eradicated in time, all of which testified to its grim nature. Yet, just as even the most prosperous of eras cannot escape the existence of the impoverished and underdeveloped regions, this wretched wasteland beyond the city had, paradoxically, become a haven for many unable to survive within its confines. With highly advanced technology, intelligent systems, and a capitalist governance, life in the city meant that without wealth, one was destined to starve. In contrast, outside the city, at least one could devise means to secure a morsel to eat. Thus, the impoverished, undocumented individuals and escaped or exiled criminals formed their own enclaves. Emerging gangs exploited resources while simultaneously assuming the role of overseers, maintaining a semblance of order amidst the chaos. Moreover, upon witnessing this underdeveloped and desolate expanse, teeming with myriad opportunities, one cannot help but feel drawn to the allure of this new market of the magnet foro. Opportunistic speculators. Much like the merchants of yore who ventured into the less developed regions of Africa and beyond, these individuals are not solely traders. Take Linyu, for instance. He does not fit that mold. Indeed, these fellows are utterly unreliable. Standing resolutely on the street, Linyu paid little heed to the already familiar putrid air. Instead, he merely rubbed his slightly stiffened visage, an effect of his feigned indifference. He is Linyu, yet paradoxically, he is not. He has inexplicably awakened to find himself possessing the consciousness of another. This realm is not Earth, but rather blue sterile world of advanced technology, yet marred by societal distortions. To be candid, he possesses scant knowledge of the conditions within the city. His identity is that of a wasteland dweller, born amidst the desolation that lies beyond the city's confines. Much like the fugitives and exiles, lacking a registered identity or a citizenship chip, he is utterly barred from entering the city. In fact, merely approaching its borders could result in him being obliterated by the city's defensive cannons, originally designed to thwart dimensional beasts. Moreover, it is with unfortunate irony, or perhaps deserved fate, that this body is afflicted with a severe case of starry sky disease. This ailment, named for the luminescent spots that appear post-mortem, has arisen from prolonged exposure to polluted air, coupled with the relentless onslaught of ultraviolet rays and low-level radiation. The residents of the wasteland, to varying degrees, all bear the brunt of this malady. For most, the symptoms are mild and non-lethal. They have learned to endure it, having grown accustomed to its presence as a constant companion. Yet, once the condition deteriorates, the organs will gradually fail, leading inevitably to death. Within the city, there exist medications that can alleviate symptoms, and some even claim to offer a cure. However, for the majority of the wasteland dwellers lacking identification chips, they are often devoid of funds and means to acquire such remedies. When the situation worsens, they can only resign themselves to the acceptance of death. Brother Lin, the clothes have been washed, and the meal will be ready soon. She hesitated, her words lingering in the air. Eventually, unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "When will you take me to find my sister?" Linyu paused momentarily at the entrance, enveloped in silence. "Forget it. I take it back." The girl had long since grown accustomed to this silence, even harboring a certain trepidation at the thought of discovering the truth from his lips. After speaking, she hurriedly retracted her question, though her eyes betrayed her with their redness, and her voice quivered with emotion. She was not foolish. The passage of nearly a month had granted her clarity and insight into many matters. The man who claimed he could assist her in locating her sister was evidently deceiving her, and he might very well be the source of her troubles. Yet, this was not the answer she wished to hear, nor one she could accept. Perhaps it was an instinctual evasion of her own heart. She desperately yearned for news of her sister, while simultaneously dreading the confirmation of her suspicions from this reticent man. She could only find solace in self-deception, clinging to the last vestiges of hope, or perhaps masquerading her desires as a quest for understanding. Next week, surprisingly, after a prolonged silence, Linyu uttered a specific time frame. The girl momentarily failed to comprehend the situation, but after a brief pause, disbelief washed over her face. It really true? Let's prepare a meal. All right, they'll get started right away. Brother Lin, what would you like to eat? If there's anything missing, I can go buy it immediately. The girl hurriedly wiped away the moisture from her eyes. Whatever you make is fine, I'm not picky. Linyu shook his head. Okay. The young girl nodded vigorously and hurriedly began her various tasks. Linyu silently observed, quietly watching the girl's busy figure. She was merely a commodity, the so-called goods that Rupert and his associates desired. The original owner of this body had, in fact, been a human trafficker collaborating with Rupert's organization. 2 months prior, The original owner deceived and sold the girl's only remaining family member, her sister, and a month ago, under the pretense of helping the girl find her sister, lured in this young woman named Byway. Fortunately, just as he had deceived the girl, his soul had traversed into this body, replacing the consciousness of the original trafficker. He might not be a paragon of virtue, but he at least possessed a fundamental moral compass, and thus could never continue to sell the girl. However, revealing this cruel truth to her was equally unfeasible, leading to an ongoing postponement of the matter. Regrettably, it was evident that this situation could not persist indefinitely. The rapidly deteriorating condition known as starry sky disease was a harbinger of doom. Without collaboration with Rupert and his human trafficking organization, he would be devoid of any source of income, lacking both the funds and the means to obtain the necessary inhibitors to alleviate the symptoms of starry sky disease. Reluctantly, he found himself compelled to continue his dealings with Rupert and his organization, leveraging the commendable reputation established through past collaborations to secure a substantial order for which he had advanced a portion of the payment. Little did he anticipate that the suppressants for the stellar sickness would ultimately be withheld. Although he had no genuine intention of delivering the goods from the outset, it must be said that the local gangs exhibited an utter disregard for ethics. An advance is merely an advance, yet those suppressants were procured with his hard-earned money. Fortunately, I have prepared a grand treasure for you, he mused inwardly as Lin Yu rose and made his way toward a locked room, one that had never been graced by any visitor. Awakening commenced self-diagnosis. At the heart of the chamber stood a mechanical giant, approximately 3 meters tall, constructed from an array of antiquated, even rusted metals, with numerous areas exposing wire and internal mechanisms, kneeling solemnly in the center. Voice print recognition successful. Command received, initiating self-diagnosis. Suddenly, the mechanical giant's eyes ignited with a flickering crimson glow. As Lin Yu casually donned a bone conduction headset he had picked up from the table, the mechanical inside voice began to resonate in succession. Central processor functioning normally. Electromyographic sensors all operational. Infrared distance sensors functional. Power motors running smoothly. Battery unit operational. Transmission system. Lacks kinetic transfer medium. Model identification. Hercules G1080 hydraulic transmission system. Incompatible with conventional mediums. The official reference document recommends adapt to heavy hydraulic oil of grade 5 or above. Chapter 2. Mecha engineering. Only the heavy hydraulic oil of grade 5 is missing. Accompanied by the continuous self-diagnostic reports echoing in his ears, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Mecha. This was the grand treasure he had prepared for the human trafficking organization lurking behind Rupert. Though he harbored a fear of death, he believed in upholding certain fundamental principles of humanity. Thus, from the very beginning, he had no intention of delivering anything. Aside from ordering a star dome disease suppressant, the prepaid funds, some of the original owner's savings, and even the money he had deceitfully obtained from Byway, were all invested in this magnificent creation. Of course, the total amount of money he gathered was merely around 200,000, certainly insufficient even for a fraction of the cost of a mecha. In this world, technology was remarkably advanced, and mechas and cybernetic enhancements thrived within the city, yet they were far beyond the reach of the desolate wastelands, less attainable with a mere 200,000. The reason his room housed such a treasure was that he had ingeniously assembled this mecha using discarded parts. The wasteland, heavily polluted and abandoned, had naturally become a dumping ground for the city's refuse, with countless household and electronic waste transported daily, forming towering mountains of garbage. Hence, many gathering places near cities' wastelands gave rise to a profession of scavengers, adapting to the circumstances at hand. They scavenged through the mountains of refuse, extracting anything of utility tools, components, and even food either for resale or repurposing, ultimately transforming these desolate lands into a far more significant source of resources than the city itself. Lin Yu, with his discerning eye, meticulously selects items from various scrap stations, ultimately piecing together a mech he has named Dawn. In truth, it scarcely qualifies as a true combat mech. Aside from the Hercules hydraulic transmission system, it primarily comprises civilian-grade components. When scrutinized closely, The technological sophistication of most parts scarcely surpasses that of the Earth he departed from. The creation of this mech is a testament to his ingenious utilization and design of discarded materials. Nevertheless, a mech is still a mech. Even within the confines of the city, it stands as a military weapon comparable to Earth's tanks and aircraft. In this wasteland, as long as Dawn can be mobilized, it can at least ensure its own survival against the majority of factions. However, the issue lies with the Hercules G1080 hydraulic transmission system, of which he has only found a damaged version. Although he has managed to restore it with great effort, the hydraulic fluid has leaked away, and what remains is rendered unusable due to aging, oxidation, and contamination. This is a genuine military-grade hydraulic system, and the No. 5 heavy hydraulic oil is similarly of military caliber. It is a consumable that requires regular replacement, McKingy. A challenge to find in this desolate land. If only I had some hydraulic oil. Without it, even skill upgrades are impossible. This judgment is excessively rigid. With a sigh, Lin Yu contemplated which scrap yard to explore for hidden treasures, while simultaneously summoning a faint blue interface that exists solely within his consciousness. Name: Lin Yu.Physique, 0.8. Mental Strength, 1.5. Cognitive Domain, 1.1. Skill: Mecha Engineering LV3. Skill: Mecha Engineering. Level: LV3. Description: a discipline that encompasses the study of mechanical power armors composition, design methodologies, quality assessment, and associated knowledge and skills, thereby equipping one with the capabilities to design, manufacture, modify, test, and maintain mechas. Upgrade requirement: construct a complete mecha. This was something he had discovered upon arriving in this world, and it was the reason he could barehandedly manipulate mechas. After a month of exploration, he had essentially grasped its utility. In simple terms, this was akin to a game-like attribute panel, where physique represented a comprehensive value of various physical qualities, while mental strength and cognitive domain remained somewhat ambiguous from their nomenclature. They likely pertain to aspects of mental fortitude and cerebral performance. However, this attribute panel lacked a point allocation feature, rendering these attributes merely observational. Its sole function was to monitor and enhance skills. For instance, the only skill he currently possessed, Mecha Engineering, was triggered when he fortuitously encountered a book on the subject. Subsequently, after perusing a plethora of literature on mechanical design, electronic technology, and even physics and mathematics, coupled with Hansen repairs of various devices, he had barely managed to obtain and elevate it to level 3. It is not merely a matter of gaming skills, rather. It has genuinely enabled him to grasp the intricacies of mecha engineering knowledge, encompassing not only what he has observed, but also concepts he has yet to encounter, including foundational principles of physics, mathematics, and electronic information. Certainly, the third level of mecha engineering is not exaggerated to the point where one can construct a mecha with bare hands. Engineering is a practical discipline that does not delve into esoteric theoretical research, but rather applies existing technologies and components. Just as manufacturers of mobile phones do not fabricate the individual parts, but assemble them from components sourced from other suppliers, focusing solely on structural design, fine-tuning, and optimizing existing software systems. While third-level mecha engineering imparts the knowledge of how to design a mecha, the true ability to create one fundamentally relies on the advanced technology and industry of his world. The process of modifying, optimizing, designing, and assembling various available components, as well as adjusting, calibrating, and adapting the drive and control systems, culminate in the birth of Dawn. Regrettably, due to a lack of hydraulic oil, the entire transmission system remains inoperative, rendering this creation nothing more than a decorative piece at present. May today bring some fruitful discoveries. Silently wishing for good fortune, Lin Yu donned his coat after finishing the meal prepared by Bai Wei and stepped out once more. His objective was to visit various scrap stations. This is an industry in abundance within the wasteland gathering place, where a substantial number of individuals rely on scavenging for their livelihood. The items collected by these scavengers are subsequently sold to scrap stations, which act as intermediaries for distribution or resale through various channels. Every day, Lin Yu traverses the various recycling stations, a routine that has become his primary endeavor of late, as the components for his mecha are predominantly sourced from in these places. However, fortune has yet to smile upon him today. This marks the third consecutive day of his fruitless search. Regrettably, his objectives are rather singular. In the initial stages of assembling a mecha, any usable parts can suffice, and he often finds something of value. Yet now, his sole requirement is hydraulic oil of grade 5 or higher, and it must be unexpired and free from degradation, which is no trivial pursuit. If all else fails, I may have to venture into the garbage mound myself, Lin Yu resolved, contemplating the worst-case scenario. It is not that he is too finicky to scavenge on his own, rather, he recognizes that each field has its own expertise. Searching through the vast expanse of refuse for salvageable materials and transporting them is far more challenging than one might envision. Furthermore, the wasteland is fraught with peril, and scavengers often operate within organized territories. Without guidance, intruding into such domains could lead to a fate most dire, leaving one unaware of the dangers that lie ahead. Chapter 3. Purchasing hydraulic oil. Ah, is that not Lin? Here again are we. Today, do you intend to lend a hand to this old fellow's business? Upon arriving at a scrap station, the elderly proprietor, reclining leisurely on a lounge chair, sipping tea and basking in the sun, instantly brightened upon seeing Lin Yu enter. His wrinkled visage beamed with joy, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. That will depend on whether you possess something I can utilize, Master Zhang. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude, yet remained indifferent to the old man's enthusiasm. This particular scrap station was the one he frequented the least. The reason being, the old man had a discerning eye, leaving no room for bargains. However, it was precisely for this reason that the finest treasures could be found here. Previously, he had reluctantly purchased several crucial components from this very place, which explained the old man's warm demeanor towards him. Ha ha ha, feel free to choose. If you find something suitable, I shall offer you a fair price. Old man Zhang chuckled heartily at Lin Yu's words. In a place like yours, who seeks a fair price, you ought to offer me a discount. After a cursory glance around, Lin Yu noted that, due to old man Zhang's keen eye for quality, there were indeed valuable items scattered about. Regrettably, at present, he was in search of only number 5 heavy-duty hydraulic oil. After rummaging through a mountain of electronic waste for nearly half an hour, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. There, among the debris, lay a micro-supercomputer, roughly the size of a wardrobe. In this age of intelligence, computers represent both the soul and the driving force of production. Even the tiniest supercomputer holds considerable value. It was clear that this device was merely a hollow shell. Due to power constraints, the operation of supercomputers generates an immense amount of heat, and many superconducting components can only function at ambient or even extremely low temperatures. Therefore, the demand for heat dissipation in supercomputers is exceedingly high. Hydraulic oil, despite its name, serves a purpose beyond mere transmission in hydraulic machinery. If a hydraulic system overheats, it can lead to a series of performance issues. Thus, hydraulic oil typically possesses a high specific heat capacity and thermal conductivity. In simpler terms, specific heat capacity determines the maximum heat absorption capacity of a substance, while thermal conductivity dictates the rate of heat absorption. The higher the specific heat capacity and thermal conductivity, the more effective the cooling and heat dissipation will be. Moreover, being an oil, it can even facilitate comprehensive immersion cooling for electronic components. Consequently, many high-grade hydraulic oils serve not only as hydraulic transmission mediums, but also as coolants for various devices. Particularly for supercomputers, it is common to utilize high-grade hydraulic oils. Lin Yu was instantly invigorated and hurriedly rummaged through other electronic waste, unearthing the entire supercomputer, akin to a wardrobe. As expected, it was merely an empty shell, with all valuable electronic components having been completely stripped away. However, upon gently shaking it, a thick, viscous liquid could be heard sloshing within the shell's layers. This supercomputer not only employed oil immersion cooling internally, but also contained a substantial amount of coolant within its casing. Zhang, I'll take this supercomputer cabinet. It would make quite an impressive display piece, Lin Yu remarked nonchalantly, calling out to the old man Zhang. 10,000, that's the final price. Zhang, chuckling, looked at Lin Yu with a hint of smugness in his gaze. 10,000? You might as well just go steal it. Lin Yu's heart sank. A mere 10,000. He had spent 200,000 just to assemble a mech. If one merely considered the exterior casing of the supercomputer, such a price was undoubtedly exorbitant. However, when factoring in high-grade hydraulic oil, even if previously utilized, as long as it had not aged or degraded, the price might be deemed reasonable. One could only say that the old man's insight was indeed sharp. Could it be offered at a lower price? Since the other party was already well informed, Lin Yu resolved to abandon any hopes of a bargain and brazenly raised his offer. There was no alternative. He truly could not produce 10,000. After piecing together 200,000, the funds had been thoroughly depleted with the manufacture of Dawn, leaving him with less than 5,000 in total. This sum would suffice to procure hydraulic oil if he were to scavenge, but it certainly fell short of the standard market price for a legitimate purchase. That simply wouldn't do. This price is already quite fair. The old man chuckled, shaking his head. How about this? I see you have a few items here that could benefit from some repairs. I will fix them for you. And you can pay me half the price. Lin Yu glanced around, proposing a mutually beneficial arrangement. He had noticed several valuable items during his earlier rummaging. However, he neither required them nor found it easy to salvage anything from the old man. Thus, presenting them for a trade seemed just right. Oh, you can repair them? The old man scrutinized Lin Yu with skepticism but was clearly intrigued by the proposal. Yet, if it were so simple, surely someone would have been able to fix these items, preventing them from being relegated to scrap. Such broken objects would be hard to find a second capable repairman even in the depths of the Black Snake gathering. Since I have brought it up, I can certainly repair it. Lin Yu remained composed under the scrutinizing gaze of the old man Zhang, his expression betraying not a hint of agitation. With a level 3 proficiency in mecha engineering, he was capable of designing, manufacturing, and repairing mechas, not to mention simpler devices. Though the paths may differ, the destination remains the same. While he might not claim to be a creator, mending common damages was indeed a task well within his grasp. All right. If you can fix these for me, I shall gift you this supercomputer cabinet, Zhang remarked. Upon hearing Lin Yu's resolute nod, devoid of any jest, the astonishment on Zhang's face deepened, followed by a flicker of skepticism. Ultimately, he accepted with a sense of ease. It is settled then. Without further ado, Lin Yu requested a few tools from Zhang and began to isolate several items, rummaging through the scrap pile to extract a multitude of useful components. With deftness, he disassembled various gadgets, seamlessly piecing together the small parts. In no time at all, he had successfully restored several devices, expending little effort in the process. As the saying goes, what is easy for the skilled is difficult for the untrained, and such was the case here. You truly can repair them? The old man Zhang, initially drawn merely for amusement, now wore an expression of increasing astonishment. By the end, his gaze toward Lin Yu was imbued with eagerness. Young lad, what is your profession? Well, when times get tough, I shall come to you, Grandpa Zhang, for a bowl of rice, Lin Yu replied, leaving his words open-ended, for pleasantries cost nothing. After expressing his gratitude, he loaded the cabinet onto his dilapidated vehicle and departed. Zhang watched with lingering affection as Lin Yu's figure faded into the distance, remaining motionless for a while. Hey. After a moment, he chuckled softly and shook his head. When he spoke of not being able to endure and begging for a meal, it implied that as long as one could survive, they would not resort to such measures. This young man indeed possessed a lofty ambition. Nevertheless, to have acquired such a degree of skill and knowledge in this desolate land was truly a source of pride. It is the inept who are called arrogant. Those with ability exude a confidence that is palpable. The supercomputer cabinet, it seems, retains value only in the cooling liquid within, high-grade hydraulic oil. He clasped his hands behind his back as he strolled toward the lounge chair, mumbling incoherently. However, the main control hard drive of the Dawn 3 hovercraft appeared to have its control system derived from Beha Heavy Industries' simplified intelligent control system used in their Mecha series. Furthermore, the biphase battery from the Pioneer Group, while not matching the endurance of nuclear batteries, excelled in rapid charge and discharge capabilities, if assembled into a battery pack judiciously. Old Zhang habitually pondered the few items Lin Yu had recently purchased from him, when suddenly he paused, a curious thought arising in his mind. This lad, he mused, could he possibly be constructing a mecha? The mere emergence of this notion caused a flicker of surprise in his eyelids. If he required high-grade hydraulic oil, it undoubtedly indicated the presence of a corresponding high-standard hydraulic system. Coupled with the previous acquisitions, it was indeed difficult for him not to draw such associations. He had already endeavored to view the young man in a more favorable light. However, to fabricate a mecha from scrap parts was tantamount to designing from scratch, undertaking the entire design and manufacturing process single-handedly. In a typical scenario, such a process should ideally involve at least a department comprising dozens, or even hundreds of individuals working collaboratively. However, it is currently being managed by a solitary individual, who must also consider component compatibility, maintenance, and the necessity for spontaneous alterations and modifications to plans. It seems implausible that one person could manage such complexities. Alternatively, one could question how a mecha engineer, particularly one capable of crafting mechas from salvaged parts in such an environment, could find themselves reduced to the desolate lands of the wasteland. Shaking his head and smirking, the old man mocked his own absurd thoughts. The wasteland hardly fosters mecha engineers, especially among the remnants of its populace, many of whom may not have received any formal education. A genuine mecha engineer, even the most inexperienced, would certainly not be reduced to such a dire state as to end up in the wasteland. Chapter 4. Second-generation mecha. It just so happened that the fifth model was not only present, but also functional. A stroke of luck. The vehicle had only progressed partway when Lin Yu pulled over to the side of the road to dismantle the supercomputing cabinet, extracting the hydraulic fluid contained within. Drawing upon the experience and memory granted by his mecha engineering skills, he conducted a brief assessment and easily gauged the condition of the hydraulic fluid, letting out a substantial sigh of relief. With the fifth model's hydraulic fluid secured, the final piece of the puzzle was effectively completed. The hydraulic transmission system essentially transforms kinetic energy into pressure exerted on a liquid, utilizing that pressure to transmit and meticulously control energy. The hydraulic fluid serves as the medium for bearing and transmitting this pressure, aptly described as the lifeblood of the Dawn. Now, with this lifeblood, the Dawn could truly function as a mecha, rather than merely a decorative artifact. Of course, the completion of the project would not merely hinge upon the replacement of the hydraulic fluid. Calibration, testing, fine-tuning, rectifying various errors, and welding the external armor. After a series of procedures, a week has swiftly elapsed. Upgrade requirements completed. Mecha Engineering LV3 to Mecha Engineering LV. For your related knowledge has advanced. You have mastered the research, manufacturing, and maintenance of second-generation mechanical armor. You have unlocked new upgrade requirements. Expand to view. At the moment the Dawn was fully completed, the familiar pale blue holographic screen reappeared in his vision. Deep within his mind, a multitude of knowledge and memories. As if he had once personally engaged in study and practice, searched forth anew. Mathematics, physics, mechanics, information, energy, insights into the creation of mechanical armor. The sensation of acquiring knowledge was intoxicating, surpassing all else. Curiosity and the thirst for knowledge are inherent to human nature. No one desires to remain stagnant or uninformed. The reluctance to learn often stems from the arduous nature of the process, the prolonged gratification feedback, and the overwhelming frustration when understanding eludes one. With the existence of this wondrous panel, even during the times he had to peruse various texts himself, he received clear positive feedback, knowing that reading would yield rewards, and that incomprehensible concepts would coalesce upon the complete upgrade of his skills. Thus, even when studying independently, he could find great delight in the process. And the vast reservoir of knowledge and experience acquired effortlessly upon the full upgrade of his skills, alongside the exhilarating feeling of synthesizing previously disparate pieces of knowledge, rendered him utterly enchanted. The second generation of mecha technology. With a mind enriched by accumulated knowledge, Lin Yu's gaze sparkled with heightened brilliance. The term second-generation mecha technology does not refer to a specific technique, but rather encompasses a concept intertwined with various related fields of study. The first generation of mechas, exemplified by models like Dawn, represents conventional mechanical armor, complete with energy sources, propulsion systems, and an array of sensors. The distinction between the first and second generations lies primarily in their control mechanisms. The first generation employs either gesture-based interaction or electromyography, capturing human motion or the electrical signals produced by muscle activity to control the mecha. This method is somewhat limited, constrained by the precision and sensitivity of the sensors, which hinders intricate maneuvers, rendering the operation rather cumbersome. Furthermore, as it relies on human gestures or electromyographic signals, the form and movement of the mecha are similarly restricted. In contrast, the second-generation mecha utilizes direct neural signal interfacing technology, intercepting the neural signals emitted by the brain, while it remains confined to anthropomorphic forms. The response speed and accuracy are exponentially enhanced. When paired with corresponding bionic structures, it can execute a variety of combat techniques with agility. The interception of neural signals means that the human operator does not need to synchronize their actions, As long as the mecha's structure permits, it can perform any maneuver, even an unconventional kick to the back of the head. Unfortunately, this complexity multiplies manifold, with exceedingly high demands for processing precision, making many critical components nearly irreplaceable. Soon, Linyu shook his head once more. The advancements in second-generation mech technology, when compared to its predecessor, represent a monumental leap. Given sufficient time, there is indeed a possibility for him to craft detailed blueprints. However, the prospect of manufacturing such machines in the desolate wasteland using discarded parts seems rather implausible. Having familiarized himself with the emergent knowledge, Linyu summoned a soft Azure screen to examine the upgrade requirements for 4th-level mechs. Upgrade requirement test. Execute a high-intensity combat scenario utilizing your own creation to evaluate its performance, defects, and environmental adaptability. Upgrade requirement team. Establish a research and development team comprising no fewer than 5 members, each possessing exceptional related talents or skills. Qualified individuals will be specially marked. Upgrade requirement breakthrough. Design and manufacture a complete second-generation mech. 3 prerequisites. After reviewing them, Linyu pondered thoughtfully. The testing aspect seemed manageable, but the latter 2 posed significant challenges. Crafting a second-generation mech in the wasteland is nearly an insurmountable task, and assembling a research team presents its own set of difficulties. Setting aside the lack of resources, the very notion of attracting individuals with such exceptional talents or skills is fraught with complications. Although the precise definition of exceptional remains ambiguous, it is clear that such talents are coveted by various factions. How could he possibly entice them? With merely 5,000 in his pocket? Or relying on his status as a black market inhabitant of the wasteland? Thus, the latter 2 tasks are indeed formidable challenges for him at this moment. Nevertheless, it is understandable. Even the 3rd-level mech engineering is already impressively formidable. One cannot conjure a mech from thin air, yet this speaks to the essence of an engineer's role. Engineering is an applied discipline, and indeed, the evolution of technology has always been increasingly specialized. In the future, even the fabrication of a single screw may warrant its own distinct field and position. To design and assemble a mech solely from salvaged components, even if its performance is subpar, is undoubtedly the hallmark of an elite talent. This pertains to the realm of Level 3 mech engineering, while the current Level 4 delves even deeper, encompassing a vast ocean of knowledge and experiential memory. Thus, the ascent to Level 5 from here presents a challenge that is entirely reasonable. Should others realize how easy it is to elevate one's knowledge and skills to such heights, they would surely be consumed by envy. No arduous study, no innate talent, and no empirical research are required. It bears a striking resemblance to unearned gains. There appears to be additional benefits as well. After briefly scanning the upgrade requirements, Lin Yu's expression shifted as his gaze fell upon the criteria for the second upgrade. Qualified individuals would receive special notation, and a qualified individual, is that not someone endowed with talents and skills pertinent to mech research and manufacturing, a truly high-caliber professional? Does this not imply that one could seek out and engage with such individuals? Even if recruitment is unattainable, these individuals are undoubtedly high-end talents or geniuses, destined for boundless futures. Any interaction, even a mere thread of connection, could yield immeasurable advantages down the line. Who knows when it may prove useful? Brother Lin, dinner is ready. Just then, outside the mech workshop, Bai Wei knocked on the door. Qualified person? Lin Yu paused, his expression momentarily frozen. Chapter 5, A Cornered Dog, has arrived. After a brief moment, Lin Yu picked up a black towel from the table to wipe the grease from his hands, then opened the door just a crack, allowing his broad frame to obscure the girl's view. Of course, there was also a curtain in the workshop, rendering the interior largely invisible. The girl's gaze did not wander into the workshop. She had been curious and suspicious about Lin Yu's frequent presence in this room and his insistence on keeping others at bay. However, as the week drew near, her anxiety had dulled her attention to anything else, leaving her in a somewhat dazed state. By the way, have you studied mechanical engineering before? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu glanced at the 3 prominent characters above the girl's head, qualified person, and inquired. My sister and I were students of the Mecha engineering program at Ryan Group University. Lin Yu nodded slightly, leaving the conversation at that. A university specializing in mecha design was clearly not something one would expect to find in a gathering place for the marginalized. This implied that Bai Wei and her sister were likely residents of the city. Human trafficking, naturally, could not take place in one's own territory. The original identity had targeted those who were either from outside the gathering places or unfamiliar faces newly arrived. The girl and her sister had been deceived into this situation. As for the rest, both the original identity and Lin Yu himself knew little. Let us eat. Without further words, Lin Yu sat down at the dining table and began to eat in silence. Even now, he was uncertain how to approach this girl. After all, he had inherited the original identity and its memories. To a certain extent, the self is the very sister who orchestrated the abduction and trafficking of the young girl, thus rendering him the principal instigator of her deceitful arrival. Consequently, he harbors feelings of guilt towards her, yet remains vigilant, coupled with an inexplicable sentiment that transcends mere affection or animosity. After all, they have cohabited for a month, during which he has demonstrated a level of care that borders on meticulousness. Even a pet elicits a modicum of emotion. So how can one dismiss the feelings for a fellow human? In a state of disarray, he can only remain silent. The dining experience is tranquil yet desolate. Throughout the meal, Bai Wei continuously glances at Lin Yu while consuming her food, her eyes filled with unspoken questions, caught between the desire to inquire and the fear of the answers. A week has elapsed, yet silence remains the only response. After finishing the meal, Lin Yu, unwilling to grant the girl further opportunity for hesitation, changed his attire and stepped outside. The mech workshop is equipped with anti-theft doors and surveillance, and the dawn brings with it an intelligence system. Thus he harbors no concern regarding the girl's potential actions. As for her, she parted her lips, only to reveal a look of despondency, lowering her gaze without uttering a word. Gradually, she curled into herself, her legs drawn up onto the chair, embracing her knees as her head sank deeply into them, her shoulders trembling ever so slightly. Were there no deadline, perhaps she could continue to deceive herself. But now, she finds she can no longer sustain the illusion. Suddenly, the door swung open once more. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that some matters were too complex to articulate or explain. Thus, he deemed it best to allow her to discover the truth for herself. What shall they undertake together? Bai Wei hurriedly lifted her head, hastily sniffing as she rubbed her eyes, a gesture reminiscent of sand invading her vision. What do you think? Lin Yu glanced at her reddened eye sockets. Is it? Bai Wei trembled slightly. A mix of disbelief and a flicker of joy akin to a miraculous escape. I suppose so, Lin Yu nodded, change into something more suitable for movement. All right. The girl immediately sprang into action, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen complications, quickly retreating to her room to don a pair of athletic pants and a long shirt. When she emerged, Lin Yu spoke little, directly guiding her to Rupert's clinic. Ah, you actually came. I thought you might run away. Rupert, who had been scribbling something with his head lowered, sensed a shadow blocking the light. He lifted his eyelids to see Lin Yu, let out a sound of annoyance, and continued to write, casually delivering a sardonic remark. I almost forgot. People like you, desperate for medication to prolong life, can't escape even if you wanted to. It is strange how people can be. Rupert served as the intermediary for a human trafficking organization, merely facilitating connections without directly involving himself. Nonetheless, he could not evade the guilt and filth associated with this crime. Ironically, despite orchestrating this sordid transaction, he harbored an inexplicable sense of superiority, consistently looking down upon and mocking individuals like Lin Yu. Perhaps, to alleviate his own guilt, he unconsciously shifted the blame onto the suppliers and buyers involved, desperately seeking to shift the blame onto others, thus justifying his actions. Where is my medication? Lin Yu had no inclination to ponder the convoluted psyche of another scoundrel. He merely stood at the table, tapping his fingers lightly upon its surface. Rupert furrowed his brow, finally lifting his gaze to meet Lin Yu's, also catching sight of Bai Wei, who appeared utterly perplexed by the situation. Why did you bring the goods directly to me? Upon seeing the girl, his frown deepened. And why is there only one? Goods? Bai Wei, taken aback by his gaze and the nature of his words, felt a sudden chill wash over her, her face paling dramatically. TSK. Is this yet another naive fool you've deceived with your charm? Rupert observed the girl's reaction with an amused curiosity. However, rather than targeting her, he sought to mock Lin Yu, likely hoping to witness his discomfort. In such a scenario, if he possessed even a shred of conscience, there would indeed be a semblance of embarrassment and awkwardness. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yu displayed no signs of distress. It seems you're even more despicable than I had anticipated. Rupert felt a surge of boredom. No, you have merely misinterpreted my intentions. Lin Yu calmly raised his hand, presenting a crudely crafted pistol pressed against Rupert's forehead. Eschewing concerns for power and performance, The creation of a makeshift firearm is a relatively simple endeavor, particularly for a skilled mechanical engineer. Ev, the once pallid by way, already at a loss, found herself further bewildered by the unforeseen turn of events. Was it not abundantly clear? Lin pressed the gun forward. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You should carefully consider the consequences of turning against the organization. Rupert, having swiftly regained his composure after an initial surge of panic, spoke in a subdued tone. Your medication has indeed been withheld by the higher-ups. You must wait for the convoy to arrive with the supplies. He then shifted the conversation, adopting a conciliatory tone. How about this? Release me, and I will personally expedite an order for you. Once you receive it, you can vanish without a trace. Lin Yu remained unmoved, stating coolly, the factions within the city have no need to engage in such sordid tasks directly. If my instincts serve me right, your so-called organization is merely a supply-driven force from the wasteland. I require the location of your headquarters. Rupert's face displayed profound astonishment, even more pronounced than when Lin Yu had thrust the gun to his temple moments earlier. He scrutinized Lin Yu closely, as if seeing him for the first time. Chapter 6. The mimetic persona by way bitter lip, unable to contain herself any longer, and inquired about the situation. Rupert turned to her, studying her features with newfound recognition, seemingly recalling something extraordinary. You are doing this for her? Is this why you are defying the organization? Your sister has been sold to a human trafficking ring. He is the intermediary. Lin Yu chose not to respond to Rupert, instead carefully rephrasing his explanation to Bai Wei. Why do you not inform her that it was you who sold her sister? Rupert suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Bai Wei's body trembled slightly. Despite having harbored suspicions for some time, doubt remained just that doubt. At this moment, she pressed her trembling lips together and turned to Lin Yu, her expression embodying emotions that perhaps even she could not articulate. In a certain sense, this was indeed the case. Lin Yu did not deny it. He simply gazed at the young girl, patiently awaiting her subsequent reaction or, rather, her decision. He was not a saint, driven by conscience and a hint of guilt. He was unwilling to act excessively but was willing to assist the girl in rectifying matters. However, to be at the mercy of others was out of the question. After all, from his own perspective, the actions in question were those of the original self. He was merely an unwilling scapegoat, and the sense of indebtedness stemming from his identity was limited. The reason for bringing the girl here was to address this sensitive issue openly, regardless of whether the parties involved were foes or allies, to reach a resolution. I presume he has agreed to help you find your sister? Huh. Do you really believe that someone who sold your sister would suddenly experience a pang of conscience? Rupert interjected, fanning the flames further, while his hand stealthily reached towards his desk as the attention of both individuals was diverted. No need to try. Your security system has long been disabled by me. Lin Yu shot him a sharp glance. Do you think I would believe that? Rupert's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly lunged forward, pressing his hand against a certain spot on the desk. Once his fingers found the smooth surface devoid of buttons, he let out a breath of relief, revealing a smug smile as if he had secured victory. He had installed a comprehensive security defense system here. Although it could only be deemed a standard household version within the city, it was nonetheless a professional security protocol, one that even moderately skilled hackers could hardly breach, let alone a wasteland dweller. He pressed the button directly. Silence ensued. No response. Rupert pondered, where is my highly advanced professional security system? During installation, it was clearly stated that even professional hackers could not penetrate it. With its built-in intelligent fire control system, it could discern threats and execute countermeasures within 0.001 seconds upon fingerprint activation. Could it truly have been disabled by this individual? No, that is impossible. How could a wasteland dweller possess such expertise? I would rather believe I have been deceived into purchasing a counterfeit. Lin Yu paid him no mind. Bai Wei, biting her lip in contemplation for a prolonged moment, finally spoke with a complex expression. I wish to understand why. This remark evidently echoed Rupert's earlier inquiry. Although it was clearly a deliberate provocation, it was indeed what she yearned to comprehend, a conundrum that eluded her grasp. The most perplexing aspect was that, despite having interacted for nearly a month, she had not detected a shred of malice from the person before her, even though doubts had arisen due to his prolonged inaction regarding her sister's search. And she had once suspected him of being the culprit. At this moment, she found it difficult to accept the entirety of the situation, especially the notion that he now appeared genuinely inclined to assist. Perhaps you may regard me as a case of split personality. Having recently eliminated that scoundrel to ascend to a new position, now seeking medication for my ailment while unwilling to continue in the same ignoble vein. I am left with no choice but to extract a little profit from them, especially since a confrontation seems inevitable. And I might as well assist you in locating your sister. Lin Yu pondered, selecting a description that was both appropriate and scientifically acceptable. It was reasonable. Yet when viewed from the perspective of justifying one's actions, it appeared absurd and dismissive. At least, this was the impression that Rupert, as an observer, had. However, Bai Wei, taken aback for a moment, found herself grappling with a flicker of doubt. She recalled the young man's appearance upon their first meeting, his beaming smile. Radiant and warm as the sun, yet beneath that sunny demeanor lay an undercurrent of something unsettlingly unreal. She had no alternative but to suppress her unease and temporarily place her trust in him. Yet, thereafter, the young man transformed. He became taciturn and distant, though at times, subtle gestures of kindness and consideration could be discerned. Most of the time, he either secluded himself within that enigmatic room or immersed himself in various tomes related to machinery. If one were to label him a human trafficker, the impression he left over the past month was rather that of a silent yet diligently studious individual, devoid of malevolence. Instead emanating an aura of scholarly fervor and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. This was, indeed, the principal reason why, despite harboring doubts after a month's time, she still clung to a thread of hope. She did not sense any malice from him. Rather, there was an elusive hint of goodwill. It was difficult for her to fathom how someone who devoted so much of their time to reading, seemingly perpetually in pursuit of something elusive, could possibly embody the traits of a vicious human trafficker. If a person can truly disguise themselves to such an extent that, despite constant proximity, no discrepancies are perceived, it is indeed a chilling notion. Moreover, if the other party genuinely sought to deceive, there would be no need for them to summon me today. In fact, should they not be resolute in their desire for change, what purpose does this current scenario serve? They could effortlessly continue their dealings with those unscrupulous individuals, maintaining the status quo without risking confrontation. However, I must apologize, for I still find it somewhat difficult to accept. After all, it is precisely due to a flicker of belief that Bai Wei's expressions and emotions are rendered all the more intricate at this moment. I do not seek your forgiveness or any such thing. I merely wish to lay the matter bare. Lin Yu shook his head. This was his true intention in inviting Bai Wei here. Deception and ambiguity are not in his nature. It is better to address matters directly and reach a resolution. While it is true that Bai Wei bears the title of qualified one, and they share a bond forged over a month, he does not intend to exploit her in any way, nor does he harbor any guilt. Bai Wei paused, taken aback by his words, and hesitantly inquired, "Are you really planning to help me find my sister?" After all, having already severed ties with these individuals, it would be a convenient endeavor. Lin Yu shrugged, directing the barrel of his gun towards Rupert's chin, promptly for reasons unknown. After uttering those words, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over her. Deal. Lin Yu nodded. Just as he had mentioned, it was merely a side matter. Having already severed ties with the organization behind Rupert, a confrontation was inevitable. If this hidden danger remained unresolved, he would never find peace of mind. You have triggered the skill acquisition, mimetic personality. Acquisition of the clue, psychosis. Convince at least one person that you might possess a personality-related mental disorder. Completed. You have acquired a new skill, mimetic personality LV1. You have unlocked a new upgrade requirement, multiple personality. Convince at least one person that you possess, or once possessed, multiple personalities. Lin Yu suddenly turned to Bai Wei, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What on earth? Is this how you show politeness? Chapter 7. A Life in Disarray. You are the crazy one. Your entire family is insane. It is not only the gangs here. Even the women are so impolite. Lin Yu's expression darkened slightly. However, having experienced the formidable prowess of his only skill, mecha engineering, he quickly became intrigued by his new ability. Skill, mimetic personality level, LV1 description, a unique talent or perhaps a disorder that allows temporary alteration of one's personality, simulating and embodying other personas. This marked Lin Yu's second acquisition of a skill. Previously, he had explored various avenues, but had never succeeded in triggering other skill clues. Unexpectedly, in this moment of serendipity, he found himself endowed with this new ability. It was evident that this skill was distinct from mecha engineering. He felt no influx of knowledge or techniques invading his consciousness. However, as he gazed upon these words and contemplated their meaning, he gradually experienced a unique sensation. To alter one's personality? To transform oneself into a mental aberration, perhaps? Mimetic personality is not akin to the knowledge and skills of mechanical engineering. It resembles a peculiar ability. Indeed, according to the description, one might even refer to it as a form of affliction. He could distinctly feel that he was capable of inducing a transformation within his own personality, thereby manifesting a new persona with entirely different traits, thoughts, and perspectives. This bears resemblance to dissociative identity disorder, yet it is not fragmentation, rather. It is a temporary alteration of one's own character. But what utility does this possess? To masquerade as a mental illness? No. Perhaps it holds significant potential. Suppressing his aversion to the notion of becoming insane, and adhering to the principle that merely becoming mentally unhinged should not constitute a skill. Lin Yu contemplated and eventually discerned the application of this ability. The term personality could indeed be likened to soul without issue. It embodies an individual's self-awareness, sensations, emotions, character, thoughts, and worldview. Different individuals possess entirely distinct perspectives on matters, with divergent personalities, preferences, and aptitudes, thus giving rise to the adage that there are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 eyes. Personality, thought processes, and worldview are precisely the most crucial factors determining an individual's inspiration. Varied cognitive styles and viewpoints yield disparate outcomes, resulting in unique inspirations in the realms of painting, writing, and other creative endeavors. This holds true for literary creation, scientific inquiry, and design alike. By altering his persona, he can design and create from diverse perspectives, ensuring an inexhaustible wellspring of inspiration and innovative ideas. With the capacity for skill enhancement, he merely needs to continue advancing his expertise in fields such as mecha engineering, thereby guaranteeing an abundance of knowledge and proficiency. The only potential deficiency lies in inspiration and creativity. The simulated persona effectively fills this last possible gap, empowering him to excel in both literary creation and technological research. Moreover, the transformation of personality naturally encompasses preferences and cognition. If he were to embody a persona with an insatiable passion for reading or a fervent enthusiasm for a particular field of knowledge, would he still need to worry about maintaining focus on learning and research? Passion serves as the finest mentor. A profound interest and curiosity can transform him into an almost obsessive scholar and researcher when the need arises. Furthermore, concepts such as personality and interests are manifestations of innate talent. With a single mind, when interests, pursuits, energy, and thought patterns converge in a specific direction, one can naturally excel in that area. Thus, from a certain perspective, the skill of simulated persona could indeed be termed as extraordinary. And this is merely a foundational skill. Let us not forget that the primary function of his pale blue interface lies in skill enhancement. What appears as mere simulation of mental illness now could evolve into something akin to superpowers with further advancement. Shall we explore this? Enlightened by the profound implications, Lin Yu found himself irresistibly eager. In that moment, disregarding the surroundings, he instinctively endeavored to employ his skills. The manifestation of the mimetic personality indeed resembled a unique ability. It was not merely knowledge or experience, but rather an instinctive behavior akin to breathing or walking. Simultaneously, it did not allow for arbitrary modifications to one's character. The essence of mimicry was unmistakably aimed at simulating a specific target. Thus, all it could do was generate desires and needs, prompting the personality to evolve in the desired direction. It could be said that it bore a resemblance to the form of personality fragmentation arising from evasion. Yet the mimetic personality was not a split but a simulation. He resolved to adopt a persona of considerable combat prowess, recognizing that the mech was merely a machine, while his own body lacked sufficient self-defense capabilities. Moreover, piloting a mech required one to possess adequate combat skills. Lin Yu quickly determined his objective. Having severed ties with the human trafficking organization led by Rupert, an inevitable fierce battle awaited him, warranting an enhancement of his combat effectiveness. He could not perpetually hide within the mech. Furthermore, the Dawn did not possess any long-range weaponry. The greatest advantages of this first-generation mech lay in its robust armor and formidable strength. Coupled with the sensory and myoelectric interaction modes, close-quarters combat capability was indispensable. As thoughts of melee combat and valor surged within him, his mind erupted like a tempest, with countless memories, notions, and reflections swirling forth, combining and associating in a chaotic yet vivid storm of cognition. The mention of valor inexplicably conjured images of heroes, which in turn led to associations with various historical figures and military generals. Then, instinctively yearning for the best, he was reminded of the greatest warrior under heaven, A myriad of chaotic images related to the title of the greatest warrior flooded his mind, yet the more familiar ones resonated deeply with him, creating a vivid and intuitive impression despite not being a history enthusiast. Lin Yu could distinctly sense a gradual transformation within himself. The tumultuous thoughts and memories in his mind began to dwindle, ultimately coalescing into a vague silhouette. Having drifted through half a lifetime, I lament not having encountered a wise sovereign. If you do not forsake me, I wish to serve as your loyal subject. A sudden phrase surged forth in his mind, almost escaping his lips instinctively. Startled, Lin Yu shook himself, forcibly suppressing this inexplicable impulse. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with fervor, "A true man, born amidst the heavens and earth, cannot languish in obscurity for long." Silence enveloped the air. Two peculiar gazes pierced through him like daggers. "What are you staring at?" I merely recalled a line from a film. Realizing that his self-reference was rather peculiar, he shut his mouth and turned his focus inward, reflecting on his current state. Firstly, his most fundamental consciousness remained lucid. However, this clarity felt akin to a profound enlightenment. Externally, his thoughts, character, and beliefs had experienced a significant transformation. Thus, the persona I now embody is. Reflecting on the impulsive urge he had just experienced, Lin Yu's face twitched slightly. Unsurprisingly, he had likely become the legendary warrior whom many would wish to call their adoptive father. Of course, this was merely his own perception of the matter. After all, personality is merely a fabrication and alteration based on the impressions residing within one's mind. As for this individual, apart from the title of the foremost warrior of the three kingdoms, his impressions and cognitions are solely filled with various grotesque scenes of being adopted as a sworn father. Thus it is no surprise that such impulsive words slipped from his lips moments ago. Chapter 8. Mecha Lubu. Not yet accustomed to displaying eccentricities in public, Lin Yu swiftly exited the state of personality simulation and returned to the matter at hand. His gaze fell once more upon Rupert. Due to his earlier outburst, coupled with the gun pressed against his chin, Lin Yu's stare was undeniably imposing, causing Rupert to shift uncomfortably. Lin Yu inquired coolly, "I do not know. I am merely the liaison. Each shipment has a dedicated escort team." Having lost the last bastion of his security system, Rupert's demeanor markedly improved. Taking a deep breath, he calmly remarked, "I cannot ascertain whether you have suddenly experienced a pang of conscience or merely had a lapse of sanity. But I advise you this, you stand no chance against the organization. Not only the headquarters, but even the escort team is beyond your capability to handle. Tomorrow, higher-ups will dispatch the escort team. Those individuals are seasoned veterans equipped with advanced weaponry, many of whom are cybernetic augmentations. You would fare no better against them than the armed forces of the Black Snake camp. Release me, and I can offer you a sum." "Surely, the escort team must know the location of the base? My medication is also in their possession." Lin Yu disregarded Rupert's ramblings and directly extracted the key elements that concerned her. "Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Have you truly lost your mind?" Rupert responded incredulously. "It's not just your shipment that's arriving. It's the entire escort unit responsible for this region. You still have a chance to escape. But if you don't act now." He simply could not comprehend Lin Yu's sudden change in demeanor. As someone who had been coordinating with her for such an extended period, he prided himself on having a deeper understanding of her than anyone else. After all, even the most despicable individuals tend to conceal their true selves in front of those close to them. Yet with her, he was painfully aware of what kind of person she truly was, a scoundrel who had been collaborating with him solely for profit since the age of 16. What could one expect in terms of principles or morality from such a person? Even more perplexing to him was the audacity she displayed, or rather, the confidence she seemed to possess. A human trafficker from a desolate wasteland, juxtaposed with a seasoned mercenary, revealed a stark imbalance. They were simply incomparable. Furthermore, it was not merely a single mercenary approaching, but an entire escort unit overseeing this region. Among them were numerous cybernetic augmenters, individuals who had undergone extensive enhancements through the transplantation of mechanical limbs, organs, and intelligent chips, each one a formidable force beyond human capability. By himself, she lacked even the qualification to confront the escort unit. As for the notion of locating their headquarters to rescue the already captured goods, that was nothing short of a delusion. He was indifferent to the prospect of death, yet his own life was precariously in his hands. In a moment of desperation, he would not hesitate to turn the gun on himself. He wished to articulate more, but silence was enforced. Lin Yu casually seized an inspection report from the table, its origin unknown, crumpled it into a ball, and forcibly stuffed it into Rupert's mouth. It could be argued that he was the mastermind orchestrating the human trafficking operations at the Black Snake camp. His demise would be of little consequence. However, it was likely that the so-called escort unit would make contact with him upon their arrival, and he might still divulge some valuable intelligence regarding them. Thus he was temporarily spared. Lynn, should we first leave this place to avoid potential danger? Bai Wei, having absorbed Rupert's words, was now somewhat anxious. While her desire to rescue her sister was fervent, she was not blinded by obsession. Confronting a fully armed unit with just the two of them seemed utterly impractical. It was wiser to evade confrontation and devise a plan. Lin Yu shook his head slightly, maintaining his gun pressed against Rupert's back as he compelled him to retrace their steps to his dwelling. Upon returning, he securely bound Rupert and confined him in the restroom. Then settled down to further contemplate and experiment with his newly acquired skills. I'm ready. When shall we depart? Bai Wei, still grappling with how to face Lin Yu, found herself unable to utter the familiar brother Lin, and her demeanor reflected a palpable awkwardness upon their interaction. Depart? To where? Lin Yu, engrossed in his study of mimicry, lifted his gaze in confusion. Aren't we supposed to leave this place first to evade the escort unit? Bai Wei was taken aback. How could she save her sister if she evaded? Was she expected to search for their base amidst the desolation, like seeking a needle in a haystack? Lin Yu raised her eyelids, rolling her eyes slightly before lowering her head to immerse herself in contemplation once more. After Bai Wei departed, Lin Yu endeavored once again to enter the state of mimicry persona, still embodying Elbu. It seemed that once a personality had been mimicked, it became a fixed template, allowing her to seamlessly switch to that persona. Since it was merely a fabrication based on her own perception, Lin Yu did not concern herself with the character's reputation or moral standing. If it proved useful, there was no need for alteration. This frail body truly required rigorous training. The moment she shifted her persona, the feeble and insubstantial sensation enveloped Lin Yu, causing her to unconsciously furrow her brow, in comparison to the invincible self she had envisioned. This physique, which could even be deemed suboptimal amongst ordinary individuals, was evidently too weak. Suppressing the discomfort that surged within, she rose and headed toward the mech workshop, intending to explore the potential applications of this skill. The philosophies and temperaments of different personas were starkly divergent, and thus their approaches to design and creation varied significantly as well. This could yield fresh inspirations in mech design, perhaps enhancing the Dawn's capabilities. With battle imminent, Lin Yu, who had never truly commandeered or tested her creations in real combat, lacked absolute confidence. Even a marginal improvement would be beneficial. Elbu, characterized as the foremost warrior of the three kingdoms, naturally possessed an abundance of valor and an unwavering pursuit of martial prowess, which correspondingly endowed him with superior talents in combat and melee, certainly better than her own lackluster skills. Despite lacking the genuine memories and experiences of Elbu, the combination of a battle-hungry personality and the extensive knowledge afforded by a level 4 mecha engineering background can indeed spark new ideas. The mecha's physique appears somewhat bulky and unwieldy, lacking agility. Against equally matched opponents, it resembles a stationary target. Alas, without a bionic body, relying solely on hydraulic power arms makes it challenging to employ any combat techniques. Gazing intently at the Dawn mecha, I succumb to my inner thoughts, and a myriad of ideas begins to surface. With a fresh perspective, I discover numerous new insights and concepts. Initially, my thoughts remain coherent, but they quickly veer off course. Where's the Fangtian Huaji? I must incorporate it. Where's my Diochan? Oh, I am designing a mecha. As a cavalry general, how could I be without a steed? I could sacrifice some lower body performance to enhance the upper limbs, supplemented by another mount. Yes, a mount. I need one. Dianwei. Stop. Why on earth is Dianwei the first to come to mind? Shouldn't it be red hair? Chapter 9. Armored and armed riding Dianwei is simply impossible. After all, the creation of the Dawn has already depleted all available financial resources. Not to mention the fabrication of another mecha, even crafting a basic transport capable of bearing the Dawn is beyond my means. Furthermore, with the imminent threat of an escort unit's ambush, time is not on my side. Nevertheless, contemplating from Elbu's persona has indeed inspired numerous valuable new ideas. Sacrificing a portion of the lower limb capabilities in conjunction with an accompanying mount presents a remarkably astute concept. The very essence of mech necessitates a greater allocation of energy and power to the lower limbs compared to the upper limbs in order to maintain weight bearing and mobility. However, this consideration inevitably leads to the compromise of performance in other areas, given the constraints of energy, power, weight, and size. Even the most rudimentary of mechs typically weigh several tons, without the incorporation of anti-gravity or flight systems. It is implausible for a mech to engage in any actions beyond locomotion using its lower limbs, as combat and offensive maneuvers predominantly rely on the upper limbs. By integrating an additional mount, the demands for mobility can be shifted onto an external vehicle, thereby allowing for a reduction in the performance requirements of the lower limbs, which can then be redirected to optimize and enhance the upper limbs or accommodate supplementary combat modules. Of course, such considerations are for another time. With the onset of battle imminent, he cannot afford to undertake significant modifications to the Dawn. Although Rupert indicated that the escort team would not arrive until tomorrow, Linyu remained in the mech workshop to ensure he could board the mech promptly. While in the workshop, he busied himself with adjustments, gradually familiarizing himself with the nuances of piloting. Half a day and a night swiftly elapsed in silence. The following day, at 5 in the morning, the specialized communicator seized from Rupert emitted a precise, punctual sound. Answer it, and direct them here. Linyu stepped outside and approached the restroom, where he nudged the curled-up Rupert on the floor awake, tossing the communicator onto him. Rupert remained in a state of slight disorientation, having just emerged from slumber. But upon being pointed at by Linyu's gun, he instantly regained his composure, nodding repeatedly before establishing communication. You are to come to Grey Mouse Street, number 274. The goods are here. His tone bore no hint of abnormality, appearing quite sincere. However, the haste was rather peculiar. Ordinarily, establishing a connection would involve a communicative process, and at the very least, the other party would briefly introduce themselves or pose a question. Yet, Rupert evidently bypassed this customary exchange, directly instructing the other party to come. If they were sufficiently vigilant, this would serve as a conspicuous signal. Nonetheless, Linyu paid no heed to Rupert's small ploy. Attracting individuals was sufficient. The more cautious they were, the more they would converge. With Dawn present, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, the arrival of any conventional forces would be advantageous for him to annihilate the opposition. A lesser turnout would be troublesome, as he could not afford to search for them one by one, nor could he remain perpetually clad in armor against potential threats. Should there arise an unforeseen event that even Dawn could not contend with, then further contemplation would be unnecessary. Lin, Brother Lin, have they already arrived? Approximately hearing the commotion, the undeniably sleep-deprived Bai Wei emerged from her bedroom. Yes, Linyu responded with a slight nod, his gaze quickly falling upon the several items in her grasp. Among them were objects resembling firearms, equipped with structures akin to compressed air pumps, likely rudimentary pneumatic weapons of her own making. Additionally, there were various bottles and containers, which, with Linyu's discerning eye, could easily be identified as incendiary devices such as thermite or other primitive yet highly effective weaponry. What captivated his attention the most was a rather shabby power mechanical armor, evidently crafted from various discarded components. It seemed that this girl was not entirely the naive innocent she appeared to be. Upon witnessing equipment that surpassed his own in terms of pure weaponry, Linyu couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. While other aspects could be overlooked, the power mechanical armor was certainly not something that could be assembled in just a day or two. Many of its components looked strikingly familiar, as they were essentially the unsuitable parts he had previously discarded during the creation of Dawn. Had he retained his original form and any ill intentions, he might very well have found himself defeated by this seemingly innocent woman today. I'm not very good at this. How about you, Brother Lin? Seeing Linyu's gaze settle on the item in her hand, Bai Wei hesitated briefly before handing over the rudimentary mechanical armor and the air pump gun to him. At this juncture, as they were about to confront the human trafficker's escort team, it would be futile to consider caution. Their current predicament was sufficient to clarify intentions. Regardless of his past actions or the veracity of his earlier statements, at the very least, he was now striving to redeem himself in the face of death. No need for that. Keep it for yourself. Just look after yourself and find a place to hide, Linyu replied, shaking his head as he turned and entered the Mecha workshop. The power mechanical armor could be regarded as a compromise in the branch development of mechanical power armor, specifically the exoskeleton armor. The mechanical power armor encompasses several types, yet it typically refers to larger mechs characterized by robust armor defense, formidable power, and massive mechanical arms, often equipped with various weapon and functional modules. In contrast, exoskeleton armor, as the term exoskeleton vividly suggests, resembles an external skeletal structure. It is primarily lightweight and envelopes the human body, serving mainly defensive, supportive, life-sustaining, and maneuverability purposes, while slightly enhancing human capabilities. Due to its compact size and the necessity of maintaining hollow spaces within the torso and limbs to accommodate the human form, the energy it can carry and the power it generates are relatively limited, leading to distinct usages and functions. The powered mechanical armor is even more straightforward to comprehend. Even exoskeleton armor requires a process of donning, which is often cumbersome. The mechanical armor represents a further sacrifice of functionality and performance in favor of convenience. Similar to a glove, it is ready for immediate use, augmenting arm strength while entirely forfeiting protective and life support functions, with the burden of any pressure falling entirely on the human body. Although the human form is not as fragile as one might assume, and many individuals may have undergone cybernetic enhancements, the limits of human endurance when bearing inhuman strength are ultimately finite. A moment's negligence could result in severe injury. Lin Yu, already equipped with a complete mech, naturally finds no use for the mechanical armor at this moment. Upon entering the mech workshop, she awakens Dawn, and with a sigh of deflation, the cockpit situated in the chest area reveals itself from bottom to top. Standard features of the mech cockpit include impact resistance systems, life support systems, and air circulation systems, among others. Due to its compact design, the cockpit of the Dawn resembles an exoskeleton, necessitating that the pilot enter in a cocoon-like upright position, leaving little room for movement within. However, this configuration facilitates the pilot's adaptation to control. As Lin Yu reclined into the cockpit, the intricate sounds of mechanisms in motion resonated around her. The chamber tightened further, various sensors detecting muscle signals and torque snugly conforming to her body. This close embrace made Lin Yu feel as though she had donned a heavy suit of armor. Merging seamlessly with the mecha, the Dawn armor deployment complete. Initiating interaction system test. Interaction system functioning normally. All modules operating within standard parameters. A stream of data flowed before her eyes. The steel giant, kneeling in the darkened chamber, seemed to awaken, its eyes suddenly igniting with a crimson glow. Chapter 10. The enemy has arrived in the early morning. Before 6 o'clock, as day and night teetered on the brink of separation, the solitary moon hung high, with the sun yet to rise. Even the most resilient night owls had succumbed to slumber at this hour. The entire Black Snake camp lay in eerie silence. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but Bai Wei felt the atmosphere grow increasingly tense and foreboding. The stillness beneath the night sky became palpably terrifying. Lin. Brother Lin, are you still there? Huh. Fool. I've never encountered someone as Navi as you, who has been sold out and yet helps count the profits. Given my understanding of that scoundrel, he has likely fled long ago, deliberately misleading you to draw attention away. In the restroom connected to the living room, the door stood ajar. Rupert first cast a glance at the entrance of the mech workshop, and after a brief moment of silence, he scoffed. Then shifted his tone to a more serious note. You must release me quickly. This matter has little to do with you. The escorting forces are after Lin Yu. If you and I part ways now, nothing further will occur. I can also assist you in inquiring about your sister's whereabouts. Just as he was about to continue, White Wei glared at him, ready to retort, when a spine-chilling barrage of gunfire suddenly engulfed the night sky. Faster than the gunfire were the slender steel needles, raining down like a torrential downpour, transforming the door of Lin Yu's residence into a veritable sieve. Electromagnetic rifles. Rupert's pupils constricted at the sound of gunfire, and he cried out in panic, "Cease fire! Cease fire! I'm still inside." Unfortunately, the onslaught outside showed no signs of abating, and his pleas were drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. The metallic storm of steel needles swept through the living room from the doorway, shredding furniture and appliances. And as it passed through the restroom, it abruptly mangled one of his arms. However, the severed limb was merely the beginning. The malevolent nature of electromagnetic weaponry lay in its mechanism. It relied solely on electromagnetic rails for acceleration, eliminating the need for gunpowder. Each projectile could be crafted into needles as fine as hair, thus not only increasing the volume of ammunition but also inflicting the most excruciating pain imaginable. A multitude of flexible cowhair needles penetrated the human body, twisting and bending, intertwining into clusters, resembling miniature meat grinders that pulverized and sutured the flesh together. Akin to 1,000 cuts, yet even more excruciating. The anguished wails, as though plummeting into the depths of hell, nearly drowned out the cacophony of gunfire. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, aside from the initial repercussions that shattered his arm, the subsequent barrage never again grazed his vicinity, rendering this intense agony all the more protracted. Brother Lin, Brother Lin. The girl named by Wei appeared considerably more fortunate in comparison to Rupert. Having heeded Lin Yu's warning, she had concealed herself in a corner, successfully evading the initial onslaught. The residual gunfire that followed was likewise thwarted by a faint blue barrier that enveloped her. This translucent blue shield, amidst the waves of electromagnetic rifle fire and stray bullets, resembled the surface of water in a torrential downpour, rippling and undulating, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Yet, it ultimately afforded her sufficient time to react, retreating to a corner beyond the reach of the gunfire. Anxiously, she called out towards the door of the Mecha workshop, a blend of concern and instinctive desperation seeking solace. Even the door, along with the cement walls, had been transformed into a sieve by the relentless barrage. The girl ceased her cries, biting her lip, her eyes gradually revealing a resolute determination born from despair. Bang! After a few breaths, as the torrential rain of gunfire finally abated, a metallic foot, composed of intricate machinery, shattered the already beleaguered door into dust and stepped into the living room. Armed personnel clad in unmarked black tactical suits, their faces concealed by tightly fitted respiratory masks, entered in a steady stream from both sides. Suddenly, the girl, who had been poised for action, hurled a metal canister, which erupted upon impact, engulfing a group of individuals in a surge of flames. Following this, a cacophony of improvised weaponry and gas-powered firearms erupted into chaos. It must be said that the girl's preparations had proven remarkably effective. While the human body may not be inherently fragile, its resilience pales in comparison to the array of meticulously crafted instruments designed for self-destruction. The fire, intense heat, and projectiles swiftly consumed several of the black-clad assailants. However, this was merely a handful. Among those who entered the room, the foremost individual did not flinch. The flames enveloped him only to reluctantly release him, leaving him unscathed. It was as if he had undergone meticulous maintenance, causing the gleaming silver sheen of his exposed skin to shine even brighter. The others displayed a variety of tactics. Some rolled and dodged in advance. Others, like the leader, braved the onslaught head-on, while some raised their arms to shield vital areas, effectively mitigating the attack. Even those caught unprepared were clad in ballistic armor, with only the extreme heat and a few stray projectiles inflicting any harm. The extent of the casualties was already at its limit. The girl's success in this endeavor was largely attributable to the element of surprise. The adversaries had not anticipated that anyone could move freely amidst the onslaught of electromagnetic rifle fire. With the advantage of surprise lost and her meticulously prepared arsenal now depleted, achieving similar results again seemed improbable. Gazing at the throng of black-clad, armed men flooding into the living room, she briefly averted her eyes from their figures and peered through the shattered door towards the outside, where an even greater force had encircled the vicinity. How could there be so many? The despair in Bai Wei's eyes could no longer be contained. She was well aware that numerous enemies might be present, yet she found it incomprehensible. This was, after all, the Black Snake camp. While she did not expect them to maintain order as they would within the city, it was at least reasonable to assume that they would not permit such a multitude of foreign armed personnel to operate in unison. Did they not fear that rival forces might seize power? Hyena Herald. In stark contrast to Bai Wei's despair over the enemy's numbers, Rupert, clinging to the last vestiges of his strength, directed his own hopelessness towards the figure at the forefront, a man whose body was nearly entirely mechanized. He recognized this individual's identity. This man was not a mere cybernetic enhancement recipient. He was a cybernetic madman, completely augmented with artificial limbs, having replaced much of his brain and afflicted with severe cyberpsychosis. It was said that the only remnants of thought left in his mind were the implanted directives to enhance his prosthetics and the primal pleasure derived from slaughtering foes. He was essentially a pure war machine, indistinguishable between friend and foe in the heat of battle, let alone a potential savior. Even if he were to survive the aftermath of combat or evade the hands of Lin Yu and the others, he would likely end up crushed in their wake. Chapter 11. The Arrival of the Mecha. Hyena Herald showed no concern for the casualties among his subordinates. After withstanding a wave of assaults, his gaze fell upon Bai Wei. As if he had stumbled upon a remarkable trophy, he strode forth, oblivious to his surroundings, drawing closer with deliberate grace. Bai Wei pressed her lips together, instinctively retreating a half-step, yet tightening her right fist encased in the mechanical arms armor. Well done. You have performed admirably. Now step back and allow me to slay the enemy. Suddenly, a peculiar yet familiar voice resonated from behind her. Instantly, her spirits soared with delight, only to quickly shift to concern as she exclaimed, "Brother Lin, You still. It turned out there was another presence. At this moment, the hyena herald had also come to a halt, shifting his gaze in the direction of the voice, his cruel laughter growing more pronounced. Just right, I'm not yet satisfied. Let me see how you kill. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed like a clap of thunder. The already riddled concrete wall, pockmarked by the electromagnetic rifle's barrage, shattered violently, sending a cascade of debris and dust into the air. Amidst the swirling smoke, a colossal shadow with gleaming crimson eyes surged forth with a piercing howl. Bang! It dashed forward, halting abruptly, a massive mechanical arm poised in midair, frozen in a striking posture. Before it, another figure had already contorted painfully, their chest and abdomen shaped by the force of the punch, propelling them forward like a cannonball. Thud! 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 A metallic eyeball fell to the floor, bouncing and rolling. The crisp sound in a remarkable turn of events. The renowned cybernetic madman, Harold the Hyena, was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch in this obscure and desolate gathering place. His eyes bulged out in a literal sense. Mechas? How could such a place possibly harbor mechas? At that moment, all gazes stiffened and turned in disbelief towards that being, their bodies growing increasingly rigid, pupils uncontrollably constricting, mouths either falling silent or erupting in startled exclamations of fear. They were driven to madness. The scene before them was so surreal that they believed themselves to be losing their sanity. In this wasteland, a mecha had emerged. It was akin to encountering a genuine tank while brawling in a poverty-stricken mountain village. Is this reasonable? It is utterly unreasonable. Not only were they bewildered, but even Bai Wei was left in a daze. Lin, brother Lin? She called out tentatively from behind, her disbelief palpable. In the midst of perilous strife, retreat was commanded. The tone was peculiar, tinged with a hint of dominance and coldness, yet undeniably, it was that familiar voice. It truly was Brother Lin. But why? Oh, why? Was there a mecha here? How could he possess such a formidable machine? Even within the Federation, this was unequivocally an advanced military asset. Even the most illustrious and prestigious factions found it challenging to maintain several mecha units, let alone in the impoverished and backward wasteland beyond the city. Wait, this appearance. As she scrutinized the exterior of the Dawn, noting the evident rust and the rough welding of its armored shell, Bai Wei instinctively glanced down at her mechanical arm. How strikingly similar. Both were tattered and worn. A conjecture, which made her feel somewhat unhinged, began to take shape in her mind. She instinctively rejected the thought, yet it lingered obstinately. Was not her power-enhancing mechanical arm crafted from the very discarded components he had relinquished? If this was what was cast aside, then what of the pieces that were not? Eliminating all impossibilities, the most plausible explanation must be that they had transformed into this colossal machine before her. This could also elucidate why he possessed the audacity to remain in the face of this group of human trafficking syndicate's armed forces. However, this seemingly rational conclusion was, in truth, utterly bewildering. A singular individual designing and constructing a mech from discarded parts, especially when that individual was an obscure youth from the wasteland. Each of these conditions appeared to be incongruous with the emergence of the mech before her, particularly because Lin Yu had always been perceived by her as a diligent, studious individual, imbued with an air of scholarly pursuit, primarily due to her frequent observations of him engrossed in various mechanical texts. Driven by her inquisitive nature and her own academic endeavors, she had naturally taken note of his interests. Initially, he had been engrossed in the most rudimentary texts, primarily basic mechanical design theories that were almost at an introductory level, even delving into high school mathematics and physics. In other words, less than a month ago, he was likely a complete novice to these matters. This is also why she regarded Lin Yu as diligent and eager to learn. She had always believed he was self-studying mechanical design from scratch while experimenting with discarded tools. Yet now you tell me that, after just 1 month, this individual has managed to design and fabricate a mech using scrap parts? Oh, this month encompasses not merely learning, but also the time devoted to design and manufacturing. Am I insane, or has the world gone mad? As an outstanding student in the mech design program, I must introspect. Could I achieve such a feat? Could my sister, who has been recruited by the Ryan Group with a generous salary, accomplish it? What nonsense! If she were capable, she would have already constructed a mech. Or at the very least, devised a suit of exoskeletal armor to obliterate those human traffickers. Instead, she merely clandestinely crafted a mechanical arm. The thought of that mechanical arm makes her blush in secret. To be fair, she had initially created it as a precaution against a certain individual. Now, She can only be grateful that this person harbors no ill intentions. Otherwise, she would likely be. Upgrade requirements completed. Metamorphic Persona LV1, Metamorphic Persona LV2. Your metamorphic level has advanced further. Upon initial metamorphosis, you will fabricate and extrapolate certain relevant experiential memories and knowledge based on your own observations, intellect, and cognitive strength. Young lady, in such a tense moment, what are you thinking? Wait, are you still blushing? Why are you blushing for no reason at all? The overwhelming urge to critique momentarily eclipsed the personality shift induced by the Elbu persona, similar to the method of acquiring memories during the upgrade of mecha engineering skills. What emerged this time were visions of oneself battling on the battlefield, traversing the three kingdoms, encompassing various combat techniques, insights, horsemanship, and spear techniques. While it cannot be said that this constitutes a complete memory of an individual, it resembles a series of vaguely depicted scenes akin to the narrative style of a television drama. Yet within this, many critical memories of key scenes and diverse experiences of combat and struggle remain surprisingly vivid. Chapter 12. The Nameless Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. To elaborate, the transition from Lin Yu breaking through the wall to the upgrade of his simulated persona occurred in the blink of an eye. He swiftly organized and digested the array of fictional memories that surfaced within his mind. However, the numerous black-clad armed forces of the human trafficking organization exchanged glances, seizing this rare opportunity with precision. The electromagnetic rifles in their hands erupted once more with a piercing sound. Fine steel needles coalesced into a tempest of metal. Regrettably, the type of electromagnetic rifles they wielded was primarily designed to inflict harm on the human body. When employed against a person, their formidable firepower could not only induce suffocating pain but could also render an adversary instantly incapacitated, marking them as ultimate weapons of destruction. However, do not be deceived by the tattered exterior of the Dawn. Each fragment of its armor has been meticulously selected by Lin Yu, comprising various engine casings that represent the most vital and resilient components of any vehicle. While the outer shell may be hastily constructed, the engine, as the source of power, must invariably be forged from high-strength alloys, designed to withstand the engine's own reactions and to prevent catastrophic failures from external forces. Thus, the seemingly ferocious onslaught of electromagnetic rifle fire merely ignites a flurry of minute sparks upon the Dawn's surface, the flexible projectiles losing much of their momentum. The foolish dare to challenge fate, freshly imbued with the myriad memories of battle and combat experience from Lin Yu, eager for action, swiftly sprang into motion. The electromagnetic rifle was dismissed without a second thought. Conventional grenades were disregarded. With the roar of the mech engine, each step shook the ground. In mere moments, he seized the head of an armed trafficker, firing while retreating, and with a violent clash, both skulls were shattered, bringing instant demise. Without the slightest pause, he surged into the throng once more, every movement imbued with the force of several tons, wielding the two lifeless bodies as whips, sweeping through the crowd with a fierce gale that left death or injury in its wake. Against such a colossal war machine, ordinary cybernetic enhancements bore no distant, however. All individuals could only cower within their abodes, trembling in terror as they gazed outside at the roaring steel colossus, wantonly pursuing and annihilating another mysterious force. Mechas. Why have mechas appeared in the camp? Could it be that the Federation, unable to tolerate the gathering of the wasteland, has commenced a purge? Fear, panic, restlessness. Ultimately, these emotions coalesced into silent shivers and breathless prayers. The armed traffickers were utterly on the brink of collapse. Not only were they a rabble, but even a well-trained regular army would not foolishly march to their demise in a battle they could not possibly engage in, without equivalent mechas or heavy firepower. Remaining here would only mean succumbing to slaughter. Run. Run faster than your companions. The once overwhelming armed forces, which had filled by way with despair, scattered in an instant like birds and beasts fleeing. This, however, brought great distress to Lin Yu. The Dawn was merely a first-generation mecha, and a crude, hastily made version at that. It was quite unrealistic to expect to detain this group of fleeing armed traffickers. In the end, he could only charge forth helplessly, striving to capture a few. The enemy general's name was known, and he would not slay nameless foes. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Lin Yu searched through the deep, murky mud and discovered a metallic sphere formed by the contorted remains of a mechanical body beneath the ruins. I am nameless. Lin Yu. Excellent. It was Elbu who promised not to kill you, not my concern. Lin Yu had no intention of engaging in any wordplay. He directly commanded the Dawn to extend its hand, and lift the spherical figure. Perhaps thanks to the complete transformation of his body into mechanical augmentations, although his combat prowess could never rival that of a mech. The leading cyberneticist's survival instincts had indeed reached their zenith. Despite his entire physique being twisted and rendered inoperative, it should not pose a problem to extract some intelligence. It is clear that lingering in the lair of the Black Serpent is no longer tenable. Let us tidy up and depart post-haste. As for this individual, see if you can dismantle him, preferably leaving only the head, sufficient for gathering information. Upon returning to his dwelling, which had succumbed to half its collapse, Lin Yu unceremoniously tossed Harold the hyena before by way. However, he himself did not disembark from his mech, having just engaged in battle. He was uncertain if there were still hidden assailants lurking in the shadows, wary of being targeted by a sniper. His physical form remained entirely unprotected, devoid of any modifications. Wholly vulnerable, having been felled by a single bullet. Now, it is your turn. Lin Yu strode towards the restroom stall where Rupert resided. His crimson eyes glinting as they lowered slightly, his enormous frame casting a shadow that obscured the light, much like an ominous cloud eclipsing the sun. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, Rupert had astonishingly sustained only a shattered arm amidst the recent turmoil. Though his consciousness was clouded from significant blood loss, how could a scoundrel, relying on a seemingly harmless visage to ensnare others, orchestrate such a scene? Is this your final testament? Lin Yu's cold voice echoed from the mech speakers. Confronted with death, Rupert, who had initially resolved to accept his fate with equanimity, could not suppress the surge of fear within him, making one last desperate attempt. Hyena. Hyena Harold is a madman devoid of reason. He could never divulge the location of the base. Devoid of reason? Lin Yu pondered this revelation, yet the thought felt amiss. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she queried, "Are you certain? How then did he just engage in a wordplay with me, pleading for mercy?" Rupert's eyes widened in realization, and he lamented. "If you are unwilling to let me go, why? You yourself said it. Why should I?" Lin Yu replied softly. Rupert's expression froze. He raised his gaze to Lin Yu, to the dilapidated yet imposing steel behemoth, to the ominous shadows looming above him. In that moment, time itself seemed to come to a standstill. Chapter 13. Cybernetic Technology. However, wary of potential enemies lurking in the shadows, Lin Yu deemed it unwise to abandon the mech, remaining on alert while entrusting the task of salvaging spoils to Bai Wei. "Brother Lin, I found a cryogenic storage unit. The label suggests it contains the Starry Sky disease suppressant you seek." After rummaging through the vehicles operated by the armed traffickers, Bai Wei soon returned with promising news for Lin Yu. The Starry Sky disease suppressant should indeed be the very item he had commissioned from Rupert. This is indeed of paramount significance to Lin Yu. After all, without this item, according to Rupert, his remaining time would not exceed a month. Furthermore, the onset of the stellar sickness would lead to rapid organ failure, rendering that remaining month hardly bearable. Now that the suppressant is in hand, although its exact efficacy remains uncertain, it nonetheless affords him a modicum of additional time. As long as he is able to act, he can still seek avenues for treatment. For now, he must secure it, placing everything onto that cargo truck over there. Lin Yu nodded, gesturing towards a fully enclosed cargo truck left behind by the armed traffickers. In this technologically advanced world, flying vehicles certainly exist. However, air superiority is of utmost importance, and considerations regarding energy consumption and cost-effectiveness render conventional vehicles, those primitive four-wheeled ground transports, the most prevalent choice. After all, the energy consumption of aviation engines is on an entirely different level compared to standard electric and internal combustion engines, and the very act of flight necessitates a counterbalance for the vehicle's weight. Moreover, the issue of air superiority is critical, whether among federations, consortiums, or private entities. None would appreciate having others soaring above them, as a bomb dropped from such heights could spell disaster. Thus, while flying cars and shuttles do exist, they are primarily regarded as luxuries, with private operation requiring special flight paths. In reality, the most commonly utilized vehicles remain conventional cars, albeit with enhanced performance and greater intelligence. This fully enclosed cargo truck was likely employed by the armed traffickers for transporting themselves or their goods. Yet its ample interior space is perfectly suited for Lin Yu to carry the Dawn Mecha. Brother Lin, many of these individuals have undergone cybernetic enhancements. If we seek the expertise of a cybernetic surgeon for transplantation, they might still be of use. Should we gather them? At this moment, Bai Wei perhaps truly glimpsed a glimmer of hope for rescuing her sister in Lin Yu, or perhaps an involuntary reverence arose within her heart. as she reverted to her previous demeanor of compliance towards Lin Yu, naturally addressing him as Brother Lin once more. Let us select a few valuable items. We must not linger too long, as we need to depart swiftly. Lin Yu nodded slightly, his crimson eyes shimmering gently in the twilight. Brother Lin, do you not have any plans for cybernetic enhancements? I noticed that the cybernetics on that iron-faced man were rather impressive. Bai Wei inquired with curiosity. As for limb and organ type enhancements, they can be disregarded. However, some amplifying auxiliary modules might indeed be worth considering. Lin Yu shook his head and replied, I have always struggled to comprehend the motivations behind such choices. For those who are already impaired, it may be understandable. But what drives individuals to voluntarily replace their limbs with mechanical ones? If the goal is to enhance combat capabilities, one could simply opt for exoskeletal armor. The original intent behind the development of cybernetics was medical in nature. However, the strength of a mechanical arm can easily surpass that of an ordinary person, naturally attracting those who seek power to voluntarily undergo enhancements. Consequently, companies and corporations, in pursuit of profit, have inevitably shifted the focus of cybernetics research towards military applications. Bai Wei, with her formal training, was evidently more articulate than Lin Yu in this regard. She elaborated, moreover, mechas and exoskeleton armors are exorbitantly priced military weapons, inaccessible to ordinary individuals due to financial and logistical constraints. However, cybernetic prosthetics are still legally recognized as legitimate medical devices. One merely needs to consult a prosthetic specialist to obtain one. Additionally, the technological complexity and costs associated with cybernetic prosthetics are significantly lower than those of exoskeleton armors. As medical apparatuses that can replace limbs or even vital organs, they can be legally carried within the city without restrictions. With this explanation, Lin Yu immediately grasped the concept. Medical devices, as prosthetics or life-sustaining organs, even the Federation could not just mandate their removal. Thus, cybernetic prosthetics possess an inherent legality and discretion, alleviating concerns regarding transport. Furthermore, one cannot overlook the aspect of survivability. Replacing limbs and organs with mechanical prosthetics significantly enhances one's resilience and capacity to withstand impacts far beyond that of an average individual. Moreover, cybernetic prosthetics do not conflict with exoskeleton armors or mechas. Once one undergoes prosthetic augmentation, their body gains enhanced durability, thereby reducing the operational demands on armors and optimizing their performance, or even buying time for armor deployment. Lin, do not underestimate the potential of cybernetic prosthetics. While standard models may not be excessively powerful, certain advanced prosthetics can indeed rival exoskeleton armors or even mechas, albeit through different developmental pathways, Bai Wei added. Oh, comparable to mechas? Lin Yu's interest was thoroughly piqued. He is indeed a fervent admirer of immense strength, for with equal technique, a larger form naturally possesses greater power. The technology of prosthetics, primarily designed to replace and enhance the human body, tends to be quite diminutive. To claim it rivals exoskeletal armor is one thing, but to compare it to mechs? It stands to reason that mechanical prosthetics and mechanical exoskeletal armor are fundamentally divergent yet convergent technologies. How could I, a dignified level 4 mech engineer, remain oblivious? The specifics elude me. I have merely heard whispers, as advanced prosthetics are closely guarded secrets of major conglomerates. Bai Wei's words elicited an eye roll from Lin Yu, who had just piqued his interest. Nonetheless, this conversation undeniably softened his previously held biases against prosthetic technology. While he might still struggle to accept the notion of transforming himself into machinery, he could not help but envy the myriad advantages of cybernetic enhancements, particularly their formidable survival capabilities. Reflecting on survival, Lin Yu recalled his current reluctance to disembark from the mech, a sentiment that left him rather frustrated. He then remembered the energy shield he had observed on Bai Wei before the onset of battle. The Federation indeed possesses energy shield technology, yet it is predominantly deployed on warships and mechs, as this technology demands an immense consumption of energy and computational power. Miniaturization has always posed a significant challenge. To his knowledge, the most successful iteration of a compact energy shield is merely a handheld device that, upon activation, expands into the form of an energy shield. This portable energy shield prioritizes convenience, yet its endurance is rather poor. To mitigate computational demands, it employs a fixed framework, limiting its capacity to either condense into a shield or establish a stationary energy barrier. However, the energy shield enveloping Bai Wei clung to her skin like a delicate membrane. adapting seamlessly to her movements and even reshaping with her gestures. It possessed capabilities for automatic detection and defense against attacks, likely encompassing significant computational functions for energy distribution and force dissipation. Such sophistication exceeds the realm of ordinary energy shield technology. Furthermore, this intimate layer could withstand physical assaults. Even minimal protection against low-caliber electromagnetic firearms rendered it a formidable defense tool. The specifics eluded me, but I suspect it was an augmentation implanted by my sister. Chapter 14. A transaction indeed. The topic of Bai Wei's sister was one they both endeavored to avoid, an insurmountable obstacle in their conversation. For over a month, since the original owner of this body had deceived the girl, and the abduction of her sister had occurred even earlier, more than 2 months had elapsed. In this span of time, even if they could locate the headquarters of Rupert's organization, it was likely that the girl's sister had already been sold off, possibly enduring unbearable torment that could have led to her demise. Nonetheless, Bai Wei's recent words offered Lin Yu a glimmer of hope. The existence of such an advanced energy shield technology implied that her sister was perhaps far more complex than she appeared. Moreover, if Bai Wei could undergo such augmentation, could her sister not possess similar enhancements? Perhaps it was for these reasons that Bai Wei managed to retain her hope and composure in these dire circumstances. If all hope were truly lost, they could not maintain such a tranquil demeanor in their confrontation. Forget it, enough time has been wasted. Let us move on from this rather weighty topic. Lin Yu, too, felt no desire to continue scavenging for spoils. Bai Wei, accompanied by the Hyena Herald, boarded the fully enclosed cargo vehicle, while Lin Yu chose to remain momentarily outside, piloting the Dawn Mecha ahead to pave the way. Together, they swiftly made their way towards the camp's exit under the gradually rising sun. Old Zhang, stop looking and hide quickly. The Mecha is coming. It's uncertain whether it's sent by the Federation or some other sinister faction. Be careful not to get burned. In the dilapidated junkyard, a neighbor, upon spotting the Mecha, hastily ducked into hiding and tugged at old Zhang. A Mecha, constructed from discarded parts. It cannot be, it should not be. Even after Lin Yu's Dawn had vanished from sight, old Zhang continued to fixate on the direction it had departed. Murmuring in a daze, Old Zhang, you, the neighbor gently prodded old Zhang once more. Where did that Mecha come from? Did you see anything? Suddenly, old Zhang spoke up, his tone laced with an unintentional urgency. From Grey Rat Street, I heard it burst forth from someone's home, escaping the clutches of an unknown force dam. It must be that kid. Without a doubt, it's him. Old Zhang's hands trembled with excitement, his face flushed as if awakening from a dream, and he dashed outside. Judging by his fervor, it seemed he intended to pursue Lin Yu. Alas, the Mecha moved with such swiftness that it had already vanished from the streets. He could only chase for a few steps before stopping breathlessly, regretting his decision with a heavy heart. However, at this moment, Lin Yu had not actually left the camp. Just as he reached the entrance, he was confronted by a group of individuals. The Black Snake Gang, you intend to block my way? Lin Yu recognized the attire of those obstructing him, his voice icy, and the crimson hue in his eyes seemed to darken even further. These individuals were the security team of the Black Snake camp. Of course, this was merely a euphemistic designation. In reality, they were the armed forces of the camp's rulers. The Black Snake Gang. Do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill will towards you. A solemn-looking middle-aged man of East Asian descent stepped forward from the security team. Humph. Lin Yu merely scoffed, unwilling to engage in conversation. No ill will? How could one believe that the armed forces behind Rupert's human trafficking organization could infiltrate so easily without collusion with the Black Snake camp? You must understand. This is the wasteland, a place teeming with all manner of people. Few are entirely innocent. To sustain the Black Snake camp, we cannot afford to be overly lenient. The serious middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated Lin Yu's thoughts and elaborated. The CO organization has a customary practice of coming here for rest and transport. We did not foresee a conflict with you, nor did we expect, nor did you anticipate that you would encounter someone as formidable as myself, correct? Lin Yu smirked. Indeed, it is surprising that such a small camp as the Black Snake could give rise to a talent like you. The serious middle-aged man, slightly embarrassed, composed himself and earnestly corrected. Very well, I shall tentatively accept your assertion. Your Excellency inquired, so I shall be forthright. The solemn middle-aged man clasped his hands and said, I am the Black Snake. I have intercepted you to discuss a business proposition. Are you truly the Black Snake? Lin Yu expressed a hint of surprise. Upon hearing the name, he had anticipated that the mastermind behind the Black Snake camp would possess a sinister and ruthless demeanor. Yet he was met with this somewhat stern and austere man. However, This momentary astonishment swiftly faded as he continued. What business do you speak of? I have already inquired about the situation, and if I am not mistaken, your next move should be to seek out the headquarters of the Sioux organization? Blacksnake's speech bore a somewhat cryptic quality. Had Lin Yu still been embodying the persona of El Bu, he would have found it quite appealing. Your Excellency's mech indeed possesses the capability to traverse through ordinary troops with ease, yet it is fundamentally constructed from discarded parts, representing merely the most basic form of mech. It lacks the advanced weaponry modules that characterize most formal mechs. With only alloy armor, you are unlikely to withstand heavy weaponry. This time, the Hyena Herald and his team are out transporting goods without heavy armaments, but their headquarters surely possesses them. To speak candidly, should you find yourself surrounded or engaged in prolonged combat, your chances of survival would be exceedingly grim. Are you suggesting that you can assist me? Lin Yu remained non-committal. The Dawn is indeed not a true mech. No matter how ingeniously designed, it is merely an assemblage of discarded components. Moreover, when compared to authentic battle mechs, Dawn is woefully deficient, lacking in armor systems, shield systems, flight systems, missile defense systems, radar systems, and an array of thermal weaponry. At present, Dawn resembles a blank canvas. A mere bare chassis of the most rudimentary kind, akin to a relic on the verge of obsolescence. However, such is the predicament. It is indeed a challenge for a skilled artisan to craft without materials. These components are either cutting-edge technology or military-grade, and it is nearly impossible to salvage them from a heap of scrap. One cannot conjure them from thin air. This is the business proposition I wish to discuss with you. Upon successful completion, I am willing to provide a set of red bumblebee decoy missile modules along with a batch of anti-radiation micromissiles. Blacksnake smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Of course. Prior to that, to demonstrate our sincerity, I have prepared 3 doses of starry sky suppressants for you. As his words fell, an associate approached with a cryogenic storage box, opening it to reveal 3 translucent, needle-free syringes, still emitting wisps of white mist. Chapter 15. Weapon Systems. It appears that your preparations are indeed quite thorough. He had to admit that the offer put forth by Blacksnake was exceedingly tempting. The 3 doses of starry sky suppressants need no elaboration. They are akin to a life-extending elixir for him at this juncture. As for the so-called red bumblebee decoy missile modules and anti-radiation missiles, both are well-known weapon systems. The red bumblebee decoy missile is an exceptionally powerful bait missile, capable of emitting infrared energy and even simulating infrared imaging, rendering it a formidable counter to infrared homing guidance and imaging systems. Almost any object above absolute zero exhibits thermal motion, inevitably emitting infrared radiation. Consequently, this phenomenon has become one of the most widely employed guidance technologies for numerous small missiles, particularly for individual anti-tank missiles. The red bee decoy can effectively mislead missiles utilizing such guidance systems, causing them to deviate from their trajectories and detonate prematurely, thereby rendering the Dawn immune to a significant portion of conventional heavy weaponry. The backlight anti-radiation missile serves a similar purpose. However, while the red bee decoy focuses on deception and defense, the backlight anti-radiation missile is an active offensive weapon. The term anti-radiation encapsulates its essence. The anti-radiation missile, also known as the anti-radar missile, is designed to detect the electromagnetic radiation emitted by enemy radar, lock onto it, and subsequently destroy the source. Platforms capable of deploying radar include mechs, aircraft, and naval vessels, as well as missiles utilizing radar-guided targeting technology. In the case of the former, the backlight anti-radiation missile can directly lock onto and annihilate enemy radar installations, while for the latter, it can intercept radar-guided missiles. It can be asserted that with these 2 formidable weapon systems, offensive and defensive, the Dawn has transcended its initial state as a mere blank slate mech, evolving into a combat mech capable of effortlessly overpowering most conventional forces. Now, let us discuss the specifics of the transaction. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu felt a surge of desire. This advanced military armament system would be unattainable through conventional means, not only in the wasteland, but even within the city. If what Blacksnake claimed is true, then this opportunity must not be missed. As for the search for Bai Wei's sister, Blacksnake's earlier analysis was not merely alarmist. Directly approaching the headquarters of the Sioux organization indeed poses considerable risks. Rather than ultimately failing to achieve one's objectives and losing one's life in the process, it is far wiser to prepare adequately in advance. After all, it has already been over 2 months since Bai Wei's sister was sent away. so there is no urgent need to rush in the coming days. At present, I am not entirely certain about the details. Primarily, I request your esteemed cooperation in a certain endeavor, which you may perceive as a mercenary task. Other mercenary teams will also be involved at that time. A smile graced the face of Black Snake. This is something to consider, though I cannot guarantee completion. Should the risks exceed expectations, I will withdraw independently. The vague assertions from the other party caused Lin Yu to furrow his brow slightly, yet after a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. The conditions presented were indeed quite alluring, and moreover, he had no desire to engage in conflict with the Black Snake camp unless absolutely necessary. The CO organization possesses formidable firepower. Thus it stands to reason that the Black Snake gang, which allows the CO organization and other such desperados to enter their territory, must have its own means of defense. With that established, the terms of this arrangement are settled. Black Snake initially exhibited a smile, then promptly assumed a serious demeanor, with several days remaining before our departure. You may take the opportunity to rest within the camp. I assure you, in the name of the Black Snake gang, that you will be entirely safe here. Should you require accommodations or have any other needs, we can certainly discuss arrangements. I shall not be modest then. Please arrange for me a quiet place to stay. Lin Yu exhibited no signs of hesitation. One ought to seize a bargain when the opportunity presents itself. After all, his own home had collapsed, leaving him in search of shelter. The notion of seeking alternative lodging was utterly futile, as the entire gathering area was under the dominion of the Black Snake gang, making it impossible to evade their watchful eyes regardless of where he chose to reside. Very well, Your Excellency, you may simply follow Xiaoqi. He will make the necessary arrangements. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to consult him. The Black Serpent summoned a cool youth with striking white hair to lead the way, while he himself turned away with the others, without exchanging any further pleasantries. Lin Yu and Bai Wei were escorted to a luxurious villa situated at the edge of the camp. While the wasteland may lack many things, it certainly does not lack housing. With 3D printing technology, a low-rise building can be constructed in less than a day, and various modular housing options can be assembled even more swiftly. Nonetheless, this place serves as a gathering point, and even within this realm, such a spacious villa is considered rather opulent, reflecting the sincerity of the Black Serpent. Apologies, it seems we may have to delay for a few more days. Once the youth Xiaoqi departed, Lin Yu activated the rudimentary detection system of Dawn to ensure the surroundings posed no risks or hidden threats. Before driving the newly acquired fully enclosed cargo truck into position, after putting Dawn into sleep mode and exiting the cockpit, Lin Yu turned to Bai Wei, who was waiting by the cargo door, and offered an apologetic expression. I understand. I had initially intended for you, Brother Lin, to agree. As thorough preparation increases our chances of success, Bai Wei nodded, pausing before changing the subject. But, Brother Lin, do you truly trust the members of the Black Serpent gang? There is no question of trust. It is merely a transaction. If it fails, we shall walk away. Then I shall take this opportunity to procure additional supplies for the vehicle over the next few days, Bai Wei replied, nodding in agreement. I had the same thought, and I also intend to utilize this time to modify the Mecha. Lin Yu chuckled softly. Although the recent fierce battle could be described as a complete rout, El Bu was not without his frustrations. While the Mecha compensated for his physical frailty, the act of wielding such a clumsy and unwieldy machine, striking with bare hands, hardly aligned with his stature as the world's foremost warrior. He did not dare to wish for the likes of Dian Wei's red hair and the linked armor, but surely the Feng Tian Huaji should be arranged? Coincidentally, he had also gathered a considerable amount of data for testing, allowing for adjustments and optimizations to the Dawn mech. Of course, it must be noted that he felt a slight itch to engage. After all, previously, whether due to Bai Wei or Rupert, his simulated persona had fulfilled the requirements for an upgrade, elevating his skills to LV2. The effects of the LV2 simulated persona were remarkably formidable. It was no longer merely a reflection, but included fabricated narratives of experiences and memories. Although these were constructs of his imagination, many aspects remained constrained by his own knowledge and cognitive capacity. Nonetheless, the majority of the extrapolations proved to be both authentic and effective. Chapter 16, Feng Tian Huaji. For instance, the combat experiences, horsemanship, halberd techniques, and archery he acquired under the persona of El Bu, while not entirely surpassing his own cognitive boundaries, paralleled the results of his brain operating at peak efficiency, analyzing, simulating, and deducing countless times. The potential of the human brain is not inferior to that of any supercomputer. In a sense, artificial intelligence and computers originally stem from the pursuit of simulating the human brain. Indeed, the brain itself embodies a remarkably powerful form of intelligence and computational ability. Upon transitioning into the persona of Elbu, he acquired combat techniques and experiences that were nearly indistinguishable from first-hand mastery of martial skills. The sudden infusion of Elbu's formidable prowess was undeniably tantalizing. However, it was lamentable that one must adopt a specific persona to access the corresponding memories and experiences, and the selection of this persona was not entirely within his control. The fabricated memories were inherently rooted in his own knowledge and understanding. Undoubtedly, the ability to assume a persona was an extraordinary skill, yet Lin Yu still found himself yearning for more. Reflecting on this, his gaze inevitably drifted towards the peculiar panel that allowed him to upgrade his skills. Name: Lin Yu Physique 0. 8 Mentality 1. 5 Cognitive Domain 1. 1 Skills: Mecha Engineering LV4, Persona Assimilation LV2. Skill: Persona Assimilation Level LV2. Description: Brief upgrade requirement: Elevate a simulated persona to renown. The vagueness of the upgrade requirement was perplexing. To what extent could one be deemed renowned? In the heat of prior battles, Lin Yu had scarcely taken note of the requirements for advancing his secondary persona, and now, upon a cursory glance, his brow instinctively furrowed. It presented a condition that was neither trivial nor excessively daunting. The primary issue lay in the ambiguity of its standards. Who could ascertain what level of fame constituted renown? Was it within a camp, the wasteland, a city, the Federation, a planet, or even a galaxy? Interestingly, the upgrade requirements for the 4th level of mecha engineering bore a similarly frustrating stipulation. Upgrade requirement testing: Engage in a high-intensity battle using one's own creations to assess their performance, flaws, and environmental adaptability. Initially, I believed this to be the simplest of the 3 upgrade requirements in mech engineering. However, it has proven to be more complex than anticipated. At the very least, despite recently annihilating a fully cybernetic hyena named Harold along with a heavily armed squad, I have failed to meet this criterion. Heaven knows how intense a high-intensity battle must be. Nevertheless, I shall take it one step at a time. There will always be opportunities for upgrades. For now, I must strive to enhance my knowledge and experiences, and ideally, find ways to elevate my cerebral attributes. Lin Yu pondered over his circumstances. The peculiar upgrade panel is undeniably the cornerstone of his existence. While the mimetic persona is indeed a remarkable ability, it is, in essence, merely a skill that serves him alone. If the mimetic persona only alters personality, it fundamentally remains a psychiatric trait. Even if it enables the fabrication and extrapolation of memories, it is still predicated upon the knowledge and cerebral capacity he possesses. The outcomes are not conjured from thin air, but require his awareness or cognition. Should he be an unlearned fool devoid of sufficient knowledge and experience, this skill would prove utterly futile. The combat memories conjured by the persona of Elbu are inextricably linked to foundational knowledge in various fields such as engineering, mechanics, and bionics, all integral to mech engineering. Only by mastering a broader spectrum of knowledge and skills, particularly in disciplines like mech engineering, can he apply them to technological development and serve as the bedrock for the extrapolation of memories and experiences when his persona is born. Lacking knowledge and depth, and with insufficient cerebral computational power, even if he were to simulate a super-genius mecha engineer, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to transcend his current circumstances. Thus, his foremost priority remains the acquisition and enhancement of more skills, followed closely by the pursuit of improving his physical attributes. Brother Lin, will you be using these suppressants now? Or, after organizing various items and spoils, by way approached with several vials of starry sky disease suppressants. Let us first use the one we found ourselves. Those given by Black Snake can be reserved. Lin Yu interrupted his thoughts, accepting one of the boxes. Such substances are not prone to deceit. These injectable medications typically utilize single-use, needle-free injectors that are hermetically sealed from the moment of manufacture. They require no needle for administration, as the liquid molecules can penetrate the dermis under high pressure and enter the body directly. In addition to their packaging, these agents bear unique identifiers, allowing their production and sales trajectories to be traced through network connections, rendering authenticity transparent. Lin Yu swiftly picked up the vial seized from the Theo organization. No, wait. It should be the one I purchased myself, he remarked as he prepared to inject it. How does it feel? Is it effective? Baiwei inquired. It cannot work that swiftly, Lin Yu replied with a roll of his eyes. 3 days passed in a blink. Of course, he did not remain idle. Leveraging the privileges granted by Blacksnake's organization, he successfully implemented numerous modifications to Dawn. Initially, the machine underwent extensive fine-tuning, transitioning from its original clumsy form to a combat style more aligned with the persona of Lu Bu. This involved reducing certain bulkiness while enhancing agility, resulting in a more elongated and elegant silhouette. Furthermore, aesthetic modifications were made. The switch to the Lu Bu persona inevitably introduced idiosyncrasies unique to that character. The external armor of the mech was entirely repainted in a glossy black finish, with lines adopting a sharply defined metallic style, interspersed with echoes of ancient terrestrial armors, particularly at the apex, where 2 elongated, flamboyant feathers were added. Naturally, the Fangtian Huaji was indispensable. Lin Yu crafted 2 versions of the Fangtian Huaji, a larger one for the mech's armament and a smaller one for practice. The smaller version served merely as a training tool, while the larger weapon received more meticulous attention. The mech's Fangtian Huaji was constructed entirely from high-strength alloys, with a design that leaned towards modern technological aesthetics, featuring a matte black and silver color scheme, characterized by angular lines and distinct edges. Functionally, the crescent blades on either side employed high-frequency oscillation technology, achieving a razor-sharp cutting effect capable of slicing through metal with ease. The spear tips similarly utilized high-speed rotation, resembling a drill to enhance its penetrating power. Such a weapon would have been regarded as a divine artifact in ancient Earth, yet here, it is relatively commonplace. Technically, the construction posed little challenge. However, the effectiveness was somewhat lacking. In terms of ease of use, melee weapons like chainsaw swords or slicing sabers would undoubtedly prove to be far more practical. However, there was no alternative. After all, Lu Bu was inherently skilled with the Fangdianhua halberd, an instrument that, in comparison to ordinary melee weapons, certainly exuded a sense of grandeur. Strength was merely a matter of perspective, but style was a lifelong pursuit. Perhaps the name Dawn was somewhat inappropriate. Ultimately, it was modified to align with Lu Bu's combat style, so it might as well be directly named Lu Bu Armor. Chapter 17. Team Giovanni. Mr. Lin, our leader requests your presence. On the 4th day, the white-haired youth known as Shao Qi made his return. Lin Yu instantly understood that his period of recuperation had come to an end. Let us go? After informing Baiwei, Lin Yu followed Shao Qi to the central headquarters of the Black Snake Gang located at the heart of the camp. Brother Lin, how have you been resting these past few days? Upon seeing Lin Yu, the Black Snake greeted him with a smile, adopting a more familiar address. Quite well. Lin Yu was not particularly adept at engaging in superficial pleasantries, so he opted to address the matter directly. Let us speak of business. Haha, indeed. The reason I called you here, Brother Lin, is naturally concerning our previous transaction. The Black Snake nodded and continued, now that the principal party has arrived. I was just about to go welcome them, and thought to invite you along as well. All right, let us proceed. Lin Yu was somewhat curious about who warranted such a grand reception from the Black Snake, but refrained from probing further, simply nodding in agreement. Thus, upon arriving at the camp center, before he could even settle down, he found himself accompanying the Black Snake and others to the western gate of the camp. After a wait of approximately 15 minutes, a convoy emerged from the swirling dust, traversing the desolate terrain before finally coming to a halt at the entrance of the camp. Lin Yu glanced casually at the procession, which consisted of an off-road jeep, a camper van, and 3 fully enclosed heavy trucks. Notably, the 3 heavy trucks were particularly large, their cargo areas sealed tightly, concealing their contents from view. With a resounding thud, the doors of the trucks were slammed shut, and 6 individuals disembarked from the leading jeep. At the forefront was a bald, muscular man, his face obscured by a metallic mask resembling both a restraint and a respirator, with multiple signs of cybernetic implants adorning his limbs and chest. Following him were 3 men and 2 women, some clad in camouflage military attire, others dressed in jackets and jeans, and a few donning hoods, each ensemble more peculiar than the last. Despite their eccentric appearances, the unmistakable marks of cybernetic enhancements were evident, and they were all heavily armed, with firearms and grenades strapped across their bodies. Upon disembarking, the 6 did not immediately approach the group led by Heish. Instead, they turned to the rear and retrieved a handsome young man with a fair complexion from the camper van. The 6 encircled the young man protectively before advancing toward the Heish camp. However, they ultimately paused at a short distance, with only the bald man stepping forward. Jova. Heish greeted him with a beaming smile, eagerly offering a warm embrace. Where are the reinforcements you promised me? The bald man's voice, distorted by the respirator, responded. They are here. How could I dare neglect your orders? The smile of the black snake softened slightly as he turned around and gestured towards Lin Yu, saying, This is the one. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Hello. The burly bald man scrutinized Lin Yu, his gaze tinged with a hint of confusion. However, upon glancing at the black snake and noticing his somewhat smug and self-satisfied smile, he suppressed his doubts and extended his large hand, resembling a fan, towards Lin Yu in a friendly manner. One could not deny that this imposing bald man appeared remarkably formidable, his physique akin to that of a powerful bear poised to strike, and his extensive mechanical body modifications gave the impression of confronting a humanoid machine. Hello. Though somewhat apprehensive that the enormous mechanical hand, larger than his own head, might inadvertently crush his slender limbs, Lin Yu nonetheless reached out his hand. Lin Yu, and you are? Giovanni, the black snake interjected with a renewed smile, continuing the introductions. Please, follow me. After exchanging nods, Giovanni led the black snake and Lin Yu toward the group of 6 individuals in the rear. At this point, Lin Yu began to grasp the situation. Giovanni and the others who had just disembarked from the jeep were presumably the mercenary team that the black snake had mentioned would be acting together. The reason the black snake had sought him out was that Giovanni had given him a heads up to assist in finding allies. As for the individual surrounded by guards, he was likely the employer for this venture. Mr. Zhao, this is. Giovanni brought Lin Yu and the others before the handsome young man, who was being closely guarded. As the introduction was about to commence, a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing glasses, hurriedly descended from a nearby vehicle and approached the handsome young man with brisk steps, whispering a few words into his ear. I apologize for the interruption, everyone, but I must urgently enter the city to meet someone. The young man, guarded by Giovanni and others, politely interjected with a hint of regret. Not at all, Mr. Zhao. Your important matters take precedence. We are merely here to assist you, Black Snake interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. With the employer having spoken, there was little else to be said. Naturally, the priority lay with him. The group momentarily set aside their previous discussions and swiftly followed the young man named Zhao into the camp. Instead of heading to the headquarters of the Black Snake gang, they were led by the bespectacled middle-aged man to a specific location within the camp. As they progressed, Lin Yu felt an increasing sense of familiarity with their surroundings, ultimately stopping at a scrapyard. This is Old Zhang's scrapyard, he thought. Please wait outside for a moment. The young Zhao instructed the group as they arrived at the entrance of the scrapyard. He proceeded inside with only the bespectacled man. However, since the scrapyard was open for business and lacked any barriers, the others could still observe what transpired within. Old Zhang was lounging on a deck chair, his face obscured by a worn hat, leisurely basking in the sun. Excuse me, is this Old Zhang? Upon hearing the footsteps, Old Zhang had already intended to lift his hat and rise. Upon hearing the polite and respectful voice of the young man surnamed Zhao, his actions abruptly halted, and he lowered the hat that had covered his face, irritably waving his hand in dismissal. What nonsense! There is no one named Zhang here. The young man surnamed Zhao and the bespectacled middle-aged man found themselves abruptly rebuffed, exchanging glances before surveying the glaringly visible sign at the entrance. Crudely crafted from a tattered plastic sheet and inscribed with red paint, Zhang Laotu's scrap station, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Could this Zhang Laotu be some concealed sage? Lin Yu, observing this scene from outside, was taken aback and turned to Black Snake. It seems so, Black Snake replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. What do you mean by it seems so? Aren't you the leader of this camp? Lin Yu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Do you know how many cockroaches and rats reside in your home? Black Snake maintained a stoic expression. Well, that is indeed a reasonable point. Lin Yu fell silent. I have heard that you frequent such places often. You should be more familiar with them, Black Snake inquired. Not particularly acquainted. I've only dealt with this Zhang Laotu a couple of times, but his discerning eye is indeed remarkable, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, a voice, somewhat familiar, echoed. Who dares to speak ill of me behind my back? It appeared that Zhang Laotu, who had been feigning slumber, erupted into a tirade but quickly seemed to realize the futility of his act, springing up from his recliner. Zhang. To their surprise, Zhang Laotu simply brushed them aside. Away with you, don't block the way. I've already said there is no one named Zhang here. Old Zhang hurriedly pushed past the youth, barely taking the time to put on his shoes before rushing to the entrance of the scrap station. Lin, Are you out there? Upon spotting Lin Yu standing outside, his heart swelled with joy, and the burdens of recent days vanished in an instant. His back no longer ached, and his legs felt light. Is it truly you? You haven't fled? Do you need something? Lin Yu replied, feeling somewhat stiff and puzzled under the sudden scrutiny of multiple gazes. Of course, I have something to discuss. You promised to collaborate with me, and I have devised a plan that will ensure our success and allow us to achieve greatness. Old Zhang exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly, oblivious to those around him. When did I ever agree to collaborate with you? I mentioned that I came here because I was struggling to get by. Lin Yu retorted, exasperated. You made quite the scene and fled the camp just a few days ago. Surely that indicates you were having difficulties? Old Zhang countered. Realization dawned on Lin Yu. It seemed that old Zhang had witnessed his ruckus at the camp and astutely connected it to him. However, the idea of abandoning a clearly formidable employer to instead discuss expanding the scrap station left Lin Yu at a loss for words. Well, this is the leader of Black Snake Camp. Do I appear to be struggling? Lin Yu gestured toward Black Snake, subtly shifting the topic and offering Black Snake an opportunity to interject. While old Zhang could chatter away without a care, he felt it inappropriate to do the same. Just as the introductions were about to commence, the eager Zhao youth, who had been waiting impatiently at the side, seized the opportunity to interject. The Black Serpent, quick to adapt, took Lin Yu's hand and introduced him. This is Lin Yu, the assistant that Xiao asked me to find. Mr. Zhao. Do not be deceived by Lin's youthful appearance. He is quite remarkable. The Black Serpent animatedly recounted Lin Yu's illustrious achievements. The fact that he had managed to fabricate a mech using discarded parts in the wasteland was indeed impressive. Upon hearing the Black Serpent's introduction, the Zhao youth, who initially sought merely to engage in conversation, could not help but display a hint of astonishment. After all, anywhere one goes. To design and construct a mech single-handedly, especially from an assortment of unpredictable, discarded components, is a commendable feat. Moreover, Lin Yu appeared to be a mere boy. Such talent would undoubtedly be regarded as elite within the city. However, while the Black Serpent may have had good intentions, Lin Yu seemed ill-suited for the role of assistant, particularly in the presence of a legendary ace mechanic nearby. What are you staring at? Are you trying to steal my apprentice? Old Zhang eyed the Zhao youth warily. The Zhao youth, maintaining a respectful demeanor, explained his intentions and attempted to reason with him. What do you mean by old Zhang? What technician association? Do they have associations for bathing and massages too? Old Zhang appeared utterly bewildered. Forget it. You should abandon that thought. I, a gentleman, acquire wealth through rightful means. At my age, I cannot lower myself to be some technician. Old Zhang, the Zhao youth, upon hearing this, grew increasingly anxious. It is utterly perplexing. I have clearly stated that my surname is not Zhang. The old man, Zhang, speaks nonsense with his eyes wide open. Yet he does not engage Lin Yu in idle chatter, instead turning and striding towards the recycling station. Old Zhang, the young man with the surname Zhao, witnessing the old man's departure, gritted his teeth and declared, "We have discovered the wreckage of the Oath's dawn." Instantly, Zhang's pace faltered. Where? He turned his head, fixing a penetrating gaze upon the young Zhao, his expression dark and menacing, as if ready to tear apart anyone who dared to utter falsehoods. A formidable aura enveloped the vicinity, rendering the very air stifling, causing one to forget the act of breathing. At the association, as long as you, Zhao pressed on, but Zhang swiftly interjected, this matter is non-negotiable. A moment of silence ensued, leaving the young man at a loss for words. How about this? We are about to embark on a mission, and we would be honored if you would accompany us, old Zhang, suggested a bespectacled middle-aged man standing behind Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, old Zhang. Would you be so kind as to join us on this mission? By involving him in their undertaking, they would have more time to converse and persuade him, which was certainly preferable to being met with constant refusal. Moreover, having such a formidable ally by their side would be invaluable. If he was reluctant to act, surely when faced with the threat of death, he would not simply stand by and allow everyone to perish. I am merely an old man, incapable of much, and I cannot be of assistance to you. Old Zhang fell into a momentary silence, shaking his head. No worries. To work alongside you, young man, is already a privilege, and I hope you will offer me some guidance as well. The young man named Zhao quickly interjected, in truth, even if you refuse, the wreckage of the Oath of Dawn should still be returned to you. Then why all this fuss? Just send it over directly. Old Zhang suddenly shifted from his earlier silence, his tone taking a different turn. The young man named Zhao froze. What is the matter? Are you displeased? Wasn't it you who said it would be sent to me regardless? Old Zhang remarked. This. The young man felt tears welling up, caught in a predicament where he couldn't retract his words. Having spoken them aloud, it felt inappropriate to go back on his word, especially in front of this elder. Moreover, his previous statement had been truthful. Such a significant matter was beyond his jurisdiction. Well, now that the discussion is concluded, you should leave quickly and not delay me in my business. Remember to send the items promptly. Old Zhang shooed him away like a fly, retreating into a small room at the scrapyard, not to emerge again. The young man named Zhao, feeling more miserable than if he had swallowed a fly, stood there for a moment in dumbfounded silence before ultimately departing, crestfallen. Chapter 19. The eighth Wang. In the end, Old Zhang did come. On the eve of Zhao's departure due to his mission, Old Zhang, hands clasped behind his back and clad in flip-flops, strolled over to the gathering point of the group. I am merely following our agreement to accompany you. Do not expect me to be of much assistance. Reluctant words, yet they filled the young Zhao with unexpected delight, prompting him to express his agreement repeatedly. Lin Yu, too, was present. Early in the morning, he had driven the fully enclosed cargo van seized from the suit organization to join the convoy with Qiaohua and the young Zhao. The van was laden with the recently modified elbow armor and various everyday supplies. As for Bai Wei, she did not accompany them. The nature of this mission remained nebulous, and the risks were impossible to gauge. Thus, Lin Yu decided it was prudent for Bai Wei to remain at the Black Snake camp, where the formidable Black Snake, a veritable local power, would ensure her safety, which was certainly preferable to venturing out on a mission together. This is the guide Mr. Zhao has arranged. We can't accommodate him. But would it be all right for you to squeeze in? Just before their departure, Qiaohua approached with a thin boy sporting short, white hair. Very well. Lin Yu replied without hesitation, as the passenger seat was conveniently unoccupied. However, his gaze lingered momentarily on the boy's head, where three glaring characters floated above. Qualified individual. Upgrade requirements team. Establish a self-research team with no fewer than 5 members, each possessing exceptionally high relevant talents or skills. Qualified individuals will be specially marked. This was one of the 3 prerequisites for advancing from level 4 to level 5 in mecha engineering. Lin Yu, in truth, held little hope of fulfilling this requirement in the near future. After all, he lacked influence and resources to attract others, and the term exceptionally high held significant weight. At the very least, the conditions for this upgrade have been open for many days, yet he has only encountered 2 qualified candidates. One is Bai Wei, and the other is the boy before him. It is noteworthy that just yesterday he had completed an initial acquaintance with Qiaohua and his entourage. While Qiaohua's mercenary team may be acceptable, the young man surnamed Zhao, as the employer, is particularly worthy of mention. The young man's true name is rather fortuitous. He is called Zhao Xing. However, his background is quite extraordinary, as he is a legitimate mech engineer under the auspices of the Federation's Pilot Association. A formal mech engineer never operates in isolation. The relationship between the mech and the pilot is far more intricate. Behind every renowned mech lies a comprehensive support team, often led by a chief engineer along with a cadre of engineers responsible for upgrading, modifying, maintaining, and repairing the mech. Moreover, some teams are even equipped with specialized research and development teams, combat advisory teams, and electronic offense and defense teams, among others. This pertains to the technical aspect. In fact, most mech groups tend to operate in a semi-commercial manner, employing business managers to collaborate with companies and research institutions to secure technological and financial support, or even establishing their own companies. Of course, this digression may stray somewhat from the main point. However, it is undeniable that the attitudes of Haish and Qiaohua's group clearly indicate that Zhao Xing's mech team is extraordinarily successful, and his own lineage is equally remarkable. On that RV and the 3 heavy trucks trailing behind it are Zhao Xing's mechs, various maintenance equipment, and accompanying technical personnel. However, even yesterday, amidst those evidently seasoned elite engineers, Lin Yu was unable to identify a single qualified candidate. At that moment, he had already comprehended the frustratingly lofty expectations, which seemed to align with several other ambiguously described tasks, their actual demands outrageously high. Unexpectedly, today brought forth a delightful surprise. You seem familiar. Do you have a brother or a younger sibling named Xiaoqi? Lin Yu inquired, all the while starting the car and scrutinizing the somewhat reserved white-haired boy who served as his guide. This boy bore a striking resemblance to the subordinate dispatched by the Black Snake to arrange his accommodation, particularly with that identical short, tousled white hair. Bai Wei was a resident of the city, and given her sister's predicament, Lin Yu found it difficult to entertain even the slightest notion of ulterior motives. Yet, the boy before him appeared to be worth the effort of fostering a closer rapport. Without expecting to recruit him, at the very least, he could serve as a valuable connection. A well-established relationship could prove advantageous should the boy possess genuine talent or achieve future success, making it easier to seek assistance. Yes, Xiao Qi is my elder brother. You may call me Xiao Lu, the white-haired boy. Xiao Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Why Xiao Lu? Shouldn't it be Xiao Ba? Lin Yu queried. It's said that my father has 13 brothers, so he planned to have 13 sons and named us in reverse order, Xiao Lu elucidated. Your father certainly has quite the vision, Lin Yu chuckled. Indeed, I consider myself fortunate, Xiao Lu responded, his initial reserve dissipating as he scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile, evidently more at ease now that the conversation had commenced. Why the sense of relief? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. My father's surname is Wang. Little Six chuckled. Indeed, that is certainly something to be grateful for. Lin Yu found himself amused by the exchange. By the way, you just called me Brother Lin. Do you know me? After sharing a laugh, he recalled something and asked. I've heard my brother mention you, Little Six replied, fully engaged in conversation, his curiosity evident. Brother Lin, my brother told me that you were also from the camp and that you constructed a mech using discarded parts. Is that true? Yes, Lin Yu affirmed with a gentle nod. Are you interested in mechs? I have one in the back compartment. Since we haven't departed yet, you can take a look. Really? Little Six's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course it's true. You can go see it. I'll open the door for you. Hurry up. Lin Yu chuckled, gesturing toward the car door and controlling the rear compartment to open. Thank you, Brother Lin, Little Six exclaimed, eagerly jumping out of the vehicle and swiftly making his way to the back compartment. It wasn't until a while later, when the convoy had coordinated and officially set off, that he returned to the car, still brimming with enthusiasm. It was amazing, even more impressive than I imagined. It felt like a general, no, like a celestial being. Little Six's cheeks flushed with excitement, his exuberance almost compelling him to dance with joy. His gaze towards Lin Yu brimmed with admiration. Brother Lin, to be honest, my greatest dream has always been to construct my own mech. However, my focus has primarily been on obtaining urban residency to attend school in the city, eventually earning money or becoming an engineer at a large corporation. In comparison to you, Brother Lin, I feel utterly foolish for having contemplated so much without taking any action. Yet you, through self-study and salvage parts, have successfully created a mech. I hold you in the highest regard. Chapter 20. Bionic Bodies Ahem. It's nothing extraordinary, Lin Yu responded, slightly flustered by the boy's idolizing gaze. Although he indeed possessed a solid foundation in mech engineering and could be considered a legitimate mech engineer, it was a skill attained through fortuitous circumstances. Being openly praised by someone, especially a youth of such tender years, inevitably stirred a sense of embarrassment within him. Fortunately, as the convoy officially set off, Little Six's exuberance gradually subsided due to the need for guidance. In this expedition, Lin Yu's fully enclosed cargo truck led the way, with Jehovah and his team driving alongside in a jeep, followed by the vehicle of a young man named Zhao. The desolate terrain was barren, devoid of clear pathways. At times, they traversed pockmarked puddles, and at others, they navigated dry, cracked earth with sparse, withered grass. As the vehicle sped along, dust billowed into the air, creating a cloud of haze around them. Brother Lin, I have heard that Mr. Zhao is also a mecha engineer, and he operates a second-generation mecha. Do you know what a second-generation mecha is like? During the monotonous journey, after a moment, Xiao Lu could not help but ask questions out of curiosity. The primary distinction between the first and second-generation mechas lies in their interaction modes. The first-generation mechas primarily utilize gesture interaction, whereas the second-generation mechas employ neural signal interaction. As Lin drove, expending little effort, he casually explained to the boy, due to the adoption of a more responsive and precise neural interaction, pilots can perform more nuanced and agile maneuvers with the mechas. The design of the mechas often leans towards a humanoid biomimetic structure. Moreover, neural interaction technology serves as the foundation for medium to large mechas. It allows for the reverse transmission of signals to create sensations of pain and impact, enabling large mecha pilots to immediately recognize when they are under attack and discern the location of the strike. Do not assume that our evolved sense of pain serves solely negative purposes. Organisms have developed it not to suffer, but to better identify and assess potential dangers. The ability to determine whether one has been hit, the impact location, and the extent of the damage relies on this sensory feedback. Without the sense of pain, one might be stabbed in the back, bleeding out without even realizing it. Lin's explanation was both detailed and easily comprehensible, which further fueled Wang Xiaolu's admiration and aspiration. As technology advances, it becomes increasingly specialized. Among mecha engineers, some may focus solely on engines, while others may concentrate on transmission systems, sensors, and various theoretical mechanics. Yet, the advantage of upgrading through that pale blue panel lies in its completeness. It encompasses every facet of a level 4 mecha engineering, rendering it all-encompassing. This is a capability far beyond that of even equally ranked mecha engineers, and is the primary reason he can single-handedly fabricate mechas, effectively substituting an entire team. With Lin Yu, a comprehensive level 4 mecha engineer, meticulously dissecting and elucidating the various theories and key points of mecha design, coupled with Wang Xiaolu's extraordinary innate talent, the returns he reaps are undoubtedly substantial. The more abundant the benefits, the more engrossed he becomes, and his admiration for Lin Yu escalates accordingly. Brother Lin, does this mean that the second-generation mechas utterly surpass the first generation? Wang Xiaolu inquired thoughtfully after the lesson. Otherwise, why categorize them as first and second generation? It inherently reflects the disparity of eras and versions. Lin Yu naturally chuckled and reassured him. Indeed, but it is not entirely so. There are also differences in skills, mindset, and timing among pilots. Combat is not merely a numerical comparison as in games. The interplay of time, environment, and human factors can allow the weak to triumph over the strong. That may be possible, but the probability must be quite low. Unless there is a significant disparity between the pilots, Wang Xiaolu replied, evidently unsatisfied with this answer, feeling a sense of disappointment. The youthful and ambitious boy still yearned for tales of reversal, where the underdog triumphs over the mighty. After all, stories often serve as reflections of one's own aspirations. However, Lin Yu's mindset was quite different from that of the youth, as he merely chuckled and remarked, "Why must one stubbornly pursue a path of overcoming the strong with the weak? Instead, one should accumulate knowledge and refine their skills, ensuring that they remain at the forefront of technology. In doing so, you shall become the pinnacle yourself." It was indeed a refreshing perspective. With this insight and a shift in viewpoint, the youth felt as if the world had opened up before him, and the dimness in his eyes rekindled with brilliance. The convoy raced through the wilderness for an entire day. Accompanied by a mobile home, Zhao Xing even brought along a personal chef, alleviating any worries about meals. The group gathered firewood spontaneously to kindle a bonfire, creating a unique ambience. Unfortunately, Lin Yu still harbored a sense of detachment from the others. Jehovah and his 5 teammates were mercenaries, while Zhao Xing and his logistical team belonged to a mech unit. Both were independent and closely knit circles, making it difficult for Lin Yu to integrate in such a short span of time. His isolation was not deliberate. He exchanged polite nods and smiles. Yet a lingering sense of estrangement persisted, leaving him to find camaraderie with Wang Xiaolu, who shared a similar plight. Throughout dinner, Jehovah and his companions diligently maintained their posts and inspected the surroundings, while Zhao Xing busied himself with the old man, Zhang. "Hey, Lin kid. Come here and have a chat with the old man," he beckoned, perhaps weary of Zhao Xing's incessant chatter. Zhang instead distanced himself from the mobile home and sought solace in a corner by the bonfire, where Lin Yu sat. What could they possibly discuss? Lin Yu found himself somewhat perplexed by Zhang's demeanor. While visibly annoyed with Zhao Xing, he appeared to take a rather familiar and intrusive approach towards Lin Yu. Upon reflection, it seems that my interactions with this elderly gentleman have been rather limited, devoid of any significant camaraderie or intimacy. Let us first discuss you. Do you comprehend why? Despite both being mecha specialists, Zhao Xing does not hold you in high regard. The old man, displaying the demeanor of someone seasoned by age, chuckled. Perhaps he perceives me not as a pilot, but as an engineer. Lin Yu shrugged, seemingly aware of Zhao Xing's sentiments. The distinction between a mecha pilot and a mecha engineer is evident. The former is the linchpin of the mecha team, while the latter merely serves as a technician. Thus the former is deemed far more valuable in the eyes of the Pilot Association. And indeed, this holds true. The production and development of mechas have evolved into a well-established industrial system. In comparison to a designer, a truly elite pilot, or those pioneering new technologies, are undeniably rarer. Chapter 21. Driving Skills and What About You? Do you consider yourself a pilot or an engineer? The old man continued to chuckle. Me? Lin Yu glanced at the old man and replied nonchalantly, "I embody both roles, for my skills are commendable." "Ah, I must admit, I did not perceive that." The old man observed Lin Yu's physique, which, while not frail, bore little evidence of rigorous training, and laughed heartily. After his laughter subsided, he elaborated. An engineer requires knowledge and creativity, while a pilot must possess courage and martial prowess. Yet, this martial prowess transcends mere combat and marksmanship. Otherwise, piloting would not stand as a distinct profession and discipline. Pray tell more. Lin Yu nodded slightly, encouraging the old man to continue his discourse. Though he harbored no intentions of ingratiating himself with the powerful, he was not foolish either. He understood that this elderly gentleman was likely a distinguished mecha engineer, and he was more than willing to listen to his invaluable insights. In the present day, even the most rudimentary mechas are equipped with tactile interactive systems, thus eliminating the majority of piloting maneuvers. Consequently, the demand for pilots has shifted to emphasize their individual combat skills and experiences. Old Zhang expounded on this, then shifted his focus. However, the combat techniques deemed necessary for conventional warfare do not entirely align with those required for piloting. When controlling a mecha, one can often execute actions that defy the laws of physics, utilizing force in distinctly different ways. Factors such as thrusters, anti-gravity, repulsive forces, inertia, and the gravity and attraction present in the natural environment all influence combat, thereby necessitating an adaptation in combat techniques. Beyond these skills, pilots must also master a plethora of other aspects. For instance, they must adeptly read and utilize various instruments and detection data, collaborate with onboard intelligence, manage the fire control systems, operate diverse weapon modules, and navigate both aerial and space combat scenarios, engaging in omnidirectional warfare and operations beyond visual range. You have triggered the skill acquisition queue. Mecha piloting. Acquisition queue for melee combat. Melee skill must reach at least LV1. Acquisition queue for shooting. Shooting skill must reach at least LV1. Acquisition queue for theoretical review. Read and master foundational text related to mecha piloting. Acquisition queue for licensing examination. Successfully pilot a mecha to victory in a battle of at least equal strength. A pale blue panel quietly materialized before his eyes. As Lin Yu gazed upon the messages emerging on the panel, his fondness for the incessantly chattering old Zhang surged remarkably. What a good person. After a lengthy monologue, the old man had unexpectedly provided him with a clue regarding a skill that he desperately needed, mecha piloting. Thus, in light of this valuable information, Lin Yu continued to play the role of an attentive listener. Well, you must have noticed, I am the legendary S-rank Ace Mecha Master, a hidden expert. Old Zhang chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his face contorting like a withered chrysanthemum. So, what do you say? Would you like to take me as your mentor? Can you procure me a top-tier mecha, or perhaps provide me with a few billion for pocket money? Lin Yu inquired. A few billion? If I had that kind of money, do you think I would be reduced to scavenging in the wasteland? Old Zhang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Do you possess any strong connections that could help me secure a better path? Lin Yu pondered before lowering his expectations. I don't ask for much. First, help me obtain Federation citizenship, and then cure my starry sky ailment. Cough. Well, Old Zhang awkwardly cleared his throat. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Surely, you can at least teach me some foundational theories of piloting, can't you? Foundational theories? It seemed that old Zhang was momentarily taken aback by the magnitude of the demands presented to him. However, realization soon dawned upon him, filling him with elation. This young man appears to comprehend my true worth. He must be eager to learn from me. Indeed, he is offering me opportunities one after another. From the desire for a billion to simply resolving the issue of identity, it has now even devolved to merely teaching basic theoretical courses. It is indeed to be expected. One must understand that Zhao Xing, that fellow, is merely meandering about, and the old man shows little interest in him. What is there truly to learn from this? I, being a practitioner, have gleaned my knowledge from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Rest assured, what I impart will be nothing short of practical wisdom. Old Zhang, adopting a reserved demeanor, clasped his hands behind him, exuding an air of superiority. After boasting, he waved dismissively. As for the foundational theories, if you find interest in the material presented in books, you may seek out videos and documents for self-study. Then forget it, Lin Yu replied, his interest waning as he rolled his eyes in ennui. The clues to acquiring mech piloting skills were already in hand. All that remained was to fulfill the upgrade requirements to obtain and enhance those skills, and he sought the most comprehensive mastery available. Given that this old man couldn't even teach the foundational theories necessary for fulfilling those requirements, Lin Yu saw no reason to pursue mentorship. Old Zhang's previously authoritative demeanor abruptly faltered, his expression frozen in astonishment. You do not wish to take me as your master?" he exclaimed. "If you cannot even teach the basic theories, what use are you to me?" Lin Yu continued to respond with an eye roll. "You can take your time with the theory. I can teach you shooting, combat, and even mech piloting along with various practical experiences." Old Zhang insisted, "I've said it before. My skills are far from mediocre." Lin Yu shrugged. Although he had yet to unlock combat and shooting skills, by switching to the persona of El Bu, he effectively gained the prowess of El Bu in combat and marksmanship, alongside a wealth of experience from the era of cold weapons. Indeed, according to the words of the old man Zhang, these concepts may not be entirely applicable to mechs and modern battlefields. Yet they are sufficient to address the majority of current needs. Once one unlocks the skills for piloting mechs, there will be no further cause for concern regarding these matters. You. The old man Zhang, infuriated, puffed his beard and glared, momentarily rendered speechless. From Lin Yu's perspective, there was no issue. However, the differing viewpoints of both parties were akin to a conversation between a chicken and a duck, naturally leading to Zhang's considerable irritation, especially given the reason for refusal. Could it be any more dismissive? "Ah, old Zhang, so it is you here. I have been searching for you everywhere. I have a perplexity that has long eluded clarity, and I seek your guidance." Zhao Xing strode over from a distance. Yet, it was evident he had chosen an inopportune moment. "No time." The old man Zhang huffed in annoyance, resembling a child denied candy, glaring at Zhao Xing before sweeping away in a huff. No matter. I shall wait until you have the time to speak." Zhao Xing forced a polite smile, watching the old man depart, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed. He turned to Lin Yu and awkwardly initiated conversation. "Brother Lin, were you conversing with old Zhang just now? What did you discuss?" "Not much. I merely sought to inquire about the foundational theories of piloting, but he refused to teach." Lin Yu could hardly bear to dampen the old man's enthusiasm, shrugging his shoulders. "Oh, I see. A legendary figure like old Zhang naturally possesses a certain pride and eccentricity." Zhao Xing immediately followed suit, feeling somewhat relieved. Chapter 22. A modicum of martial skill. Zhao Xing engaged in a few awkward exchanges before promptly turning to depart. Some cast it aside as if it were nothing, while others yearn for it yet cannot attain it. Watching Zhao Xing depart, Lin Yu shook his head and steadied himself on the ground. His impression of Zhao Xing was generally favorable. Overall, he was a rather amiable and courteous individual, with a hint of youthful navet. Although the old man Zhang claimed that Zhao Xing did not regard him highly, in truth, it merely reflected a lack of overt respect and enthusiasm for the title of Mecha engineer. There was certainly no disdain involved. This journey was merely a mercenary contract, a relationship between employer and hired hand, wherein notions of regard held little weight. It was a transaction of mutual benefit, a matter of being paid for services rendered. Reading the foundational materials was relatively straightforward, and battles of equal prowess. This mission should present opportunities, primarily revolving around combat and shooting skills. With no further interruptions, Lin Yu delighted in contemplating the newly acquired skill clues. The prerequisites for obtaining mecha piloting skills were easily addressed, yet the first two posed a slight challenge, as they required the unlocking of 2 additional skills, suggesting a need for prior competencies. If he were to switch to the persona of El Bu through his mimicry skill, he could acquire El Bu's combat techniques and experiences, mastering both archery and hand-to-hand combat, as well as weaponry. Although this was a construct based on his own cognitive projections, it remained uncertain how it would compare to the real El Bu. Nonetheless, it would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary individual. However, he had yet to receive the recognition of the light blue panel for combat and shooting, nor had he even triggered any skill clues. Was it due to the fact that this did not originate from his core persona? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before rising and striding towards his box truck. Retrieving the small halberd intended for practice, he stepped into the shadows, approaching the periphery illuminated by the campfire, and found a clear patch of ground. With a flicker of thought, he switched to the persona of El Bu and began to wield the halberd with a slow grace. In recent days, he had been engaging in this practice, recognizing that fabricated memories, despite their vividness, could not substitute for the physical conditioning of the body. Even though his reflexes and instinctual responses were honed to perfection through simulation, his physique remained unrefined. Beyond mere strength, there were issues of flexibility, responsiveness, and control that necessitated rigorous training for improvement. Thus, he had consciously undertaken exercises to adapt. However, this occasion bore a subtle distinction. Due to the intentional restraint of his original persona, all influences of Elbu were suppressed to their bare minimum, rendering his halberd technique sluggish, rigid, and clumsy. Yet, the reservoir of complete memories, experiences, and instincts lingered in his mind. Although these elements were subdued, they were rapidly absorbed as his conscious mind mimicked and learned. Upon completing a series of deliberate, slow maneuvers, the stiffness began to wane. He repeated the sequence, and the clumsiness gradually dissipated. With each iteration, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the movements grew increasingly fluid. You have triggered the skill acquisition queue, combat, acquiring clues. Unexpectedly, laughter erupted. I never imagined Brother Lin possessed such remarkable skills. Practicing alone seems rather dull. Shall we engage together? It was Giovanni. Linyu remained silent, deftly transitioning the halberd behind his waist before executing a sweeping motion. The halberd transforming into an axe, its crescent edge slicing through the air with a resonant whoosh, akin to the wind howling at the moon. With a hearty laugh, Giovan crossed his mechanical arms to deflect the incoming strike. The resounding clang reverberated through the air, causing Giovan to stagger back a half-step. Linyu's physical capabilities were akin to those of an ordinary individual, no matter how skillfully he exerted himself. He could not possibly match the prowess of a fully mechanized cybernetic opponent. This was precisely what Linyu had intended. For if Giovan were to unleash the full power of his cybernetic enhancements, the battle would be lost. In an instant, without hesitation, Giovan found himself off balance. As Linyu's weapon, sharp as a spear, slipped through the gap between Giovan's crossed arms, aimed straight for his throat. Giovan's pupils dilated in alarm, breath escaping him in a rush as he swiftly turned his head to evade the attack. The shot whizzed past him, barely grazing his earlobe. Yet, the piercing alert echoed within his mind. Deadly attack. Deadly attack. A surge of peril enveloped him, the shrill warning resonating in his consciousness. Images of detection forcibly imprinted upon his retina. Time appeared to freeze in that moment, the specter of death crashing upon him like a tidal wave. From behind, he watched, wide-eyed, as Linyu executed a motion reminiscent of the previous one, drawing back his weapon with a fluid grace. Bending low, retreating. The peculiar weapon, resembling a gun, was pulled back with precision. Yes, that crescent blade. He had no alloy plate protect. Jova hurriedly raised his hand to grasp the tip of the Fong Tianji. No more fighting. I concede, he exclaimed repeatedly. And upon seeing Linyu cease his movements, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You have acquired a new skill, Combat LV1. Let us call it a draw. Were it a real fight, I would be at a loss against you. Linyu smiled faintly, retracting his spear. No, I, Jova, am not one to shy away from defeat. A loss is a loss. Jova raised his hand in a gesture of halt and dusted off his attire with a wry smile. He had claimed that his cybernetic enhancements were restricted. Yet within 3 exchanges, he found himself forced to roll away with all his might. In this exchange, one could say he had been thoroughly defeated. Although factors such as carelessness and the non-utilization of his full capabilities played a role, it was worth noting that his opponent had not even activated his mech. A cybernetic augmenter being overpowered and outmaneuvered by a mech pilot in an unarmored state was humiliating enough. To retort further would be to forsake all semblance of pride. What remarkable, martial prowess. At that moment, not only Jova's mindset was in flux, but also old Zhang, who, despite his persistent thoughts of persuasion, had circled back. Unable to resist the urge to interject once more, he had originally intended to present himself with an air of esteemed authority, one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard. However, upon witnessing the brief exchange between Linyu and Jova, his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to tremble and pull out his own beard. The creases on his weathered face twitched involuntarily. Martial prowess, indeed. What the hell does not bad even mean? It seems that the young man's earlier dismissal was far from insincere. The martial skills displayed were impressive, indeed. Chapter 23, Universal Combat. Brother Lin, what peculiar weapon is this? It resembles both an axe and a spear, yet it can also serve as a scythe. How cunning. The recent series of breathtaking moves left a profound impression. The initial strike of the axe, even when blocked, was powerful enough to destabilize one's balance. Seizing the opportunity, the weapon swiftly transformed into a spear for a thrust. When the spear was evaded, the motion of retracting it seamlessly morphed this strange armament into a deadly scythe. In just 3 moves, the onslaught was akin to a tempest, offering no respite whatsoever, devoid of any hesitation or superfluous actions. One can only imagine that, had it not been for an overwhelming advantage in strength and reaction speed, an opponent of equal caliber would be utterly subdued at the slightest misstep, bereft of any chance for counterattack. The Fangtian Ji or Fatian Hua Ji. Observing Lin Yu's curiosity, he casually tossed the Fangtian Hua Ji over. Upon receiving it, Qiaowa marveled in wonder, eager to mimic Lin Yu's fluid movements. However, he found himself unable to wield it with any semblance of grace. How curious. In your hands, it seems to morph effortlessly. Yet I cannot seem to handle it at all. Qiaowa could not help but exclaim, his understanding of the weapon's complexity deepening. Its difficulty of use was to be expected. After all, it was an idealized weapon, primarily serving ornamental purposes. Historically on Earth, the Fangtian Hua Ji was never truly a weapon of combat, but rather utilized for ceremonial displays. Certainly, it is not to suggest that it lacks practical combat capabilities. Rather, the demands it places on its wielder are exceedingly high. Mastery of a single weapon often requires a lifetime of dedication, let alone the multifaceted halberd, which amalgamates various arms. While the halberd excels in versatility, it does not particularly shine in any single aspect. It cannot match the thrusting power of a spear, the cleaving strength of an axe, or the hooking ability of a glaive. Mishandled, it becomes a cumbersome amalgamation lacking in specialization, and achieving true mastery is an arduous endeavor. In fact, even the renowned El Bu would not wield a halberd in reality. The simulated persona embodies El Bu as he perceives him, which grants him the exquisite technique associated with this weapon. Were I not to have experienced it firsthand, I would surely think you were indulging in self-aggrandizement, remarked Giova with a chuckle. Indeed, I am, Lin Yu replied with a shrug. However, I believe what you say holds truth, he added with a laugh. Giova patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and said, well then, I shall not disturb your practice further. I must find a dark corner to shed some tears. I can hardly imagine what that would look like. Do you mind an audience? Lin Yu glanced at Giova's imposing, bear-like physique. I don't mind. But you are certainly not permitted to witness my tears, you wretched victor, he retorted. Giova playfully delivered a mock punch to Lin Yu's shoulder before striding away. Lin Yu shook his head in amusement, settling onto the ground to reflect deeply on the martial arts of El Bu's persona and the brief encounter they had just shared. His skirmish with Giova marked his first genuine battle, from which he gleaned considerable insights. He found himself integrating newfound understanding and assessing his own shortcomings, along with tangible benefits. You have triggered the skill acquisition queue for combat. Skill acquisition technique. Master a mature and practical combat skill. Completed. Skill acquisition practice. Engage in a balanced hand-to-hand or weapon combat and emerge victorious. Completed. You have acquired a new skill, Combat Level 1. It appears that triggering skill acquisition necessitates my active engagement in relevant actions or the mastery of associated abilities. Lin Yu pondered quietly, having discerned some semblance of the logic underlying the trigger for skill acquisition. With a thought, he closed the notification panel and switched the interface to his attributes page, locating the combat skill he had just obtained. Skill, Combat Level, Level 1 Description, Universal Combat Techniques, and Insights. Upgrade Requirement. 10 victories. Defeat 10 evenly matched opponents in hand-to-hand or weapon combat. It seems this skill leans more towards knowledge and experiential learning. A plethora of combat techniques and experiences surfaced in his mind, not specific weapon applications or combat maneuvers, nor were they characterized by any distinct flair. Rather, these memories encompass the most fundamental actions such as punching and wielding a blade, along with insights into combat, timing, and so forth. The skill's description was quite apt. The combat skill bestowed upon him a variety of universal fighting techniques. Nonetheless, the level of the combat skill remains somewhat elementary. While it is commendable from the perspective of his intrinsic self, it may appear rather basic and superficial when viewed through the lens of El Bu. Certainly, this poses no issue, as an upgrade is undoubtedly forthcoming. Moreover, the demand for a 10-person duel does not necessitate any deliberate effort. Engaging in a few skirmishes will suffice. Giovanni and his comrades serve as excellent candidates for progress enhancement. This skill, while fundamental, is of paramount importance. Lin Yu places great emphasis on combat skills. The remarkable ability of persona simulation requires precisely these kinds of knowledge and experiential skills. When initially simulating a new persona, one draws upon their own experiences and understanding to fabricate and extrapolate memories and expertise. Combat skills form the bedrock of a combat-oriented persona. The El Bu persona merely reflects knowledge from mechanical engineering disciplines, such as mechanics and bionics, to achieve its current prowess. Should one elevate their combat skills to level 3 or 4 before re-simulating a military general persona, it would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Shooting skills should be similar, if not more crucial. While lower-level mechs excel in close combat, the essence of technological civilization ultimately resides in firearms. A lively voice, tinged with youthful exuberance, interrupted Lin Yu's contemplation. He turned to see a girl adorned with a white rabbit-eared hat. The girl, charmingly cute, wore a cheerful smile that exuded warmth. Lin Yu's acquaintance with Giovanni and his group was not profound, yet he recognized her among them, though her name eluded him. "Feel free to join us," he replied with a glance at his combat skill upgrade requirements, offering a gentle smile, as if to say fortune had smiled upon him. Chapter 24, Battling the Multitude. "Is this your weapon?" Its design certainly appears quite impressive. The halberd wielded by Lin Yu instantly captured the attention of the young girl. With a playful smile, she remarked, "I wonder if the tales of your prowess are truly as grand as they say? Why not test it and see?" Lin Yu replied, raising an eyebrow. "All right then." The girl suddenly produced a technologically advanced metallic hammer from behind her, its handle extending as she swung it. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the hammer's head emitted a faint blue flame at one end. "A hammer with a propulsion device, is it?" Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly as he swiftly leaned back into a bridge position, maintaining his balance effortlessly, while his arms coiled around the long shaft of the halberd like a serpent. As he bent backward, he swung his arm, sending the halberd crashing towards the girl's rear. The weight of such a heavy weapon, augmented by the force of the propulsion, easily disrupted the user's balance. Though she would not fall, she could not avoid the inevitable stumble and rigidity that followed. Many combat techniques emphasize the importance of applying 7-part strength while reserving 3 for adaptability. However, this girl wielded her hammer with a full 10 or even 12 parts, rendering her most vulnerable during her assault. Such an obvious opening did not escape Lin Yu's keen eyes. With a deft strike of the halberd, he caught her squarely, sending her tumbling forward. Her backside planted firmly in the ground. "Ugh! Again!" she exclaimed, spitting out a ha-ha-ha. "I told you, you are not capable. I shall take the stage." Another long-observing warrior has plunged into the fray. Lin Yu, unyielding, boldly confronts the challenge. Mere seconds later, "I concede. I admit defeat. 10 slain. Goodness. Your first task this month and you've turned into a soft-shelled shrimp, have you? Allow me." A new challenger emerges once more. Lin Yu remains undaunted. 10 slain again. "United as brothers, we fight together. Whether against one or a multitude, we stand side by side." As the remaining 2 members of the Giovanni squad come to comprehend Lin Yu's prowess, they abandon any hope of engaging in a noble one-on-2 confrontation. Yet, the outcome remains brutally unforgiving. The so-called equilibrium in combat skills is presumably determined by the levels of those skills. However, upon switching to the persona of Elbu, Lin Yu's combat techniques and experiences far surpass those of mere first-level fighters. Against such opponents, unless they employ their full-powered mechanical bodies to exert overwhelming superiority, 1 versus 2 makes little difference to him. After all, Elbu is a general of the battlefield. He thrives not in solitary duels, but in leading charges against multitudes. We submit. We yield. Ultimately, the entire Giovanni squad found themselves humbled and sprawled on the ground by Lin Yu's hand. Yet, this makeshift camp was filled with laughter and joy, drawing everyone closer together. A strong individual commands respect, regardless of the setting, and Lin Yu has thus forged a bond with these individuals through their encounters. Initially, they met with a certain aloofness, shrouded in an air of dignity. However, as Lin Yu became more familiar with the members of Team Chiaohua, he discovered that each of them possessed a unique charm. Some were lively and playful, while others exhibited a remarkable trust and camaraderie among themselves, devoid of the usual intrigues and conflicts typically found among mercenaries and bounty hunters. To his astonishment, Lin's prowess was far beyond what he had anticipated. Not only was Team Chiaohua impressed, but Zhao Xing also regarded Lin Yu with newfound respect. The earlier cacophony of battle was impossible for him to overlook. A self-taught engineer of mech suits stood in stark contrast to a warrior equipped with one. The two were incomparable. Lin Yu earned the respect he rightfully deserved through his capabilities. This respect translated into a significant advantage, as Zhao Xing granted him access to a plethora of repair and modification equipment he carried. Although advanced materials and modules were scarce, Lin Yu was free to utilize many essential components that frequently required replacement, allowing him to enhance the Elbu armor further. After all, it had originally been cobbled together from discarded parts, and no matter how ingenious the design, a skilled artisan can only create wonders with available resources. There were still several latent risks and outdated components that merely served as temporary solutions. With the availability of brand-new replacement parts, precision processing, and calibration equipment, combined with Lin Yu's mastery of Level 4 mech engineering, the Elbu armor now approached perfection. Beyond the refinement of its internal structure, its exterior was also significantly improved. To encapsulate it succinctly, the Elbu armor at this moment could indeed be described as the Mecha incarnation of Elbu, adorned in sleek black armor, reminiscent of ancient battle gear. Yet distinctly characterized by a fragmented, mechanical metallic aesthetic, the figure bore two flamboyant plumes atop its head, feathers that even the legendary warrior Elbu would stubbornly refuse to relinquish. As the mechanized halberd was grasped in hand, Lin Yu couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the striking appearance. Could it be that Elbu's sense of aesthetics was so refined? Or was it that the visual impact of a mechanized general was inherently impressive? Casting a glance at the two feathers atop Elbu's armored head, Lin Yu's thoughts began to wander, conjuring images of other iconic figures who similarly favored ornamental plumes. If this mechanized Elbu exuded such charisma, what if I were to create a mechanized version of the great sage, Heaven's equal? Or perhaps a mechanized Erlangchen? It seems a mechanized Erlangchen might possess an even greater allure. By chance, I seem to have the ability to mimic personalities. Could I perhaps emulate the persona of Erlangchen? If Elbu's fictional memories could enhance combat experience, what might the fictional recollections of a deity yield? With sufficient knowledge and cognitive attributes, could I conjure some form of miraculous spell or advanced technology? If all else fails, I could employ the mimetic persona to design the mech, tailoring it perfectly to the character's needs and combat habits. How splendid that would be. Lacking divine spells, I could substitute them with technology, replacing the divine body with a mech, and coupled with the mimetic persona, would it not equate to the mechanization of divinity? With a mechanized Erlangchen already envisioned, why not create a few more deities? As Lin Yu's thoughts meandered, it felt as though he had unlocked the gateway to a new realm of possibilities. It is unwise to rush, after all. The mimetic persona only undergoes its initial evolution once. Overthinking at this juncture serves no purpose. It is imperative to acquire more knowledge, skills, and cerebral attributes. Ideally, I could elevate the mimetic persona further. Lin Yu exerted considerable effort to compose himself. Fantasies may be enchanting, yet reality remains starkly barren. Not to mention the funding and resources required to construct new mechs. He has yet to resolve issues regarding his own identity and affliction. Chapter 25, The Land Port of Heaven. Upon reaching the destination, the convoy, guided by Wang Xiaolu, navigated the desolate terrain for 5 days, transitioning from plains to hilly paths, ultimately halting before a valley. This valley is quite intriguing, encircled by mountains yet featuring openings on all sides. From a distance, one can observe a multitude of vehicles entering and exiting, and within, towering buildings coexist alongside makeshift shanties. However, the predominant structures are various warehouses and containers. It is surprising to discover such a bustling locale amidst the desolate land. As Lin Yu arrived at the checkpoint established at the valley's entrance, he gazed at the vibrant scene surrounding him, unable to suppress a slight gasp of astonishment. After several days of shared travel, Wang Xiaolu, the guide, remained close by. Like a shadow, Lin Yu was already aware of the purpose of their journey. This place is a land port, essentially a terrestrial freight hub. Alternatively, it can be considered a logistics transfer station. Naturally, since it exists on the wasteland, it is not particularly legitimate. The standard logistics of the Blue Star Federation utilizes underground rail trains or cargo ships, with each city boasting dedicated train stations and airports. Traversing the wasteland is not typical. Traversing the desolate wasteland, one might either be driven to madness by poverty and desperation or be a speculator engaged in the trade of such barren lands. Yet, more often than not, it is the case that either the individuals themselves or the goods they transport are shrouded in secrecy. The valley at present serves as a spontaneously formed hub for the distribution and resupply of goods, Paradise Port. Despite its valley location, it is strategically situated at the confluence of multiple gathering points and lies centrally among 3 cities, with exceptionally accessible roadways from a geographical standpoint. It is indeed a fortuitous locale. Upon payment and entering the port, all remains tranquil. Paradise Port embodies a confluence of gathering places and land ports, with its vast expanse primarily occupied by various warehouses, containers, and parking facilities, alongside a modest residential area. It has simultaneously fostered a vibrant commercial street and a bustling marketplace for vendors. Once inside Paradise Port, having parked and settled into a hotel, Zhao Xing convened a small meeting with his team to articulate the objectives of their mission. The Steel Brotherhood, as per the intelligence gathered. Possesses a second-generation mech piloted by its leader, the federally wanted criminal, Larudo. Furthermore, it is plausible that they are equipped with heavy weaponry and cybernetic augmentations. Zhao Xing provided a brief overview of the target intelligence and continued, stating that their adversaries are likely to be concealed within Paradise Port. It is imperative that they locate Larudo swiftly, executing a decisive strike to prevent him from operating the mech. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the 6 members of the Jehovah team, declaring, "This is the reason I have employed you." "No problem," they replied, "tracking individuals is our forte. As long as we do not encounter the mech, we should be capable of handling it." As a mercenary group of some repute in the industry, Jova held unwavering confidence in the capabilities of his team. "I will handle the mech," he asserted. Zhao Xing gave a slight nod. After a brief pause, he turned to Lin Yu and remarked, "Brother Lin, you have truly taken me by surprise. I initially intended for Jova to enlist a few more mercenaries of considerable strength to protect me before I entered the mech, and to identify and eliminate Lala Duo as swiftly as possible." Lin Yu nodded in understanding. Zhao Xing's reasoning was not difficult to grasp. Once a mech pilot ascends into their machine, even a first-generation mech possesses overwhelming combat prowess compared to ordinary cybernetic enhancers. However, prior to donning the mech, pilots are often quite vulnerable. After all, not everyone is willing to forsake their biological form for cybernetic modifications. Even those who do undergo enhancements are typically only comparable to standard cybernetic enhancers, as the mech's interactive system requires specialized adaptations. Thus, rather than facing an equally matched pilot in direct confrontation, it is evidently simpler and safer to execute a decapitation strategy, eliminating the opponent before they can ascend into their mech. Originally, Zhao Xing likely intended for Jova to recruit additional personnel after securing his services. Unbeknownst to him, Jova reached out to his acquaintance, Black Snake, who turned out to be somewhat of a liability, perhaps seeking to ingratiate himself with Zhao Xing. While also hoping to curry favor with Lin Yu, a promising new talent, Black Snake inadvertently involved Lin Yu in this mission. Logically speaking, a mech pilot, even one of lesser skill, would undoubtedly be superior to an ordinary mercenary. However, Zhao Xing was not seeking sheer combat prowess. Rather, he required assistance in locating individuals and executing precise strikes. Lin Yu, being a mere half-baked mech pilot, was hardly suited for such tasks. After all, deploying a mech would only serve to alert the target, prompting them to hasten their preparations. His inability to aid in reconnaissance or execution, coupled with the significant disparity between the second-generation mechs of the Reludo and the first-generation Bear chassis, rendered him utterly incapable of intervening in the ensuing conflict. It was no surprise that the opponent had previously underestimated the situation. It truly lacked any semblance of importance. My subsequent plan involved Geo and his team in the search, while I remained poised within the mech, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. After a brief pause, Zhao Xing continued to issue directives, turning to Lin Yu with a serious demeanor. "As for you, I cannot allocate additional personnel for your protection, so it would be prudent for you to stay close to me, primarily to safeguard Elder Zhang and my logistical team." "Understood," Lin Yu nodded, conveying his agreement. After all, he was being compensated for his services, and as long as the tasks were not excessively burdensome, he was willing to comply with the arrangements. Zhao Xing sighed in relief, his gaze shifting once more to the elder. "Do not look at me. I've already stated that I am merely here to observe and cannot offer any assistance." Upon noticing Zhao Xing's attention, Elder Zhang promptly waved his hand in dismissal. Of course, Zhao Xing's serious expression transformed into one laced with a hint of charm. With this esteemed individual present, even if he contributed nothing, Zhao Xing felt a degree of reassurance. Despite the current air of indifference, should any unforeseen events arise, Elder Zhang would undoubtedly intervene to assist them, for he could not bear to witness their demise. With such thoughts in mind, he found himself somewhat anticipating unexpected developments during this journey. Perhaps he would once again witness the remarkable prowess of the legendary pilot. Who knows, after enduring hardships together, their bond might deepen, leading Elder Zhang to accept him as a disciple? Alas, Elder Zhang's aloofness was quite formidable. One could understand, for a legendary figure naturally possesses a certain pride and eccentricity. "Hey, young Lin, look, your next task is to protect me. After all, idleness is a burden." Elder Zhang unabashedly approached Lin Yu. Zhao Xing mused, "If only I had established such a profound friendship with Elder Zhang early on, like Brother Lin." Zhao Xing struggled to contain his intense envy. A destitute youth formed an unbreakable bond with an eccentric old man. only to later discover that the old man was a reclusive master. Chapter 26. The perfect pilot. As the meeting concluded and Zhao Xing, the organizer, departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, Lin Yu found himself ensnared by Elder Zhang. I truly have no time. I must read. Lin Yu sighed, gazing at the tenacious Elder Zhang, feeling quite exasperated. To be honest, he had been avoiding him for the past few days. Ever since he had showcased his combat skills, Elder Zhang's enthusiasm had surged tenfold. At times, Lin Yu even wondered if the old man harbored some peculiar obsession. The fundamental theories could be absorbed gradually. In genuine combat, they would prove of little use. The skills I learned from you, old man, are of true substance, and surely I need not formally apprentice myself, right? Elder Zhang earnestly pleaded, his face contorted in distress akin to a bitter melon. What a ridiculous situation this is. Zhao Xing, that lad, sought my guidance, yet hardly paid me any attention. Now, paradoxically, he finds himself in a position of seeking my instruction, while I am met with indifference. One might argue that the other party simply lacks an interest in becoming a mecha pilot. However, Lin Yu's evident enthusiasm for piloting is unmistakable. These past few days have been consumed with either modifying mechas or diligently poring over foundational texts on piloting. I truly cannot comprehend why my extensive experience as an S-level mecha engineer pales in comparison to those rudimentary theoretical materials in terms of allure. What precisely do you see in me? Lin Yu felt utterly exasperated by the old man Zhang, yet the sight of his frail, pitiful state rendered him hesitant to speak harshly. Of course, it is your talent that captivates me. You are a prodigy, trust me. If you were too. Observing Lin Yu's apparent willingness to engage in a serious discussion, Zhang became invigorated. Zhao Xing, after all, is not significantly older than I. He is already a certified mecha pilot in the association, leading his own mecha team, with a background that far surpasses mine. What makes him any better? Lin Yu could only respond with silence. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhang continued, the ability to independently fabricate mechas from scrap parts demonstrates your genius in mecha engineering. And moreover, your versatility in adapting to harsh environments and making the most of every circumstance. So, you are merely impressed by my aptitude for becoming a mecha engineer? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Here is a mecha pilot, shamelessly seeking to take me under his wing as a disciple to teach me the craft of piloting, solely because he perceives my potential as an engineer? Indeed, your ability to accomplish such feats signifies an intimate understanding of the mech structure, allowing you to perform self-repairs even in the direst of environments, thereby ensuring your mech's combat capabilities. Furthermore, you can design a mech that aligns seamlessly with your unique combat style, remarked the elderly Zhang with a complex expression. However, can't you find other mech engineers who can do the same? Lin Yu furrowed her brow. Not quite. While ordinary engineers construct mechs based on specific needs and procure customized materials, you possess the ingenuity to adapt and fabricate mechs from the materials at hand. Showcasing a remarkable versatility, Zhang slightly shook his head. In the true theater of war, logistical engineers will not always be available to repair mechs, nor will you have the luxury of selecting materials at will. Your adaptability is a rare trait that others lack. He sighed softly and continued, moreover, engineers are typically in support roles, while pilots are warriors. Thus, one must also embody resilience and martial prowess. I initially thought that your ability to thrive in the desolate lands indicated a fierce determination, and your capability to construct mechs to combat the Sioux organization further corroborates this. If I can impart some mech piloting and combat experience to you, you could become an extraordinarily exceptional pilot. Originally? Lin Yu responded ambiguously, raising an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, originally. Zhang gazed intently at Lin Yu, his expression gradually transforming into one of excitement. I never anticipated that you would surpass my expectations. Your combat aptitude exceeds even that of your mech engineering talent. With just a bit of guidance, you will undoubtedly become the quintessential mech pilot. At this moment, the light surging within those murky eyes, imbued with fervor and hope, rendered Lin Yu almost dazzled. After a brief silence, Lin Yu inquired, why must one strive for perfection? Human energy is finite, yet the expanse of knowledge is boundless. Thus, the evolution of technology and society inherently leads to increasingly intricate divisions of labor. The collaboration between mecha engineers and logistics teams has become a well-established paradigm within the Federation, where pilots engage in battle as part of cohesive mecha units. Although he possesses an upgrade panel that enables him to attain the versatility desired by the old master, he fails to comprehend why the old man pursues the creation of an ostensibly flawless pilot. one who embodies both mecha engineer and pilot. It is crucial to recognize that, under normal circumstances, such expectations are extraordinarily challenging to fulfill. As technology evolves, it grows ever more complex, while human capacity remains limited. It is akin to navigating a skill tree in a game, where numerous skills exist, yet skill points are scarce. To master one branch to a greater depth necessitates the relinquishment of other paths, requiring singular focus. In these times, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that even the manufacturing of a single screw has spawned specialized industries and disciplines to demand omnipotence, unless one possesses extraordinary advantages, results only in mediocrity across the board. The notion of a pilot who can adapt to harsh environments and repair or even fabricate their own mecha sounds appealing, yet it is impractical. Moreover, such circumstances arise infrequently. In most cases, pilots are accompanied by logistics teams, which often include mecha with specialized repair and defense capabilities. Consider this merely an obsession of this old man. The old master's expression was complex as he gazed upon Lin Yu, and beneath the surface of his eyes, one could even detect a hint of pleading. "Will you teach shooting?" Lin Yu inquired after a brief pause. The old man Zhang's spirit brightened, and he exclaimed, "Yes, indeed. I can teach everything from basic firearms shooting to the use of various airborne weapon systems. I happen to be planning to undergo shooting training." Lin Yu nodded and put away the tablet he had been using to study the pilot's foundational materials. The skill upgrade panel suggested a slow and gradual training approach, which seemed like an unnecessary detour. After all, his skills were not akin to the vague abilities found in games. They required genuine mastery and a thorough understanding. However, there was no harm in attempting to acquire shooting skills. The distinction between gaining shooting proficiency and completing the foundational reading was negligible. The only difference lay in bringing joy to an elderly man whose face, once marked by desperation, was now illuminated with delight. "All right, let us go. I just saw a shooting range next to this hotel," the old man Zhang said, his excitement palpable as he pulled Lin Yu outside. The transformation from a desolate plea to a beaming smile made Lin Yu wonder if he had fallen for the old man's act of desperation. "Wait, I need to inform Xiao Hua and the others." Heaven's Port was a neutral faction, and they had not yet encountered any real conflict with their target. Thus, it was reasonable to take a stroll. Nonetheless, it was only proper to notify Xiao Hua and the others. Chapter 27, Proficient in Marksmanship in the Chaotic Realm of Desolation. The pursuit of personal strength is exceedingly prevalent. Firearms and cybernetic enhancements are among the most favored means of augmentation, particularly firearms, which are both inexpensive and lethal. Consequently, many individuals often train in the art of marksmanship, leading to the ubiquitous presence of gun shops and shooting ranges wherever one may venture. After exchanging pleasantries with Giovanni and Zhao Xing, Lin Yu accompanied the elderly Zhang to a shooting range not far from the hotel. "Have you ever fired a gun before?" he inquired, dismissing the instructor's sales pitch with a wave of his hand and adopting a teaching posture. "No," Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. In his previous life, he hailed from a nation where firearms were virtually non-existent, and he had never even managed to fire a weapon during military training. Although he had crafted a makeshift gun upon arriving here, it had merely served to intimidate Rupert, and he had never had the opportunity to actually shoot it. "Then try it for yourself and experience the sensation of firing," Zhang suggested, selecting a relatively low-powered handgun from the array of firearms available at the range and handing it to Lin Yu. Despite the advancements in electromagnetic and energy weaponry, conventional firearms still held significant market value on Blue Star. Much like vehicles, the production and operational costs of traditional firearms remain more economical. Moreover, as the earliest developed branch of weaponry technology, the progression from handguns to ballistic missiles is remarkably sophisticated, rivaling any form of energy weaponry. "All right," Lin Yu replied, foregoing further discussion as he accepted the handgun. He intended to unlock the clues necessary for acquiring shooting skills and was eager to commence the experiment. Having previously crafted a firearm, he was well acquainted with the basic structure of such weapons. With practiced ease, he disengaged the safety and chambered a round, aiming at the target ahead before pulling the trigger. Bang! As anticipated, the bullet struck empty air. Nevertheless, this outcome relieved the elderly Zhang, who exhaled in relief. At the moment Lin Yu pulled the trigger, a flicker of apprehension coursed through him. He feared that Lin Yu might possess an extraordinary talent for shooting, akin to his prowess in combat and mecha engineering. Should that be the case, he would find himself in a rather awkward predicament. After Lin Yu fired a shot and paused, the elderly Zhang immediately interjected, urging him not to be frugal with the bullets, but rather to familiarize himself with the sensation of shooting. He advised against adhering too rigidly to the conventional principle of aligning 3 points. What truly mattered was honing in on the feeling of hitting the target. A human body, unenhanced, cannot measure and calculate with the precision of a machine. In real combat, there is seldom time to ponder or aim, and one might not even clearly discern the target. Whether it be firearms, bows, crossbows, or manually propelled weapons, true marksmen achieve their remarkable accuracy through extensive training, transforming aim and precision into instinct, shooting by feel. Lin Yu attentively absorbed Zhang's insights, then raised his hand once more to fire another shot. Bang! A bullet erupted from the chamber, and before the sound of the gunshot could echo, the projectile had already sliced through the air, striking the bullseye of a target 100 meters away. 10 points. Right at the center. The intelligent voice announcement echoed crisply from the speaker in the corner. Zhang's expression momentarily froze. Merely a coincidence. Undoubtedly, just a coincidence. Bang! 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 7 points. 8 points. 8 points. Zhang let out a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not exceedingly extraordinary. Bang! 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 10 points. Right at the center. 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 Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment, as the fleeting glimmer of a relieved smile solidified into a state of "I now find myself in doubt, wondering if you are merely jesting with this old man." As Lin Yu emptied the magazine amidst a series of bullseye announcements, the old man Zhang spoke in a melancholic tone. "You call this never having fired a gun? The courtesans standing on the street could easily be considered paragons of virtue. To claim one has never fired a gun. Yet to achieve a perfect 10 on the second shot, and after merely a few more attempts to hit the bullseye consistently, does that truly make sense? While one might attribute this to finding the feeling of hitting the target, it is, in essence, a rather esoteric notion. Fundamentally, it relies on extensive training. A process of trial and error, honing one's instinct and subconscious to predict the trajectory of the bullet. Discovering and embedding that method of aiming and hitting through relentless practice until it becomes second nature. Aiming by feel is not the same as not aiming. It is a reliance on instinct and the subconscious. There may be an element of innate talent, yet it is predominantly rooted in thousands of hours of practice. Merely possessing talent is insufficient. Well, I truly have never fired a gun, having only dabbled a bit in archery, Lin Yu admitted. Upon seeing the incredulous yet slightly mournful expression on Zhang's face, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. How slight is a bit? Zhang inquired with a scowl. Not too shabby? Lin Yu hesitated. Zhang's expression twitched. Not too shabby indeed. Quite the understatement. He recalled how just a few days prior, this lad had boasted of his martial prowess. Yet, the so-called not too shabby meant that hardly anyone in the Jehovah squad could manage to keep pace with him after just a few moves. I did not anticipate that firearms and archery would not be entirely incompatible. Lin Yu cleared his throat awkwardly, uncertain of how to elucidate further. Martial arts are a means of acquiring combat skills through the awakening of the primal self. In mastering shooting techniques, he naturally emulates the established methods. However, compared to the tedious practice, it is evidently more expedient to switch to the persona of El Bu. After all, it is not merely his personal combat prowess that has etched his name in history, but rather the legendary tale of his spear skills at the gate. His marksmanship is undoubtedly commendable. Initially, he contemplated the differing initial velocities and trajectories between bows and firearms, presuming that shooting experience would not be entirely transferable. Yet, upon truly engaging with the weapon, he realized he had underestimated El Bu's marksmanship. As Zhang remarked, it was akin to the refinement of countless trials. He did not even require his eyes to aim, instinctively raising his hand to hit the mark. His first 10-ring shot bore a hint of luck. But after several attempts and adapting to the nuances of this weapon, targets within 100 meters posed no challenge whatsoever. In fact, he now found firearms to be far more intuitive than archery. The supersonic initial velocity, the stability afforded by rifling and ammunition design, rendered firearms significantly superior to primitive bows. At this moment, he began to comprehend why you were reluctant to learn from me. Zhang let out a sigh, a wry smile crossing his face. His combat skills are not lacking, and his marksmanship is not lacking either. His prowess in mecha engineering enables him to construct mechas independently, surpassing the capabilities of most lower-tier mecha pilots. The next step is merely to adapt his combat techniques to the mecha, transforming them into a style that fully harnesses the mecha's potential and shapes his unique combat identity. However, adjustments must be made according to the mecha configuration, necessitating exploration in real combat to discover the most suitable mecha and combat style for oneself, followed by gradual optimization. It is not an instantaneous endeavor. Indeed, a bare-bones first-generation model, devoid of any attachments, is entirely unnecessary. Moreover, let us not forget that this individual is also a mecha engineer, having designed the mechas himself. He need not adapt to the mecha, for it can be tailored to suit him instead. As for more advanced aspects such as fire control, aerial combat, and space warfare, these are not realms that novice mecha pilots need to contend with, and presently, there exists no educational environment for such training. Therefore, could it be that the inept one is indeed myself? Reflecting on my shameless attempts to teach others, I now feel a flush of embarrassment. Chapter 28, Treasure Hunt in the Warehouse. Ahem. Let us resume training, for firearms differ significantly from archery. One must become accustomed and learn to fire at moving targets, alongside various techniques. Despite my determination to avoid Linyu, this prodigy, out of sheer embarrassment, I found myself unwilling to lose face in front of the old man. He cleared his throat and continued with the instruction. To be fair, the old man had quite a wealth of knowledge to impart. While there was little left to teach regarding precision and accuracy, he could still offer insights on other aspects. For instance, techniques for rapid draw, the Mozambique drill, and how to swiftly assess and locate vital points, as well as strategies for concealment and detection of hidden foes in complex environments. These are invaluable experiences drawn from real combat, and Linyu welcomed them with open arms. Occasionally, the integration of techniques and tactics with the fictional memories of Elbu allowed for swift comprehension and the ability to extrapolate further. As time progresses, the old man finds it increasingly difficult to convey foundational concepts, gradually transitioning towards more advanced topics such as beyond visual range combat, target acquisition, radar data interpretation, and the appropriate employment of fire control systems under various circumstances. My mech is currently devoid of any weapon systems, lacking even a proper radar. These intricacies will be taught in due course. Recognizing the old man's awkward situation, Linyu, with great understanding, came to his aid. Well, having imparted so much knowledge today, I believe it should suffice for you to digest for a while. With a deep sigh of relief, the old man Zhang hastily departed from the firearms training ground. It was indeed quite daunting. No wonder it is said that a master fears both a foolish and an overly astute apprentice. Such a prodigy is simply beyond the realm of human teaching. That Zhao Xing fellow now seems rather more refined, in contrast to another individual whose appearance is far from pleasant. Hopefully, he will no longer cling to me. Watching Zhang's flustered retreating figure, Linyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head before turning his attention back to his own matters. Upon opening the pale blue panel, several prompts appeared before him. You have triggered the skill acquisition clue for shooting. Clue for precision acquisition. Achieve 100 precise hits on a target 100 meters away. Clue for training acquisition. Complete 10,000 shots. The clue for acquiring shooting skills surfaced the moment he made his first precise hit on the target center. Overall, the completion conditions appear rather straightforward, even simpler than those for combat skills. Mastering combat skills requires one to possess a mature practical fighting technique and to overcome an equally matched opponent. Had it not been for the simulated persona inadvertently granting him an advantage, achieving the task would indeed require considerable time, fraught with risks. However, the shooting skills demanded were rather straightforward. One merely had to fire the weapon. The training objective necessitated a mere 10,000 shots, with no regard for accuracy. The task of hitting the target 100 times was equally uncomplicated, even by mere chance. One could expect to strike the target at least 80 to 100 times within those 10,000 shots. It is often said that a sharpshooter is nurtured by ammunition, a sentiment that resonates profoundly within shooting tasks. Yet, despite the apparent simplicity of the task, Lin Yu's expression darkened somewhat. 10,000 rounds of ammunition could be expended in a matter of moments with a machine gun, but alas, such endeavors demand a financial outlay. The ammunition at the shooting range comes at a price. This burdensome task is particularly unkind to someone of modest means. Even more unfortunate, he found himself a destitute soul with less than 5,000 yuan left in his pocket. Although he had previously seized a few cybernetic parts from the Saru organization, they were merely common commodities of little worth. In order to adjust the Lubu armor, he had already surrendered them all to Black Snake. This 5,000 was the remainder he had intended to use for purchasing hydraulic oil. Had he known better, he would not have allowed old Zhang to depart. Previously, he had been engrossed in listening to old Zhang's instruction, failing to contemplate the gravity of his financial predicament. In that moment of realization, a flicker of regret ignited within Lin Yu's heart. Had he only retained old Zhang a while longer, at the very least, he could have ensured that the ammunition costs were covered. Alas, he now understood the pressing need to seek opportunities to earn some money. Ultimately, Lin Yu could only hastily complete the precision task of hitting the target 100 times before departing the shooting range. 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Yet the 5,000 in his pocket was barely sufficient to purchase even half the bullets for a small handgun, let alone the significantly more expensive ammunition for machine guns. It is indeed said that a penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. The ancient adage remains timeless. Of course, if one were to discuss means of making money, Lin Yu is certainly not lacking in ideas. With a level 4 mecha engineering qualification, he would never be short of lucrative opportunities. And even repairing old appliances could afford him a comfortable living. However, with the task assigned by Zhao Xing and the unresolved issues with the CO organization, as well as his own stardome affliction acting as a relentless reminder, he found little chance for respite. If he wished to earn money, he would have to seek quick gains. Having become familiar with Giovanni and others, he learned her name, Su Xiaotu, whom Giovanni and the team affectionately referred to as Xiao Xiao, and jokingly called Tutu during playful banter. Lin Yu chuckled and inquired, "Xiao Xiao, are you going out alone? What about Giovanni and the others?" "Hee. I'm not off to find anyone. This is Hawk's assignment. I merely plan to have a little fun," Su Shooter replied with a cheerful laugh. "By the way, Brother Lin, would you care to join me? After all, you have no tasks at the moment, right? It would be nice to have some company." "Where to?" Lin Yu asked casually. "To the storage area, of course. There are plenty of warehouses and containers there," Su Xiaotu exclaimed joyfully. "Warehouses and containers? What could possibly be entertaining about that?" Lin Yu said, bemused. "You just don't understand, do you? Logistics ports like these are hubs for the distribution of goods, and all cargo must be temporarily stored here," she explained with enthusiasm. However, due to various reasons, certain cargo owners have failed to retrieve their goods after the expiration of their warehouses and containers, resulting in occupied space that is difficult to clear. In such instances, the port authorities will auction off these warehouses and containers. Su Xiaotu grinned mischievously and explained with a sense of expertise. To put it simply, you get a glimpse of the warehouse and then submit your bids. You might discover treasures or encounter worthless junk. Depending on your bid, you could either profit or incur losses, akin to opening a treasure chest. Quite intriguing, isn't it? As she spoke, she couldn't resist boasting. "Brother Lin, don't underestimate me. I am a seasoned treasure seeker in warehouses. I will help you select a couple of promising warehouses, and I assure you, your profits will be abundant." "Treasure hunting in warehouses?" Lin Yu listened, genuinely intrigued. The allure of opening treasure chests is inherently captivating. Moreover, he was currently contemplating ways to earn money and had been considering whether Paradise Port also had salvage yards where he could unearth hidden gems. This sounded fascinating. "All right, let us go," Su Xiaotu exclaimed, grasping Lin Yu's shoulder to turn him around, then playfully pushing him forward, all the while smiling as they made their way out of the hotel. Chapter 29. Smart Glasses. Has it already begun? Hurry, let us get there quickly. They made their way to the storage area of Paradise Port, where, from a distance, they spotted a crowd of approximately 20 to 30 people gathered in front of a warehouse. According to Su Xiaotu's description, these individuals were likely the so-called warehouse treasure hunters. Some pursued this as a livelihood, while others, like Su Xiaotu, were simply enthusiasts drawn by the thrill of the treasure hunt. She was hastily dragged into the throng, where the fervent sounds of bidding filled the air. 1,003, is there a bid higher than 1,003? 1,004. We have a bid of 1,004. Who bids 1,005? Is there a higher offer? At the center of the crowd stood a slightly portly, bald auctioneer, whose demeanor was far from serious or professional, yet his words flowed rapidly, a stream of bids tumbling forth in a manner that was almost difficult to decipher. It was precisely this brisk pace that infused the atmosphere with a palpable tension, prompting the surrounding treasure hunters to fervently raise their bids. The warehouse was unmistakably a storage facility for household odds and ends, devoid of intrigue. Ideally, it would contain a safe, which might yield valuable treasures. Su Xiaotu glanced at the opened warehouse behind the auctioneer, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face as she quietly shared her insights with Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded slightly and inquired, "Is the auction process simply to reveal the warehouse for our inspection, followed by the bidding?" Indeed, but we cannot enter. We can only observe from outside, Su Xiaodu elucidated. Essentially, it is a matter of luck and discernment. We must assess the visible items and gamble on those obscured from view, then bid appropriately to secure our desired acquisitions. It seems we are at a disadvantage. Perhaps we should procure a couple of binoculars or similar devices. Lin Yu remarked, casting a glance at the neighboring treasure hunters, many of whom were equipped with protective goggles, while some had even implanted mechanical eyes. Under the premise of maintaining distance, these individuals utilize prosthetic eyes to magnify images directly and even conduct big data analyses, leaving little for them to engage in. As if I needed you to tell me. I was already prepared. The 6th-generation augmented reality glasses from the Stan Group come equipped with high-definition cameras and various image processing programs, enabling automatic magnification and focus, as well as real-time data analysis for object recognition and valuation. Su Xiaodu proudly produced a pair of silver-white smart glasses. The entire frame and temples of the glasses are crafted from a gleaming silver metal, square in shape, and a finger's width thick, featuring only an upper frame that houses 2 transparent lenses devoid of a lower edge. Augmented reality glasses, in simpler terms, synthesize additional images into the wearer's field of vision without obstructing normal sight. The underlying principle is straightforward. Miniature lenses on the frame capture and display images that the wearer perceives through the lenses. As these images are captured, they can undergo additional processing, such as incorporating various effects and virtual objects akin to photo editing, or manipulating the dimensions, clarity, brightness, contrast, and color of the images. Furthermore, by integrating image recognition and big data analysis, these glasses facilitate rapid identification, counting, and valuation of objects, among other functionalities. Such features are not particularly rare here. From mechas to mechanical prosthetic eyes, most devices with visual capabilities are equipped with these auxiliary functions. Naturally, as they are supplementary in nature, they serve only to assist. After all, it is merely based on image processing technology. In simpler terms, it involves capturing photographs and allowing the program to analyze and recognize them based on their appearance. This method cannot guarantee complete accuracy, making it even more challenging to discern authenticity. As for the valuation of collectibles and artworks, that is an even more arduous task. Here, I present this to you. Su Xiaodu generously handed the smart glasses to Lin Yu. What about you? Lin Yu did not immediately accept them, but instead gazed at Su Xiaodu. I certainly have a spare. Su Xiaodu rummaged through her pocket and produced an identical pair of smart glasses, which she donned with a flourish. Then she took the pair intended for Lin Yu and said, "Here, let me put this on you." With that, she placed the smart glasses onto Lin Yu's face, examining them closely afterward, nodding in satisfaction. "Quite stylish, indeed very suitable for you." Lin Yu scanned the surroundings, spotting a full-length mirror abandoned outside the warehouse. She wiped off the dust and took a look, subsequently nodding in agreement. In this context, augmented reality glasses are not considered high-end technology. Therefore, to boost sales and stand out, manufacturers naturally invest considerable effort into aesthetics. This device exudes a sense of technological sophistication, and once worn, it has a striking presence. Coupled with Lin Yu's commendable appearance, he indeed looked quite handsome. Thanks to the eye-tracking and gravity-sensing interaction technology employed, he quickly adapted to the usage of the smart glasses, which required only normal visual movements for operation. His gaze fell upon the warehouse currently up for auction, and upon invoking the big data analysis program. A myriad of connecting lines and floating frames soon appeared over the items in his field of vision, presenting a wealth of information. Unknown brand plastic chair, online mall reference price, 20. XX brand sofa, online mall reference price, 1200. XXX toilet paper, online mall reference price. These are all newly quoted prices, and many niche brands remain unrecognized. With a mere attempt, Lin Yu quickly understood that these figures could only serve as a rough reference. Yet he felt no disappointment. All he required was a zoom function. After all, he was a level 4 mecha engineer, having long frequented various scrap yards. As long as there were electronic or mechanical components in the warehouse, he could generally make a fairly accurate assessment. Most importantly, he did not solely rely on direct sales. He could repair various broken devices he scavenged, or even disassemble and reassemble parts to create practical tools, thereby fetching a higher price. In this light, it was indeed a prime location for quick profits. Congratulations, this warehouse now belonged to this gentleman. During the conversation between Lin Yu and Su Xiaodu, the auction for this warehouse swiftly came to a close. The winning bidder eagerly commenced searching for valuable items, while the others followed the auctioneer to another warehouse. With a clatter, they arrived at the new location, where a modest roll-up door was raised, revealing yet another chaotic warehouse to the onlookers. Everyone began to observe, some solitary, while others huddled in small groups whispering amongst themselves. Yet again, there was no safe. Sushitu, with enthusiasm, surveyed the area through her smart glasses, only to soon display a look of disappointment. So, you merely came to open the safe, did you? Linyu felt somewhat helpless. He carefully examined the surroundings. Although much was obscured, a few valuable items were still discernible within the warehouse. For instance, in one corner lay several motors, a few alloy plates, and a cutting machine. In a favorable market, these scattered items could easily fetch 3,000 to 4,000, and acquiring them for under 3,000 would yield a modest profit. Chapter 30. Auction Warehouse. Only a safe could unveil a true surprise. I once discovered 300,000 in cash within. In response to Lin Yu's bemused remarks, Su Xiaodu appeared rather self-assured. Well, Lin Yu shrugged slightly. It became apparent to him that Su Xiaodu was genuinely there for amusement, hoping to strike it rich by opening a treasure chest. However, as a man of modest means, he remained pragmatic. Even the smallest morsel was worth something. 1,000. With the auctioneer's opening, Lin Yu promptly entered the bidding, raising the price to 1,000. If there were indeed valuable items within the warehouse, it was unlikely that the owner would neglect them for long, unless they were exceptionally wealthy or had encountered a mishap, allowing the port manager to sell off the goods. Consequently, most of the time, the warehouses contained merely worthless debris. Furthermore, the auctioneer was also responsible for clearing these warehouse remnants, incurring labor costs, which meant not every warehouse would command a high price, nor would every one attract buyers. In fact, most lacked a minimum starting bid. Lin Yu's immediate offer of 1,000 instantly caught the attention of those hoping to snag a bargain. Hey, are you bidding on this warehouse? Su Xiaodu was somewhat taken aback when Lin Yu made a vocal bid, saying, Shouldn't we take a moment to observe? As newcomers, it's prudent to buy less and observe more. The analysis provided by smart glasses offers only limited insight. Lin Yu replied, I believe the items within hold some value, so I shall take a chance. For Su Xiaodu and her companions, who engaged in perilous trades, several $1,000s was not considered a substantial sum. Thus, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, she refrained from further persuasion. 1,500, 2,000, 2,000. Is there any higher bid? The gentleman bid 2,001, 3,005. This gentleman bids 3,005. Soon, the auction for this warehouse escalated into a fervent contest, ultimately culminating in Lin Yu successfully acquiring it for 3,005. Overall, this cannot be deemed an exceptionally advantageous price. Based on the visible items, the estimated value hovers around 3,000 to 4,000, factoring in potential markdowns during the transaction process, subsequent clearing costs, and the varying perspectives of individuals regarding valuation. It may be described as a somewhat speculative price, wagering on whether any valuable items remain among the lot. While there exists the potential for a modest profit if something of worth is found, there is also the risk of incurring cleaning fees without any return. Lin Yu was inclined to take this gamble, attracted by the electric motors and cutting machines, believing that the warehouse contained parts and machinery. Hence the possibility of discovering usable items amidst the leftovers, with even broken items potentially yielding some monetary return. After the payment was completed, the two began to swiftly inventory the contents of the warehouse. Once the various items that had been obscured and overlapped were unveiled, the intelligent glasses facilitated a swift identification by the two individuals. Alas, what lay before them was nothing but a collection of worthless debris. After the meticulous clearing process, Su Xiaodu felt a profound sense of disappointment. The items concealed beneath the clutter were predominantly trivial and valueless, with little of use to be found. Even the cutting machine, which was deemed somewhat valuable, failed to respond when powered on. It was only to be expected if it were not rubbish. It would not have been discarded in the first place. The chance of stumbling upon something truly valuable was exceedingly slim. Lin Yu offered a serene smile, employing a retrieved screwdriver to disassemble the cutting machine. After a brief period of tinkering, he successfully restored its functionality. Subsequently, he rummaged through the warehouse and unearthed a robotic toy, which, despite its antiquity rendering it unresponsive, was revitalized with minimal effort in his hands. In the end, after a thorough tally, the valuable items amounted to approximately 4,000. Added to this was the robotic toy, which unexpectedly brought a delightful surprise. It was worth 5,000. Astonishingly, they had managed to earn a total of 9,100. No, it was indeed Su Xiaotu's first foray into auctioning a warehouse, yielding a remarkable profit of 9,100. As the goods were sold, Su Xiaotu's exuberance surpassed even that of Lin Yu, who had anticipated a modest profit from the outset. She danced with excitement, reflecting her elation. However, they had yet to account for the costs of the auction and the cleaning process. Earning 5,000 would still be commendable. Lin Yu found himself both amused and exasperated by the situation, due to their unfamiliarity with the various channels upon their arrival. The two eventually enlisted the assistance of a treasure hunter who had also photographed a nearby warehouse. After paying a modest fee of 200, they were able to locate a buyer and a cleaner to dispose of the remaining debris. Taking into account the auction earnings and these additional expenses, their profits amounted to less than 5,000. You seem quite pleased. It appears my young friend has made quite a sum. A lean youth, resembling a slender monkey, exuded an air of shrewdness. Not much, merely a few thousand. But this girl is just delighting in her naivety, he remarked. Lin Yu chuckled softly. You're the one being naive. This is merely an experience of the joy that comes with earning money, Su Xiaotu retorted, somewhat displeased. Following the arrangement for the cleaner to undertake the warehouse clearance, the two, along with the lean youth who had also finished clearing his warehouse, proceeded to the auction site. During their journey, they discovered that the lean youth indeed went by the moniker Thin Monkey, at least when they exchanged names during their idle chatter. He did not seem inclined towards forging a deeper connection, assisting purely for monetary gain, and their conversation remained superficial. Upon returning to the auction warehouse, they soon parted ways, each embarking on their own bidding endeavors. Before long, the afternoon slipped away amidst the cyclical process of auctioning and clearing warehouses. Lin Yu's gains from the day were quite substantial. When he chose to engage, he did so with absolute confidence. His acquisitions primarily consisted of various electrical appliances and electronic components, which, due to prolonged disuse, were likely to be defective. Such items, if damaged, were rendered mere scrap, resulting in minimal competition. Consequently, he was able to secure purchases within an acceptable risk threshold. Then came the meticulous selection and careful repairs, and if all else failed, a few second-hand parts could still fetch a handsome price. While it may not result in sudden wealth, one could generally earn several thousand to tens of thousands, with one individual even making 30 to 40,000. By the end, the funds in hand had reached a substantial total of 110,000. With a little more added, he was almost in a position to construct another dawn. Of course, that was merely a jest. Creating a dawn with 20,000 still required a bit of luck. Most of the components of the dawn were the result of his keen eye and skill in salvage and restoration, making it impossible to replicate exactly, especially regarding the most critical parts. The Hercules G1080 hydraulic transmission system, even the hydraulic oil within it, was of military-grade quality. Encountering any scrap of it was a stroke of luck, let alone acquiring it at a low price. The other components, such as the bipolar battery packs and the core power motors, were equally elusive, even with ample funds, without the proper channels. It would be exceedingly difficult to recreate another dawn. With only 3 warehouses left to explore, those who had yet to find treasures needed to seize the opportunity. As dusk approached, the auctioneer hastened the proceedings, striving to invigorate the increasingly weary treasure hunters. As another shutter was raised, Lin Yu cast his gaze over. What a farce! Are they truly auctioning off this empty space? After the auctioneer had managed to stir a flicker of excitement among the treasure seekers, the sight within the warehouse instantly dashed their hopes, inciting a chorus of disappointed curses. The warehouse lay desolate, sparsely filled with a few items that appeared to be remnants of someone else's discarded debris. What do you think, Brother Lin? Should we bid on this? Su Xiaotu cast a fleeting glance around, her gaze quickly alighting on Lin Yu, embodying an attitude that even an empty warehouse would be worth acquiring if he deemed it so. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Yu had earned her profound respect with his impressive performance. Truly, he was a master of profit. For someone like her, accustomed to frequent losses and rarely reaping rewards, Lin Yu seemed almost divine in his capabilities. Although the warehouse appeared devoid of valuable goods, it likely held little interest for others, and clearing it out would not pose a challenge. If the price were reasonable, she thought, they should proceed with the purchase. Lin Yu's eyes fell upon a small heap of miscellaneous items within the warehouse, his expression shifting slightly before he diverted his gaze. Among those seemingly worthless scraps, there appeared to be several laser heads, meticulously concealed and partially obscured by paper debris, with only the tips visible, despite their outlines being indiscernible. Even his smart glasses failed to identify them. Yet, This eluded the keen perception of Lin Yu. A versatile level 4 mecha engineer with extensive experience in salvage operations and even the crafting of mechas from scrap. Though uncertain whether these laser heads belonged to weaponry or cutting machinery, their value was not negligible. Each could fetch a price of several thousand. As the auction commenced, a silence enveloped the treasure hunters, none daring to place a bid. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu finally spoke up. I bid 1,000. Chapter 31. A subtle strategy. One bid 1,000. The familiar voice compelled Lin Yu to glance at the eager bidder closely trailing behind her. In a public auction, it is customary for competitors to call out their bids. However, this zealous individual seemed somewhat out of the ordinary. It was the lean monkey, the warehouse treasure hunter who had previously assisted in establishing sales channels. Infuriatingly, this fellow had set his sights on them. Su Xiaodu followed Lin Yu's gaze. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Typically, after winning a warehouse auction, the treasure hunter would either clear it out alone or wait until the auction concluded to do so collectively. Without communication, it was quite challenging to discern one another's gains and losses. Yet, the lean monkey was different. Lin Yu and Su Xiaotu were strangers in this unfamiliar territory, relying on the lean monkey to connect them to potential buyers for their goods. Coincidentally, their wares were quite uniform, comprising various electrical appliances and machinery, leading them back to the initial second-hand merchant. If the lean monkey was acquainted with this merchant, he could easily glean information about Lin Yu's consistent profits, which ranged from a few thousand to several tens of thousands. Tempted by the prospect of wealth, the lean monkey could no longer resist the allure and began to follow Lin Yu's lead in bidding. This scenario was not unprecedented. In previous auctions, the lean monkey had persistently trailed her bids, inflating Lin Yu's acquisition costs and diminishing her profits significantly. In one particular auction, the lean monkey had even rallied a few acquaintances to join forces, competing against Lin Yu and ultimately compelling her to abandon the venture due to the disproportionate risk and cost. It appears that the warehouse has proven quite profitable for the lean monkey, and now his determination to seize it has intensified. After all, this warehouse, which can be described as nearly vacant, fails to pique the interest of most, with only a handful willing to place bids. It is only this lean monkey who fixates on Lin Yu with such urgency. Xiao Xiao, please come with me, Lin Yu said, casting a glance at the lean monkey. Seizing the moment while a few others were still bidding, he pulled Su Xiaotu to a secluded corner. Brother Lin, what is it? Can't we discuss this after the auction? It seems like no one else is particularly interested. Let's not allow that detestable lean monkey to acquire it, Su Xiaotu exclaimed, a hint of impatience in her voice. There's no need to rush, Lin Yu replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. After a brief pause, during which he sensed the atmosphere shifting, he continued, to be honest, I never intended to purchase this warehouse. Su Xiaotu was taken aback. Why not? Didn't you just say you wanted to buy it? What is there to buy in a nearly empty warehouse? Lin Yu smirked. I merely noticed that fellow persistently driving up the price and attempting to snatch it away, so I feigned interest in acquiring the warehouse to teach him a lesson. Now I understand. Su Xiaotu's eyes brightened at this revelation, and she exclaimed, That's wonderful. I was just contemplating how to teach that insufferable fellow a lesson. That is precisely why I summoned you, Lin Yu replied with a gentle smile, though a hint of exasperation lingered in his tone. I feared you might become overly eager and engage in a bidding war with him, so I wanted to clarify beforehand. When I raised the bid, just observe and refrain from speaking. Absolutely. No problem. Su Xiaotu, brimming with enthusiasm, clenched his fist and exclaimed, Let us raise the price fiercely, forcing that detestable fellow to squander his fortune on a vacant warehouse. 3,200. 3,200. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? At this moment, the auctioneer was energetically calling out, yet the atmosphere in the room had grown somewhat stagnant. After all, the contents of the warehouse were scant. Not only was there nothing of value in sight, but even those wishing to take a gamble found no opportunity, stripping away the thrill of the treasure hunt, thus dampening the spirits of the crowd. The 3,200 bid originated from the scrawny man. 5,000. This warehouse shall be mine. Lin Yu, brimming with vigor, re-entered and raised a hand in signal. The scrawny man gazed at Lin Yu for a moment, his expression fluctuating, and just before the auctioneer's gavel fell, he shouted, I bid 10,000. Then I bid 20,000. Lin Yu replied with a subtle smile, once more raising his hand. 30,000. The scrawny man hesitated for a brief moment before lifting his hand again. A vacant warehouse, evidently devoid of valuable items, and lacking even the slightest chance for a gamble, had astonishingly escalated to several tens of thousands in the blink of an eye. This left many treasure seekers present in utter disbelief, questioning whether the two were indeed mad or harbored some deep-seated animosity. They could not fathom why anyone would bid so high for such a dilapidated warehouse. Not even 3,000 would entice them. Could there truly be some hidden treasures within? Had they misjudged the worth? Some skeptics scrutinized the warehouse once more, yet still could not discern any value, and the soaring price left them too intimidated to place a bid. 40,000. This time, Lin Yu pondered for a moment, appearing to hesitate, before finally speaking up under the auctioneer's urging. With a hearty laugh, the slender monkey exclaimed, "Since you desire it so much, I shall grant you this favor. I had high hopes for this warehouse, yet given our acquaintance, I shall sell you this opportunity today. May you uncover something remarkable." Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her face betraying the disarray of her disrupted plans. 40,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The auctioneer inquired. But it was evident that this was merely a formality. After all, the competition was solely between Lin Yu and the slender monkey, who had already declared his withdrawal. 40,000 once, 40,000 twice, 40,000 thrice. Sold. The auctioneer swiftly recited the customary phrases and announced the deal. Then I must extend my gratitude to you. According to auction etiquette, the decision was final, leaving no room for reconsideration. Yet, the perplexity on Lin Yu's face transformed into a subtle smile. Hee, how was that? Am I not quite the performer? Su shouted, chuckled, seeking praise. Indeed, splendid. Lin Yu replied, beaming as she gave her a thumbs up. You all. The slender monkey and his companions exchanged uncertain glances. Mere bravado. I refuse to believe this desolate, dilapidated warehouse holds anything of value. I distinctly heard. A frail man with glasses beside the slender monkey scoffed, but he abruptly fell silent midway. Had I not heard it myself? How could I have acquired this warehouse at such a bargain? Lin Yu chuckled lightly as he stepped into the warehouse, rummaging through a pile of paper scraps. He selected several laser heads, tossing them in his hand before remarking, each of these is worth 10,000. What he had chosen was not the entirety. There were at least a dozen more in that heap. Thus, it could be deduced that the warehouse was worth a minimum of 200,000. He had already noticed these items earlier and had discreetly led Su Xiaodu aside, not to genuinely discuss price manipulation, but rather to ensure that his words were overheard by the companions of the thin monkey. Given that the thin monkey's group was fixated on him, it was inevitable that they would eavesdrop on their private conversation. Their inept tracking skills could hardly elude Lin Yu and Su Xiaodu, who had survived on the edge of danger. They feigned ignorance solely to mislead the thin monkey and his companions into believing they were acting out of desperation for revenge, ultimately abandoning their bidding. Chapter 32. Hidden Intrigue. Lin Yu's words naturally enraged the thin monkey and his associates, their expressions darkening, especially after an inquiry revealed that he had indeed spoken the truth. Those laser heads, even at second-hand prices, could easily fetch over 10,000. Their faces and spirits sank further. This was a sum of 1 to 200,000. The juicy profit had just slipped away, leaving them with hearts heavy with regret. However, such as the other treasure hunters were seasoned veterans, quickly discerning the context from the conversation between the two, and soon erupted into raucous laughter. It seemed that the scrawny monkey had not enjoyed a favorable reputation in the past. After this brief interlude, the group resumed their journey towards the remaining 2 warehouses. Brother Lin, aren't we going to clear out the warehouse? Su Xiaotu, eager to delve into the newly acquired space, was taken aback when she noticed Lin Yu merely picking up the laser heads from the debris before locking the roll-up door of the warehouse. But there are still 2 warehouses left. Let us finish the bidding first, Lin Yu remarked with a knowing smile. Ah, indeed. Su Xiaotu instantly grasped his intention, bursting into cheerful laughter. You really are quite the rascal. The duo then rejoined the auction procession. As for the remaining 2 warehouses, Lin Yu assessed them and found them lacking in interesting items. Yet, he feigned an air of determined ambition. The scrawny monkey, aware that Lin Yu might be deliberately leading him into a trap, was caught in a dilemma, having just learned from a previous experience. He was torn between bidding and refraining from it. Ultimately, the allure of wealth proved too tempting to resist, and driven by avarice and a lingering sense of defeat, he found himself bidding against Lin Yu. This time, it wasn't just the scrawny monkey participating in the bidding. Other treasure hunters, stirred by the excitement, also began to engage, reigniting a fervor in the auction that had previously waned. 120,000. If anyone else bids, I shall withdraw. In the end, the scrawny monkey's veins bulged as he declared that he would not continue if there were further bids, yet he glared at Lin Yu with gritted teeth. Seeing your eagerness, and having just granted you a favor, I shall consider this a return of goodwill." Lin Yu shrugged, with a chuckle. It was uncertain whether it was the satisfaction of revenge or the deliberately comical expression Lin Yu wore that provoked Su Xiaotu into a fit of laughter, quickly stifling her mouth thereafter. "You." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the lanky monkey realized he had once again fallen into a trap, his face flushing a deep shade of purple. The risks had long been made clear, and he was acutely aware of them. Yet, consumed by greed, he ultimately succumbed to the allure of chance. In that moment, it was evident that he had lost his gamble. The crowd set off, advancing to the final warehouse. Lin Yu employed his previous tactics once more, this time executing a true scheme, having suffered a loss of 200,000 previously and 12,000 thereafter. "How would you choose this time?" Lin Yu smiled mischievously. "Humph. Don't try to fool me. I refuse to believe this time is a sham." 80,000. The sunk cost and the gambler's psychology had transformed the desperate lanky monkey into a frenzied state. "Alas, seeing you like this truly tugs at my heartstrings." "Very well. Consider it done." Lin Yu deviated from convention, raising the bid to 80,000 only to abruptly halt. The lanky monkey, blinded by his losses, was likely intent on continuing the gamble. However, Lin Yu merely raised the bid slightly and then ceased, rendering all his calculations futile. 80,000. 80,000. Is there any higher bid? 80,000 once. 80,000 twice. 80,000 thrice. Sold. The auctioneer decisively struck the gavel. This was meant to be a proclamation of victory. Yet it turned out to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The slender monkey, infuriated to the point of madness, rolled his eyes and fell backward. "Let us go." With Su Xiaotu's jubilant cry, the day's auction came to a close, and the crowd dispersed, each person carrying their own joys and sorrows. Our recently acquired warehouse remains unexamined. As the saying goes, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. He had previously secured only the laser head from that warehouse. The other items were still untouched. Although the haul was modest, it was worth inspecting. Moreover, he needed to find someone to clear out the unwanted debris. "Oh, I almost forgot. Though judging by appearances, there shouldn't be anything of value left, right?" Just as Su Xiaotu reveled in his triumph, he recalled the warehouse still awaited exploration upon Lin Yu's mention. How could he know without taking a look? He began to sift through all the obstructing piles, scanning with his smart glasses, and indeed, there appeared to be nothing of worth. Truly, there was little of value. It was infuriating that after an entire day of auctions, not a single safe was found. Despite harboring no great expectations, Su Xiaotu still displayed disappointment upon seeing the results, especially since he had not encountered the safe he so eagerly desired throughout the day. "Do you really wish to open a safe?" Lin Yu inquired, her expression shifting. Su Xiaotu nodded, absent-mindedly toying with the ears of his rabbit hat, muttering, "Of course, that is precisely why I came." "It seems there might actually be a safe here for you to open," Lin Yu smiled. "Really?" Su Xiaotu's eyes sparkled, and her rabbit ears perked up as she tugged at the zipper resembling hanging fringes. "Can I really deceive you?" Lin Yu chuckled lightly, taking a few steps forward to stand at the door, gazing up at the drive mechanism above the rolling shutter. However, this device was distinctly different from those in the warehouses he had previously photographed. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this apparatus had been modified, with several additional structures incorporated. It was a simple transmission mechanism, hastily constructed, intended to utilize the motor of the rolling shutter to activate other components. Why must they derive power from this motor? Was there a mechanism designed such that failure to initiate from this predetermined point would trigger a response? Lin Yu positioned a chair, climbed up, and meticulously examined it for a while, extracting a screwdriver to make slight adjustments. Soon, with a series of clicks, the motor of the rolling shutter sprang to life, resonating with a cacophony of mechanical movements from the depths of the warehouse. "Wow, it really exists. It's a hidden door. There must be something extraordinary inside," Su Xiaotu exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Chapter 33. Class of cybernetic implants with the sounds of machinery echoing from the depths of the warehouse. Lin Yu and Su Xiaotu quickly approached the source. It led them to the innermost section of the warehouse floor. After a cursory inspection earlier, there had been no signs of anything amiss, but now a groove became evident. Thud, 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 thud. "Lin, don't come any closer. Let me take a look." Su Xiaotu cautioned Lin Yu. Despite Lin Yu's exceptional skills, he remained merely an unenhanced ordinary individual, vulnerable enough that even the slightest trap could cost him his life. He had no intention of overstepping his boundaries. Upon hearing the words, he stood still, preparing to provide support while observing Su Xiaotu as she cautiously approached the recess and peered inside. It seemed devoid of danger, emitting a sound akin to that of a mechanical heart. After a thorough inspection, Su Xiaotu joyfully waved to Lin Yu. He approached and leaned down to take a look into the recess. Inside, there were no superfluous items, only a transparent box resembling a display case, within which lay an intricately structured silvery metal heart. Remarkably, this mechanical heart pulsated vigorously, the rhythmic thumping resonating with a hint of the uncanny. Was this a prosthetic? Lin Yu glanced at Su Xiaotu. His knowledge of prosthetics was rather limited, while standard mechanical prosthetics were manageable. He recalled by way mentioning that the development of prosthetics seemed to conceal certain mysteries, not entirely aligned with technologies like mechanical exoskeletons. It must be so. Though the smart glasses could not identify its model, it was likely not a common prosthetic. Lin Yu nodded, took the display case containing the mechanical heart, covered it with an old cloth, and the two hurried back to the hotel where they were staying. The Giovanni squad comprised 6 members: the leader Giovanni, the sniper Field, the assassin Shadow Moon, the hacker Hawk, the medic Elena, and the demolitions expert Su Xiaodu. Naturally, all 6 were cyber-enhanced individuals, each possessing formidable combat capabilities, though their roles and specializations varied. At this moment, Giova and 2 other main team members, Field and Ingwe, were absent. Only 2 individuals remained in the hotel: a young man named Hawk, clad in a leather jacket and jeans, and a bespectacled woman named Elena, exuding an air of intellect. "Oh, how come you're so lively today, Rabbit? Usually, you come back from the warehouse gambling with your tail between your legs," Hawk remarked. He was the team's hacker and the primary force in their search for the Iron Brotherhood in Larudo, currently infiltrating various surveillance systems in Heaven's Port and quickly conducting facial recognition screenings. "Don't underestimate us. Today we struck it rich," Su Xiaodu retorted, shooting a glare at Hawk and scanning the suite's living room. "Where's Sister Elena?" "She's inside, catching up on beauty sleep." Claiming that her skin dried out from last night's vigil, Hawk replied, gesturing towards one of the rooms. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "You actually had a day where you didn't lose money?" "Humph. If you had come with me today, you would have seen. Brother Lin and I were invincible in the storage area. We didn't lose a single time," Su Xiaodu boasted proudly. "So it was Brother Lin who was behind it." "Now it makes sense," Hawk said, glancing at Lin Yu with a look of realization. As old teammates, they were well aware of Su Xiaodu's nature. It was absurd to claim she could consistently win without losses. However, with Lin Yu accompanying her, it all fell into place. After all, he was an engineer capable of crafting mechas himself, undoubtedly possessing keen insight and knowledge. This time Brother Lin and I discovered a tremendous treasure. Su Xiaotu, unperturbed by Hawk's somewhat disdainful tone, felt an even greater sense of pride. Hawk, upon hearing her words, displayed a curious expression. "What treasure?" "I won't tell you," Su Xiaotu replied with a mischievous grin, skipping towards a doorway. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Sister Elena, are you there?" The door soon swung open. A bespectacled woman, exuding a mix of affection and exasperation, lightly tapped Su Xiaodu on the head with her fingers. "What is the rush? I was in the midst of my beauty sleep, and you've roused me from my slumber. Brother Lin found a mechanical heart prosthesis whose model we cannot identify and would like you to take a look at it, Sister Elena." Su Xiaotu, feeling a bit sheepish, retracted her head and stuck out her tongue before glancing back at Lin Yu. "This is troublesome." Lin Yu extended an old cloth-covered display box towards her. "It's nothing. Just a small matter." Elena smiled gently, accepting the box and lifting the tattered cloth. Initially, she paid little attention, but her demeanor quickly shifted as her gaze sharpened. She swiftly set the cloth aside and looked up at Lin Yu. "Where did you acquire this? What is it? Such a commotion. It must be valuable," Hawk interjected, approaching with intrigue. "Move aside. Do you not understand the importance of client confidentiality?" Elena dodged Hawk's hand as he attempted to unveil the box, playfully kicking him away. "Fine. If you don't want to look, then we shan't. Come in, both of you." Elena hesitated for a moment before inviting Lin Yu and Su Xiaodu into her room. "What potential dangers does this possess?" Observing Elena's demeanor, Lin Yu also discerned some underlying implications. "This is an A-grade cybernetic body developed by the Entropy Group, known as the Heart of Kozish." Elena sighed and remarked, "Such advanced cybernetic bodies are typically not available for public sale. They are exclusively allocated to the private military of these groups or to collaborate with a select few organizations, such as the Mecha Association and the Technological Martial Arts Association." "A-grade cybernetic body?" Su Xiaodu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. I have been engaged in perilous dealings for so long and have only managed to acquire 2 B-grade cybernetic bodies. Yet, Lin, you simply purchase a warehouse and stumble upon an A-grade? We only have one, right? Is it truly troublesome? Lin Yu did not rush to express his delight. Instead, he awaited Elena's further explanation. These groups place significant emphasis on the technological secrecy surrounding advanced cybernetic bodies, meticulously tracking the distribution of each unit. Her words were far from complete. Chapter 34. The Heart of Immortality. Is it still possible for me to discard this thing now? Lin Yu pondered aloud after hearing Elena's comments. Discard it. Both Elena and Su Xiaotu were taken aback by Lin Yu's statement. Lin, this is an A-grade cybernetic body, a valuable item that one cannot simply purchase. You wish to throw it away? Su Xiaotu's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only Su Xiaotu, but even the seemingly composed and mature Elena was equally taken aback. An A-grade cybernetic body, while it may possess certain risks, surely does not warrant such a drastic decision as discarding it, does it? Should this object be sold, it may lead to endless repercussions. Currently, I harbor little interest in cybernetic implants. Why not simply discard it? Or sell it to you? Lin Yu shrugged. He currently lacked the self-preservation capabilities he once possessed prior to acquiring his armor. However, he found it difficult to accept the idea of replacing his natural body parts with cybernetic ones. There are numerous means of self-defense, and compared to cybernetics, he favored exoskeletal armor or specialized materials for bulletproof and stab-resistant clothing, ideally enhanced by biotechnological modifications. As a level 4 mech engineer, he possessed a profound understanding of machinery. Yet, it is precisely this understanding that made him acutely aware that the more intricate the machinery, the less reliable it often is. In the face of extreme and adverse conditions, while machinery may excel in operational performance, its stability pales in comparison to the living organisms that have evolved over billions of years. The notion of implanting cybernetic components might be acceptable for trivial organs. Yet the idea of a mechanical heart strikes him as fundamentally unreliable. Moreover, he could not fathom what combat advantages a mechanical heart could possibly provide. No matter how powerful the pumping mechanism, it remains merely an organ substitute, right? As a mech engineer, wouldn't you desire the heart of Kashiai? After hearing Lin Yu's words, Elena's expression turned peculiar. Should I? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. Perhaps I neglected to mention the effects of this item. Elena smiled with resignation and explained. Kashiai, a figure from myth, is an immortal, thus the heart of Kashiai is also known as the heart of the undying. Undying? Just those few words instantly piqued Lin Yu's interest. His greatest headache at present lies in the fragility of his own body, a dilemma that plagues most mech pilots. One can discern from Zhao Xing's approach to this mission that even among their peers, they are keen on employing decapitation tactics, which vividly illustrates the perilous conditions under which mech pilots exist. Indeed, the indomitable nature of the Kexish heart is why it has earned a classification as an A-grade cybernetic enhancement. Elena, sporting a knowing smile, remarked, of course, it's not exaggerated to the point of true immortality, but the Kexish heart possesses formidable regenerative capabilities. Unless one suffers a direct blow to the brain or incurs extensive trauma, conventional slicing or piercing cannot prove fatal. And the principle behind this? Merely a mechanical heart? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I cannot provide the intricate details, but I can give you a broad overview, Elena replied, shrugging her shoulders. As you can see, this device functions as a heart. I can implant it directly into your body, establishing a dual heart circulatory system. This will not interfere with the original heart's operation, rather. It will enhance blood pumping efficiency, thereby improving oxygen supply and slightly augmenting physical capabilities. Moreover, in the event that the original heart sustains damage, this mechanical heart can operate independently, maintaining blood circulation and effectively eliminating a critical vulnerability. No longer will you need to fear a fatal blow to the heart. But if my heart has been pierced and blood is gushing out, wouldn't that mean this device would only hasten my demise? Lin Yu rolled his eyes in skepticism. This brings us to the core functionality of the heart of the undying. Elena, with an expression that suggested she had anticipated this, remarked with a smile. The reason the heart of the undead is so named is that it can synthesize a type of nanobot known as bloodworms. These entities can replace normal blood cells, serving the vital function of transporting nutrients and oxygen. However, that is not all. As the bloodworms circulate within your body, they constantly monitor your vital signs. Upon detecting any injury, they promptly gather at the wound site, reconnecting and sealing it through their interconnections, essentially performing nanoscale suturing. Typically, for wounds that are not excessively large. The result of this suturing is virtually indistinguishable from complete healing. This process transpires with remarkable speed, and subsequently, these bloodworms also distribute nutrients and stimulate hormone secretion, facilitating the true and rapid healing of the injury. How swift is remarkably swift? One cannot help but acknowledge that Lin Yusen was intrigued. A dual heart system eliminates cardiac vulnerabilities, while the bloodworms autonomously stitch wounds, offering nanoscale suturing that renders minor cuts and gunshot wounds comparable to normal healing. When these two elements are combined, if the suturing speed is sufficiently rapid, ordinary knife wounds or gunshots could indeed fail to inflict fatal damage. The heart of the undead lives up to its name. An A-grade prosthetic truly lives up to its classification. It is clear that approaching it solely from a mechanical engineering perspective was a narrow viewpoint. The healing could occur mere seconds after being struck, Elena stated, and Lin Yu immediately found it appealing. So, do you still want it? If not, I would gladly purchase it from you. Elena replied with a cheerful demeanor. Of course, I want it. Lin Yu possessed an unyielding demeanor, exhibiting no trace of embarrassment. The heart of the undead was a miraculous artifact for preserving life, particularly significant for someone like him, who was averse to cybernetic modifications. Furthermore, since a dual heart circulatory system could be implemented, he need not worry about the potential malfunctions of a mechanical heart, effectively alleviating all his concerns. How could he possibly refuse it? Even the most advanced prosthetics would pale in comparison to this marvel. Aren't you afraid of the risks associated with this thing? Elena asked with a beaming smile. Who doesn't know of my indomitable spirit? I have never been acquainted with the concept of fear. I merely confront challenges as they arise, Lin Yu chuckled. After all, he was someone who dared to contemplate creating mechs and opposing the Sioux organization right after his arrival in this world. Given his affliction with starfall disease and uncertainty about his lifespan, what genuine fear could he possess? It was merely a matter of balancing risk and reward. Armed with an upgrade panel and the confidence to endure, he was assured that he would not fear anyone in the future. Sigh, had I known, I wouldn't have discussed this with you. I should have just deceived you instead, considering someone intends to dispose of it anyway. Elena feigned disappointment. How could someone as principled as Sister Elena possibly engage in such actions? Lin Yu complimented with a light jest. Had we not been acquainted? I might have actually done it, Elena replied, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Never mind, let us discuss another transaction. What transaction? Lin Yu inquired. You will need to seek a cybernetic surgeon for the implantation of this item. Can you trust anyone else? Elena curved her lips into a smile. It seems I must rely on Sister Elena. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately grasped the implication and climbed aboard the bandwagon. Indeed, there was no one more suitable than Elena to perform the transplant of the Koshish heart. Her previous revelations were a testament to her impeccable character. In contrast, seeking an outsider would entail considering not only the risks associated with the Koshish heart, but also the reliability of the individual. One would have to ponder whether they might harbor ulterior motives. Chapter 35. The operation begins 20,000, Elena said with a beaming smile, extending her hand as if revealing a hidden fox's tail. What do you mean, 20,000? Lin Yu feigned ignorance. Of course, that's the surgical fee. I am not charging exorbitantly. The market rate applies, even for the esteemed boss Giovanni. Elena's smile held a hint of avarice. Beside them, Su Xiaotu raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Is it possible to get a discount? Lin Yu grimaced. The cost of implanting a synthetic heart was indeed not unreasonable at 20,000. However, after a long day's toil, even counting the unutilized laser heads, he had barely accumulated 30,000, meaning this expense would consume 2/3 of his earnings. I operate on a small scale. Discounts are not an option, Elena replied, her gentle voice delivering the most merciless of truths. Seeing her demeanor, Lin Yu abandoned any thoughts of negotiation and instead inquired, what about the timeline? How long will the implant surgery take, and what is the recovery period? The surgery will take approximately 2 hours. As for recovery, normally it could take quite some time. But since you are receiving the Koshish heart, you will be able to return to your original state almost immediately after the procedure. Once the price negotiations reached a consensus, Elena immediately adopted a serious and professional demeanor. Very well, but I must first conduct a thorough examination. Lin Yu paused for a moment, then picked up the heart of Koshish and began to scrutinize it meticulously. In this era of intelligence, the paramount concern is cybersecurity. Augmentations such as these are typically physically isolated, meaning they do not incorporate any wireless connectivity hardware. After all, these enhancements are akin to one's own organs. If they were to be compromised by a hacker, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to paralysis or cardiac arrest in an instant. Fortunately, the fourth-level mech engineering is sufficiently comprehensive. Although the development pathways of augmentations differ from conventional machinery, the fundamental principles of electronic mechanics are interconnected, relying on standard software and hardware. He examined the hardware structure and accessed the control system through a physical interface, meticulously checking every aspect. While it is unrealistic to fully comprehend the intricate structure of such advanced and confidential technology, it is relatively straightforward to inspect the control system and ascertain that there are no anomalous operational modules or wireless communication hardware. As long as these elements are absent, external remote interference becomes impossible, thus eliminating the risks of tracking or remote invasion. The remaining aspects are secondary. After all, they are merely supplementary implants that can be removed if necessary. It's sufficient. Let us proceed. Once he confirmed that there were no potential hazards, Lin Yu nodded to Elena, signaling her to prepare for the implantation procedure. The part-time augmentation specialist within the mercenary team undoubtedly possessed more unconventional skills compared to a formal hospital. After a dose of anesthetic, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, 2 hours had elapsed. Congratulations, the surgery was a resounding success. You are now Sister Lin. As Lin Yu opened his eyes, the cheerful Su Xiaodu immediately approached him with a grin. Lin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. The effects of the anesthesia had not completely worn off, leaving him feeling somewhat uncoordinated, yet he experienced no weakness or pain. Glancing down, he lifted the blanket to inspect his chest, discovering no scars. Had it truly been completed? Lin Yu turned his gaze toward Elena, who had just entered the room. Of course, you may give it a try, Elena chuckled lightly, casually tossing a surgical knife to Lin Yu. Without further ado, he made a deep incision on his own hand. At first, blood gushed forth, but within mere seconds, the flow ceased abruptly. The blood, as if endowed with life, began to envelop the wound, swiftly contracting as it did so. The gaping cut visibly closed before his eyes, and within 2 or 3 seconds, even the scar remained non-existent. Indeed, it is a remarkable substance. A smile involuntarily graced Lin Yu's face. Such a level of self-healing meant that ordinary gunshot wounds or cuts from bladed weapons would scarcely pose a lethal threat to him. This capacity for self-preservation was not merely doubled, it was exponentially greater. Certainly, it is a valuable asset, one that money cannot procure. Witnessing this extraordinary regenerative ability, even Elena, who had personally performed the surgery, could not help but express her astonishment and envy once more. For anyone, especially mercenaries like them who danced on the precipice of life and death, a means of survival was never deemed excessive. Thank you. Consider it a personal favor owed to you. I will handle the financial matters shortly and transfer today's gains to you. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude sincerely. I'm afraid time is of the essence, came a sudden voice from outside. Giovanni stood at the doorway, knocking lightly on the already open entrance, his demeanor grave. We have identified the hideout of the Steel Brotherhood. I just conferred with Mr. Zhao, and he believes it prudent to act tonight, lest we invite unforeseen complications. Such urgency. Lin Yu regarded Giovanni and his colleagues with newfound respect for their professional acumen. They had only arrived in Heaven's Port half a day ago, yet had swiftly pinpointed a target within such an extensive area. If nothing else, their talent for tracking was indeed remarkable. Fortune favored us. We merely conducted a range filtering based on the target's characteristics and fortuitously landed within a promising segment. Giovanni was candid, showing no desire for accolades. What is the plan now? Lin Yu inquired as he rose, stretching his shoulders. We will infiltrate under the cover of night, aiming to either eliminate Larudo or incapacitate his mech. Mr. Zhao and you will provide support nearby. Should we fail in our mission, you are to intervene. Giovanni outlined the strategy. Agreed. Lin Yu nodded slightly. This aligned seamlessly with the plan discussed earlier that morning. Brother Lin, are you up to it? Su Xiaodu pointed to Lin Yu's chest, indicating his recent surgery. Not a problem, Lin Yu smiled reassuringly. The recovery capabilities of the Kexish heart are astonishing. And Elena administered the anesthetic with great precision. I am in a condition that is at least as good, if not better, than before the procedure. The 6 members of Team Jehovah, alongside Lin Yu, Zhao Xing, and the old man Zhang, who merely served as a bystander, swiftly convened within the suite for a brief tactical meeting. Naturally, it was primarily Jehovah who articulated the infiltration strategy for his team, while Lin Yu and Zhao Xing stood ready as the support mech pilots, prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice. As for the old man Zhang, his role was entirely superfluous. Once the plan was laid out, they conserved their energy, awaiting the witching hour. Two vehicles, discreetly transporting the mechs, glided silently into the night. And soon, Team Jehovah was fully equipped, seamlessly blending into the shadows. Chapter 36. Crimson Wind. The visibility around the sanatorium was too broad. We could advance no further. The next phase was in your hands. Jehovah issued a calm command for action without unnecessary words. Good luck to you all. Zhao Xing offered a brief blessing before falling into silence. May you succeed in your endeavor. A composed yet commanding tone resonated through the communication channel. For a moment, Team Jehovah was taken aback, but having spent the past few days accustomed to Lin Yu's drastically different demeanor in combat, they quickly regained their composure. The battle-ready Lin Yu exuded an undeniable coolness. Armor deployment complete. Commencing interaction system test. Interaction system functioning normally. All modules of the mech operating correctly. Within the confines of the enclosed vehicle, Lin Yu had already settled into the mech cockpit, sitting cross-legged, poised for action. Meanwhile, Team Jehovah was fully armed, silently merging with the night. 10 o'clock position, Dark Sentry, Shadow Moon, cleared. Mission accomplished. At 3 o'clock, in the medical building at the third window on the left. Field has completed the elimination. Elena and Xiao Xiao escort Hawk inside. There is a wiring box there that can take over some surveillance. Understood. You have approximately 20 seconds before a patrol team passes by, so act swiftly. Acknowledged. The communication channel is filled with the succinct and efficient exchanges of Team Jehovah, exhibiting a strict adherence to protocol. It is only at this moment that Lin Yu can truly appreciate the exceptional caliber of this mercenary unit, having officially commenced their operation. Jehovah and his team have shed their usual levity, each member now embodying silence and competence. Furthermore, their preparations are evidently thorough, extending far beyond merely locating the Steel Brotherhood's position. They possess an intimate understanding of each outpost. They could either send the adept assassin, Shadow Moon, to eliminate the target, or have the sniper, Field, utilize a low-power, soundless electromagnetic sniper rifle to neutralize the threat from a distance. In an instant, they advance with the momentum of a relentless force, penetrating to the depths of the sanatorium. They disperse to seek their targets, adhering to the standard protocol of 100 meters. Understood. 2 minutes later, Jehovah's voice resonates once more. Shortly thereafter, Shadow Moon's somewhat detached tone emerges. Target Larudo identified. Currently asleep, with normal respiratory and heart rate. Shadow Moon engages, eliminating the target before promptly retreating, remaining prepared for any potential extraction. After instructing his team, Jehovah addresses the communication channel. Mr. Zhao, Brother Lin, please prepare for engagement as well. Acknowledged. There stood a first-generation mech alongside a second-generation mech as formidable support. A situation in which Giovanni had never engaged with such confidence. Target neutralized. Soon, the calm report of Shadow Moon echoed through the comms. Retreat. Giovanni commanded decisively, swiftly orchestrating the withdrawal. To his surprise, the operation was proceeding remarkably smoothly. Zhao Xing's voice, tinged with a hint of relief, resonated in the ears of the team. However, barely had his words left his lips when a piercing alarm abruptly erupted, shattering the tranquility of the night sky. Damn it, I swear, Zhao exclaimed. Mr. Zhao, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Are you not aware that one should refrain from raising flags before the mission concludes? The comms erupted in a cacophony of complaints from Giovanni's squad, their voices rising in unison. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Following the jarring alarm, the air was pierced by the thunderous roar of artillery, brilliant flashes of gunfire illuminating the darkness, instantly dispelling the night's silence. It's all right, we've dealt with Larudo. The rest are mere trifles. I will launch an immediate counteroffensive. Zhao Xing realized that his timing had been rather inappropriate and hastily offered his apologies. Boom. Damn it. If I take another mission with you, I will be a dog, he exclaimed, frustration boiling over. I said not to raise flags. Damn it. Mechs. Hurry with the support. They might have reserve pilots. The mechs are deployed. Damn it. If I perish, I swear I won't let you off the hook. Zhao's proclamation sent the comms into complete chaos. Mechs. Upon hearing the voice from the communication channel, Zhao Xing's expression shifted slightly. Hold on. I will be there shortly. The auxiliary pilot is not an issue. Mechas are typically customized according to combat styles, and without Lala's direct piloting, their power is significantly diminished. As his words left his lips, a sleek crimson mecha burst forth from the enclosed heavy truck beside Lin Yu, charging recklessly towards the sanatorium. The crimson mecha moved with a speed that seemed almost unnatural for a heavy metallic construct. its back equipped with thrusters that expelled a fiery orange glow to aid its propulsion, although it was not sufficient to elevate the mecha into flight. Each stride resembled a bound, covering distances of several meters in mere moments. Fei Jiang, take control of the vehicle and follow closely. Influenced by the persona of El Bu, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed, opting not to dash like Zhao Xing's Crimson Wind, but instead allowing the mecha's intelligence system to commandeer the truck and initiate automatic driving. Furthermore, El Bu's armor had been rebranded. It was now referred to as Fei Jiang armor, a change made simply for the sake of prestige. Zhao Xing's Crimson Wind was evidently specialized for speed, bolstered by thrusters, while the Fei Jiang armor was not quite its equal. Under the influence of El Bu's combat style, although it had not entirely forsaken lower limb mobility, it had been adjusted to place greater emphasis on upper limb enhancement, making a foot race impractical. Fortunately, with a vehicle at their disposal, there was no need for him to foolishly run on foot. The vehicle sped along, gaining velocity, until Zhao Xing found himself bewildered. Glancing aside as a closed cargo truck hurtled past him, crashing into the sanatorium's protective wall with a resounding crash. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle shattered through the wall before executing a sharp skid, the rear door flung open, and a formidable figure clad in sleek black emerged from within. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yu, wielding a halberd, swiftly surveyed the battlefield. The sanatorium lay desolate, many areas reduced to ruins, while at the very heart of the debris, the figures of Qiaohua and others were seen either fleeing in disarray or vanished from sight. Qiaohua himself was hefting a rocket launcher, firing at a silver mech as he rapidly retreated towards Lin Yu. Clang! Without hesitation, Lin Yu charged forward, positioning his halberd to block the path of the silver mech. Your opponent is me. Before Lin Yu could strike, Zhao Xing's Crimson Wind surged in from outside. Chapter 37. The Flying General Breaks the Enemy. The Steel Wings is a second-generation mech. You cannot contend with it. Go assist Qiaohua and the others. Zhao Xing's Crimson Wind raced towards the sanatorium, coming to an abrupt halt before Lin Yu, its sides unleashing a flurry of micromissiles. Numerous missiles, no thicker than cigars, scattered and veered sharply, descending upon the silver mech like a torrential downpour. Boom! The cacophony and flames instantaneously engulfed the steel wings. Yet amidst the blaze, a missile, as thick as an arm, arced through the air towards them. Boom! The Crimson Wind was violently tossed, rolling several times before stabilizing, thanks to Lin Yu's outstretched halberd. All right, I leave this to you. The Flying General remains merely a generation of bare machinery. Not only is it unable to match in sensitivity and response speed, but its onboard firepower is also quite formidable. Brother Lin, at 6 o'clock, we'll have Xiao Xiao and the others gone. After a prolonged struggle with the rocket artillery and the iron wings, Qiaohua has reached the limits of his endurance. Upon the arrival of Lin Yu and Zhao Xing, the tension in his mind relaxed slightly, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily while urgently relaying the situation over the communication device. Received. The sanatorium covers a vast area, yet it is not far for the mechs. Following the conspicuous trails of fire in the night, Lin Yu swiftly located the battlefield of Qiaohua's squad. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Within a building, the dense gunfire and intermittent heavy artillery bombardments had rendered the structure on the brink of collapse. Outside the building stood 3 armored vehicles, armed with machine guns and cannons, unleashing ferocious firepower that pressed down upon them, making it difficult to lift their heads. The building is about to fall. Hawk. Think of something. I certainly do not wish to perish here. Damn it. Do you think I am a deity? These armored vehicles are not connected to the external network. So tell me how to hack in. What use are you? This is precisely why I detest wasteland missions. Damn it. I am still so youthful and vibrant. I do not wish to die. Lin Yu, have you arrived? Help us. Sister wouldn't mind offering herself in exchange. Aliena and Hawk of Qiaohua's squad were huddled inside the building, relying on the advantageous terrain that made it difficult for the armored vehicles to enter. But as the building began to sway perilously, their situation grew increasingly dire. Though cybernetic enhancements significantly augment the human body, they remain fundamentally human and cannot withstand the immense weight of a collapsing building, nor the onslaught of machine guns and heavy artillery. Sister Elena, do not fret. You heard the communication channel. Brother Lin will arrive shortly. Amidst the chaos, Su Xiaodu offered a few comforting words beside Elena. The price for devotion was set at 200,000. Suddenly, Lin Yu's calm voice resonated through the communication channel. With a resounding boom, a towering shadow descended from another 6-story building nearby. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a sleek, black-painted mech, embodying the unique texture of technology and metal. reminiscent of an ancient warrior or celestial soldier. The divine warrior leaped high, stretching its form, brandishing a formidable halberd, and descended with the force of a meteor. With a thunderous crash, the halberd pierced an armored vehicle, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent debris flying and dust swirling. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Amidst the dissipating smoke, the black-armored warrior slowly rose from one knee, extracting the war spear from the vehicle and firmly planting it into the ground. That proud figure stood tall, adorned with 2 feathered plumes atop its head, enhancing its splendor and dominance. Let us negotiate. Would it be acceptable to offer both? This celestial spectacle rendered Elena, Susietu, and even Hawk entranced. The dazzling mech and the scene reminiscent of a divine warrior's descent were irresistibly captivating. Particularly for the men. The sound of the armored vehicle steering and the deafening roar of machine guns shattered the momentary tranquility. However, the ascendancy of mechs over armored vehicles and tanks as the new dominators of the battlefield is certainly justified. The formidable armor of the mechs, while susceptible to the penetrating capabilities of anti-material sniper rifles, stands impervious to the concentrated firepower of machine guns. Presently, the surface armor of the Flying General has been replaced with genuine military-grade composite armor provided by Zhaoxing. The seemingly torrential rain of bullets merely sparks off the armor, creating a dazzling display of light and shadow. As for the cannon mounted on the armored vehicle, it possesses the potential to inflict damage upon the mech. Yet its maneuverability is lamentably sluggish. A mere 90-degree turn of the cannon requires at least 2 to 3 seconds, and a complete rotation of the vehicle takes even longer. Such an interval is trivial for a humanoid armored entity, which could easily circle around twice in that time. Boom. The 3 armored vehicles, previously besieging the building where Elena and others were located, were not far apart. Lin Yu absorbed the impact of the fall, regained his footing, and swiftly surveyed the battlefield. He then dragged his halberd, charging a few steps to confront another armored vehicle. With a flourish, he swung the halberd, producing a piercing whistle akin to a sharp wail that sliced through the air, descending upon the armored vehicle with the ease of cutting through butter. This was no ordinary cold weapon used in his training. The halberd employed by the Flying General was imbued with high-frequency vibrations, granting it exceptional cutting power, now augmented by the colossal strength of the mech. With a single strike, it cleaved through the armored vehicle, resulting in the immediate demise of the foes within. Boom. At this moment, another armored vehicle had finally recalibrated its cannon, and a shell thundered forth. However, Lin Yu had already single-handedly lifted the recently destroyed armored vehicle, using it as a shield, his posture firm and resolute. Boom. The shell struck the makeshift shield, illuminating the night sky with a fiery glow, while the violent shockwave caused the Flying General's armor to tremble slightly. Yet, that was the extent of its effect. Pushing aside the battered remnants of the armored vehicle, the Flying General wielded his Fang Tian Hua Ji with his right hand, spinning gracefully before casting the spear with the precision of a javelin throw. Boom. A force of at least several tons coalesced upon the halberd, rendering it no different from the shell over a short distance. With a single thrust, it pierced through. And as the dust settled, regretfully, there was no wine to celebrate. The Flying General stepped forward, extracting the Fang Tian Ji from the wreckage, speaking in a bland tone, as if he had merely finished tending to 2 young chicks, lamenting the absence of wine to toast the occasion. Chapter 38. The Battle of El. The absence of radar presents this drawback. There are always mice lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing the sudden mocking voice, Lin Yu's emotion stirred little. He simply thrust the Fang Tian halberd into the ground and looked up towards the source of the sound. Boom. Boom. From either side, 2 dark green mechs leaped down, one to the left and one to the right, encircling the Flying General's armor in a pincer attack. Mice? No, no. You are the mice now. We are the cats here to catch you. The mocking voice continued to emanate from the mech on the right. So, this was a trap specially prepared for me? Lin Yu inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, you are quite astute. Care to guess why there is a trap? The dark green mech on the right taunted once more. I am not skilled in cunning, but capturing you will reveal the answer. With a sudden surge of energy, Lin Yuanyin brandished the Fang Dianyua halberd, twisting it with a flourish before bringing it to his chest, now wielded with both hands. He unleashed a tremendous force, thrusting forward. Clang. The opponent, displaying remarkable vigilance, gripped a long knife firmly in one hand while using the other to brace against the blade, deflecting the incoming halberd to the side. Yet, how could El Bu's assault be so easily thwarted? Harnessing the momentum from the deflection, the armored warrior raised his dual arms, swinging the halberd in a sweeping arc above his head, striking once more at the neck of the dark green mech. Clang. The pilot of the dark green mech, taken aback, hurriedly angled the long knife to the left in a desperate attempt to parry. It felt as if they were reenacting the moment from his previous sparring match with Xiaohua. The sound of severed wires crackled with electric sparks, while hydraulic oil sprayed from the damaged transmission mechanism, scattered metallic fragments clattering to the ground. In this manner, one could truly revel in the essence of battle. As the halberd was retracted and the neck severed, Lin Yuanyan's next words emerged with a calm detachment. Although, as a mech, the neck was not as vital as it is in a human body. The fundamental structure of first and second generation mechs still had to closely align with human anatomy to accommodate interaction and neural connections. At the very least, visual acquisition at this moment, he cleaved through the neck with his halberd, severing numerous circuits and transmission pathways, rendering the mech devoid of vision and thereby significantly diminishing its threat. Of course, it was not that he had no desire to deliver a finishing blow. The tale is lengthy, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. However, after that fleeting instant, another dark green mech finally reacted, astonished and enraged, releasing a barrage of miniature missiles. Bang, 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 bang. These miniature missiles, though not lacking in power, were merely the size of cigars and possessed only explosive force without any penetrating capability. They could only inflict limited damage on heavily armored mechs or tanks, primarily designed to target conventional foes. In this moment, the halberd was wielded with precision, triggering the premature detonation of numerous missiles. Although the explosion slightly distorted his movements and a few missiles slipped through, the overall impact was negligible, as the bombardment ceased and the missiles were expended. Silence enveloped the battlefield. His companion had swiftly lost combat effectiveness, and the missile barrage had been effectively intercepted. The pilot of the left-side mech was left dumbfounded by Lin Yu's display of prowess. Could such maneuvers truly be executed by a first-generation mech? Could a first-generation mech possess such agility and precision? Moreover, was it not reported that this was merely a haphazard assembly of scrap, operated by an untrained mech engineer? Can one truly refer to this as a mech engineer? Lin Yu, standing resolutely with his halberd, remained unfazed. Is intercepting a mere rain of arrows not a fundamental operation for a supreme general of the battlefield? Rockets are but arrows. As for the mech's performance, it is merely a matter of skill compensating for a lack of foundation, primarily reliant on anticipation. What did you say? The pilot of the dark green mech swallowed hard, involuntarily taking a step back. Why were there two first-generation mechs present? Why ambush this commander? The pilot of the dark green mech, noticing Lin Yu's back turned towards him, felt an urge to launch a surprise attack, yet he forced himself to endure. After all, this enigmatic mech had dispatched his companion in less than 3 moves. Moreover, its agile performance and exaggerated combat techniques were utterly inconsistent with the intelligence reports. What stood before him was likely a second-generation mech piloted by a highly skilled operator. The disparity between first and second-generation mechs was vast, coupled with that terrifying combat prowess. Should the opponent truly engage, he would possess no means of resistance. Yes, it was the CO organization. Today, they approached us, claiming there was a genius mech engineer from the wastelands who could even construct mechs from discarded parts, inviting us to participate in a capture operation. And what else? Our leader was initially disinterested, but they mentioned that a second-generation mech was accompanying them, and it had already arrived at Heaven S-Port. The pilot of the dark green mech recounted the information he was aware of as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Upon hearing this, even in the state of Elbu's persona, Lin Yu easily pieced together the sequence of events. It seemed that the CO organization had likely received news of the annihilation of the escorting forces at his hands and had conducted a rough investigation into the circumstances. This was not particularly difficult to ascertain. After all, no matter how formidable the Black Snake was, it could not completely suppress the flow of information. The Sioux organization had likely discerned the situation during the days he spent recuperating at the Black Snake Enclave. However, due to their apprehension regarding his mech and the presence of Black Snake operatives, as well as Zhao Xing and Xiaohua, they refrained from taking action. It became evident that members of the Sioux organization had been covertly tailing them, and, upon arriving at Paradise Harbor, inadvertently stumbled upon an opportunity to collaborate with the Steel Brotherhood. The Steel Brotherhood, intrigued by the second-generation mech pilot Zhao Xing, either coveted the second-generation mechs or suspected that the newcomers might pose a threat to them, thus seizing the chance to lay this trap. Therefore, the deceased Larudo was merely an imposter? Clarifying the situation, Lin Yu swiftly recognized the crux of the matter. The 2 dark green first-generation mechs were likely the hidden strength of the Steel Brotherhood, which posed no significant threat to him. Yet, Since the Steel Brotherhood had foreseen these developments and set their plans in motion, even deploying forces specifically to capture him, they would undoubtedly not allow Chiawa and his allies to eliminate their own leader. Yes, indeed. Chapter 39, The Disparity of Mech Generations. The deceased Larudo was a ruse. This revelation implied that the pilot of the Steel Brotherhood's second-generation mech, Steelwing, was not merely a reserve pilot but rather their illustrious leader, the seasoned pilot Larudo. Lin Yu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhao Xing, how is it on your end? He called out through the communication channel. Keep a close watch on him and try to gather some intelligence. Lin Yu wasted no time and swiftly incapacitated the remaining mech's power core with a single strike. Subsequently, Elena, bursting forth from the building in a state of exuberance, exchanged a brief word with Su Xiaodu before hastily returning to the entrance of the rehabilitation center. The sound of thuds echoed, reminiscent of stones skipping across water, undulating and colliding, only managing to dissipate their momentum after several meters, leaving a deep scratch as it came to rest at the feet of the armored figure. Lin Yu remarked, "You do not appear to be well." He lowered his gaze to the crimson machine piloted by Zhao Xing. Something was amiss. The occupant was certainly not a trainee pilot. It was unmistakably Lala Duo, the one they had encountered, the false one. Lin Yu calmly articulated the known information before lifting his eyes towards a nearby silver mech. This mech bore no embellishments, its surface simply a fundamental silver metallic sheen, meticulously mimicking human form. However, unlike the fleeting glimpse from earlier, this silver mech now unfurled a pair of immense metallic bat-like wings, spanning 3 to 4 meters. It appeared that the designation of the Steel Wings mech was derived from this feature. Suddenly, Lala Duo evidently noticed Lin Yu, yet after a mere glance, the head of the Steel Wings shifted back towards the crimson machine. The tips of the expansive bat wings erupted with numerous orange-red flames, generating a tremendous thrust that propelled the Steel Wings into a low dive, swirling a cloud of dust as it charged directly towards the two individuals. The opposing mech was also a speed-optimized model. You cannot keep up. Take Giovanni and the others and leave first. Zhao Xing clenched his teeth, commanding the crimson wind as 2 rows of fiery light erupted from his back, resembling a colossal humanoid dragon adorned with flames and thorns. He charged fiercely towards the Steel Wing. With a thunderous roar, the red and silver mechs collided in a fierce clash, producing an earth-shattering din. However, this confrontation was fleeting. As they collided, the pilot of the Steel Wing swiftly maneuvered the machine to grasp the crimson wind, executing a backward throw. This timely collision and subsequent throw effectively dissipated most of the impact force, even propelling the crimson wind away. Bang, 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 bang. The scene replayed itself as the crimson wind tumbled several times before barely managing to halt its momentum. The disparity in strength was striking. After witnessing this brief exchange, Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head slightly. In terms of overall performance, the Steel Wing exhibited a slight edge over the crimson wind. Yet when it came to speed, Zhao Xing's machine held a marginal advantage. Nevertheless, Larudo clearly possessed extensive combat experience as a seasoned mech pilot, while Zhao Xing appeared somewhat inexperienced and conventional, displaying hints of naivety. The gap between their skills and experience was unmistakable. The fundamental distinction between first-generation and second-generation mechs lies in their neural interaction systems and bionic structures. The neural interaction system allows the pilot to control the mech's movements with the same precision as managing their own limbs and muscles. The bionic organism, as its name suggests, is an advanced imitation of the human body, with its power structure meticulously designed to mirror that of human musculature. Under a finely tuned transmission system, it can be operated with a precision akin to controlling one's own muscles. This capability facilitates meticulous control over every movement. While this may sound abstract, let us consider a few straightforward examples. The Flying General represents a first-generation mech, equipped with a hydraulic transmission system. Despite its integration of myoelectric sensors and miniature motors, it struggles to achieve nuanced adjustments and operates with a rigidity reminiscent of traditional machinery. To illustrate, one might liken it to a bulldozer. While there may be exceptional chefs who can wield a bulldozer for culinary purposes, they are exceedingly rare. In contrast, the second-generation mechs, such as Crimson Wind and Steel Wings, possess the ability to precisely manipulate every muscle of the bionic organism through neural signals. Cooking with a bulldozer is a formidable task, achievable only by those with unparalleled skill. However, controlling one's own body, be it for cooking or martial arts, poses no such challenge. It is precisely this characteristic of the second-generation mechs that amplifies the disparity in skill among pilots. The encounter between Zhao Xing and Lala Duo starkly contrasts with his previous engagement against two first-generation mechs. While the performance specifications may not differ significantly, the reality of combat reveals a chasm of disparity. It is evident that the first-generation mechs cannot compete, as the differences in agility and speed are utterly decisive. Lin Yu also took a moment to assess his own capabilities in relation to Steel Wings, and immediately recognized the formidable challenge ahead. It appeared that he might be unable to intervene in the battle between Crimson Wind and Steel Wings. The agility of the Flying General is vastly inferior to that of the second-generation mechs. Even if one manages to rely on skill and foresight to barely cope, it ultimately results in nothing more than a futile struggle. Furthermore, the adversary is a speed-specialized mech, which is the most critical aspect of this confrontation. The armor of the Flying General is primarily designed to enhance upper body strength, and its maneuverability pales in comparison to that of first-generation mechs of similar caliber, let alone the Steel Wings, which are outfitted with propulsion systems for heightened speed. In truth, I have a plan. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the communication channel. It was Jova. He had been nearby all along, fully aware of the current predicament, as well as the challenges faced by the Crimson Gale and the Flying General. What plan? Zhao Xing's anxious voice immediately responded. Do we not have Elder Zhang? He is an S-class mech pilot. If we could have him pilot your Crimson Gale. Even if he is unfamiliar with dealing with Leludo, it should still be manageable, Jova proposed, though his tone bore an inexplicable heaviness and hesitation. This is utterly unrealistic. How could Leludo possibly allow us to switch pilots in the midst of battle? Not to mention, Elder Zhang would never get close. And stepping away from the cockpit now would be tantamount to suicide, Zhao Xing retorted as he charged the Crimson Gale once more towards the Steel Wings, his voice resonating with fury. His implication was that he would tie up Leludo while the others executed the transfer. Lin Yu calmly interjected. What? No. I cannot agree. This is no different from sending you to your death. Chapter 40. The Cavalry General Elbu. Absolutely not. As a pilot and a mech engineer, you should be well aware of the disparity between first and second generation mechs. Despite being once again knocked down by Lala Duo, Zhao Xing unhesitatingly declined the proposal after Lin Yu elucidated Xiaohua's intentions. He held a firm belief in Lin Yu's prowess. However, the chasm between the first-generation and second-generation mechas represented an insurmountable divide of the times. If this gap could be so easily bridged, the current predicament would not be as dire. He could simply hold off the Iron Wings while allowing old Zhang to pilot the Flying General armor. Yet, he understood all too well that this was impossible. Even old Zhang, relying solely on the first-generation bear machine, would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with Lala Duo. After all, old Zhang had piloted far superior units in the past. Now, transitioning to a first-generation haptic mecha, it was uncertain whether he could even unleash 1 or 2% of his full potential. Adaptation was one aspect, while the performance of the machine was another. No matter how formidable one's skills may be, if the foundational qualities do not keep pace, and the mind races ahead of the machine, there remains no solution. I do not agree either, echoed a voice suddenly in the communication channel. It was none other than old Zhang himself. Though he had not accompanied them, he was still connected through communication, and Zhao Xing's logistics team was monitoring the battlefield in real time via the tactical channel. Listening in, old Zhang's resigned chuckle permeated the conversation. It is not that I am heartless. Rather, I truly cannot pilot a mecha any longer. He fell into a momentary silence before speaking. After the Thunder Strike's entire team perished, I was afflicted with severe post-traumatic stress disorder. Whenever I board a mech, I succumb to hallucinations. Setting aside the question of whether I can engage in battle, even if I could, I would fearfully wreak havoc indiscriminately. This, a once great S-class pilot, now unable to even pilot a mech, is indeed a tragic end for a hero. Therefore, my dear Lin, take Giova and the others and retreat. My Scarlet Wind possesses a slight advantage in speed, so I should be able to escape without concern for my safety. Old Zhang's words instilled in Zhao Xing a newfound determination to fight to the death. While the Scarlet Wind did have a slight edge in speed, it was merely marginal, and its overall performance and pilot skill were considerably inferior. The reality of the situation was far from the easy it described. Perhaps we should consider my approach? Just then, Lin Yu, who had been pondering for a while, suddenly spoke up. What approach? If you intend to stay behind to delay them, there is no need to mention it. Though I lack prowess, I am not without responsibility. This situation arose because of me. Zhao Xing was sent flying once more, his mech sustaining damage, and he found himself rolling to the feet of the Flying General armor. Lin Yu said nothing further. He simply lent a hand to help the Scarlet Wind regain its footing. He then supported the Scarlet Wind's shoulder, leaping up to firmly perch upon its neck. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhao Xing was momentarily bewildered, nearly losing his balance under the added weight. "Follow me. Charge." Lin Yu commanded, his voice calm yet commanding. "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing was left in a state of utter bewilderment. However, at that very moment, the steel wing was not inclined to grant him a moment's respite and charged towards him with renewed ferocity. He could no longer afford to ponder further. Gritting his teeth, he chose to place his trust in Lin Yu, activating his machinery and propulsion system to bravely meet the oncoming threat. Bang! The Crimson Wind collided once more with the Steel Wing. Yet this time, another figure had joined the Crimson Wind. The Steel Wing, intent on employing the same tactic, was met with Lin Yu's precise strike, which struck directly at the point of power on its arm. Although this blow did not completely breach the armor's defenses, it rendered the Steel Wing incapable of leveraging its strength, forcing it into a brutal collision with the oncoming Crimson Wind, causing the entire machine to stagger. Bang! Seizing the momentum from this strike, and with the opponent's defenses wide open, Lin Yu did not miss the opportunity. He wielded the Feng Tian Ji, transforming his thrust into a sweeping cleave, descending upon his foe with great force. The Steel Wing hastily raised its arms to block this strike. Bang! The force was evidently far superior to that of the Flying General armor, shattering the Steel Wing's jaw and sending a shower of metallic shards flying. Following Zhao Xing's strike, Lin Yu's Feng Tian Ji came again, his assault relentless, leaving no room for recovery. Since the opponent's reactions were lagging, he chose to forego any semblance of defense. By seizing the initiative and maintaining an unyielding offensive, he compelled his adversary to exhaust themselves in defense. As for the disparity in speed, acquiring a steed would suffice. Designed in accordance with El Bu's combat style, the lower limbs of the Flying General armor were indeed somewhat weaker. However, when paired with a mount, these shortcomings could be perfectly compensated for, potentially even enhancing its strength further. After all, El Bu is inherently a cavalry general, with a steed beneath him. He is able to exert and harness greater force, employing his skills with unparalleled finesse. Now, devoid of a steed, he finds himself piloting the humanoid mech, Crimson Gale. Akin to El Bu riding Dian Wei, invincible across the realm. Thunderous roars resonate as the Flying General unleashes a tempestuous barrage of assaults. The Iron Wings, perceiving the perilous onslaught intensifying, have no choice but to launch a missile, detonating at close range, forcefully propelling itself away via the blast shockwave. Lin Yu and Zhao Xing's offensive falters momentarily in the wake of the explosion. Yet, the battle-hardened El Bu shall not be caught off guard amid combat. With a swift motion, he raises his spear once again, and Lin Yu instinctively clamps his legs. This simple maneuver and sound are easily comprehensible. Zhao Xing, responding reflexively to the command, activates all his thrusters, swiftly charging toward the retreating Iron Wings. However, within his mind, a sense of despair brews. How did he find himself moving? Why does it feel so harmoniously synchronized? Has he become a mount? Jump! The calm yet commanding voice resounds once more. Crimson Gale instinctively leaps into action. With augmented propulsion and thrusters counteracting gravity, its leaping prowess surpasses that of the Flying General by a narrow margin. Soaring into the air, it reaches heights exceeding 10 meters. As it descends, the combined weight of both mechs, the thrust from the thrusters, and the inherent power of the Flying General converge to create an energy that can only be described as terrifying. Boom! As the spear descends, the Iron Wings, having just rolled from the explosion, barely stabilizes its form. In a hurried attempt, it manages to shift slightly, yet still suffers a grievous wound as the halberd cleaves through half of its arm. Splatter! In this instance, the discharge was not merely of electrical sparks, but also accompanied by a spray of blood. The diminutive Mecha, standing at approximately 3 to 4 meters, possessed limbs that were not entirely mechanical, retaining a segment to accommodate the pilot's extremities. Now, severed cleanly at the shoulder, they fell in unison to the ground. Chapter 41. The Beheading of Larudo. The pilot of Steel Wings was undeniably worthy of the moniker Steel, for even with his entire arm cleaved off by the Flying General's halberd, he did not utter a cry of pain, only erupting in a furious roar. I am a mounted warrior, engaging in combat astride my steed. And there is nothing improper in that. Lin spoke with a composed demeanor as his halberd advanced once more. Having suffered a significant loss, Larudo no longer dared to afford the Flying General any room for a charge. Gritting his teeth, he deployed an extending lance from the remaining mechanical arm on his right. engaging Lin in fierce combat. Yet, the more he fought, the greater the astonishment and fury in his heart grew, ultimately transforming into utter dread. It was terrifying. The combat skills of the opposing pilot were so exquisitely refined that they induced despair. The peculiar weapon in his hands seemed to morph into a myriad of forms. Each move was executed with effortless grace, every strike aimed at his vulnerabilities. Like a tempest, akin to a torrential downpour, he was afforded no opportunity to retaliate, no chance to escape. The battle had become a devouring quagmire, slowly consuming him. Wasn't his opponent piloting a first-generation machine? What manner of monster was this? Damn it. I concede defeat today. Spare me, and whatever sum this brat offered you, I shall double it. At first, if Larudo felt a hint of resentment toward being outnumbered. At this moment, he was utterly struck with fear. With such a disparity in speed, it seemed that even relying solely on his advanced machine, he would struggle to hold his ground against this formidable foe. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to keep a safe distance from this inexplicable monster. Ha. Think again, Brother Lin. If you take him down, I'll triple the reward. Zhao Xing's exuberant laughter resonated immediately after Larudo's words. Although it was somewhat disheartening for a prestigious second-generation mech pilot to be treated like a mere steed, witnessing the once formidable opponent now being overwhelmed brought him an inexplicable joy and satisfaction. We truly are remarkable. If I recall correctly, you didn't offer me any payment. Hearing Zhao Xing begin to bid, Lin Yu's expression darkened, and the momentum of his spear slackened. What was this talk of double or triple the reward? He was undertaking a mission for the Black Serpent, and Zhao Xing had not compensated him. 10 times 0 was still 0, after all. Now. 1 million. Zhao Xing exclaimed repeatedly. I'll give 2 million. Larudo shouted in response. Not far from the battlefield, even Xiaohua was left speechless by the bidding war emanating from the speakers of the two mechs. Was something amiss? What was happening? In the communication channel, after Fei Jiang mounted the Crimson Wind and commenced battle, a prolonged silence ensued, much to the distress of old Zhang. Lin Yu was a perfect pilot he held in high regard. I can hardly find the words to describe it. Giovanni hesitated, his expression betraying a flicker of uncertainty. Abstract. The scene before him was utterly surreal. The flying general had unexpectedly launched an offensive atop the Crimson Winds. A turn of events no one could have anticipated. Now, he was even pressing the previously unassailable Larudo, compelling him to resort to bidding for survival. Damn it. What was there to describe? Just state the situation. Giovanni's fidgeting demeanor only heightened the urgency for the elderly Zhang. The situation is, Brother Lin is currently delivering a thorough beating to Larudo. Hearing Zhang's voice, which seemed on the verge of fainting, Giovanni dared not prolong the suspense. What? Zhang's voice rose in pitch, unmistakably revealing his astonishment. He held high hopes for Lin Yu, fully aware of his talent and prowess. Yet, he could not fathom how, relying solely on the performance capabilities of the flying general, one could possibly overcome a speed-oriented second-generation machine. He voiced his confusion, but Giovanni was at a loss for words. In any case, it appeared that there was little to worry about. He could only convey this sentiment for the time being. Ironically, his words became prophetic. Just as he finished speaking, the situation on the battlefield reached its climax. Apologies, but I find your machine far more intriguing. Lin Yu's declaration marked the conclusion of this inexplicably transformed bidding war. At this moment, their bids had soared to 5 million, with Larudo's offer even surpassing that. However, throughout the ordeal, he had never intended to engage in price gouging. It was best to avoid the disgraceful act of backtracking on one's word, especially for trivial gains. Moreover, he could not possibly commit the folly of letting the tiger return to the mountain. An unresolved issue with the CO organization had already lodged itself like a thorn in his throat. He certainly did not wish to contend with a predatory Steel Brotherhood in the future. The delay in action was merely a means to avoid further damaging the Steel Wings. This second-generation mech, which was, after all, his prized trophy. Larudo, lacking in combat skills compared to him and having lost an arm, could not sustain the fight for long. After a fierce struggle, drawing upon his experience as a mech engineer to discern and patiently await the opportune moment, he swiftly identified a perfect chance and delivered a decisive strike that ended Larudo's life. Mech piloting, license assessment, successfully pilot a mech and complete at least one evenly matched battle to achieve victory. Completed, mech engineering, upgrade requirement test. Utilize one's own creation to engage in a high-intensity battle to evaluate its performance, flaws, and environmental adaptability. Completed, martial arts, upgrade requirement, tenfold conquest. Defeat 10 evenly matched opponents in unarmed or armed combat. 610, as the dust of battle settled. The notifications from the Azure panel began to emerge in succession. The tasks for the 4th level mech engineering skill had been fulfilled, leaving only the formation of a research and development team and the manufacture of the 2nd generation mech. The assessment task for the mech piloting skill had also been completed, while the prerequisite skill of combat had been acquired, and he was on the verge of obtaining the shooting skill. Only the review of foundational theory remained. The challenge of defeating 10 opponents in martial arts was straightforward, as it could easily be accomplished by finding a few willing participants at any moment. Compared to these matters, Lin Yu is now more concerned about the spoils before him. The 2nd generation mech, Steel Wings. Despite its considerable damage, under his meticulous control, the core components remain largely intact, and many critical parts and modules can be salvaged. If all goes as anticipated, the task of manufacturing the 2nd generation mech will fall squarely upon Steel Wings. With these components, it is sufficient to facilitate a groundbreaking enhancement for the Flying General. Indeed, this represents the most significant gain from the mission. Any promises of rewards from Zhaoxing or Blacksnake pale in comparison. The mech is not something that ordinary organizations can acquire, let alone the 2nd generation model, whose value transcends mere monetary estimation. Chapter 42, Shooting Skills. With the death of Leludo, the Iron Brotherhood inevitably faces its demise. To evade the federal manhunt while possessing a 2nd generation mech and 2 1st generation mechs is a testament to their formidable strength, making them a dominant force in this desolate land. However, with the destruction of these 3 mechs at Lin Yu's hands, the Iron Brotherhood is left with no option but annihilation. Although the Giovanni squad and others were driven to desperate measures by Steel Wings, it is crucial to note the qualitative disparity between human forces and mechs. Their inflicted casualties on the ordinary members of the Iron Brotherhood were considerable. Many were slain during infiltration, and when discovered and besieged, they fought their way out, damaging numerous defensive installations and weaponry. Now, with the mech threat eliminated, they proceed to cleanse the remaining members with unstoppable momentum, leaving the Flying General and Crimson Wind entirely unperturbed. However, Lin Yu soon found something to occupy his time. With the heart of Kashiche guiding him, he no longer hesitated to operate the mecha as he once did. He casually picked up various firearms abandoned on the battlefield and engaged in a flurry of shooting practice without spending a single penny, effortlessly completing the training task for his shooting skills. Upgrade requirements completed. Combat LV1, Combat LV2. Your combat techniques and battle experience have advanced further, granting you a faint sense of combat intuition. In battle, you will have a low probability of making more accurate judgments and a low probability of sensing impending danger. You have unlocked new upgrade requirements. Expand to view. Upgrade requirement basic. Increase your fundamental physical attributes by 2 points. Upgrade requirement belief. Increase your fundamental mental attributes by 2 points. Shooting, clue acquisition training. Complete 10,000 shots. You have acquired a new skill, Shooting LV1. Skill, Shooting level, LV1 description, universal shooting techniques and insights. Upgrade requirement bullseye. Achieve 100 consecutive enemy kills without missing a shot. With the acquisition of these 2 skills, combat upgrade and shooting acquisition, an abundance of experience and knowledge surged forth in Lin Yu's mind. The combat skills felt rather mysterious. Aside from the enhanced close combat techniques and battle experience, the so-called combat intuition had yet to impart any extraordinary sensations to Lin Yu. However, it is fundamentally akin to a sixth sense. Matters pertaining to the psyche and cerebral domains remain largely enigmatic on Blue Star, indeed bordering on the metaphysical. The shooting skills, on the other hand, proved to be quite advantageous. Initially, his proficiency in marksmanship, derived from the persona of El Bu, was predominantly instinctual, honed through extensive training. It is the theoretical knowledge that Lin Yu yearns for most. Should mere accuracy in shooting be the objective, the El Bu persona would suffice. However, mastering knowledge, such as ballistic calculations, would empower him with superior skills in his next incarnation of a related persona. Even seemingly unrelated theories may offer valuable insights, after all. The combat techniques and marksmanship of the El Bu persona are significantly rooted in the seemingly disparate skill of mecha engineering. Returning to the main topic, apart from enhancing skills, Lin Yu encountered members dispatched by the Sioux organization to liaise with the Iron Brotherhood. After enduring rigorous interrogation by seasoned individuals like Jehovah, these individuals revealed a narrative that largely aligned with Lin Yu's previous conjectures. Upon investigating his affairs at the Black Serpent Enclave, they had fixated on him. The ingenious mecha engineer capable of fabricating mechs from discarded components, even harboring the delusion of capturing him to construct several mechs for their own dominion. However, within the Black Serpent Enclave, the Black Serpent sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, particularly with Zhao Xing, and thus could not allow the Sioux organization to instigate further trouble. Later, while traversing the wasteland, two mechs accompanied by Jehovah and his elite mercenary team dared not make a move, subsequently trailing the clues to Heaven's Port, where they fortuitously stumbled upon the Iron Brotherhood. Do you have a conflict with this organization? Do you need assistance? With a bond that is akin to a lifeline. Elena and Su Xiaotu exhibited a profound enthusiasm regarding Lin Yu's predicament. No, I can resolve this on my own, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. The Sioux organization is not particularly formidable, especially when compared to the Steel Brotherhood, which far surpasses it. Initially, he had harbored some trepidation regarding heavy firepower based solely on Dawn's words. However, now that the external armor of the Flying General has been replaced with authentic mecha composite armor, and once he acquires the Red Wasp bait module and the anti-radiation missile promised by Black Snake, heavy firepower will be of no concern. Moreover, with the remnants of the steel wings still available, it won't be long before he can grant the Flying General a complete transformation, making the task of dealing with the Sioux organization quite manageable. Additionally, the lingering issues left behind by his former self are indeed less than honorable. He yearns to personally bring closure to his entanglement with the Sioux organization. Shall we discuss the matter of compensation further? Elena, noticing Lin Yu's reluctance to elaborate, cheerfully shifted the topic. Compensation? We agreed that saving your life would amount to 200,000. Aren't we square? Lin Yu instantly became alert. No, I believe that a mere 200,000 is insufficient to repay a life-saving grace. Elena continued to smile brightly. I might not see another month after this one, so I lack the inclination to ponder such matters. Despite knowing that Elena was merely jesting, Lin Yu shook his head seriously. Her words momentarily cast a pall over the conversation. It was then they remembered that this invincible man in battle was, in fact, a gravely ill patient with little time left. Su Xiao pressed her lips together and spoke. I shall await your good news in silence. Lin Yu smiled, gently touching her forehead adorned with a rabbit-eared hat. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she said, by the way, the drones you controlled earlier must have utilized a certain control system employing neural interaction technology, correct? Indeed, that system is also produced by the Stan Group. It is the fourth-generation drone matrix system. Changing the subject, Su Xiaotu's spirits lifted slightly as she inquired, Brother Lin, do you want it? That is a paid program, and I cannot simply replicate it for you. If you desire it, I can purchase one for you. No need, Lin Yu chuckled. I merely wish to study it, as I am keen on creating something similar. Then I shall lend you mine for your research. Purchasing it would entail quite a bit of hassle with debugging and such. Su Xiaotu promptly produced her smart glasses. Then I shall not be polite. Observing Su Xiaotu's earnest gaze, Lin Yu put away the smart glasses. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for many. After all, the commotion at the sanatorium was immense, with mechas and artillery roaring in the nearby residence. Along with the management of Paradise Harbor, could not possibly remain oblivious. However, perhaps out of caution, the entire night passed without anyone disturbing Lin Yu and the others' rest. The following morning, under the watchful, menacing eyes of the guards at Paradise Harbor, a convoy slowly departed, embarking on their return journey. This mission to eliminate the Iron Brotherhood took less than a day, yet the journey itself spanned a full 5 days, indicating that the majority of their time was consumed by travel. Fortunately, Lin Yu had no shortage of tasks to occupy her. During the journey, he simultaneously utilized the equipment on Zhao Xing's vehicle to upgrade and modify the Flying General, while also imparting some mechanical engineering knowledge to Wang Xiaolu, spending each day in diligent activity. However, on the 4th day of their respite, a minor incident occurred. Brother Lin, an unexpected situation has arisen. I, along with Chiaohua and the others, may need to divert to undertake another mission. That evening, gathered around the campfire for dinner, Zhao Xing suddenly approached Lin Yu with a tray in hand. Do you need my assistance? Lin Yu inquired. Zhao Xing shook his head, letting out a faint sigh. The ace mechanic of the Thunder Strike, he had idolized him since childhood, and he was his greatest aspiration to become a mechanic. Who would have thought? Lin Yu nodded. By the way, this is the payment I promised you. An anonymous card containing 5 million. Zhao Xing then handed over a bank card. In the wasteland, most individuals are unregistered, and even the banks have many unique services. Now that I have the money, I have nowhere to spend it. Lin Yu declined the bank card, gently shaking his head. Let us make a trade. Leave me the repair and modification equipment from your vehicle. All right, in that case, you can drive that enclosed heavy truck tomorrow. The vehicle is yours, Zhao Xing readily agreed, nodding. Consider it a personal favor owed to you. Lin Yu also inclined his head slightly. Although it was merely a portion of the logistical equipment he carried, the assortment of tools in that vehicle was far from inexpensive. And coupled with a heavy truck, their worth greatly exceeded 5 million. Most importantly, he genuinely needed these items and had no means to procure them elsewhere. Within the city, supplies cannot be delivered to the desolate lands. There are no channels, and these items are utterly unattainable. Ironically, as a mech engineer, the very equipment he desperately requires is precisely what eludes him. A skilled artisan cannot forge without materials, and mechs of the second generation and beyond demand exceptionally high precision. They cannot be easily modified with rudimentary tools. Matters of personal connections are irrelevant. It was only because of you that I narrowly escaped the clutches of Larudo. Zhao Xing offered a sheepish smile. Fair is fair. I had already accepted the task from the Black Serpent. And the fact that Larudo was on high alert was partly due to my involvement. Lin Yu shook his head. Ultimately, this situation stemmed from his influence. Had he not introduced the Sioux organization, Larudo might not have been entirely vigilant, but at the very least, he would not have set his trap so early. You took on the Black Serpent's task, but I was the one who asked Jehovah to contact them. Thus, the outcome was inevitable, devoid of any conjecture. After Zhao Xing departed, Elena approached. Is there something you need? Lin Yu inquired. Mister, Zhao should have informed you that we will be taking a different route tomorrow and cannot accompany you, Elena said, her demeanor unusually serious today, devoid of any jest. She earnestly advised, you must remain cautious regarding the entropy group, since that item was stored in the warehouse by its owner. If the owner is apprehended, they may very well trace it back to you. Yes, I understand. Having made the decision to keep this item, I have naturally considered the consequences, Lin Yu replied, his expression remaining largely unperturbed. In all matters, there is both sacrifice and gain. In this world, there are no fortuitous blessings that simply fall from the sky. The heart of Koshish, a symbol of undying vitality, is something he is certainly unwilling to forego. Having decided to retain this item, he has undoubtedly pondered the associated risks and rewards. During the auction of the warehouse with a multitude of onlookers, it was impossible for him to eliminate each potential threat individually. If the individual harboring the heart of Koshish were to be apprehended, it would be evident that he too would be traced back through the ensuing investigation. However, having made a choice, he must be prepared for the consequences. He recalls the battle he fought alongside the Sioux organization while escorting their convoy at the Black Serpent stronghold. It was his first genuine encounter with such bloody conflict. Despite feeling no discomfort due to the persona of El Bu, one particular moment left a profound impression on him. Even after the battle, he hesitated to exit the mech. Upon arriving at the villa arranged by the Black Serpent, he meticulously inspected every corner and lingered for quite some time before finally stepping out of the cockpit. This was because, in contrast to the formidable power he wielded within the mech, he was acutely aware of his own fragility. Once detached from the mech, a single sniper's bullet from hundreds of meters away could very well claim his life. Zhao Xing's immediate choice T, after exchanging a few casual remarks and sharing contact information. The convoy eventually split into two, embarking on their respective journeys as the night wore on. Farewell, Brother Lin. Take care, brother. Goodbye, and stay safe. With heartfelt reluctance, they bid each other adieu. Zhao Xing and his companions redirected their path to a different destination. Lin Yu, on the other hand, entrusted his cargo truck to them and took the wheel of Zhao Xing's enclosed heavy-duty truck, laden with maintenance equipment. Together with Wang Xiaolu and Old Zhang, he sped toward the stronghold of the Black Serpent. Chapter 44. Mech Piloting. Acquire Clue Theory Review. Read and master the foundational texts pertinent to the mech pilot profession. Completed. You have acquired a new skill, Mech Piloting LV1. A day later, Lin Yu's enclosed heavy-duty truck arrived at the entrance of the Black Serpent stronghold. Thanks to the automated driving system predominantly utilized throughout the journey, he found himself seated in the driver's seat, yet requiring minimal manual intervention. Additionally, with the smart glasses left by Su Shutu, he created an exceptionally comfortable reading environment. Having become accustomed to intensive studying in pursuit of mech engineering skills, he utilized the journey of over 10 days to complete his reading of the foundational texts for the mech pilot profession just as he arrived at the gates of the Black Serpent stronghold. Although his comprehension was not particularly profound or comprehensive, Largely consisting of a cursory understanding, it sufficed to meet the requirements for skill advancement. The remaining challenges would pose no difficulty. The 4 essential clues for mastering mecha piloting have been acquired. The foundational skills of combat and shooting have been obtained, along with the completion of a mecha battle licensing examination. At this moment, the theoretical review is completed, allowing for the seamless acquisition of mecha piloting skills. With both mecha piloting and shooting skills in hand, the envisioned plan should be achievable, although the skill levels remain somewhat deficient. Ideally, an increase of 2 levels would be most advantageous. Contemplating this, Linyu opened the skill description for mecha piloting and glanced at it. Skill, Mecha piloting level, LV1 description, a discipline focused on mastering and researching the techniques of mecha piloting, enabling the operation of mechas in combat. Upgrade requirements, training, a total of 48 hours of mecha operation. Upgrade requirements, close combat, destroy an enemy mecha while piloting in hand-to-hand or weapon combat. Upgrade requirements, firepower coordination, destroy an enemy mecha using ranged firepower while piloting. Not overly challenging. Linyu felt a sense of satisfaction after reviewing the upgrade conditions. Overall, the requirements for advancing from level 1 in mecha piloting are significantly less demanding compared to the initial acquisition requirements, as it merely necessitates the destruction of an enemy mecha, without the prerequisite of an equal match. When the next encounter with a hostile pilot arises, it should be a straightforward task to accomplish. Reflecting on and organizing the knowledge gained from mecha piloting, Linyu was pleasantly surprised. The skill of mecha piloting is far from a mere mechanical operation. Even the first generation of mechas relies on sensory interaction, while the second generation employs neural interaction. Basic movement can indeed be executed with just the hands. The true emphasis of mecha piloting lies in the utilization of various equipment, the adaptation to unique combat environments, and the design and refinement of combat methods for different mecha models. The first aspect involves the application of diverse detection devices, auxiliary instruments, and intelligent programs, such as an array of radars, measuring instruments, and fire control systems. The second aspect is equally noteworthy, encompassing the experiential techniques for designing and refining combat strategies tailored to different mecha models. For instance, a mecha like the Crimson Gale, equipped with propellant nozzles, integrates propulsion into close-quarters combat to achieve greater explosiveness and versatility. The third aspect, though currently less prevalent, includes certain elements of aerial and space combat, such as various flying techniques and experiences, as well as foundational theories related to airflow and air resistance. These 3 elements are precisely what Linyu currently desires. As a pilot, he is primarily suited to the armor of Elbu, focusing predominantly on close-quarters combat. Following the upgrade utilizing the remnants of the steel wings, he has access to many highly valuable components. Although he may not be able to construct another second-generation mecha, creating a set of exoskeletal armor is certainly within reach. Mecha, formerly known as mechanical power armor, essentially encompasses exoskeletal armor as a variant. However, due to distinct avenues of development, they have diverged significantly. Possessing mecha engineering skills naturally facilitates the creation of exoskeletal armor, although the latter demands higher precision in processing and component quality due to its smaller size, and typically, the costs remain comparable to those of mecha. The steel wings are equipped with numerous small thrusters and micro-energy sources, which can be ingeniously utilized to construct a rapidly deployable flying exoskeleton. In this manner, even in the event that he cannot board the mech in time, he can swiftly acquire a degree of self-protection and possess the ability to fly, making pursuits or escapes far more feasible than relying on a mech. However, these considerations are for another time. Currently, Linyu is confronted with a different issue. Xiaolu, may I pose a question? Linyu initiated. Yes, Brother Lin. What is it? After days of interaction and instruction, coupled with the battle at Paradise Harbor, Wang Xiaolu had developed an utmost admiration for Linyu. The moment he heard Linyu address him, he instantly perked up. Well, I am not particularly eloquent, so I shall be straightforward. I have observed that you possess considerable talent in mech engineering, and I intend to establish a research and development team. Lin Yu's words were only halfway through when Wang Xiaolu grasped the underlying implication. His eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and before Lin Yu could finish, he eagerly nodded. I agree wholeheartedly. If I could stay by Brother Lin's side and learn, it would be an incredible opportunity. Is that settled then? Lin Yu's brow relaxed. Well, I am affiliated with the Black Snake Gang. Wang Xiaolu suddenly hesitated slightly. That is not a concern. I will speak with the Black Snake about it. Then it is settled. Wang Xiaolu's eyes gleamed once more. With their agreement made, Lin Yu's vehicle proceeded directly to the headquarters of the Black Snake Gang. Ha ha ha. Brother Lin, how did you come in directly? I was just about to go out to greet you. I wish to inquire about a person. Without further ado, Lin Yu exchanged a few pleasantries before articulating his intentions to Black Snake. Who is it? Black Snake asked eagerly. Here, Wang Xiaolu. I find him quite compatible and wish to take him on as an assistant. Lin Yu indicated towards the boy beside him. What? You want to take my son as an assistant? Black Snake was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 45. Willing to be brothers in arms, he is your son? Upon hearing Black Snake's astonished voice, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned peculiar. You're the old Wang who intends to have 13 sons? Surprisingly, this seemingly serious and austere Black Snake had such a whimsical side. Ahem, indeed. My surname is Wang, and both Xiaolu and Xiaoqi are my sons. Black Snake shot a glare at Wang Xiaolu before clearing his throat. What about my earlier suggestion? Lin Yu inquired. Of course, of course. It would be a tremendous blessing for Xiaolu to learn something from Brother Lin. Black Snake responded hastily, almost unable to contain his delight. This individual had emerged from this small, desolate gathering place. A genius mech engineer capable of crafting mechas from discarded parts. His bright future was virtually assured. And he was firmly on the right path. Given this connection, it was possible that in the future, he could even solicit assistance from this fellow to construct a couple of mechas for Black Snake. At the very least, acquiring some skills from him would be immensely beneficial. The fortune of his own son was indeed a mystery. How could he be esteemed by another, even desired as an assistant? Naturally, there was no reason for him to decline such an opportunity. Consequently, he regarded his youngest son with newfound respect. Realizing that beneath the boy's usual shyness and silence lay an unexpected talent for winning favor. To lead the way and, remarkably, to become someone's assistant, what a delightful surprise. Truly an unexpected boon. Xiaolu, from now on, you shall follow your brother Lin. Learn diligently and work hard. You must obey, he admonished, adopting a fatherly sternness. Black Snake then turned to Lin Yu, saying, Brother Lin, I entrust this lad to you. Should he be disobedient, feel free to chastise him as you see fit. If he persists in his misbehavior, return him to me, and I shall personally administer discipline. That won't be necessary, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Aware that this was merely a jest, I sought you out precisely because I found Xiaolu to be quite agreeable. Had he not been to my liking, I would not have made such a request. Ha ha ha, indeed. It seems we are well matched, and since Brother Lin favors Xiaolu, perhaps we might even consider a brotherly bond. Black Snake laughed heartily, eager to continue. Stop. Lin Yu interjected, his expression darkening as he cut off Black Snake's words. I haven't even employed the tactic yet. You've jumped the gun. Ahem, my apologies. That was presumptuous of me. I had arranged a welcome banquet for you. Brother Lin. Black Snake, sensing the shift, quickly changed the topic and warmly invited Lin Yu inside. Lin Yu shook his head. Oh, how troublesome. Black Snake smacked his forehead, fully aware of what Lin Yu meant by taking a trip. He promptly said, since that's the case, I shall not delay your time any further, Brother Lin. The welcome banquet will be postponed to a later date, and I will have the items I promised you delivered at once. Thank you, Brother Lin. As the car arrived at the villa entrance, Bai Wei emerged upon hearing the sound, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Lin Yu. Facing Bai Wei, Lin Yu still felt a tinge of discomfort. He nodded and said, once Black Snake delivers the items I requested, I will set off to the headquarters of the Sioux organization. Will you stay here, or? Of course I will go with you. We have already delayed long enough. Lin Yu shook his head. Deep down, he understood that although a considerable amount of time had passed, hurrying for just a day or two held no real significance. What was meant to happen had likely already transpired, and the events yet to unfold were inconsequential within such a short span. Nevertheless, his heart remained heavy with concern. Very well. Since Lin Yu had made his decision, Bai Wei naturally had no reason to oppose him. After all, her determination to rescue her sister was far stronger than Lin Yu's, though she remained sufficiently rational and composed to weigh her options. Black Snake was indeed quite efficient in his dealings. Lin Yu had barely spent 10 minutes resting after exiting the vehicle when the promised reward for this task was already delivered. It was the Red Bee decoy module, a modular weapon system comprising 2 hexagonal missile launch nests resembling honeycombs, containing miniature missiles the size of cigars. Its primary function is to serve as a missile decoy, specifically designed to counter missiles that employ infrared guidance technology. When subjected to an attack, it releases signals that can mislead such missiles. causing them to deviate and pursue the infrared decoy, ultimately leading to detonation. To illustrate more vividly, one could liken it to deploying a taunting doppelganger in a video game, drawing infrared missiles away by redirecting their target towards itself, thereby either diverting the missile or triggering its premature explosion. Overall, this represents a predominantly defensive armament module, widely utilized across various types of vehicles. Naturally, this contraption comes with a hefty price tag. A single unit costs around $200,000. And a simultaneous launch of 2 micro-missile nests amounts to a staggering $4 million, making it quite unaffordable for those without substantial means. The anti-radiation missile is specifically designed to track the electromagnetic radiation emitted when the enemy activates radar, thereby accurately pinpointing targets. This weapon proves remarkably effective against various combat vehicles equipped with radar or ground-seeking missiles that themselves carry radar systems. However, this is not a modular weapon system, but rather a conventional missile, albeit the Black Snake has been equipped with a launching tube for it. This, in fact, aligns with the typical nature of mechs. The greatest advantage of humanoid mechs lies in their ability to adeptly wield tools. Small mechs must prioritize agility, and their power systems and various engines occupy considerable space, preventing them from carrying as much ammunition as aircraft or tanks. Consequently, small mechs often only accommodate a limited number of defensive armament modules, such as the infrared decoy, while the remainder of their weaponry is typically externally mounted, with close combat frequently taking precedence. After all, the resounding boom of artillery can yield vast treasures, and the commonplace missiles, which are easily transportable, pose only a modest threat to mechs, often intercepted by various countermeasures. The evolution of weapons and shields has always been a parallel pursuit, each striving to outpace the other. Consequently, for smaller mechs, engaging in close combat is often more exhilarating than relying on ranged attacks. A single punch can deliver a force of several tons concentrated on a single point, proving far more effective against similar foes than the dispersive nature of explosive devices, all while conserving both funds and energy. Chapter 46, Missile Engineering. 40 Red Bee decoy missiles, 10 backlight anti-radiation missiles. Along with 2 missile nests and a launch tube, Black Snake appears to have truly invested heavily. Upon tallying the inventory, Linyu could not help but be astonished. Without even considering the Red Bee decoy module and the small missile launch tube, the mere cost of these 40 Red Bee decoy missiles amounts to $8 million. The 10 backlight anti-radiation missiles are worth at least $5 million. Altogether, these items cannot be valued at less than $20 million. Originally, Black Snake's commitment to accompany Zhao Xing to Paradise Port surely did not entail such an extravagant arrangement. After all, Zhao Xing had only provided $5 million. Furthermore, there was no detailed agreement on the quantity with Black Snake. He had anticipated that a mere 10 to 20 for self-defense would suffice. The current abundance, without a doubt, stems from his intention to recruit Wang Xiaolu as an assistant. It can only be said that the hearts of parents are filled with compassion. Although Black Snake professes indifference to criticism, he undoubtedly harbors deep affection for his own son. By taking on the role of an adoptive father and bestowing generous gifts, his aim is to ensure his son's well-being while imparting valuable knowledge. Understanding this, Linyu found himself both amused and exasperated. It is worth noting that his initial intention to recruit Wang Xiaolu stemmed from his appreciation of the latter's talent. Who could have anticipated that not only would he effortlessly bring him under his wing, but he would also receive such a generous apprentice gift? It seemed the Black Snake had 13 sons? Linyu pondered, stroking his chin, unable to suppress a fleeting thought. However, as a promising youth of the new era, he ultimately let this thought remain just that, a thought. Moreover, it was unlikely that the Black Snake would be foolish enough to simultaneously take in over a dozen sons. Whether or not to offer gifts would still be a matter of debate. After loading everything onto the heavy truck, Linyu did not linger at the Black Snake's gathering place. After procuring some essential supplies, he and Bai Wei set off on their journey to the headquarters of the Sioux organization. As for the exact location, he had long gleaned it from Harold the Hyena, and he had previously interrogated a few others in Paradise Harbor. The headquarters of the Sioux organization was situated in a secluded valley, approximately 2 days' journey from the Black Snake stronghold. Along the way, Linyu allowed Bai Wei to take the wheel while he continued to modify the flying general armor. Of course, with an impending battle on the horizon, he could not make any significant alterations. Upgrading to the second-generation armor was not a task to be accomplished overnight. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself making some surprising gains during this process. You have triggered the skill acquisition line for missile engineering. Acquisition Theory Foundation. mastery of mathematics, mechanics, aerodynamics, control, and information technology, among other foundational knowledge. Expand to view details, completed, acquisition practical insight, disassemble any 10 different models of missiles. Acquire the clue, explosive art, launch 10 missiles of any model. During the modification of Lin Yu and the adjustment of 2 types of missiles, an entirely new skill clue emerged. Indeed, another academic skill. If acquired, it would enable him to design missiles independently, precisely what he needed for the new armor. Upon noticing the newly surfaced skill clue, Lin Yu felt a surge of motivation. After all, the exoskeleton armor he intended to create was primarily focused on long-range missile strikes, and obtaining missile engineering skills would undoubtedly enhance his plans further. Upon closer inspection of the skill acquisition details, the difficulty appeared manageable. The theoretical foundation had already been established, as both mecha engineering and piloting, along with shooting skills, encompassed various mathematical, mechanical, and aerodynamic principles, easily satisfying the prerequisites. With the red bee and anti-light already accounted for, he pondered whether he could procure the remaining types from the suit organization. If that failed, perhaps he could gather some funds and consult with Black Snake. Given that Black Snake had managed to acquire red bee decoy modules and anti-light anti-radiation missiles, obtaining more common and inferior types of missiles should pose no significant challenge. Brother Lin, it's time for dinner. The following night, once again under the desolate sky, the moon concealed and stars sparse, Lin Yu, unlike the affluent Zhao Xing with his mobile home, had only a heavy-duty truck laden with equipment and 2 mechas, barely bringing along some instant food, which Bai Wei heated slightly for a meal. However, when Bai Wei approached with the warm dinner, Lin Yu did not reach out to take it. Instead, he perked up his ears, furrowing his brow as he cast his gaze towards the nearby mountains and forests. Where did they go? Damn it. Can't catch up. Shoot. Just take them down. A cacophony of distant shouts and the sounds of pursuit echoed through the forest, accompanied by the rustling of branches and underbrush, along with the unusually bright lights piercing the moonless night. You get in the vehicle first, Lin Yu urged, pushing Bai Wei into the rear compartment of the heavy truck, simultaneously retrieving an electromagnetic gun from within. This weapon had been confiscated from the escort unit of the Saru organization. While primarily designed for combat against mechs, it served little practical purpose here. Lin Yu mainly intended to utilize it to hone her shooting skills for a precision task, activating the tactical night vision mode. She donned the smart glasses she had acquired from Su Xiaodu, engaging the image processing program within. The scenes in Lin Yu's field of vision rapidly refreshed, exhibiting heightened brightness, increased contrast, and refined noise reduction. After a series of automated enhancements, the dim night transformed into a clearer vista. To her surprise, they had encountered the main target so soon after their arrival. It was fortuitous, it simplified matters. Through her smart glasses, she discerned the figure flitting through the woods, a woman clad in what resembled a standard hospital gown or prison attire, her white clothing stark against the dark foliage. Fleeing in haste, her exposed face and arms bore countless scratches, bruises, and signs of recent healing. Trailing behind her were armed pursuers, their attire reminiscent of the escort unit Lin Yu had previously encountered at the Black Snake stronghold. Given their proximity to the Saru organization's headquarters, the identities of these individuals were all too evident. Bang, 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 bang. At such a close distance, there was no need to adopt the persona of Elbu. With merely a primary level of shooting skill, Lin Yu effortlessly began precise targeting. The enhanced vision and image processing provided by the smart glasses, combined with the intuitive experience brought by his shooting proficiency, rendered the act of hitting targets almost too easy. As the electromagnetic rifle emitted a continuous series of sharp sounds, the experience and insights afforded by his shooting skills, coupled with the element of surprise, soon led to the swift downfall of several members of the Sioux organization who were in pursuit. Meanwhile, the fleeing woman clad in white was left trembling in fear amidst the barrage of gunfire, instinctively curling up on the ground and remaining there until the cacophony ceased. Who are you? Lin Yu's piercing gaze halted Bai Wei, who was about to approach the situation. He too paused a few steps in front of the woman. Yet, the more he contemplated, the more suspicious it became. In the wasteland, anyone lacking such vigilance while wandering outside the encampments would undoubtedly have met with an untimely demise. I escaped from them. They are all traffickers. The woman in white finally ceased her trembling upon hearing his voice, raising her head in terror, instinctively preparing to advance. Don't move. Take another step closer, and I assure you, you'll meet the same fate as them. Lin Yu's expression turned icy as he raised the barrel of his weapon. The woman immediately froze in place. Truly, I speak the truth. These despicable scoundrels have abducted many people, all taken from various encampments. The woman in white, her expression charged with emotion, articulated her feelings of hatred and indignation, which appeared genuine rather than feigned. As she spoke, she inadvertently caught sight of Bai Wei, who stood a short distance behind Lin Yu. For a brief moment, she was taken aback, but then her face lit up with excitement. Bai Wei? You are Bai Wei, aren't you? I recognize your sister, Bai Ling. You bear a striking resemblance to her. You know my sister? Upon hearing this, Bai Wei immediately felt a surge of emotion and hurried a few steps forward to stand beside Lin Yu. How's my sister? What has happened to her? Your sister was captured and brought here with me. The woman in white instinctively moved forward again. Suddenly, a series of sharp gunshots rang out, and several slender electromagnetic bullets struck the ground near her feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. The noise startled her, causing her to instinctively crouch down and cover her head. Get up, lift your shirt, Lin Yu commanded coolly, shaking the gun's muzzle slightly. You. The woman in white paled at his words. Lin, brother Lin. Bai Wei turned her gaze towards Lin Yu, hesitating, unsure of her position or what to say. After a long pause, her cheeks flushed as she finally managed to utter, the gathering place. There are many songbirds. Is that how you perceive me? Lin Yu shot her a sidelong glance before redirecting his attention to the woman. He pointed the gun at her abdomen and inquired, how did you sustain that injury? Lift your shirt. Let me see. The woman in white had a tear in her clothing near her abdomen, likely inflicted while traversing through the woods moments earlier. Yet from the torn fabric, one could discern a fresh wound beneath, marked by traces of suturing. This was evidently the result of a surgical procedure performed by human hands, perhaps mere hours prior. At this moment, Bai Wei realized her misconceptions, her cheeks flushing to the roots of her ears, yet she refrained from interrupting Lin Yu's interrogation. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the woman appeared momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently exhale in relief, slightly lifting her garment to reveal the wound on her abdomen. The woman clad in white displayed a hint of loathing. This was inflicted by those wretched traffickers during the operation, presumably to extract my kidney or something similar. I managed to escape only after regaining consciousness from the anesthesia. An incision in your abdomen does not necessarily imply the removal of something. It could equally involve the insertion of an object, Lin Yu interjected coldly. What a coincidence it would be for you to flee during surgery, and to have traveled such a distance while still under the effects of anesthesia. The words of Lin Yu drained the color from the face of the woman in white, which had only just begun to regain a semblance of vitality. After a few light jumps, she focused intently on the sensations within her body. Any significant foreign object should be readily perceptible. Observing the woman's reaction, Lin Yu commanded her further. Instinctively, the woman complied, rising onto her toes and gently leaping twice. Her complexion paled further. Previously, her heightened state of alertness combined with the lingering effects of the anesthetic had masked her awareness. However, now, prompted by Lin Yu, she deliberately attuned her senses and distinctly felt a heavy object weighing down her lower abdomen. With each jump, the weight elicited a tugging sensation, stirring a vague discomfort within her belly. The woman's face was ashen, her lips quivered, yet ultimately she remained silent. However, from her reaction, Lin Yu had evidently gleaned the answer. You must have surmised it as well. Lin Yu exhaled, regaining her composure, and stated, a bomb. The pallor of the woman in white deepened, a wretched smile gracing her lips. They deliberately released me to use me in this charade, intending to annihilate you. The sudden surgery, the inexplicable opportunity for escape, and the enemy's reluctance to fire. All of these elements seemed inconspicuous at first glance. Yet, with Lin Yu's insight, she could no longer feign ignorance. The Sioux organization had intentionally let her go, leaving something within her body, given that she had been relentlessly pursued to this boy's presence. Along with Bai Ling's sister being here, it was evident that the Sioux organization's targets were undoubtedly them. What purpose could there be in forcing herself into their midst? The implanted object was the answer. Thus, the nature of the implant had become glaringly apparent. The device within her abdomen was most likely a remote-controlled bomb. Its detonation had yet to occur solely because this vigilant boy had prevented her from getting too close. However, one could hardly hope that as long as she maintained her distance, those fiends would never trigger it. Once they grew impatient or sensed something amiss, that would likely herald her imminent demise. You must leave quickly. Those demons are devoid of humanity. The woman in white sighed despondently, as if bequeathing her final wishes. By the way, you must also be here searching for your sister, correct? Yes, my sister, she. Upon hearing the mention of her sister, Bai Wei could no longer focus on anything else. On the third day of her arrival here, your sister was already sold off. The woman in white shook her head, stating, I do not know where she was sold, but your presence here serves no purpose. It would only amount to a surrender of your lives. It is best to depart as soon as possible. Sold? Bai Wei pressed her lips together, her complexion paling. This was an outcome that should have been anticipated long ago, perhaps even a favorable one. Being sold was certainly preferable to enduring torment or facing death here. Yet, after waiting so long, striving so hard, and finding solace in her own thoughts, how could she possibly accept such an outcome? After a moment's hesitation, observing Bai Wei's expression, the woman in white tentatively spoke. I believe you need not be overly pessimistic. Although we have only spent 2 or 3 days together, your sister left me with an unusual impression. Unusual? Bai Wei sniffled, mustering her spirits. Your sister is very cheerful and conversant. She gives me the impression. The woman in white hesitated, seemingly in search of a precise adjective. Doesn't seem like someone who has been abducted? Lin Yu interjected, articulating the unspoken thought. A girl ensnared by human traffickers, poised to confront an uncertain and bleak future. No matter how one might rationalize it, such traits could hardly align with cheerfulness and eloquence. Despite having spent merely 2 or 3 days together, this woman in white was even aware of the existence of a similarly featured sister, indicating a level of conversation that transcended the ordinary. In such dire circumstances, a normal person would be engulfed in fear or hysteria, preoccupied with devising an escape. However, there was no sign of a casual demeanor, no inclination towards friendship or idle chatter, nor any mention of her family. Indeed, the impression Bai Ling left on me was entirely unlike that of someone who had been forcibly taken. Upon hearing Lin Yu's astute description, the woman in white nodded emphatically and remarked, Moreover, I recall a particular utterance she made when she was taken away. What did she say? Bai Wei inquired urgently. She mentioned that the efficiency was quite commendable. The woman in white mimicked her tone and added, this was a hushed murmur. A self-directed comment, yet I caught wind of it. Efficiency was commendable? Bai Wei pondered in confusion. Your sister's remark about efficiency indicates that she was already aware of her fate and was awaiting her buyer, possibly even cognizant of who that buyer might be. Lin Yu's brow initially furrowed, then gradually relaxed. This is indeed encouraging news. In truth, I had harbored suspicions since our first confrontation with the transport team of the Sioux organization. The cybernetic implant within Bai Wei that automatically deploys a protective shield must possess a value that certainly rivals, if not surpasses, that of the heart of Kexish. Achieving such a level of functionality necessitates an immense computational power. This computational capability, unless derived from cloud computing, would theoretically be unattainable for a mere small implant. If that implant was indeed embedded by Bai Wei's sister, it should not, under any circumstances, incorporate a wireless communication module. In this era of intelligence, everyone is acutely aware of the paramount importance of cybersecurity. No matter how extraordinary the functions of an implant may be, if it necessitates a connection to external networks, it ultimately becomes a liability fraught with peril. Yet, if it could be accomplished without the aid of cloud computing, the value of this cybernetic body would undoubtedly surpass that of the heart of Kozik by countless magnitudes. For it must either house a chip of unparalleled computational power or contain some enigmatic and advanced technology. Thus, how could the one capable of producing such a marvel, the Bai Ling, possibly be an ordinary individual? How could she be so effortlessly deceived and trafficked by merely her handsome visage? Sister, was she intentionally captured and brought here? With such clarity in her words, Bai Wei instantly grasped the implications. Since everything was anticipated by her sister, it was evident that she had been deliberately sold into this predicament. If that were the case, it stood to reason that her sister had a means to ensure her own safety. Do you know what your sister is involved in? Lin Yu pressed on. Given the current indications, it was clear that Bai Ling's identity was far from simple. Even the circumstance of her original self being trafficked seemed to be a calculated maneuver. The aim was to be sold to the CO organization through the original self, only to be subsequently transferred to another location. Understanding this, the objective was not difficult to deduce. The merchandise acquired from the traffickers would bear an entirely innocent identity. This convoluted process would make it exceedingly difficult for others to trace back its origins. Thus, it was highly probable that Bai Ling sought to infiltrate a particular area. My sister? Like me, she studied Mecha engineering. However, after graduation, she did not join the Mecha engineering department, but instead became a mechanical engineer in the cybernetic development sector of the Ryan Group. Baiwei began to recount, but soon her words faltered. Evidently, she herself began to doubt the veracity of this information. After all, she had just heard from the woman in white an utterly unfamiliar account of her sister. Uncertainty aside, she thought it best to inquire casually, as she would soon discover the truth upon meeting her sister. Lin Yu shook her head and smiled, assuring her that, at least based on the current circumstances, her sister was undoubtedly safe, perhaps even waiting for her at home. Baiwei attempted to retort, yet the worry that had lingered between her brows began to dissipate, replaced by a smile that spoke of uncontainable joy. At last, there was news of her sister, news that even in her most hopeful moments had seemed beyond reach. The knot in her heart was finally untied, and how could she not feel elated? Lin Gu, so what now? In her excitement, she turned once more to Lin Yu, calling him with an endearment that conveyed unprecedented affection and delight. However, Lin Yu replied, "We cannot leave just yet. I must bring a definitive conclusion to the Sioux organization. Allowing them to remain poses an endless threat and potential peril." She shook her head, her expression resolute. The likes of the Sioux organization, scoundrels that they were, had no place in this world. Given that enmity had already been established, it was imperative to eliminate them completely to find peace of mind. Otherwise, as had happened today and previously at Heaven S Port, various conspiracies and schemes could ensnare the. However, prior to that, there remains an important matter to address. Lin Yu abruptly shifted the topic, a smile gracing her lips. "What is it?" Baiwei asked, momentarily taken aback. "Let us reintroduce ourselves, Lin Yu." With a warm smile, Lin Yu extended her hand. Baiwei hesitated briefly, then her face illuminated with a radiant smile. "Baiwei, it's a pleasure to meet you, Brother Lin." Their hands clasped together, and they exchanged smiles, as if time had frozen, creating a moment that felt eternal. "Are you two even listening to me?" The woman in white glared at them, nearly fainting from exasperation. "I have a bomb implanted inside me." "A bomb? Not only are you not fleeing, but could you also consider the feelings of someone on the brink of death? Displaying affection before me as if I'm not already weary of this world? Even so, I could overlook it all. After all, death is inevitable, and entanglements are futile. But judging by the recent exchange, it seems you have no intention of leaving? You wish to confront those demons head-on. What gives these two youngsters such audacity? Is it their age? The naivety of love? Listen, this is not the time for bravado in front of your girlfriend. She may be caught up in her emotions, but you cannot afford to be reckless. Such bravado will only bring harm to yourself and others." The woman in white lowered her voice, earnestly warning Lin Yu. "You have witnessed the madness of these human traffickers. If you survive this time, there will surely be a next. Moreover, their base is equipped with an arsenal beyond your imagination. Then I must go even more." Lin Yu's smile blossomed even brighter. Chapter 49, Pressing Forward. Go even more? The words of Lin Yu nearly caused the woman in white to faint from anger. "However, I believe that our foremost concern at this moment should be your predicament." Aware that the woman in white undoubtedly bore psychological scars from her torment in the Sioux organization, Lin Yu did not linger on this subject, but instead gestured towards her abdomen. "What else is there to consider? They cannot simply stand by while the bomb is extracted. It will undoubtedly be detonated instantly." Upon hearing Lin Yu mention the bomb once more, the woman's expression turned sorrowful as she momentarily forgot everything else. With a bomb implanted within her, what chance of survival remains? Those fiends must be lurking nearby, watching with predatory intent. If any attempt is made to remove the bomb, they will undoubtedly realize that their plans have been uncovered and will detonate it without hesitation. Therefore, let us take a gamble, Lin Yu proposed. Gamble? The woman in white was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu tossed the electromagnetic rifle to Baiwei, signaling her to keep a close watch on the adversary while assuming a posture of vigilance and confrontation. The enemy must time their detonation precisely. As he approaches, they must ensure the bomb's controllability, which is highly likely to be remote-controlled. To prevent its detonation, one must intervene in the signal transmission. Unfortunately, he lacked the skills in electronic offense and defense or communication countermeasures. While missile engineering should encompass some related knowledge, he regrettably had not acquired it. Thus, he could only employ the scant expertise derived from his mecha engineering skills to create a rudimentary blocking signal jammer. In this domain, he was not a specialist, so he could only manage a simplified version. If the Sioux organization were to devise a remote-controlled bomb equipped with advanced anti-jamming technology, or or other unique control mechanisms. He would find himself at a loss. A signal jammer, crafted from readily available components, posed no significant challenge for Lin Yu. Mere minutes later, he emerged from the carriage, activating the device before tossing it beside the woman. Disarm the bomb. The rest is up to your luck. Lin Yu then threw a knife towards her. What is this? The woman did not focus on the dagger that had fallen to the ground, but rather on the signal jammer. Lin Yu briefly explained its purpose. Assisting her in disarming the bomb was out of the question. The efficacy of the jammer remained uncertain, and having just met, he had no desire to test the bomb's destructive capacity. If you manage to survive, I shall be grateful, she responded, nodding and resolutely picking up the fallen dagger. And if it detonates? Lin Yu took a couple of steps back. Then I thank your entire family. The woman shot Lin Yu an exasperated glare. Are you intent on increasing my mental strain? I am merely attempting to divert your attention and alleviate some pressure, he replied with a shrug. After a moment's thought, he tossed her a flamethrower. Don't forget to disinfect it. In summary, thank you. The woman used the flamethrower to scorch the dagger, her demeanor becoming more composed. After a brief silence, she sincerely expressed her gratitude and retreated a few steps back into the shadows, perhaps having long accustomed to suffering within the Saru organization. Her hands remained steady. Despite it being her own body, she resolutely suppressed her fear and pride, opened the freshly sutured wound in her abdomen. Enduring the dual sensations of her hands and abdomen, she gradually inserted her hand into the wound. The pain was excruciating. The sensation of touching her own injury and reaching into its depths was both chilling and bizarre. Yet, after an initial moment of distortion, her expression gradually settled into a semblance of calm. It had not detonated. This was the most favorable news. The signal jammer had worked. Moments later, the woman in white successfully extracted a simply stuffed object from her abdomen. As anticipated, it was a square remote-controlled bomb, 3 fingers wide. She hurled the bomb away, and with a thunderous roar, flames engulfed several meters of the forest. At that moment, it seemed she had exhausted all her spirit and strength, collapsing onto the ground, devoid of even the power to weep for joy. It's over. Everything will be all right. Bai Wei stepped forward, embracing the woman, offering comfort while swiftly applying adhesive tape to temporarily close the wound. We have little time left. Help her into the vehicle, and you will drive. Lin Yu commanded with composure. The detonation of the bombs signified that those behind them were aware of the plan's exposure, and surely, a more violent direct assault awaited them. Perhaps remote missiles were already en route. The Flying Dragon possessed limited long-range strike capabilities. Thus, it was imperative to locate the base of the Saru organization swiftly and eradicate it completely. Yes, fortunately, neither of the two women was merely a delicate face prone to tears. Upon hearing Lin Yu's urging, they swiftly composed themselves and promptly ascended into the cab of the heavy truck. Meanwhile, Lin Yu made his way to the rear compartment, entering the cockpit of the armored vehicle. Given that the flying general was not particularly adept at agile maneuvers, relying on the heavy truck for transportation was decidedly more convenient. Bai Wei took the wheel, directing the white-clad woman, who wore an expression of shock and resistance. Although she had previously advised against confronting the Sioux organization, that had been a futile act of goodwill in a moment of despair. Now, having narrowly escaped with her life, the prospect of returning to that hellish place to face a band of demons filled her with dread and reluctance. Rest assured, Brother Lin will surely handle those traffickers. Bai Wei comforted, attempting to reassure her as she drove. Well, if it's death, then so be it. Reflecting on the fact that she had survived thanks to the assistance of the two, the white-clad woman interrupted Bai Wei. Her despair palpable as she slumped into the passenger seat, yet she still pointed the way. The resolve of the two women was as steadfast as iron, seemingly left with no other options. Before long, rather than encountering an ambush or bombardment, they came across a jeep parked diagonally across the road, obstructing their path. Don't be alarmed. We mean no harm if it is due to previous matters. We can extend our apologies and offer compensation. You may propose conditions. A middle-aged white man on the jeep persistently shouted through a loudspeaker. Is that a group of traffickers? The woman in white sitting in the passenger seat was taken aback as she observed the man's appearance and listened to his urgent cries. Are these individuals truly the ruthless demons she had envisioned? Strangely, they seemed to harbor a palpable fear of them. No. It should be said that they are particularly fearful of Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, is that the young lad from earlier? She had overheard their introductions, and indeed, the only one worthy of being addressed as Mr. here was the youth currently in the rear compartment. She pondered his identity, despite lacking any signs of augmentation. he managed to instill such terror in these fiends? Upon reflection, it seemed only natural. If they were not utterly terrified, would they go to such lengths merely for a boy and a girl, concocting plans that placed themselves in the role of human bombs? Though it was an uncomfortable thought, it was undeniable that she held considerable value in the eyes of those traffickers. Otherwise, she would not have remained unsold for so long. Had it not been for her familiarity with Bai Wei's sister and the necessity to confront this boy and their extreme wariness of him, she would not have found herself in this predicament. But why? Why do these vicious traffickers exhibit such fear towards a mere boy? She could not comprehend it, but she would soon come to understand. How noisy! A familiar yet distant and domineering voice, tinged with an eerie distortion, suddenly echoed through the air. At the sound, the individuals in the jeep, led by a middle-aged white man, instinctively recoiled. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Hurry! Seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation, the middle-aged man, his heart in turmoil, urged the driver to accelerate. In a moment of desperation, he even kicked the driver aside to seize control of the vehicle himself. Yet, it was evident that attempting to turn back and escape was now too late. The heavy footsteps resonated ominously against the ground, creating a dull thud. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! This is not my responsibility. I am merely here to negotiate. As the saying goes, one does not slay the emissary in times of war, correct? You can present any conditions. We are willing to comply. We will comply. As he witnessed the imposing figure clad in black armor stepping out of the vehicle, the middle-aged man swiftly raised his hands in surrender, his body instinctively recoiling as he spoke rapidly. At that moment, he was cursing the higher-ups who had deceived him into this negotiation. Was this what they referred to as a former subordinate of the organization, easily swayed by greed? The opposing party had no intention of negotiation or compromise whatsoever. It was blatantly clear that they were driven by a murderous intent, determined to annihilate them. A rabble of miscreants, how dare they call themselves an army? I shall err at indeed. Did I not mention that Brother Lin is a pilot? Bai Wei inquired with a hint of confusion. No, the woman in white replied, her expression twitching slightly. Had you informed me earlier that you both possessed a mech, would I have experienced such trepidation? Oh, I was just about to tell you, but you interrupted me with your talk of death and such, Bai Wei recalled, realizing that her intention to speak had been thwarted by the woman in white as she drove. The woman in white sighed. So my anxiety during this journey was entirely self-imposed? This is the armor designed by Brother Lin himself, named Feijiang. It is quite impressive, isn't it? Bai Wei's attention was largely captured by the Feijiang armor ahead, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The Feijiang armor, in stark contrast to the rudimentary Dawn model, was a sight to behold, and this was her first genuine glimpse of it in combat. The sleek black armor, adorned with feathers and wielding a halberd, resembled a celestial warrior emerging from myth. The woman in white cast her gaze upon the imposing silhouette of Feijiang and could not help but acknowledge its striking and formidable appearance. However, her attention soon shifted back to Lin Yu's discourse. This is a little technique Brother Lin employs to enhance his combat focus, known as role-playing. You understand, right? Bai Wei resolved to discreetly guard the secret of her brother Lin's eccentricities, wishing to shield him from the judgment of others. Ah, so that is how it is. Suddenly, the entire heavy truck jolted violently. Full speed ahead. Lin Yu's voice resonated from atop the vehicle. At this moment, the flying general's armor has ascended to the rooftop, standing steadfast like a pine tree, gazing into the distance. Whoosh! From the horizon, numerous small dots, trailing fiery tails and white smoke, raced towards him. Detecting long-range strike in transit. Executing trajectory assessment. Warning. Target is our own unit. Warning. Target is our own unit. Although the flying general has not completed its thorough modification, components such as energy and radar have already been replaced with parts from steel wings. As the missiles approach, the onboard warning radar emits a cacophony of alarm. Detecting strike type. Detection results. 18 small infrared imaging guided missiles, 1 medium radar seeking guided missile. Adjusting the red B decoy to mimic the infrared imaging of the unit, he launches the red B decoy missile. Lin Yu swiftly issues commands to the intelligence system, retrieving the missile launcher from his back. With precise control, he quickly locks onto a target and fires a preloaded backlight anti-radiation missile. Whoosh! The red B decoy shoots skyward, exploding into a crimson cloud. The multitude of small missiles in the sky immediately trace an arc, veering dramatically to plunge into the red cloud, subsequently detonating in a series of cataclysmic explosions. The crimson cloud swiftly transforms into a dark cloud, illuminated by the fiery blaze. Boom. The backlight anti-radiation missile is even more direct. After being shot vertically into the sky, it rapidly locks onto its target, executing a sharp 90-degree turn and colliding with a central missile that is notably larger than the others. Another fiery explosion reverberates across the heavens. Chapter 51, The Eternal Dog. Boom. A barrage of missiles ascended, only to be effortlessly neutralized in midair. Behind the wheel, Byway remained undeterred, accelerating the heavy truck with full force, crashing through the remnants of a jeep ahead and racing along the mountain path. Whoosh. In mere moments, another wave of missiles hurtled towards them. Such a dense bombardment would have posed a substantial threat had it not been for the multifaceted upgrades acquired during the journey to Paradise Harbor. Alongside the procurement of Red B decoy missiles and anti-radiation missiles, in the initial dawn, it would have indeed been quite perilous. However, for the armored vehicle, these threats were merely a drizzle. Boom. The Red B decoy missiles and anti-radiation missiles launched once more. The infrared guidance technology, which passively captures the infrared radiation emitted by objects, does not necessitate the emission of electromagnetic waves for detection, thus ensuring exceptional accuracy coupled with remarkable stealth and resistance to interference. Yet, this was precisely countered by the Red B decoy missiles, which caused numerous missiles to detonate in a chain reaction. Ultimately, this compelled the CO organization to adjust their strategy, resorting to sporadic, low-volume bombardments. This approach effectively depleted the reserves of Red B decoy missiles, although it significantly diminished the threat posed to the armored vehicle. With a total of 40 Red B decoy missiles, and accounting for occasional misses or those deflected by the Fong Tianji, Lin Yu surged forward with unstoppable momentum amidst the relentless bombardments. Along the way, there were sporadic checkpoints and roadblocks set up by the CO organization. However, before a mech and a fully enclosed heavy truck designed for battlefield logistics, these abandoned obstacles were utterly insignificant. In the blink of an eye, a complex of buildings nestled within a mountain hollow came into view. The towering walls, forged high, were ensnared by an electric fence, bristling with machine gun turrets, while several missile vehicles stood vigil at the center. The recent onslaught of missiles had originated from this very place. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. As the armored giant, Fei Jiang, surged closer, an overwhelming barrage of firepower roared with increasing ferocity. In such dire circumstances, Lin Yu deemed it unwise to allow the heavy truck to advance further, instead instructing Bai Wei and the woman in white to remain behind. He himself descended from the rooftop of Fei Jiang, shouldering his weapon amidst the hail of bullets, and commenced his charge. The tempest of bullets battered against the sleek black composite armor of Fei Jiang, igniting a shower of sparks. Missiles detonated mid-air, either obliterated by his halberd or erupting in a fiery display. With a thunderous crash, a gaping hole was forcibly breached in the towering wall. To the onlookers of the Sioux organization, the colossal mech, reminiscent of celestial warriors, appeared even more formidable than demons as it rampaged into the base, unleashing a path of devastation. The missile vehicles, caught in close proximity, stood little chance of resistance. With a single thrust or a powerful punch, they were either shattered or sent tumbling away, effortlessly dispatched in an instant. The mounted machine gun turrets, armed bandits, and cybernetically enhanced marauders were rendered utterly insignificant before the imposing mech. Flee, flee. How have we provoked a mech pilot? Damn it. Why did we provoke a mech pilot? Are the higher-ups completely devoid of sense? Why summon a mech pilot? Fear, resentment, and wails filled the air. Explosions, smoke, and gunfire intertwined. This was not war. It was a one-sided massacre unfurling before their eyes. The entire base is either composed of human traffickers or armed personnel complicit in their deeds. Lin Yu acted without the slightest hesitation, while El Bu, a formidable general on the battlefield, charged forth with an unbridled ferocity. Pay no heed to the insignificant minions. To the left, at the 10 o'clock position, in that white building, the high-ranking members of the Sioux organization are poised to unleash the Eternal Hounds. We must thwart them at once. Suddenly, a communication was received, accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice. The call came through the communicator he had left with Bai Wei, and the speaker was the woman in white. What are the Eternal Hounds? How did you come to know of them? Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, and the pace of the slaughter slowed as well. I have infiltrated their communication channel. As for the Eternal Hounds, wait, I will send you the information. The woman in white spoke rapidly, swiftly transmitting a document to Lin Yu. The document did not pertain to the Eternal Hounds. Rather, it detailed a disease, canine transmissible venereal tumor. In essence, this is an infectious tumor found in canines, also classified as a venereal disease due to its mode of transmission through mating. Most intriguingly, the origin of this disease is quite fascinating. Although described as a canine tumor and venereal disease, at its core, it is a parasite. This affliction can be traced back thousands of years to a singular ancestor dog whose mutation caused the malignancy of its reproductive organs. The cancerous cells were spread through mating, parasitizing another canine, which in turn infected others. Given that the cancer cells possess no limit to their division, this tumor is rendered nearly immortal. For thousands of years, a parasitic infection has pervaded the canine species, culminating in a specialized affliction known as transmissible venereal tumor in dogs. These cancerous cells are, in essence, the very cells of a primordial dog, continuously dividing and replicating over millennia, thus achieving a form of immortality within the canine population. This phenomenon has captivated numerous biologists, compounded by the myriad influences of natural mutations and environmental contaminants. Ultimately, this entity underwent a mutation, followed by genetic modifications in certain organisms, leading to the emergence of what is referred to as immortal canine cells. These cells merely require a host within the canine species, along with an ample supply of sustenance and energy, to effortlessly generate a formidable biochemical monstrosity. Consequently, this entity has become the favored pursuit of various illicit organizations, persistently evading regulation, with each specimen fetching exorbitant prices on the black market. Were it not for this, the blue planet would likely be overrun with abominations cultivated from immortal canine cells. Your task is to secure access to their missile authorization. Obtaining the code will suffice. Having quickly assessed the situation, Lin Yu did not dare to linger. He hastily relayed instructions to the woman in white, and then propelled his armored suit towards the building located at 10 o'clock. Boom! A violent breach of the wall. The armored suit effortlessly penetrated the interior of the building. However, it was unfortunate that in this era of advanced technology, automation had become prevalent. At this moment, the building was devoid of any human presence. A monstrous canine creature, replete with numerous tumors and oozing saliva, towering at 6 or 7 meters in height, almost 2 stories, had already emerged from its confinement at the preceding command. Clang! Upon encountering the formidable creature, the Eternal Hound's eyes gleamed with malice, and it lunged forward without hesitation. Lin Yu deftly intercepted the attack with his Fong Tian Huan Ji, causing a shower of sparks as its teeth clashed against the weapon's blade. In Chapter 52, The Fall of Su, the impact was palpable. The armored warrior, without a moment's pause, delivered a powerful kick that sent the Eternal Hound tumbling across the ground. It was evident that the Su organization had not invested significant training into this creature. Though large in stature, it lacked the strength of the armored combatant. However, the sound and vibrations that accompanied the kick were startling, revealing the extraordinary resilience of the beast. Its sinewy frame seemed impervious, even more so than the composite armor of the steel wing. Fortunately, it remained a living being. With a fierce howl, the thwarted Eternal Hound regained its footing and charged once more at the armored warrior. Towering nearly twice the height of its opponent, its grotesque, tumor-ridden form exuded an overwhelming presence. Hold on, just 5 more minutes, and I will secure the missile authorization. I must endure. The voice of the woman in white crackled over the communication channel intermittently. With a swift maneuver, he evaded the hound's assault. Following this, he executed a deft roll, leaping onto its back as if mounting a steed. With a decisive strike, the halberd descended, slicing silly if one is capable of action. It must necessarily conform to the principles of biology. Lin Yu was uncertain about the efficacy of critical components such as the heart and brain. Yet he was acutely aware that this entity undoubtedly required neural signals for communication. With a decisive thrust, he severed numerous nerves and muscles of the undying hound, rendering its body partially paralyzed and its movements unsteady and discordant. Such was the plight of an unthinking, rabid beast. Seizing the moment while the undying hound staggered in its futile struggles, Lin Yu struck again. He plunged his weapon into its eye socket, circumvented the skull, and pierced directly into the brain, activating the spear tip to spin at an alarming velocity, instantly reducing the entire brain to a mushy mass. With a resounding thud, the massive canine collapsed to the ground, its chest still rising and falling. The injuries on its surface healed at a visibly rapid pace. However, even as it healed, it remained merely a mass of living cells, a mere lump of flesh, a fine specimen indeed. Contemplating the hardness of the undying hound's bones, Linyu, who had intended to depart, halted in his tracks, grasping it by the nape of its neck. He hoisted it onto his shoulder and proceeded toward the exit of the building. "Hello, are you still alive? I require just 3 minutes. This is already the limit." The voice of the woman in white echoed through the communicator, her urgent shouts accompanied by the furious clattering of a keyboard. "Patience. I shall grant you a moment of respite." Linyu returned to the heavy truck, unceremoniously casting the body of the undying hound aside, calmly silencing her incessant noise with a few measured words. "Oh, what is this?" The woman in white halted her frantic typing. The undying hound. "So, did you just request me to authorize missile access?" Her expression faltered, caught in a moment of disbelief. "What troubles may arise?" Linyu cast a glance at her. "The ammunition here has all been seized by me." Having spoken, he did not linger, turning back to search for the remaining members of the Sioux organization. "Is this also a role to play?" After Linyu departed, the woman in white gazed thoughtfully at Bai Wei. Indeed, perhaps, Bai Wei's confidence wavered. These bandits were not mere wooden stakes. Having scattered in disarray after his previous assault, they were now desperately hiding within various buildings and underground shelters, thwarted by his presence. Linyu remained unhurried, activating his radar to search and mark various locations, while simultaneously consulting the base's layout to determine where the Sioux organization was holding their cargo. With a click, the 3-meter machine was perfectly suited for maneuvering within the confines of the interior. The mechanical arms of the flying armor effortlessly tore down the barred doors of the cells. Inside, clusters of men and women, both young and old, shrank back in fear as they heard the sound of the door opening, instinctively retreating to the corners. He had already obtained partial control over their missile systems. Just then, good news from the woman in white arrived. "Excellent." Linyu nodded, instructing her to transfer the authority, allowing the intelligence system of the flying armor to take over and swiftly lock onto the multiple targets he had just marked. With a thunderous roar, in a moment, a violent tremor akin to a cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the atmosphere, shattering countless panes of glass in its wake. Within the confines of the prison, the deafening cries of terror rivaled the sound of explosions as countless inmates wailed in anguish, creating a chaotic uproar. It was not until the explosion ceased that Linyu's indifferent yet authoritative voice resonated through the loudspeakers, commanding the ruffians to lay down their arms and depart. Having spoken, he turned to leave. Only then did some realize that this armored savior was not a devil among them, but their liberator. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, Master Pilot. Master Pilot, may I ask your name? I shall be grateful to you for a lifetime." In this moment of miraculous survival, from the depths of despair to the heights of euphoria, everyone descended into a frenzy, whether in hysterics, laughter, or bowing in reverence. The myriad expressions of humanity could not conceal the collective gratitude that welled up in tears. The name Flying General Elbu echoed in the air. Linyu had no intention of seeking glory or forming connections with these individuals. However, considering the upgrade task of his mimicry persona, he hesitated for a brief moment. Leaving behind a moniker, he had always preferred to eradicate his enemies completely, and the notion of achieving renown through them seemed rather implausible. This might be an exceedingly rare opportunity. Yet, it was merely a casual attempt. After uttering those words, he exited the prison, casting a fleeting glance at the base, now engulfed in flames and ruins. After conducting a thorough inspection to ensure no threats remained, he paused, feeling a sense of closure regarding the karmic ties of this existence. Missile engineering, clue acquisition, explosive art, launched 10 missiles of any type. Completed, this was not a recent accomplishment. It had been fulfilled prior to the assault on the Sioux organization's base. In addition, the missile engineering project remains tasked with the practical knowledge of disassembling 10 distinct missile models. If we consider various specifications and brands, the remaining munitions of the Sioux organization are more than sufficient to complete the task. Even based on guidance and functionality, one could easily assemble a near-complete inventory. Consequently, the skills in missile engineering are nearly within reach. Upon acquiring expertise in missile engineering, he intends to experiment with the creation of a new armored persona. Chapter 53. Metal printing reveals numerous unexpected gains. Temporarily setting aside missile engineering, Linyu's attention shifted to another prompt. Shooting, upgrade requirement. Achieve a perfect score of 100 consecutive kills without a single missed shot. Upgrade requirement completed. Shooting level 1 to shooting level 2. Your shooting skills and insights have advanced further, granting you a faint instinct for accuracy, allowing you to better time your shots. You have unlocked a new upgrade requirement. Expand to view. Upgrade requirement. Belief. Elevate your fundamental mental attributes by 2 points. Completed. Upgrade requirement. Sufficient firepower. Achieve victory in a high-intensity battle through long-range firepower. A perfect score indeed. One shot to eliminate 100 adversaries could also be termed as such. Upon reading the shooting skill upgrade notification, Lin Yu found himself somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, judging by the task description, it truly seems to have been accomplished. The missiles recently launched had certainly dispatched more than 100 members of the Seer organization. Upon careful contemplation of the memories and sensations elicited by LV-2 shooting, it becomes evident that the experiential recollection is remarkably profound. The various theories of marksmanship, aerodynamics, and the calculations of diverse interference factors are precisely what Lin Yu currently necessitates. With the acquisition of this secondary shooting skill, coupled with the memory of weaponry application derived from mecha piloting, as well as the relevant recollections potentially gleaned from missile engineering, he is fundamentally equipped to manifest the persona he aspires to embody. Furthermore, the intuitive precision he has attained is commendable, bearing similarities to the combat instincts acquired from secondary combat training, both being forms of instinctual, sixth sense abilities. This heightened sense of timing, from the perspective of mecha piloting, proves to be even more advantageous than the experiential techniques imparted by shooting itself. After all, many contemporary weapons are automated, capable of independent tracking and target acquisition. In this context, the timing of one's actions outweighs mere accuracy in importance. However, it appears that the mental state has already reached 2 points. Lin Yu glanced once more at the requirements for his new upgrade, his gaze momentarily fixating on the completed status. As he scrolled down, it was no surprise to discover another notification indicating the completion of the faith requirement, mirroring that of the combat skill. He then opened his attributes panel for a brief inspection. Name, Lin Yu Physique. 1 Mental. 2 0 Brain Domain. 1 Skills. Mecha Engineering LV4. Mimetic Persona LV2. Mecha Piloting LV1. Combat LV2. Shooting LV2. Could it be an influence of mental state? Lin Yu found himself somewhat perplexed by the patterns governing the enhancement of his mental attributes. In summary, prior to the onset of conflict, he possessed a mere mental fortitude of 1.6, yet it has now ascended to 2.0. After much contemplation, he could only attribute this enhancement to a shift in his mindset. The eradication of the Su organization has provided him with a profound understanding of the original self's entanglements. It serves, in part, to alleviate his tarnished reputation and, in another, to sever ties with the past completely. Presently, he experiences a refreshing sense of liberation. His physical condition seems to have improved remarkably in recent days, with the results of his training far surpassing those of the past. An enhancement in attributes is undoubtedly a positive development, yet he finds himself at a loss for a means to validate the reasons for this improvement. And thus Lin Yu refrains from further dwelling on it. After conducting a thorough inspection of the entire Su organization base and confirming the absence of any remaining threats, he instructed Bai Wei to drive the vehicle into the base, delighting in the prospect of scavenging for spoils. In terms of monetary gain, there was virtually none to be found. After all, most transactions are now conducted digitally. Although paper currency exists theoretically, it no longer serves its circulatory function. However, beyond the absence of money, there remained a plethora of valuable items. Among these were various models of missiles, firearms, and several pieces of equipment. "Are you in the process of gathering the spoils?" he inquired. "I know of a secret warehouse." "A secret warehouse? Given its clandestine nature, how do you come to know of it?" Lin Yu maintained a vigilant demeanor. "I am a missile engineer from Spot Industrial, and I was inadvertently captured by them. Upon discovering my identity, they coerced me into producing missiles for them." The cultured gentleman swiftly elucidated the situation. "I wonder how a human trafficking organization can be so affluent, tossing missiles as if they were worthless." Upon hearing the man's account, Lin Yu finally discerned the origins of the missiles associated with the CO organization. Following this cultured gentleman, Lin Yu swiftly located the clandestine warehouse he mentioned, which resembled more of a manufacturing workshop. Within, he was met with a delightful surprise, a mid-sized 3D metal printer. In addition, there were numerous components intended for missile production. Although the efficiency of a 3D metal printer pales in comparison to that of an industrial assembly line, it serves as a versatile and adaptable manufacturing apparatus, particularly suited for individuals and small collectives. The principle of 3D printing is rather straightforward. It involves filling with metal powder and employing lasers to selectively melt the powder, thereby precisely sculpting it into the desired shape. The capabilities of a 3D metal printer are extensive, primarily contingent upon the power of the laser and the precision of the machining. If both power and accuracy are sufficiently high, it can theoretically be utilized to fabricate any metallic component. However, its efficiency is limited, making it most appropriate for small-scale production. Nonetheless, the machining precision often surpasses that of CNC machines, rendering it ideal for crafting various precision metal parts that are produced in lower quantities. It remains a mystery how the CO organization acquired this remarkably capable mid-sized 3D metal printer, along with securing the expertise of a missile engineer and other technical talents. Naturally, this led them to contemplate enlisting these individuals to assist in missile fabrication, although technological limitations might hinder the creation of highly advanced weaponry. Utilizing these devices and components to manufacture basic missiles would be more than adequate. This serendipitously benefited Lin Yu, for if the CO organization could produce missiles, so too could he. Although missile technology has not yet been mastered, acquiring skills in missile engineering is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the fabrication of mechs and exoskeletal armor is inextricably linked to metal processing. Such high-precision, space-efficient industrial equipment is far more suited to his needs than conventional CNC machines. Never mind, thank you. Lin Yu gazed at the refined gentleman, a ready-made missile engineer, contemplating whether to attempt to entice him to join, but ultimately refrained from speaking. After all, given his current circumstances, he lacked the standing and foundation to make such an overture. For instance, under what pretext could he approach? Whether it be through a company or a gang, one must possess a respectable title. Wang Xiaolu might justify it by claiming to be an assistant. But a person of the gentleman's evident stature within the city would not easily abandon his stable life and corporate position to wander the wilderness with him. Unless coerced by force, it would be better to remain silent, as any further attempts would only serve to create discomfort. Chapter 54. The Pure Yang Sovereign Brother Lin. Everything has been organized. The items were far too numerous. Having already loaded a considerable amount of equipment and 2 mechs, the heavy truck could not accommodate any more. Lin Yu was compelled to procure another truck from the base, finally managing to stow away the spoils of this expedition, allowing Bai Wei to drive as they embarked on their journey home. The entire skirmish did not consume much time. They encountered the woman in white just as night fell, and their departure occurred only shortly thereafter. Consequently, after approximately an hour of travel, the 2 vehicles came to a halt, establishing a base for rest and recuperation. Bai Wei and the white-clad woman, who introduced herself as Shui Xiqiao, exchanged names as they set about kindling a campfire to prepare their unfinished dinner. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, brimming with energy, eagerly began to disassemble the various missiles seized from the Sioux organization. These missiles had been sourced from the cultured middle-aged man who previously took him to the warehouse. Lin Yu had specifically sought advice on their internal structure and disassembly methods beforehand, which facilitated a remarkably smooth progress. Infrared imaging guidance, infrared point source guidance, radar ground guidance. Various types of missiles were dismantled, and with the prior attempts at disassembling the red bee and backlight, the notification on his skill panel reappeared. Missile engineering, acquired clues for practical knowledge. Disassemble any 10 different types of missiles. Completed, you have gained a new skill. Missile Engineering LV1. Skill, Missile Engineering Level. LV1 Description, a discipline that encompasses the planning, design, development, testing, principles, structure, performance, maintenance, management, and operation of missiles and their technological apparatus, along with safety measures. Upgrade requirement. Participate in the research and design of any type of missile and achieve success. At last, the myriad of guidance technologies and propulsion techniques, various mechanics, mathematics, and even structural references for conventional missiles now surged vividly in his mind. The exhilarating sensation of mastering knowledge, as if clouds had parted to reveal clarity, was an exquisite mental indulgence. Next, it was time to put that idea to the test. After absorbing a wealth of knowledge, Lin Yu did not pause. Instead, he seized the moment, turning his attention to the skill of mimetic persona. This ability was undoubtedly a miraculous gift for him. Merely possessing the persona of El Bu had already proven immensely beneficial. However, its effectiveness was contingent upon his own knowledge and cognitive capacity. Without a solid foundation of understanding, The constructs generated by the mimetic persona would bear a striking resemblance to mere narratives from novels or television dramas. Certainly, some alterations in personality and preferences could yield considerable advantages. He had, in fact, experimented with this skill in his daily life, adopting personas of diligent learners, among others. Yet, the mimetic persona could not be freely customized or selected. It could only generate responses aligned with his needs to the best of its ability. Naturally, he could not conjure an archetype of absolute calmness or fervor, but rather, he encountered more conventional personas like the studious overachiever or the composed intellectual. After careful contemplation, a novel idea regarding this skill emerged in his mind. He desired to be courageous, to embody the essence of a scholar, to maintain composure. These were his requirements. Furthermore, with the example of El Bu at hand, it was evident that this skill would draw upon certain cognitive images residing within his mind. What if he were to directly propose corresponding keywords that encapsulated these images as his demands? Lastly, he could append the request to align as closely as possible with these cognitive representations. Even if he could not make explicit choices, nor dictate which persona would manifest, there was certainly a substantial likelihood for the generated persona to gravitate towards those cognitive images. Now, he was determined to embark on this endeavor, aiming to forge an entirely new persona to design and master the exoskeletal armor he had begun to conceptualize. The flying exoskeleton armor naturally requires a persona adept at flight, and when it comes to mastering the art of flying in human form, none is more suitable than a celestial being. Lin Yu steadied his thoughts, invoking his mimetic persona, and began to articulate his desires. A humanoid form, skilled in flight, proficient in the control of long-range weaponry for offense, the imagery of a celestial being. After a brief pause, Lin Yu added a few more attributes: adept in management and proficient in discerning human nature. A plethora of premeditated conditions, or keywords, were presented by him. Ultimately, he concluded with a title: the pure young emperor of the Jade Clarity Inner Minister, the divine way master of the Golden Threshold. Upon uttering these words, his mind erupted in a tempest of memories, thoughts, and reflections, swirling forth and intertwining freely. Yet, under the influence of each keyword, what was once chaotic began to take on a semblance of order, gradually guiding the entire mimetic persona towards a particular image. Finally, it crystallized into a carefree figure, one who recites poetry while drinking, wielding a sword to slay dragons. A figure of grace, youthful and poised, with a sword at the waist. Cough. That is not it. Lin Yu suddenly spoke, coughed twice, and recited again. Alone I come, alone I sit. The countless mortals know me not. Only the ancient tree spirit in the southern city clearly knows of the immortal's passage. Just then, Xue Xiqiao and Bai Wei, who were passing by, exchanged puzzled glances. Is this also a performance? Xue Xiqiao gazed at Bai Wei pensively. Yes, it is a performance. Focused learning is also a form of concentration. Bai Wei replied awkwardly, her resolve wavering. All right. Do you think I believe you? Xue Xiqiao sighed in exasperation. Brother Lin is merely a bit eccentric in personality. But he is truly a good person. Bai Wei quickly sought to mend the situation. Are the two young ladies speaking ill of me? Lin Yu, overhearing their conversation, remained unperturbed, merely offering a faint smile. Not at all. Bai Wei hastily clarified. No harm done, Lin Yu replied with a carefree laugh, lightly waving his sleeve. I require a moment of solitude to center my thoughts. I hope you will grant me a brief respite, after which we may converse further. Oh, all right. Bai Wei momentarily paused, then realized Lin Yu's intention to be alone, quickly pulling the still chatting Xue Xiqiao a little further away. Meanwhile, Lin Yu promptly closed his eyes, organizing the new memories swirling in his mind. This fresh persona seemed to possess limited knowledge regarding the pure young emperor, the celestial master of the Jade Purity, who was renowned for his profound wisdom and mastery of the celestial arts. However, there was another name that resonated profoundly, one that echoed through the ages and shared the same surname as the previous identity. The pure young emperor, the sword immortal, El Dongbin. Chapter 55. The nuclear sword immortal, the pure young emperor, the celestial master of the Jade Purity, serves as the internal minister to assist the primordial supreme in managing the realm of Jade Purity. The title of the celestial selection in the Golden Lattice refers to those tasked with the selection of deities in the heavenly court. These roles define the position and authority of the pure young emperor within the celestial hierarchy. Yet, beyond these titles, it is the appellation of Sword Immortal that has truly elevated his renown, along with the esteemed titles of Poetic Immortal and Wine Immortal. Lin Yu closed his eyes, sifting through the fabricated memories conjured by the initial formation of his persona. Most of these recollections felt rather ephemeral, akin to watching a television drama, where the narratives are often conveyed in a cursory and superficial manner. In his youth, he immersed himself in literature and later turned to the path of cultivation. He encountered the fire dragon True Man, who imparted the celestial escape sword technique, and met the immortal Zhongli Quan, who offered enlightenment. Alongside these experiences, he encountered several familiar legends, such as the tale of the three teases of the white peony and the flying sword that slays the yellow dragon. However, with Lin Yu's ample scholarly preparation, he was met with delightful surprises rooted in these memories. The pure young emperor, a veritable immortal and sword immortal. When he first modified the flying general armor, he pondered whether embodying an immortal persona might grant him mastery over magical arts. Now, the answer has emerged. It is both affirmative and negative. A persona remains a persona, and fabricated memories are merely that. They cannot bestow any true abilities of cultivation or enlightenment. Essentially, an embodied persona signifies only a transformation in memory and character, failing to generate any extraordinary capabilities from thin air. Yet, within the memory of the pure young emperor, he indeed possesses genuine mastery over mystical powers. He once practiced the celestial escape sword technique, enabling him to soar through the skies, summon serpents to transform into swords, and strike down foes from miles away, unleashing a torrent of swords to vanquish myriad demons. He possesses centuries of combat experience, effortlessly wielding various sword techniques and commanding countless swords with the celestial escape sword technique. However, he remains perplexed as to how to cultivate this technique. It is akin to reading a novel where the protagonist is endowed with the ability to perform the celestial escape sword technique. Yet the methods of practice and the specifics of its execution remain elusive. Apologies, but I cannot provide clarity on that. Of course, this is an exaggerated expression. The fictional persona does possess a more detailed understanding of these mystical settings, likely derived from theoretical knowledge related to missile engineering and marksmanship. Although there is no specific method for cultivating magical power or sword techniques, there exists a wealth of insights regarding the operation of the sword techniques, the mastery of flying swords, and the manipulation of magical power to control the direction and accelerate the flying swords. Essentially, these experiences are derived from existing knowledge, signifying that such memories are indeed consistent with recognized scientific theories. In other words, while I may not comprehend the cultivation of the heavenly escape sword technique, it does not seem overly arduous to replicate its effects through technology. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon missile engineering skills. Perhaps I may not become a true sword immortal, but I can certainly be a missile sword immortal, a nuclear sword immortal, who says flying swords cannot explode. Henceforth, please refer to me as the missile sword immortal, the nuclear emperor, and the supreme master of the marvelous way. Years of practice and application of the heavenly escape sword technique have rendered me intimately familiar with the structure of flying swords, their operation, and the mechanisms underlying the technique. Consequently, the design and creativity for the flying sword are readily available. What remains is to emulate the effects of magical power driving the flying sword by utilizing thrusters and mechanics, enabling it to glide, maneuver, and race with the precision of an extended limb. Furthermore, by referencing mental perception, I shall forge an information detection system and a composite guidance system through various sensors and guidance technologies. Thus, we shall create the Heavenly Sword Tactical Cruise Missile. The Heavenly Escape Sword technique is an art of sword mastery, and conventional guidance technology may be susceptible to countermeasures. Therefore, a neural interaction and wireless command guidance system is also essential. Furthermore, the control of multiple flying swords requires a mind capable of extraordinary adaptability. Although I possess the ability to multitask, even the most diligent individual can experience moments of fatigue. Therefore, the need for additional programming to process data, manage the queue of flying swords, and intelligently optimize corrections becomes imperative. This constitutes the essence of the celestial escape sword art system. Now, as a mortal, if one wishes to gain a lofty perspective and navigate the world with grace, protection and self-defense demand the implementation of a suit of armor, substituting the divine body with a mechanical one. The celestial escape sword art system encompasses various forms of information detection, data processing, and neural interactive sensing, all of which necessitate robust hardware support that can be integrated into the armor. This leads us to the pure young emperor armor. The Heavenly Sword cruise missile still requires a vehicle and launch platform. Mere armor cannot provide sufficient computational support, thus necessitating an additional computational carrier. One could incorporate a sword box, housing myriad swords and calculating celestial mechanisms. This is the Celestial Escape ultra-long-range support platform. A completely new persona, fresh memories, distinct perspectives and thought processes, coupled with innate references, render Lin Yu's inspiration akin to a wild stallion, unbridled and uncontrollable. His focused mindset, naturally, allows him to delve deeper, leading to a sleepless night where he has crafted hundreds of pages of design drafts and blueprints, revising tirelessly until, unbeknownst to him, the sun is already high in the sky. Lin Gu, I have something I wish to discuss with you. At noon, during mealtime, Lin Yu finally pauses for a brief respite, and at that moment, the hesitant Bai Wei approaches him. What is it? Upon hearing her, Lin Yu turns to her, noticing her serious expression, and promptly withdraws from the pure young emperor persona, returning to his original self. After much contemplation, Bai Wei finally articulates her thoughts. Lin Yu pauses slightly, then nods in acknowledgement. Bai Wei has ventured out of the city in search of her sister. Now, her sister Bai Ling has long departed from the Su organization, most likely sold to some faction within the city. Thus, her remaining in this harsh and perilous wasteland has lost its significance. And what of you, Brother Lin? Bai Wei opened her mouth. I have no identity chip and cannot enter the city. I can only escort you to the vicinity. Indeed, we can still communicate. Upon hearing Lin use comforting words, Bai Wei's expression finally eased somewhat, and she nodded, as if she had finally resolved her determination at this moment. However, despite such reassurances, parting is ultimately inevitable. And both of their spirits inevitably fell a degree. At noon, after a meager meal, Lin Yu did not continue designing armor or resting. Instead, he drove onward, escorting Bai Wei to the nearby city of Shilon. Chapter 56, City of Shilon. Shilon City is the closest urban settlement to the Black Snake Stronghold. If this city were likened to a colossal beast, then the Black Snake Stronghold would be the parasites dwelling upon the skin of this beast, living by siphoning its lifeblood. Shilon City is less a city in the conventional sense and more akin to a fortress. From the outside, it does not present the fluidity and freedom characteristic of normal cities. Rather, it is encircled by towering walls and fortified with countless automated artillery. Indeed, most cities on Blue Star, apart from the wastelands that have piqued no interest from capital, bear this same resemblance. The reason for this can be traced back to the dimensional beasts. Dimensional beasts are unique creatures capable of traversing space and materializing in various locations across the planet. For the past 2 to 3 centuries, the Blue Star Federation seems to have been at odds with some alien civilization. They have engaged in several encounters, yet neither side has managed to gain the upper hand. However, the opposing side employed a rather repugnant strategy, utilizing some unknown method. They sporadically managed to breach the fabric of space, delivering an assortment of chaotic dimensional beasts. While most of these creatures posed little threat to the Federation as a whole and could be easily eradicated, their presence in the minutiae was unbearable for the ordinary populace. This is the nature of technological civilization. It is robust in collective strength, yet fragile at the individual level. Within the city, specialized institutions are established to combat and promptly eliminate these dimensional beasts, thereby minimizing potential damage. Yet the wasteland, a region long abandoned and heavily polluted, is deemed utterly worthless in the eyes of capital. Its inhabitants are often not even classified as impoverished citizens, but rather as outcasts whose existence poses a threat to urban security and stability. Investing substantial human and material resources to purge the wasteland would yield exorbitant costs over the years, with little to no benefit. Not even the voices of the populace to be gained. It could be termed a purely unprofitable venture. Such a venture is shunned by all. Nevertheless, the unchecked proliferation of dimensional beasts exacerbates the dangers of the wasteland, indirectly compromising the safety of the city. Consequently, after nearly a century of evolution, the current urban structure emerged, characterized by towering fortifications and a pervasive military presence. These walls serve to obstruct dimensional beasts and potential extraterrestrial threats, yet more often than not, they impede the marginalized denizens of the wasteland. Residents of the city possess identity chips. Without such identification, one cannot be considered a citizen and is likely to be a dimensional beast or a disguised adversary. Even the wasteland dwellers, should they venture into the city, significantly disrupt public order. Thus, whenever a being without an identity chip approaches, these automated artillery pieces will unhesitatingly open fire. This small detail reveals the chilling reality within the city. The automated cannons, cold and mechanical in nature, leave no room for compassion or leniency. In the city, where the era of advanced intelligence reigns supreme, sales are conducted by AI, customer service is managed by AI, and even the administration and handling of affairs may very well be overseen by AI. What? The populace and customers express dissatisfaction, protests and complaints, apologies. But the entity responsible for addressing those grievances is also AI. Go ahead and reason with the frigid AI. Should matters escalate significantly, it would merely be attributed to a programming error or flawed AI design, resulting in nothing more than an apology and the introduction of a new AI, differing in name yet fundamentally unchanged in essence. Ultimately, the fault lies with the AI, not us. We maintain a courteous demeanor, acknowledge our mistakes, and promise to amend our ways for the future. A true case, America leading the world ironic. Of course, more often than not, it is impossible for matters to escalate significantly, as the dissemination of information is firmly in the hands of capital. Encased within an information cocoon, the populace sees only what they are allowed to perceive, unable to stir any waves of dissent. This is where I must leave you. Lin Yu parked the heavy truck a mile outside of Shilin City, gazing at the city gates in the distance. Thank you, Brother Lin, Bai Wei expressed her gratitude. Also looking at the gates, remaining silent and hesitant to disembark immediately. It was only when Lin Yu's gaze turned towards her that she reached for the door, stepping onto the ground. Go on, do keep in touch when you can, Lin Yu said calmly. Yes, I will look into the cure for the stellar sickness for you. With a delicate nibble of her lower lip and a hesitant flutter of her words, Bai Wei's speech lingered on the tip of her tongue before she ultimately chose to refrain. Having spoken, she hastily turned and trotted away. Was this how they would let the young girl depart? Behind her, Xue Xiqiao emerged from the cab of another truck, alighting and approaching Lin Yu's side, watching Bai Wei fade into the distance. What else could be done? Lin Yu cast a fleeting glance in her direction. I had expected you to feel a pang of sadness or perhaps attempt to persuade her to stay. Xue Xiqiao replied, you are a remnant of the wasteland. While she is a citizen of the Federation, once she enters the city, it is possible they may never cross paths again. If that is the case, what purpose would it serve to implore her to remain? Why would one even wish to do so? Lin Yu shook his head. Despite having spent considerable time with Bai Wei, a certain foundational sentiment naturally exists, and the parting does evoke a tinge of sorrow. Moreover, she is a qualified candidate for the mech engineering team. If feasible, he would indeed wish to bring her under his wing. Yet, as with the previous cultured middle-aged man, the timing is simply not right. Even if misunderstandings were to be resolved, he lacks the means to entice her. Forcing a bond through coercion or emotional manipulation would inevitably lead to resentment and the eventual depletion of affection. Rather than dwell on this, I am more inclined to inquire about you. Given your ability to infiltrate the missile control systems of the Sioux organization, it is evident that you are no ordinary individual. Such a degree of hacking prowess and innate talent, had the mech engineering field not required a hacker, would certainly qualify you as a candidate. Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Xue Xiqiao's expression momentarily turned pensive before she shook her head, regaining her composure and asking, and what about you? What are your plans moving forward? Me? Lin Yu remarked. I shall likely spend my time both modifying the Mecha and exploring the surrounding gathering spots. The Sioux organization has several operatives in these locations, and I have procured a list. I shall dispose of them thoroughly. With a 3D metal printer, it is akin to possessing a small workshop. Whether I am enhancing the Flying General armor or crafting the pure Young Emperor armor, I need not confine myself to a single location. Thus, I plan to simultaneously modify and design armor while completely eradicating the remnants of the Sioux organization. Furthermore, there remain only two significant matters: devising a method to cure the Starry Sky disease and obtaining citizenship within the Federation. I have entrusted Zhao Xing and others to keep an eye on these points, yet aside from that, there are no clear avenues, and I must proceed step by step. At present, I have no particular destination in mind, and I find the prospect of eliminating those scoundrels quite intriguing. Would you mind if I joined you? Xue Xiqiao suddenly inquired. Of course not, Lin Yu nodded. There is a considerable distinction between hackers and programmers. However, they both engage with computers in their professions. Having her by his side to assist with firewall and system vulnerabilities would indeed be advantageous. Chapter 57. Software Engineering in the following days. Lin Yu traversed through a series of stops and starts. He continued to eliminate the remaining operatives and subordinates of the Sioux organization while modifying the flying general and designing the pure young emperor. The modification and design of the armor were relatively straightforward, as his thought processes were clear. The fourth-level mecha engineering encompasses a broad spectrum of knowledge, and he lacked neither insight nor foundation, allowing everything to proceed with remarkable fluidity. Yet, the software systems proved to be exceedingly arduous. To upgrade the second-generation armored bionic body, an extensive overhaul of the entire control system of the Flying General is imperative. Even with Xue Xiqiao's assistance in replicating the intelligent control system of the Iron Wings, the number of modifications required is countless. This is merely the case for the Flying General. The Pure Yang Emperor armor and the Tianjin long-range support platform present an even greater conundrum. The Pure Yang Emperor armor, being a flight exoskeleton, necessitates an array of flight control and stabilization systems, despite the reference provided by the flight experience of the Pure Yang Emperor's persona. Modifying existing flight vehicle source codes proves to be an exceedingly intricate task. Additionally, the missile guidance system and the even more complex Tian-Tun sword art system must be considered. Although mecha engineering encompasses certain electronic information skills, the cognitive demands are overwhelming, leaving Lin Yu in despair. This is intolerable. I am a hacker, not a programmer. After being relentlessly exhausted for over 10 days, Xue Xiqiao was the first to voice her grievances and declare her withdrawal. Truly, this programming task is beyond human capacity. Lin Yu, too, was left with vacant eyes, utterly devoid of light, and found himself resonating with Xue Xiqiao's sentiments upon her resignation. It is noteworthy that Xue Xiqiao was merely responsible for the network defense modules, while he had been shouldering multiple system projects alone. Each day felt like an arduous battle against the heavens, resulting in the demise of countless brain cells. In pursuit of writing this code, he has even attained independent software engineering skills, elevating himself to a second-tier level. Skill, software engineering level, LV2 description, a discipline that explores the construction, design, development methods, testing, and maintenance of various types of computer software. Upgrade requirement, mastery through practice. Complete the development of a medium-sized software project without the use of copying, pasting, searching, or intelligent assistance. Mastery through practice. This upgrade requirement elucidates the arduous nature of coding. Even those who have dabbled in it are well aware of the formidable challenges posed. The prohibition on copying and searching is an almost fatal constraint. Were it not for such limitations, his software engineering skill would likely have ascended to LV3 by now. However, even at LV3, the skill holds little intrinsic value. Mecha engineering inherently encompasses aspects of software engineering. The latter merely refines these principles, expanding the scope of knowledge and experience. Yet, regardless of the skill level attained, the act of coding remains a personal endeavor. In contemporary times, even simple codes or software projects can be entrusted to specialized AI for direct generation. AI, trained on vast repositories of source code, is indeed capable of producing code in accordance with specified requirements. However, this is predominantly applicable to standard, conventional software. When confronted with overly intricate or convoluted tasks, AI often struggles to comprehend the logic fully, resulting in code that is either erroneous or misaligned with the original intent. Furthermore, numerous software and systems do not merely operate on computers. They often delve into various domains such as mechanics, electronics, and physics. Beyond mere coding, they necessitate interdisciplinary knowledge, demanding more intricate contemplation and even innovation, a feat unattainable by ordinary AI. Of paramount importance is the essence of generative AI, which fundamentally relies on training via machine learning algorithms. Its efficacy and refinement hinge on an abundance of training data. The so-called generation is, in reality, a modification and amalgamation of pre-existing templates crafted by predecessors. Advanced and intricate technologies, such as the fourth-generation drone matrix systems developed by the Stan Group, as well as various intelligent systems and firewall systems, are the lucrative assets of numerous corporations, rendering the prospect of open-sourcing core code utterly implausible. In the absence of corresponding training data and template references, generative AI is incapable of producing relevant outputs, let alone conjuring something entirely novel. Therefore, the genuine endeavor to craft such complex programs ultimately falls upon human shoulders. Yet, this task is hardly suited for mere mortals. As Lin Yu has endured these past days, he feels as though he is on the brink of losing half his life. He has come to a profound realization: human energy is indeed finite. While he may wield the power of a system interface, he cannot accomplish everything single-handedly. Even if he masters various skills, he can only attend to one task at a time. I must ask, are you not being excessively frugal? You refuse to pay even a penny in wages while relentlessly exploiting me. You are capable of operating and even constructing mechs, yet cannot hire a few programmers in earnest? At this moment, in a bid to preserve her own life, Xue Xiqiao was compelled to suggest that Lin Yu seek out a scapegoat. Do you think I don't want to? This is a desolate land. Where am I supposed to find a programmer? Lin Yu replied, exasperation evident as he rolled his eyes. In this barren territory, individuals awaken each day to toil for basic necessities. Even the most fundamental order is scarcely assured, let alone access to education. For the majority, completing a basic education requires the presence of well-equipped community facilities and a stable family background. Aspiring to pursue more advanced skills becomes a daunting challenge, as finding someone to teach them is no easy feat. While it is not entirely unheard of for the diligent to rise from obscurity, such instances are exceedingly rare. Under these circumstances, the prospect of locating a software engineer seemed utterly futile. What about outsourcing? Xue Xiqiao suggested, albeit reluctantly. I'm afraid that's not feasible. Being poor means my funds are limited to a mere 300,000. I cannot afford the costs of an outsourced project, Lin Yu replied, shrugging his shoulders. 300,000 is hardly sufficient to engage any external assistance. Of course, if he truly desired to acquire funds, he could. However, the underlying issue lay in the fact that the Feijiang armor and the Puryang Emperor armor were fundamental to their very existence. Engaging an outsourcing company would only lead to complications, and they might find it impossible to locate anyone should issues arise. You only have 300,000. Lin Yu's words left Xue Xiqiao astounded. A mech engineer, in addition to being a mech designer, surely possessed wealth in the millions, if not billions. The latter could be argued, but a mech pilot? Maintaining a whole team of mechs, alongside the expenses for upkeep and various equipment and replacement parts, was no trifling matter. It was a veritable gold mine. Are you telling me you only have 300,000? Chapter 58, A Friend. May I inquire what emboldened you to become a pilot with merely 300,000 in hand? Xue Xiqiao lifted a nearby cup of water, presenting it to Lin Yu's lips, mimicking the demeanor of a news reporter. Is it the 200,000 that gave me the audacity to create this contraption? Lin Yu pondered seriously, gesturing towards the nearby flying armor. Am I amusing you? Xue Xiqiao rolled her eyes. This piece alone costs more than 200,000, not to mention the micro-missiles it carries. Do I really need to entertain you? Lin Yu languidly shot her a glance. The current flying armor is a result of modifications using spoils of war and task rewards. The initial machine indeed only cost a little over 200,000. Xue Xiqiao remained skeptical, but upon discreetly inquiring with Bai Wei, she found herself compelled to believe. Bai Wei confidently confirmed the information and excitedly elaborated on someone's remarkable achievement of single-handedly constructing a mech and subsequently defeating the Seer organization's escort forces. Consequently, Xue Xiqiao's gaze towards Lin Yu shifted, now tinged with admiration. She had not anticipated that this individual possessed such a legendary background. A destitute youth from the wasteland, self-taught, crafting mechs to vanquish villainous factions, and progressively upgrading his machines until he eradicated an entire criminal organization. Such a riveting tale could easily be the stuff of a legendary novel. Most impressively, he was still so young, embodying both a formidable pilot and a master in the field of mech engineering. His future appeared boundless. Perhaps, this way, she wasn't truly betraying her sisters after all. As the saying goes, if a friend perishes, the pathfinder survives. The impulse to find a scapegoat swiftly triumphed over the superficiality of sisterly bonds. Her expression instantly turned serious as she spoke. I have a friend. Are you referring to yourself? Lin Yu inquired. No, I genuinely have a friend, Xue Xiqiao insisted, restraining Lin Yu from interrupting her. She continued, I specialize in network security. But my friend is a true software engineering expert, exceptionally talented and remarkably swift in coding, a natural-born worker. And Lin Yu grasped her implication. She is currently seeking employment, and I could introduce her to you, Xue Xiqiao replied. However, she is likely already in discussions with a mecha team. So whether you can entice her away will depend on your persuasion skills. What do I have to entice her? Lin Yu retorted, casting her an exasperated glance. His momentary boost of spirit quickly dwindled. He indeed wished to find a few programmers to endure the hardships in his stead, but that required resources. It was a challenge to recruit anyone. To put it succinctly, he couldn't even enter the city, let alone poach from another mecha team. I believe you still have a chance, Xue Xiqiao said thoughtfully, assessing Lin Yu's countenance and then scanning his physique, which had begun to exhibit masculine contours due to his rigorous training under the Lu Bu persona. She nodded in affirmation. What chance? Lin Yu asked. Come on. Strike a pose. It would be best to alter your demeanor as well. Something ethereal and graceful, or perhaps fierce and commanding would do. Xue Siqiu suggested as she picked up a pair of smart glasses. Do not presume that your so-called hope is meant to entice me, Lin Yu remarked. A hint of annoyance at the corner of his mouth. Not exactly, Su Siqiao replied with a playful smile. However, my friend possesses a slight infatuation with handsome men. And I must say, you qualify quite nicely, which is certainly a plus. Lin Yu retorted, I have no intention of engaging in office romance. Oh, come now. It's merely about luring her in. Once she's aboard the ship, the reins will be in your hands. You can work her hard. Just as we've been doing these past few days, ensuring she has no energy left to ponder other matters, Su Siqiao insisted, nudging him along. Why do I feel as though you're trying to deceive her for your own gain? Are you certain she is your friend? Lin Yu questioned skeptically. Of course. She is my friend, my dear companion. I see great potential in you and feel indebted to you for your past assistance, which is why I am facilitating this introduction. You will understand upon meeting her. I assure you, you will not be at a loss, Su Siqiao stated earnestly, continuing to press him. Moreover, it's merely an added bonus. Encountering a charming boss is far more delightful than facing a portly figure, and it does not necessitate any obligations. After contemplating Su Siqiao's words, Lin Yu conceded that she had a point. Attracting talent through promising prospects and appealing personal charm seemed rather similar. Coupled with Su Siqiao's persistent persuasion, he decided to cooperate. Snapping a few photographs, he then observed as Su Siqiao busily initiated a message, unabashedly sharing it publicly. With the addition of another smart device, the chat window floated before Lin Yu's eyes, revealing Su Siqiao's correspondence in real time. Xue Siqiao, calm down. I have come to you with good news this time. Meow meow meow. Have you ever brought me good news? I have already left my previous company. Do not meddle with that company's system any longer. Xue Siqiao, this time it is indeed good news. Xue Siqiao, image of a formidable and domineering Lin Yu. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Xue Siqiao, image of an ethereal Lin Yu. Meow meow meow. Hee hee. Xue Siqiao, mind your image. There are people around. I have enabled sharing. Meow meow meow. Old woman, I shall destroy you. Return my handsome brother's image. Lin Yu, with a face captivating enough to sway the masses, possesses an aura likened to the unparalleled Lu Bu and even the true essence of an immortal deity. The impact of such a presence is indeed beyond measure. Yet, this conversation between the two is quite difficult for Lin Yu to behold. See, I told you the hope is substantial. While chatting, Xue Siqiao smiles brightly as she converses with Lin Yu. What about the salary and benefits? Lin Yu furrows his brow. Just painting a rosy picture, that's the fundamental skill of a competent capitalist. Xue Siqiao continues to smile. Are you certain this is your friend? Lin Yu's lips twitch slightly. Yes, we are friends made through rivalry. Previously, when she worked at a company, I found it challenging while I was idly hacking in. So I sought her out to hone my skills. Xue Siqiao maintains her cheerful demeanor. I perceive that it is you who is unilaterally harassing her, is it not? Lin Yu sighed, exasperated. In any case, I have managed to secure an opportunity for you, but she is certainly not a fool. It is implausible that she would be swayed to work for you solely based on a few photographs. The remainder is up to you to grasp. Xue Siqiao gestured towards the new messages on the chat panel and remarked, what she means is a face-to-face meeting. Coincidentally, she is also outside the city. Then let us meet, Lin Yu sighed. A face-to-face meeting ultimately entails discussions about remuneration and even prospects, yet he currently lacks even a rudimentary setup. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, a meeting is unavoidable. Perhaps he can demonstrate a flair for grandiloquence. Chapter 59. Exceptional physique. Have you clearly communicated our situation to her? Although he had resolved to attempt a meeting, Lin Yu still inquired while reviewing the chat history between them. After all, it is a matter of inviting someone to undertake a significant role. Beyond mere competence, mutual trust is of paramount importance. If possible, he did not wish to entice her through deception. Such a tactic may alleviate immediate concerns, yet if there is any underlying mistrust, it would be challenging to cultivate a reliable inner circle in the future. Furthermore, if clarity is not established from the outset, setting high expectations only to reveal a lack of even the most basic framework would likely leave a disappointing impression, making it difficult to attract her. How could one then persuade her to join us? Xue Siqiao, at a loss for words, replied. In any case, let us first entice her to meet. Who knows? She might become infatuated upon seeing you and agree to join. Do you truly believe in your own words? Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness as he rubbed his temples. The matter of recruiting personnel had been a source of considerable distress for him from the outset. After all, among the tasks associated with upgrading the mech engineering project, there was an early requirement to form a team. However, aside from Wang Xiaolu, who he fortuitously managed to recruit as an assistant or apprentice due to his background as a wasteland dweller, he found it quite challenging to attract other suitable candidates. Monetary compensation was of secondary concern. Despite currently possessing only 300,000, he was confident in his ability to generate substantial income, potentially offering salaries in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. The primary dilemma lay in his lack of legitimacy. Private organizations or gangs in the wasteland might lure some lower-tier individuals, but they would not entice genuine professionals. Unless one possessed considerable influence or compelling reasons, who would abandon a stable job to join a small group that barely qualified as an organization? A more formal and widely recognized structure, such as a company or a legitimate mech team, was essential. However, as an undocumented individual, he couldn't even register a basic company. The wasteland inhabitants were the descendants of those who had severed ties with the cities, having thrived in the wasteland for generations. Initially, some of these individuals may have held identities, but the new generations born in the wasteland lacked any official status or registration, rendering them non-citizens of the Federation. They were unable to register companies or even create various accounts on the federal network. Their communication accounts were purchased, and their bank cards were unregistered. Typical of the wasteland's unique characteristics. The same applied to mech teams. Merely operating a mech did not qualify one as a mech technician, nor could assembling a logistics team automatically classify it as a mech group. Pilots are required to obtain certification from the Pilots Association, and only officially recognized pilots are eligible to establish mecha teams. However, he is an undocumented individual and cannot participate in the certification assessments of the Pilots Association. In any case, she has already agreed, and she did not inquire about these matters. She merely mentioned the need for a face-to-face meeting, so we cannot be blamed. Xue Xiqiu shrugged her shoulders and stated, "Let us meet first. At least there is a chance. If we do not meet, there will be no opportunity at all." Lin Yu held little hope, yet Xue Xiqiu's reasoning was sound. Since there was no expectation, meeting seemed inconsequential. It could still present a slight opportunity. At worst, they would have an honest discussion, and if it worked out, everyone would be pleased. If not, they would part ways without further entanglements. Temporarily concluding this topic, he rose and stepped outside the carriage, switching to the persona of Elbu. He grasped the Fong Tianhua Ji and began his customary training. The Fong Tianhua Ji is a heavy weapon, and by practicing Elbu's spear techniques several times a day, he not only honed his skills, but also enhanced his physical condition. This routine also served to invigorate his body, which had grown stagnant from hours spent coding, and to revitalize his waning spirit. However, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon his attribute panel. The rate of improvement seemed rather peculiar. Physical condition, 1. 9. In the persona of Elbu, a valiant warrior, he possessed ample willpower and skill in physical training. Yet, practicing techniques is merely skill refinement. It is not some mythical martial art, nor does it involve any potent nourishing ingredients or elixirs. Remarkably, in just over 10 days, his physical qualities had surged by a substantial 0.8. It is noteworthy that his initial physical constitution was merely 0.8. Now, within just over 10 days, he has nearly doubled this attribute. Previously, the effects of his training were not nearly as remarkable. It appears that this transformation only commenced after his journey to Paradise Harbor. Lin Yu cast her eyes downward, having already discerned the peculiarity of such rapid improvement. The reason for this phenomenon is clearly not difficult to surmise. The only factor capable of influencing his physique, attributable to his sojourn in Paradise Harbor, must be the heart of Kozish. Initially, one might have presumed that the enhancement was merely a result of improved blood-pumping capacity leading to a slight elevation in physical quality. However, it is now evident that the situation is far more complex. Lin Yu remains uncertain whether this development is fortuitous or detrimental. The ability to facilitate training and swiftly augment physical capabilities is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Yet, it also implies that the heart of Kozish within him may be far more than just an ordinary variant. In other words, the troubles associated with this entity might exceed expectations. Nonetheless, now that he has acquired it, and even had it implanted within him, there is no rationale for expulsion. All he can do is strive to enhance himself, ensuring he possesses the strength and confidence to confront any crisis that may arise. The heart of Kozish, in its potency, enhances the most challenging aspect of physical development without necessitating alteration. Overall, this should be regarded as a positive development. Physique 2.0. After performing the spear technique several times and resting for a night, the value of his physique once again experienced a subtle surge. Upgrade requirement basics. Elevate your fundamental physical attributes to 2 points. Completed. Upgrade requirement fulfilled. Martial Arts LV2, Martial Arts LV3. Your combat skills and battle experience have advanced further, and your battle instincts have received a slight enhancement. You have unlocked new upgrade requirements. Expand to view. Upgrade requirement. Overcoming the strong with the weak. Achieve victory in battles where your comprehensive foundational qualities are inferior to your opponents. Lin Yu's mental attributes were already notably high. After annihilating the Sioux organization and severing ties with his original self, his mental attributes reached 2.0. With his physical attributes now also meeting the standard, he successfully completed all upgrade requirements, elevating his martial arts skills to LV3. Both his physical and mental attributes are now twice that of an ordinary person. While he may not rival the modified combatants, he is certainly not weak. The next day, as anticipated, Lin Yu awoke to review the notification messages, content as he commenced his morning exercises. Yet, there lingered a tinge of regret. Alas, the brain domain, which he yearned to enhance, remained elusive in terms of improvement methods. Chapter 60. A reunion with an old friend traveling across the desolate land. Lin Yu and Xue Xiqiao each drove their own vehicles for a considerable part of the day. Just as they were en route to the prearranged meeting point with Meow Meow Meow, Xue Xiqiao accelerated, catching up to Lin Yu's heavy truck, signaling him to stop and leaning out of the window. Shall I share the good news or the bad news first? Let's hear the bad news, Lin Yu replied. After Lin Yu made his choice, Xue Xiqiao straightforwardly conveyed the unfortunate tidings. The her that she referred to naturally points to the software engineer, whose contact nickname is Meow Meow Meow, with whom they are meeting. And what about the good news? Lin Yu furrowed her brow. The good news is that her injuries are not severe, and I persuaded her, under the pretext that she stood us up and impacted our group's itinerary, to agree to assist us by writing some project modules for free during her recovery. Xue Xiqiao replied with a mischievous grin. She's injured and hospitalized. And you still want her to code for free? Lin Yu's lips twitched. I feel like you would be more suited to hanging from a lamppost. Is this something a human would do? Are you a devil? You previously claimed she was a close friend, and is this what a close friend would do? I'm doing all this for you. Don't you feel any pangs of conscience when you say such things? Xue Xiqiao feigned a delicate demeanor. Not at all. Lin Yu shrugged. Well, in any case, her character and skills are certainly trustworthy. I can vouch for that. You can assign her those less critical modules. Xue Xiqiao straightened up, seemingly sensing Lin Yu's lingering doubts, and added, I will also review the code once she submits it. She may be a professional coder, but I specialize in spotting vulnerabilities in cybersecurity. I guarantee there won't be any mistakes. All right. Lin Yu chuckled and nodded. With Xue Xiqiao's assurance and another helping hand without costing a penny, she was naturally delighted. So, what shall we do now? Should we continue to the temporary camp, or? Xue Xiqiao inquired again. Let us proceed and take a look. After all, we are almost there. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to proceed to the originally intended destination. After all, he had no particular place he yearned to visit. Given that he was already in the vicinity, it would be illogical not to explore a bit. Moreover, the Lin City camp was also on the operational list of the Theo organization, allowing him the opportunity to eliminate the contact person there effortlessly. The Lin City camp should more aptly be referred to as the Lin City gathering place. The term camp is merely a relic from earlier times when the first individuals ventured out from the city and established a small encampment. As its size expanded over time, the designation evolved into gathering place. This particular gathering site is situated relatively close to the gates of Ceylon City. Registration and entry proceeded without a hitch. Black Snake once astutely remarked that very few who navigate life in the wastelands are entirely innocent and unblemished. Consequently, to maintain both population and foot traffic, these gathering places cannot impose overly strict regulations. They merely perform the semblance of registration. As long as there are no disturbances, access is generally unrestricted across various gathering sites. The arrival of 2 trucks into the gathering area hardly stirred any commotion. However, when Lin Yu and Xue Xiqiao found an open space to park their vehicle, They unexpectedly spotted several familiar objects. A few small, unmanned shuttles, identical in design to those previously utilized by Su Xiaotu at Paradise Port. Lin Yu's conceptualization of the celestial escape sword technique was, in fact, inspired by the drone matrix system provided by Su Xiaotu from the Stan Group. Yet, even with such auxiliary systems, managing and controlling these drones simultaneously is no simple task. Much like engaging in games such as World of Warcraft or StarCraft, those with exceptional skills can adeptly manage multiple tasks and intricate maneuvers simultaneously. Yet, many individuals struggle to operate even a single unit effectively. Consequently, the number of those capable of employing such a combat style is rather limited. Isn't that a coincidence? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, refraining from immediately initiating contact through communications. Instead, a playful thought crossed his mind as he retrieved a pair of smart glasses from his pocket. These glasses, initially gifted to him by Su Xiaodu, retained the control permissions for the fourth-generation drone matrix system of the Stan Group. However, the drone matrix system necessitated operation through a neural interaction device, which the compact design of the smart glasses lacked. Su Xiaodu's ability to utilize them depended on a brain-machine interface chip implanted in his mind. Nevertheless, since Lin Yu had produced the glasses, he certainly possessed a method to utilize them. To achieve neural interaction, implanting a brain-machine chip is the most direct and convenient approach, as a minuscule chip can flawlessly capture neural signals. However, to avert any adverse effects on the human body, these chips typically do not include functionalities for intercepting or altering neural signals. Despite this precaution, some risk remains. Moreover, external devices can also facilitate such interactions, albeit at the cost of occupying more space. The second-generation mechs commonly employ the latter approach, as do exoskeleton armors. With a clack, 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 Lin Yu extracted a somewhat rough, unpainted silver back armor from the trunk and pressed it onto his back, triggering a series of intricate mechanical sounds. In recent days, the intricacies of programming have posed considerable challenges. However, notable advancements have been achieved in hardware development. At the very least, given the necessity of repeated testing during the creation of the Tianjin Tactical Cruise Missile and the Tiandun Sword Technique System, he has prioritized the testing of the pure Yang Emperor armor for the neural interaction segment. The back armor captures neural signals and transmits them to the smart glasses, which in turn relay commands to the drone matrix system they are equipped with. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As expected, with a slight mental shift, the drones darting through the sky immediately altered their course and swiftly made their way towards Lin Yu. Chapter 61. The Pilot Association. A few minutes later, a jeep came roaring towards them. However, upon spotting Lin Yu's heavy truck, the occupants of the vehicle appeared momentarily taken aback. Brother Lin, I was wondering why my drone's permissions were so easily compromised. Without even a warning, it turns out it was you. Initially irate in the passenger seat, Su Xiaotu's mood transformed from fury to delight upon seeing the vehicle, and she bounced over to Lin Yu with exuberance. Lin Yu promptly opened the door and stepped out with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's good to see you again, Brother Lin. Xiao Vie approached as well, enveloping Lin Yu in a bear hug that blocked out the sun. I'm so pleased to see you again, Lin. Lin, it's wonderful to meet again. Hawk and Field greeted Lin Yu with smiles. Beside them, shrouded in a hood, was the enigmatic Shadow Moon, while the cheerful Elena merely nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting. This is Xue Xiqiao. She is temporarily working with me. Suddenly, a woman appeared, naturally attracting some curious glances. However, Lin Yusin remained unperturbed, and there were no waves stirred by her presence. Brother Lin, what brings you here? Were you not at the Blacksnake camp? After exchanging pleasantries, Jehovah invited Lin Yusin to their residence while reminiscing about old times. I just happened to pass by. It is quite delightful to reunite with an old friend and engage in cheerful conversation, he remarked, his mood notably buoyant. Haha, I am relieved that everything has been resolved. I was planning to visit you after Mr. Zhao completed his task. Jehovah chuckled heartily, sharing some of the experiences he and his companions had encountered over the past 10 days, primarily following Zhao Xing to fulfill the tasks of the Pilots Association. He refrained from disclosing too many details, merely stating that the journey had been relatively smooth with only minor surprises along the way. Upon reaching this location, Zhao Xing received a message from a friend and took on the unexpected role of an invigilator. An invigilator? Lin Yusin inquired. I haven't inquired much about your pilot's affairs. You should ask him directly. With that, they arrived at a secluded villa, where Zhao Xing awaited at the entrance, his face beaming with a warm smile. Another meeting. Zhao Xing greeted him with open arms, ready for an embrace. I am not accustomed to initiating hugs with men. I might consider it if you were a woman. Lin Yusen chuckled. All right, truth be told, I am not accustomed to hugging men either. Nonetheless, Zhao Xing swiftly gestured for Lin Yusen to enter the villa. In the grand hall of the villa, there sat a rather reserved middle-aged Caucasian gentleman of considerable girth, alongside a dapper and charismatic young Caucasian man clad in a suit. Allow me to introduce you. This is Spot, who is currently in the process of obtaining his pilot's license. Zhao Xing chose to overlook the middle-aged gentleman and instead guided Lin Yu to sit casually beside the young man. After the introductions were made, Zhao turned to introduce Lin Yu to the young man. Here, Spot, this is Lin Yu, whom I mentioned to you earlier. Pleased to meet you, Lin. I'm Spot. The young man said with a courteous smile, extending his hand. After shaking hands with Lin Yu, he expressed a flicker of curiosity. Just the other day, Zhao mentioned you. He said you defeated the Steel Wings using a first-generation mech, but when I inquired about the details, he was rather reticent. How did you manage such a feat? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at Zhao Xing, who was frantically signaling him. It was evident that riding a mech was not a particularly impressive accomplishment. Rather, it was a stroke of good fortune. Understanding this, Lin Yu merely offered a vague smile. Very well. Noticing Lin Yu's reluctance to elaborate further, Spot refrained from pressing the matter. As the conversation momentarily waned, the reserved middle-aged gentleman finally seized the opportunity to approach, adorned with a humble smile, and presented a business card. Mr. Lin, it is a privilege to make your acquaintance. Should you require anything within the camp, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Upon finishing his words, as if fearing he might disrupt the trio's enjoyment, he quickly excused himself and departed. The third in command at the Linqing camp, responsible for external communications, was quite adept at navigating social interactions. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, Zhao Xing casually offered an explanation. It appears I have benefited from your connections, he remarked. Lin Yu was left speechless. Revealing his identity as a pilot would certainly earn him warm hospitality at any gathering. Zhao Xing shrugged, stating, being a federal pilot inherently carries significant status. Moreover, those who achieve the rank of pilot must possess considerable wealth and influence. Otherwise, acquiring a mecha is unattainable. Furthermore, arriving in a desolate area with such a formidable weapon would undoubtedly lead people to treat you as a harbinger of doom. Offering a few smiles and some conveniences is far preferable to having you unleash fury on their territory or risk creating enemies. That requires skill, though. Lin Yu said with a resigned gesture. I overheard Xiao Hua mention that you are here as an invigilator. How about arranging an exam for me as well? I lack the capability for that, Zhao Xing replied. Though I am called an invigilator, my true role is merely to provide protection. The assessment of trainee pilots is conducted entirely by a specialized testing system. My presence here is solely to prevent any mishaps during the examination process. If it weren't for this individual, I would have no interest in undertaking such a task. Lin, have you not yet passed your assessment? Spot interjected, seemingly finding a kindred spirit in Lin Yu. He is quite different from you. You are simply inexperienced. Lin Yu could easily pass the trainee examination with one hand, but is currently unable to register for it. Zhao Xing, without hesitation, doused Spot's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Would you mind discussing the association? I am currently not very clear about the operations of the Pilots Association. In truth, there is not much to elaborate on. The Pilots Association is a semi-official, semi-union entity primarily responsible for pilot certification. Only those who become apprentice pilots can legally possess and operate mechs within the city, akin to obtaining a driver's license for vehicles. Noticing Lin Yu's inquiries, Zhao Xing adopted a more serious demeanor. He continued, saying, in addition to this, the association also issues federal combat missions as bounties, which certified pilots can undertake, and the merits earned from completing these tasks can be exchanged for numerous valuable rewards. Merits? Lin Yu inquired. Chapter 62. Fabricating identities. Due to its ability to coordinate the vast majority of pilots, the Pilots Association holds a rather unique status, enabling it to acquire special resources from various channels. Zhao Xing elucidated, rare, banned, unreleased, and so forth. The association has access to the vast majority of these resources, including non-physical assets such as talent recommendations, legal assistance, and technical support. These resources are overseen and allocated by a sophisticated AI within the association, implementing a merit-based system where tasks completed yield merits, which can then be exchanged for resources. You can even obtain unreleased items? Lin Yu listened intently to the explanation, intrigued. He recalled the heart of Kexish, This item, Elena mentioned, was not sold by the Entropy Group, yet organizations like the Pilots Association could acquire it. As you are aware, the current state of the Federation is largely dominated by various capital holders. Understanding Lin Yu's thoughts, Zhao shook his head and explained. Various advanced technologies serve as the guarantee for profitability and power for different entities, and none are willing to disclose them. Each organization has its own proprietary technologies. However, the advancement of technology and the economy fundamentally relies on resource integration and mutual cooperation. No matter how large a conglomerate may be, it cannot encompass every industrial domain and technological research and development. They may achieve a foundational understanding, but will never match the expertise of specialized enterprises. The situation with the Pilot Association is a result of a balance struck among various parties. While they share their proprietary technologies and products, they also gain access to others in return. Of course, this scenario is not unique to the Pilot Association. There are numerous similar instances. Yet, due to the necessity for pilots to modify mechas, the demand across various facets is more pronounced. Ah, I see. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. In short, the Pilot Association essentially functions as a semi-official resource integration platform that, to some extent, manages and coordinates pilots while providing corresponding resources and employment opportunities. Thus, it seems that becoming a formal pilot indeed offers numerous advantages, far beyond merely holding a professional qualification certificate or a driver's license. However, these prospects are currently beyond my reach. To obtain a pilot qualification certificate, one must at least possess an appropriate identity. Brother Lin, your timing is impeccable. This fellow is currently undergoing a trainee pilot assessment. Zhao elaborated, then smiled. Are you interested in joining us? Consider it as providing protection for this individual. Is there a significant risk involved in the assessment? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. It was merely fortuitous. We happened to encounter each other and decided to engage in some leisurely activities together. I believe you would not mind an additional layer of assurance. Zhao, with a playful smile, gestured towards Spot and remarked, this fellow's family manufactures missiles. I could persuade him to provide you with a few dozen as compensation. What do you think? Manufacturing missiles? Spot. Lin Yu's expression shifted upon hearing this. If memory serves him correctly, the missile engineer they had rescued from the CO organization had claimed to be affiliated with Spot Industries. Indeed, it was that very Spot, the heir apparent of the conglomerate. Zhao chuckled mischievously. Spot, however, shook his head in resignation. Do not heed this man's fanciful tales. The group boasts numerous directors. And my father has an array of sons. It is hardly my turn to be deemed the crown prince. Moreover, Spot Industries is only somewhat renowned in Ceylon. Very well. Since there is no pressing matter, it would be agreeable to explore together. However, let us forego the compensation, Lin Yu replied, nodding and then shaking his head. If this was merely a matter of gathering numbers, then the compensation would indeed feel burdensome. Furthermore, rather than establishing a transactional relationship based on missile acquisition, it would be far more valuable to forge an equitable friendship with Spot. He had already acquired missile engineering skills, and the development of the Tianjin tactical cruise missile was nearing completion, with the hardware structure finalized. Only the guidance system remained to be perfected. As a highly controllable guided cruise missile, it might not completely replace other missiles, but could certainly fulfill various functions to a significant degree. Therefore, his current need for missiles was rather minimal. Equality in interaction, without the desire for personal gain, fosters a network that may prove advantageous in future endeavors. This approach serves as a long-term strategy. There is no need for pleasantries with this individual, as he is not in want of wealth. Zhao offered a few words of advice, yet upon observing Lin Yu's resolute stance, the conversation dissipated without resolution. By the way, please accompany me for a moment. With that, Zhao steered Lin Yu aside, concluding their previous discussion. What is it? Lin Yu inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Zhao spoke, immediately capturing Lin Yu's attention. The absence of an identity chip renders one significantly disadvantaged in this era of information and intelligence. What do you mean? Lin Yu pressed for clarification. Identity and residency records are managed by the Federal Intelligence Corps, and only a select few high-ranking officials possess the authority to intervene, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain genuine identification. At least, I cannot manage it, Zhao lamented, raising his hands in resignation. However, Lin Yu sensed there was more beneath his words. She nodded slightly, waiting for him to continue. As expected, after a moment of contemplation, Zhao elaborated. Nevertheless, There exist alternative solutions through certain gray channels, such as Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. While it is not particularly challenging to forge identity chips and physical appearance data, the true difficulty lies in the residency records controlled by the Federal Intelligence Corps. Thus, if one merely seeks a convenient identity for operational purposes, it is entirely feasible to purchase someone else's identity and subsequently fabricate a chip, Zhao Xing elucidated. One can actually buy an identity? Lin Yu asked, intrigued. Certainly it is. In essence, no different from purchasing various accounts. Zhao Xing nodded and remarked, those who are missing, those whose deaths have gone unreported, and even those who are willing to cooperate for a fee despite their dire circumstances, all these constitute the sources of identity and household registration. This has become a fully fledged industry on the dark web. Can it be as authentic as a real identity? Lin Yu inquired. Not at all. Zhao Xing shook his head and replied, such identities can only serve as temporary substitutes. They are suitable for registering various accounts and attending routine events without issue. In certain instances, it is necessary to disguise physical appearance, but excessively stringent checks cannot be circumvented. Can one enter the city? Lin Yu asked. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned it to you, Zhao Xing affirmed. What about the pilot examination? Lin Yu posed another question that he felt was somewhat unnecessary. It was evident that the answer was negative. Zhao Xing shrugged. They can handle basic facial recognition or iris scans, but the pilot examination is under strict supervision, with the association's AI examination system involved throughout. That's unfortunate. Despite having anticipated this, Lin Yu could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The utility of such forged identities is not insignificant, yet they remain someone else's identity, which is evidently rather precarious. Moreover, they cannot participate in events with rigorous scrutiny, imposing considerable limitations. In any case, I appreciate your help. Please inquire further if possible. Having something is better than having nothing. If all else fails, I may consider acquiring one for myself. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude once more. It is evident that Zhao Xing has indeed taken to heart the matters he has briefly mentioned, proving himself worthy of companionship. Chapter 63, The Second-Generation Flying General. The issue of identity forgery is temporarily set aside. Having promised to escort Spot, Lin Yu, despite Zhao Xing's assertion that it was merely to fulfill a quota, intends to expedite the progress of upgrading the Flying General's armor. In truth, the overall modifications to the Flying General have long been nearly complete, as it comprises hardware salvaged from another mech. The only remaining task is the fine-tuning of the control system. The Steel Wings control system is inherently tailored to its own design and structure, which diverges significantly from that of the Flying General, thus necessitating considerable adjustments. For the past few days, Lin Yu has been immersed in coding, grappling with this intricate task. Fortunately, Xue Xiqiao has rendered significant assistance by providing him with a rare coding laborer. Moreover, the description of a born worker is not an exaggeration. So swift? Lin Yu initially believed that refining the control system would require at least 2 or 3 more days. However, Meow 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 astonished him with an unexpected surprise, or rather, a shock. Many of the requests he sent to Xue Xiqiao were delivered almost the very same evening. At first, he was skeptical and meticulously reviewed the source code, only to find no omissions or bugs whatsoever. In fact, numerous optimizations had been implemented, rendering the code exquisitely readable. It is indeed said that this individual is a natural-born worker, coding with astonishing speed. Xue Xiqiao appeared unfazed and remarked that this was after she had spent a considerable amount of time undergoing examinations and treatment at the hospital. Otherwise, it would have been completed long ago. However, this speed seemed almost superhuman, didn't it? Lin Yu still felt that it was somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps this exemplified the disparity between individuals. Xue Xiqiao shrugged her shoulders helplessly and added that, to some extent, this fellow was indeed extraordinary. What does that mean? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Yet, Xue Xiqiao chose to be coy and said, you'll understand once you see it. Lin Yu decided not to dwell on it. Since there was such a capable and free worker available, she promptly sent over a plethora of tasks that required completion and modification. In just one day? What would have taken 3 or 4 days, or even longer, was accomplished in a mere day, thanks to the collaboration between Lin Yu and Meow Meow Meow. Of course, the latter bore the brunt of the work. Describing it as a collaborative effort might have been an embellishment. Lin Yu truly grasped the intrinsic value of a born worker. This was no ordinary worker. This was the embodiment of a coding savant. Mecha engineering, upgrade requirement achieved, design and manufacture a complete second-generation mecha. Completed. With the update of the control system, Feijiang was officially transformed, becoming the second-generation Mecha, and a notification promptly appeared. Phew, initially. Lin Yu thought she would have to find a way to enter the city for a chance, but she never imagined it would be completed so effortlessly. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of sentimentality. The Level 4 Mecha engineering had already advanced when he completed the Dawn project. At that dawn, it was merely a generation of bare machines assembled from scrap. He had little hope of fulfilling the 3 promotion requirements of the Mecha project in the short term. Unexpectedly, through a series of fortunate events, within less than a month, the Flying General underwent modifications and optimizations, evolving into a second-generation model. The 3 upgrade requirements of the Mecha project were being addressed. The testing was completed upon vanquishing Larudo. And now breakthrough had also been achieved, leaving only team remaining. Even for the team task, he found Wang Xiaolu, marking a promising start. Moreover, with Xue Xiqiao's introduction of Miao Miao, whose formidable programming skills undoubtedly met the criteria for qualified candidates, the prospect seemed bright. Additionally, there was Bai Wei, who had yet to complete her studies, but given their rapport, gathering a sufficient number of participants should pose no significant issue. Thus, only 2 more qualified individuals were needed to fulfill the team requirement. Just 1 more mount would make everything perfect. Lin Yu stood beside the leg of the Flying General, gazing up at its majestic and striking form, a smile of achievement gracing his face. The exterior of the Flying General had not changed much. It still bore the appearance of the black-armored Divine General. Yet, its interior was entirely transformed. The original Hercules hydraulic transmission system was powered by an electric motor, which converted energy into liquid pressure, subsequently distributed throughout the machine. This hydraulic structure, while flexible and controllable, still possessed certain flaws, and in the event of damage, the entire transmission system could easily fall into a state of paralysis. At this moment, the armor of the upgraded second-generation Flying General has been transformed into a highly biomimetic structure, now entirely reliant on electric propulsion. The entire system is driven by multiple electric motors, which, in conjunction with corresponding control programs and neural interaction, achieve exquisite precision in control. It is no exaggeration to assert that the current body of the Flying General is capable of embroidering with a needle, exhibiting even greater stability and accuracy than in its unarmored state. With ultra-high precision, rapid response, enhanced maneuverability, improved transmission efficiency, and a lighter design. While it may not completely surpass hydraulic systems across the board, it undeniably excels in terms of precision, flexibility, and controllability. Furthermore, all other systems have undergone corresponding enhancements. The energy source has been upgraded to a nuclear battery pack, with comprehensive upgrades to detection and calculation devices such as warning radars, rangefinders, and ballistic computers. The only limit lies in the armor. The steel wing is a speed-specialized mech, and its external armor consists of conventional materials, even employing a weakened variant to reduce weight, which is inferior to the composite armor previously acquired from Zhaoxing. Consequently, in terms of protective capability, Lin Yu has merely made adjustments to enhance the life support and impact resistance of the cockpit, without replacing the external armor. Additionally, Lin Yu has prepared a temporary mount for the Flying General, which is, more accurately, a vehicle, a heavy motorcycle equipped with an autonomous driving system, capable of bearing the weight of the Flying General. The already mechanized warrior aesthetic of the Flying General armor, when paired with the heavy motorcycle, presents a visually striking appearance, embodying a unique blend of discord and harmony. However, aside from combat in a few flat terrains, this vehicle serves primarily as a means of transportation. Mechs are poised to render various tanks and armored vehicles obsolete, with their greatest advantages lying not only in their agility but also in their superior obstacle crossing capabilities. In mountainous terrains, aquatic environments, steep inclines, trenches, fording, and turning, these are challenges that traditional tanks and armored vehicles cannot circumvent. However, mechs can traverse all types of landscapes with remarkable swiftness, and their exceptional maneuverability renders them elusive to small-scale artillery fire. Unless traversing flat terrain, utilizing a heavy motorcycle would negate their primary advantage. The ideal steed, in fact, should be a multi-legged robotic beast. Lin Yu's ambition is to construct a mechanical warhorse when time permits, but recent obligations have proven overwhelming, necessitating the temporary use of this heavy motorcycle for transportation. Chapter 64. Blade Mantis, are we ready to depart? The following morning, Zhaoxing's logistics convoy, Spot's logistics team, along with Lin Yu and Xue Xiqiao's 2 trucks, and the jeeps of Giovanni and others formed an impressive procession. I am ready, We can hit the road at any moment, Lin Yu affirmed solemnly. Ha ha, relax. It's merely a matter of observing this kid complete his assessment. Zhao Xing chuckled at Lin Yu's serious demeanor. Giovanni and Hawk exchanged glances, their lips twitching. I suddenly have a foreboding feeling, one remarked. I feel the same, another echoed. The group discreetly distanced themselves from Zhao Xing, who had a penchant for jinxing their endeavors. The previous expedition to Paradise Harbor was a case in point. Once, a seemingly straightforward task was rendered thrillingly perilous by the ill-fated words of one individual. Astonishingly. No lessons have been learned from this experience. Do not be so superstitious. What age are we in? We must believe in science, Zhao Xing asserted, resolutely dismissing his own ill omens. Yet, upon witnessing the unified, peculiar gazes of Chiaohua and the others, he reluctantly fell silent, conceding, all right. I shall refrain from further comment. Let us depart. The group each boarded their vehicles, and the convoy commenced its journey towards the assembly point. Leading the way was Spot's mech transport, as this venture constituted his apprentice mech pilot assessment. Zhao Xing was tasked with oversight and guardianship as the examiner, while Chiaohua and his companions were merely there to lend a hand, and Lin Yu was more of a mere presence. A tracker had already been implanted on the target, allowing them to follow the signal, which was not too distant from their current location. As they proceeded, the group engaged in dialogue through the established tactical communication channel. Spot's assessment task was straightforward, to hunt down a dimensional beast that had previously strayed near the walls of Ceylon City and escaped. This creature had already been tagged with the tracker, thus locating it posed no challenge. The primary focus of the assessment lay solely on combat proficiency. What sort of dimensional beast is it? Is there any information available? I have yet to encounter one, Lin Yu inquired, his interest piqued. Indeed, there were remnants of dimensional beasts still roaming the wasteland, but he had never crossed paths with them. Had he done so, he would have surely perished before the dawn broke. It is a blade-winged mantis, came the response. No wonder. Listening to this somewhat familiar name, Lin Yu took a closer look at the information and displayed a hint of realization. The blade-edge mantis is a dimension beast of considerable value, yet high threat. Its worth lies in its two forelimbs resembling long blades, specifically the sharp edges of these blade-like appendages. While the carapace strength of this insectoid dimension beast can be classified as average, the sharpness of its forelimbs is remarkably exaggerated, maintaining an extraordinarily high strength even in a remarkably slender form. A pressure formula known even to middle school students states that pressure equals force divided by area. This specialized carapace material, which sustains exceptional strength despite its thinness, can replace numerous advanced materials, enabling the creation of extremely sharp cutting tools or miniature components. The threat arises from the mantis's significant potential for growth. It can continuously metamorphose and evolve through feeding. While an ordinary blade-edge mantis may pose little danger, allowing it to evolve for an extended period could ultimately present a considerable risk. The combination of these factors explains why the Mecha Pilot Association has designated it as a task for assessment. It should be just ahead, approximately a kilometer away. I need to find a vantage point. The convoy stopped after nearly half an hour in front of a hillside overgrown with wild grass. Are you planning to proceed with a long-range strike? Lin Yu and Zhao Xing completed their armor and, upon disembarking from the vehicle, caught sight of Sport's blue and white armored mech. I initially intended to pursue a long-range specialization. However, utilizing a small mech for long-range specialization is not particularly practical. So I have merely enhanced its detection and ballistic calculation capabilities. The blue and white mech adeptly hoisted a cannon, skillfully retrieving a shell from the ammunition box at its feet and loading it with precision. The compact frame of the mech had a limited capacity for ammunition. Excessive loads would hinder its mobility. Consequently, handheld weaponry was typically favored, while only larger mechs with ample space would deploy mounted weaponry. This particular individual had a home brimming with missiles and shells, making such armaments abundantly available. Zhao Xing's Crimson Wind approached the flying general, casting a glance at the blue and white sniper armor. Are you certain about using that? A heavy reliance on weaponry could result in a lower evaluation. Regrettably, I wish to employ technique, but the last attempt ended in failure, Spot remarked, securing the shell with a decisive click. He held his breath, focusing intently as he began to aim. Using shells? Lin Yu observed Spot's actions with mild surprise. Shells, propelled by artillery into inertial flight, typically lacked guidance capabilities. A few guided shells possessed only rudimentary steering, allowing for minimal trajectory adjustments. This presented advantages. They were less susceptible to interception by counter-missiles like the Red Bee decoy and anti-radiation missiles, and their initial velocity often surpassed that of conventional missiles. Theoretically, such ordnance was quite effective against mechs equipped with anti-missile modules. However, realizing this theory posed significant challenges. With advantages come drawbacks. The absence of guidance rendered target tracking impossible, making precision the foremost flaw. Striking targets at extreme ranges presented a considerable challenge, with achieving meter-level accuracy being daunting. And deviations of dozens or even hundreds of meters were entirely plausible. The pilots are not fools. They are typically equipped with electromagnetic deflection fields, energy shields, and physical folding shields. At the very least, they can employ erratic maneuvers to evade targeting or seek cover, utilizing smoke screens to obscure visibility. Consequently, to effectively utilize artillery shells, one must either rely on the gunner's expertise and advanced fire control systems or resort to large-scale bombardments. Otherwise, it becomes exceedingly difficult to inflict significant damage on agile mechs capable of nimble movements and evasive actions. I possess considerable insights into long-range strikes. Upon hearing Lin Yu's astonished exclamation, Spot offered a modest smile before unleashing a thunderous barrage. Boom! A shell soared through the air, tracing a lengthy trajectory before descending upon a creature resembling a 4-meter-tall mantis, located a kilometer away. Just as Lin Yu anticipated a precise hit, he witnessed the shell fragment into countless smaller explosives, cascading down like rain. Boom, 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 boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed even from a distance of 1,000 meters. Lin Yu smirked slightly. I had thought you were about to boast about your incredible shooting accuracy. Instead, it appears you are merely flaunting your financial prowess, showcasing the extensive blast radius of your cluster munitions. One becomes accustomed to it. This fellow is nothing but a grandstanding, bombastic individual. Boom. Zhao Xing. I am convinced of your deceptions. Chapter 65, Beastly Armor Boom. A shell detonated directly at the center of 3 mechs, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the surrounding area. Simultaneously, the ammunition box adjacent to the sniper armor's leg was ignited, resulting in an explosion that was exponentially more violent. Fortunately, the ordnance merely detonated, failing to unleash its full destructive potential. Otherwise, the armor-piercing and fragmentation rounds would have presented a dire threat even to those clad in mechs. As it was, the trio was sent tumbling and sprawling, rolling several times before managing to regain their footing, their machines sustaining multiple points of damage. 10 o'clock, 200 meters. Having righted himself, the flying general's artillery detection radar immediately pinpointed the origin of the shell. Damn it, how could it be so close? I activated radar detection. Zhao Xing exclaimed, covered in grime and visibly exasperated. After all, being attacked immediately after speaking was quite the blow to his pride. Stealth units possess not only radar invisibility, but also optical and infrared cloaking. Spot's reaction was swift, launching miniature anti-missile projectiles from his mech. Although they landed in empty space, they audibly impacted something, the ensuing blaze and smoke faintly outlining a chilling form. Once discovered, the entity ceased its concealment. As it began to move, the surrounding air rippled, gradually revealing its true appearance, a terrifying monster similar to the mantis blade, standing approximately 4 meters tall. However, it was more than a mere dimensional beast. Its body was partially encased in a mechanical armor suit adapted to its anatomy. The mechanical structure and even thermal weapon modules were clearly visible. A biomech hybrid? And a dimensional beast at that? Which organization is responsible for this? Zhao Xing exclaimed, his scalp prickling with dread. Humans can control mechanized suits through physical or neural interaction, and it stands to reason that other beasts can do the same. The beastly forms of these machines sometimes possess unique advantages over human bodies. Furthermore, the combat instincts of animals are often far superior, and their loss is less mourned. When beasts operate mechanized suits, they can maintain balance, walk, sit, and make combat decisions with ease. The one pulling the strings merely needs to control the beast. Managing its bodily consciousness is one aspect. The external mechanized suit can also serve as a constraint or prison when necessary. In terms of combat prowess, extraordinary creatures such as dimensional beasts or bioengineered beasts are likely to possess formidable physical abilities and unique powers inherent to their biology. The fusion of biological prowess and armored strength results in a perfectly augmented dual combat capability. Thus, while these beastly armored entities may lack the situational awareness and weaponry applications of human pilots, they are undeniably more formidable as pure combat weapons. This is particularly true for dimensional beasts. Creating beastly armor from a scythe mantis should indeed warrant these creations to face the gallows. Even the ever-polite Spot could not refrain from expletives in this instance. One must be grateful that the adversary's cloaking technology does not extend to mobility at close range. It likely cannot completely evade onboard radar and infrared detection. Otherwise, encountering a scythe mantis clad in mechanized armor would pose dangers far beyond mere ammunition box detonation. The razor-sharp edges of the scythe mantis's forelimbs possess exceptional armor-piercing capabilities, even against composite armored suits. A close encounter with such a creature could lead to catastrophic consequences. This is the most suitable high ground nearby, and that armored beast is likely lying in wait here, probably with intentions directed at you. Zhao Xing's voice was low as he rose and moved beside Spot, simultaneously launching all the missiles mounted on his machine. It was evident that they had come prepared. Having directly detonated my ammunition supply, I have activated communication interference to sever the remote control. Spot's tone also lowered as he used missiles to slow the advance of the Blade Mantis armored beast while stating, "The current dilemma is how to deal with this Blade Mantis beast. Engaging in close combat is far too perilous. The Blade Mantis possesses an inherently robust physique and fierce combat instincts, augmented further by the mech, rendering it unmatched by armor of similar caliber. Particularly, its blade poses a lethal threat even to mechs. The fundamental performance is utterly overwhelmed. A single misstep could prove fatal, making close-quarters combat untenable. This effectively strips the smaller machines of their greatest advantages and preferred combat strategies. As for ranged combat, with the ammunition supply destroyed, the three of them only had a few small micro-missiles equipped on their mechs, which posed little threat against the armored beast equipped with an anti-missile system. Retreating is one option, but should they withdraw first, it is uncertain whether they could outpace the armored beast. And those support personnel stationed at the foot of the hill would surely suffer catastrophic losses. "I have a solution," came Jova's voice suddenly through the tactical communication channel. "What solution? Speak quickly," Zhao Xing and Spot responded, their spirits lifted. "Do you remember that tactic we used last time?" Jova softly interjected, "I believe." "No, absolutely not." Zhao Xing, reacting impulsively, abruptly interrupted Jova's words. "What trick? Is there truly a solution?" Spot, intrigued by the enigmatic exchange, felt a flicker of hope and inquired, "Could you elaborate on why it cannot be done? If there are financial repercussions, I am willing to bear the entirety." "As this situation arises from my actions," Zhao Xing, with a grim expression, chose to remain silent. How could he not fathom that the solution Jova proposed was a dreadful idea? If it were merely a private matter, it would be one thing. But with that scoundrel Spot present, it was entirely different. "Mr. Zhao, I believe that in the face of battle, it is unnecessary to act impulsively. Pride is a trivial concern." Jova, a competent team leader, despite being unable to intervene in the combat between pilots, possessed a clear understanding of the situation and the decisiveness to make choices. Though he risked overstepping his bounds, he still attempted to counsel Zhao Xing. The previous trip to Heaven's Port, where a certain individual had triumphed over a second-generation mecha with a first-generation model, had left him with profound impressions and confidence. What could the solution possibly be? The demeanor of the two further piqued Spot's curiosity, and with the Blade Mantis beast approaching, urgency began to swell within him. "Let me make it clear. No one is allowed to disclose this, nor to laugh. Otherwise, we shall sever ties." Zhao Xing was not entirely oblivious to the larger picture. His earlier reaction had merely been a reflex, driven by pride. At this moment, with Jova's gentle persuasion, his stance softened, and he begrudgingly nodded in agreement. "Very well, now we may discuss the solution." Spot readily accepted. Zhao Xing remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Lin Yu. The distance of 200 meters was but a fleeting moment for the beastly armor. Even the missile struggled to impede its advance. At this juncture, Lin Yu refrained from idle chatter, the upgraded second-generation armor of the flying general enhancing its agility. As it leaped gracefully onto the shoulder of the Crimson Wind, a sudden burst of laughter escaped Spot, despite his earlier promise to contain himself. The unexpected scene was simply too amusing. So this was the strategy. No wonder Zhao Xing's demeanor radiated discontent. However, would this suffice? Coughing lightly, he quickly added, "My apologies, I wasn't laughing, merely a sneeze." In an attempt to redirect the conversation and satiate his curiosity, he inquired, "Is this truly how one can contend with this beastly armor?" The close-quarters combat proficiency of this adversary was rather extraordinary. It had previously bested second-generation machines with a first-generation model. Zhao Xing's expression darkened, a sense of frustration welling within him. Yet he found himself somewhat respectful of Lin Yu's prowess. The flying general's armor, primarily enhanced for upper limb strength, should stand a fighting chance when bolstered by the speed of Crimson Wind to bridge the gap in performance. What are the odds? Zhao Xing queried, though Spot hesitated, glancing at Lin Yu. After all, the Blade Mantis was no ordinary foe. Its razor-sharp forelimbs, combined with the dual might of beast and armor, could easily breach the basic defenses of any mech. A minor misstep could very well lead to disaster. I possess some confidence, Lin Yu replied, having already switched personas. His focus unwavering as he concentrated on the approaching enemy. The Blade Mantis had now closed in. Yet, as it soared into the air, its mantis-like limbs waving high, it suddenly vanished from sight, activating its cloaking system once more. Although this concealment might last less than a fleeting moment during its movement, it proved fatal in the life-and-death struggle of battle. A mere trick of manipulation. Without the need for detection or auditory positioning, Lin Yu struck forth like a dragon, aiming at the void ahead with precision guided by the residual impression from a mere glimpse and predictive action. The thrust landed in the emptiness. Yet, in the next instant, the blade-like mantis was seen performing a somersault, gracefully landing as it flapped its gossamer wings. Clearly, this strike was not without merit. It compelled the Blade Mantis to abandon its offensive and retreat. However, such a response also underscored the mantis's remarkable reflexes and combat experience. Go, Lin Yu commanded. Tightening his legs, Zhao Xing, his expression grim, dashed forward with haste. Boom. Midway through, Lin Yu succinctly instructed him to jump. Zhao Xing complied, leaping with all his might. The 2 rows of vector thrusters on his back firing at full capacity. Similar to airborne weaponry, the space and energy within a small craft are limited, with the majority of its interior reserved for the pilot, life support systems, and transmission mechanisms. Consequently, it is challenging for compact machines to accommodate anti-gravity systems or sufficiently powerful propulsion systems. As a result, constrained by energy output and various factors, even equipping a small craft with a few thrusters, akin to the Steel Wings or Crimson Winds, fails to yield a thrust-to-weight ratio sufficient for flight. Any attempt to ascend is rendered slow and unwieldy. The primary reason for installation remains the acceleration during a sprint, the enhancement during a leap, the adjustment of posture in combat, and even the amplification of offensive power. This encapsulates the essence of the combat-style design and the refined experience associated with piloting mechs. Boom. The crimson-winged flyer ascends, leaping several zhongs, descending with a halberd in hand. As it lands, it stirs up layers of airwaves and shockwaves. The halberd strikes downwards, aimed precisely at the head of the Blade Mantis. However, the formidable physique of the dimensional beast, coupled with the external mech, renders the strength of the Blade Mantis overwhelmingly superior to that of an ordinary mech. With its sharply honed forelimbs, the Blade Mantis exhibits no intention of evasion, raising its 2 forelimbs directly. Although the Fangtian Huaji is constructed from exceptionally high-strength alloys, Lin Yu dares not engage in a direct confrontation. Were he an ordinary person, he would likely be caught off guard at this moment. A single strike would not only fail to achieve success, but would also risk shattering his weapon. Should the Blade Mantis close in for a rapid pursuit, it would be a life-and-death situation, leaving little room for respite. Yet, he is Lin Yu, the embodiment of Elbu's persona. Close-quarters combat? It is precisely the scenario he relishes. Clang. As the Blade Mantis raised its dual arms, Lin Yu swiftly executed a change in technique, spinning the Fangtian Huaji in a circle, transitioning from a downward slash to an upward thrust, diagonally striking the armor of the Blade Mantis's right forelimb. Although the change in technique mitigated much of the force, this strike failed to penetrate the dual defenses of the mech and its exoskeleton. Nevertheless, it thwarted the Blade Mantis's grand scheme, inflicting enough pain to elicit a shriek. Yet, the nature of the dimensional beast is undeniably fierce. Its aggression is only intensified by the pain it endures, amidst the cacophony of battle, rather than retreating. The formidable warrior known as the Flying General launched a relentless assault with the swiftness of lightning. Lin Yu, undaunted, responded with counterattacks aimed precisely at the enemy's critical vulnerabilities, deftly evading the lethal strikes akin to a mantis's blade. Initially, the Flying General, piloting a first-generation armored suit, found himself at a disadvantage against seasoned pilots of the second-generation machines, akin to contending with a significant latency that dulled his reflexes. However, now equipped with a neural interaction system and a bionic body, the Flying General wielded his abilities with the finesse of an extension of his own limbs, executing his techniques with unparalleled precision. Beyond mere skill, He possessed the instinctive combat intuition granted by level 3 martial arts and an intimate understanding of mechanical armor from level 4 mecha engineering. When confronted with beastly armor, he found it less challenging, for his combat experience was primarily against human opponents, leaving him somewhat inexperienced in battling beasts. Yet, donning a suit of mecha transformed the dynamics entirely. As a level 4 mecha engineer, he could instantly discern the workings of the mecha's transmission system. The operation of a single component revealed the intricacies of power transfer. A beast in mechanized armor exposed every movement to his discerning gaze. In a moment of divine inspiration, merging his extensive experience and memories with his knowledge of mechanical structures, he found himself consistently anticipating the enemy's moves. Moreover, let us not forget the Scarlet Wind beneath him. Under his command and subtle gestures, even the Scarlet Wind exhibited a unique grace, either retreating to deftly avoid a strike or advancing to close the distance, leaving the enemy unable to retaliate effectively. Once again, there were swift charges and daring assaults, an array of exquisite maneuvers that were truly a feast for the eyes. Lin Yu single-handedly restrained the scythe-wielding mantis, diverting much of its focus and energy. In this moment, Zhao Xing found himself in a state of utter ease, wielding a high-frequency oscillating blade with great enthusiasm. Never had he experienced such a gratifying battle. Even the previous encounter at Paradise Harbor paled in comparison. At this moment, Zhao Xing was liberated from the frustration of being a mere mount, replaced instead with exhilaration, his face flushed with fervor as he grew ever more valiant in the fray. We are truly formidable. Is this merely a tad outrageous? Meanwhile, Spot, who had contemplated taking action, stood dumbfounded. Just a tad? What level would be deemed exceptionally outrageous? Moments ago, he had worried about how to assist Lin Yu should he falter, yet here Lin Yu was, relentlessly pummeling the armored beast. The Scythe Mantis, with its nearly doubled performance capabilities, posed a daunting challenge, its terrifying reaction speed and combat instincts dissuading any direct confrontation. And even a mere brush could result in grievous injury or death. The psychological pressure alone could overwhelm most individuals. Yet Lin Yu boldly closed the distance, engaging it in close combat. Each movement, every swing of that unique weapon, was executed with a finesse that defied description. How is it that even Zhao Xing seemed to have transformed into such a powerhouse? Ha ha ha. I knew it. There was no doubt. Brother Lin was already terrifying with the first-generation machine, so how much more so with the second generation? Observing the scene unfold, Jehovah felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, erupting into hearty laughter. To be candid, he had harbored a flicker of concern just moments ago. Despite his unwavering confidence in Lin Yu's prowess, one can never achieve absolute certainty in any endeavor. The notion had originated from him, and should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he would bear the brunt of the repercussions. Only moments ago, someone had donned a serious expression, but now they laughed as if it were he who had subdued the Blade Mantis. Beside him, Hawk and Su Xiaodu wasted no time in teasing him, unabashedly asserting their own contributions. After all, it was indeed his idea. Jehovah, unfazed, shot them a defiant glare, reveling in the shared glory. It was his suggestion, his acquaintance. Achieving such splendid success, naturally, he felt a sense of pride. Furthermore, he had engaged in combat with the creature, emerging undefeated, compelling it to settle for a draw. In due time, when its name resounded widely, who would dare diminish his standing? As for the writing, I have no drafts prepared. This is roughly 5,000 words. I shall endeavor to write a few thousand more this afternoon, striving to reach a total of 10,000. I extend my gratitude for everyone's support. Chapter 66. The Shadow Troop. As the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. With the support of the newly equipped flying general armor, Lin Yu showcased his skills and knowledge to their fullest potential, dominating the Blade Mantis throughout the encounter. The relentless onslaught was enough to leave spectators breathless. Under such sustained pressure from Lin Yu, compounded by Zhao Xing's intermittent strikes, the Blade Mantis soon found itself utterly overwhelmed. With a decisive clang, Lin Yu's halberd struck at the precise moment when the creature's strength had waned, leaving its front limbs vulnerable and exposed. With a swift thrust akin to a dragon's strike, the weapon pierced through the intercepting appendage, penetrating the creature's neck with unyielding force. A clear, colorless fluid erupted forth, spraying a considerable distance. Aware that this entity bore resemblance to insects and likely possessed remarkable vitality, Lin Yu did not relent. He urged Zhao Xing to pursue relentlessly. Executing a series of successive moves, he severed its limbs and decapitated it, until the body lay in disarray, quivering faintly in its final throes. At the moment the battle concluded, 2 notifications materialized before him. Subsequently, another message regarding skill upgrades appeared. Upgrade requirements met. Combat level 3 to combat level 4. Your fighting techniques and combat experience have advanced, enhancing your battle instincts slightly and improving your ability to discern enemy weaknesses. You have unlocked new upgrade requirements. Click to view. Upgrade requirement. Victory against greater numbers. Achieve victory in combat where your forces are significantly outnumbered, using bare hands or weapons. Upgrade requirement. Efficient slaughter. Deliver a single blow to eliminate 10 enemies. Upgrade requirement. Critical strike. Understand and strike the vital points of 10 high-threat creatures. Once again, the combat skill surged ahead, ascending directly to level 4, joining Mecha engineering as one of the 2 distinguished 4th-tier skills. Though not as pure as knowledge-based skills, the sensation of personal empowerment is equally intoxicating. After assimilating these combat experiences and memories, Lin Yu felt that even without switching personas, his close-quarters combat prowess should now rival that of the Lu Bu persona. After all, the battle memories of the Lu Bu persona are fundamentally derived from the simulations of a level 4 mech engineer. The beastly armor is indeed a type of mech, and completing the mech piloting upgrade task was an unexpected gain. Temporarily suppressing the tumultuous memories swirling in his mind, Lin Yu exhaled, leaping down from the shoulder of the Crimson Wind. Ha ha ha, this mere beastly armor is nothing to brag about. So what do you think? Am I fierce or what? It has nothing to do with you. This is solely Lin's achievement. Spot mercilessly doused him with a bucket of cold water, then teased. Now I finally understand how you dealt with the steel wings before, yet you were adamant about not revealing it. Zhao Xing's hearty laughter faltered, quickly transforming into a palpable threat. If you dare to speak of this, our friendship is over. All right. Since this is to help me, I'll keep it a secret. Spot shrugged and turned back to Lin Yu. Lin, your performance has utterly astonished me. If this fellow were any stronger, I would be at a loss. Lin Yu chuckled. Are you suggesting that stronger means doubling its power? Spot jested, recalling how he had just claimed to have only a slight assurance, yet the opponent had shown no ability to counter. Now they speak of some, but this hardly bears any credibility. Perhaps more? Lin Yu feigned contemplation. Following this, everyone burst into laughter. To speak frankly, this time I owe it all to you, Lin. It was undoubtedly directed at me. After the jest, Sport adopted a serious demeanor and said, I sincerely wish to extend my gratitude. Is there anything I can assist you with? I find these materials rather intriguing. Lin Yu glanced at the severed limbs and body of the blade mantis. This was originally your trophy. However, if you are interested, the one I just defeated is also yours. The blade's carapace should remain intact. Sport shook his head and replied, in addition, I would like to offer some remuneration. Then, could you help me inquire about the identity chip and the treatment for stellar sickness? Lin Yu responded, that is precisely what friends are for. Sport replied, so, do you think I followed you here today for no reason? Lin Yu chuckled. Sport paused, then laughed as well. All right, I understand. I apologize. In truth, I have something I wish to discuss with Zhao Xing. Lin Yu suddenly turned to Zhao Xing's Crimson Winds. Me? Zhao Xing was taken aback to find himself involved. Do you want me to assist in modifying your body? Beyond combat, I possess considerable knowledge in mecha design. Lin Yu laughed, his tone tinged with a hint of lingering desire. Dream on. Don't think for a moment that I don't know what you're thinking. Absolutely not. Zhao Xing, fully aware of Lin Yu's intentions, darkened his expression. Lin Yu, with a hint of amusement, began to counsel him. The assertion that Elbu and Dian Wei are invincible in the realm was undoubtedly laced with irony. However, it must be conceded that coordinating with another pilot operating a mech, particularly one designed for rapid strikes and agile maneuvers, is indeed far superior to conventional vehicles or mounts. Zhao, why not acquiesce? It would be an opportune moment to form a team. Haha, Spot chimed in, adding his playful jibes. Absolutely not. You can forget that notion. Zhao Xing retorted vehemently, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In a fit of indignation, he exclaimed, I must ask, isn't your mech intended to work in tandem with other vehicles? Can't you expedite its completion? I can fund it if necessary. I am already planning to do so. I just require an AI chip for a 4-legged robot, which you could indeed assist me in procuring, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Previously, at Heaven's Port, he had salvaged parts from 2 first-generation mechs, and this time he had acquired additional components from the Blade Mantis Beast's armor. In terms of hardware alone, creating a robot was more than feasible. The lingering issue remained the software system. AI, or artificial intelligence, indeed varies in strength. The ultimate pursuit is the development of strong AI, which entails crafting an entity with self-awareness, capable of independent thought, deduction, and creativity, an information life form indistinguishable from a human while possessing the computational and simulation advantages of a machine. This represents one of the most prevalent forms of artificial intelligence depicted in the realm of technological fantasy. However, it is also the most challenging to actualize and fraught with numerous risks. Numerous imaginative works revolve around the concept of intelligent machines rebelling, primarily due to the emergence of strong AI. In contrast, weak artificial intelligence refers to a counterpart devoid of self-awareness and wisdom, lacking genuine creative capabilities, and operating solely through algorithms and data. Nevertheless, it is not to suggest that weak AI is inherently inferior to its stronger counterpart. Strong AI necessitates the editing and mobilization of programs to fulfill its functions, much like weak AI, which also relies on program activation. There is no fundamental disparity in the realization of basic functionalities between the two. Rather, strong AI possesses the ability to make nuanced judgments and engage in creative endeavors akin to humans. Currently, it remains uncertain whether the Blue Star Federation harbors strong artificial intelligence. However, on the surface, it predominantly showcases weak AI, including the Federation's cognitive network. As long as it is weak AI, it cannot escape the confines of algorithms and data frameworks. Its operational methodologies necessitate program editing and the training of various machine learning algorithms. Achieving functionality requires corresponding training models and datasets. Conversational capabilities require large language models, while image recognition depends on specialized recognition models. Image generation, voice recognition, autonomous driving, and the control of various devices all demand the appropriate programs or training models. The specialization of disciplines is particularly evident in the field of intelligence. To enable AI to perform specific functions, appropriate algorithms, training, and dataset support are imperative. The Federation's choice to utilize mechs instead of intelligent robots is, therefore, a reflection of the fact that conventional intelligence cannot possibly replicate the efficacy of human pilots. Even if one relies on vast computational power and extensive data training to achieve a semblance of intelligence, it pales in comparison to the efficiency of employing a human being. By simply integrating a person, one can harness exceptional decision-making capabilities, creativity, and a multitude of requirements such as balance and spatial awareness, all of which are far more controllable than advanced artificial intelligence. There is no solution more perfect or economical than this. In contrast, artificial intelligence demands computational resources, and more complex systems may necessitate remote cloud computing, raising concerns regarding signal interference, network breaches, and potential malware infiltration. Without delving into the merits and demerits, it is evident that, from a cost-effectiveness standpoint, human operators far surpass their mechanical counterparts. Of course, intelligent robots will still exist, however. They are often relegated to the role of expendable units within inexpensive mass-produced combat scenarios or confined to repetitive tasks in sectors such as service, healthcare, entertainment, agriculture, construction, and specialized operations. Consequently, some companies are dedicated to training corresponding AI models, creating AI chips, and offering modification interfaces, thereby producing a certain degree of general-purpose AI for commercial sale. Therefore, the creation of a robotic steed is, in fact, significantly simpler than developing a comprehensive system from scratch, such as the celestial escape sword technique. With Zhao Xing's assistance in procuring an AI chip and subsequently modifying it through the interface, one can easily become a competent, intelligent robot. Just wait, for tomorrow I shall deliver that wretched device into your hands. Zhao Xing clenched his teeth, resolute in his determination to shed the identity of a mere steed. Thank you, Lin Yu responded with a smiling demeanor. Generally, AI chips are not overly expensive. Akin to a modest gift, thus he felt no obligation of indebtedness. Spot interjected at this point. Indeed, let us proceed with haste. Given that the adversary is capable of laying ambush here, it is plausible they possess further contingencies. Lin Yu's demeanor grew serious. The likelihood of this should be minimal. After all, the blade-edge Manus Beast body armor has been brought forth, and the opponent surely would not anticipate that Brother Lin could. Zhao Xing pondered thoughtfully. Yet, he was swiftly interrupted by a sharp slap from Sport, landing squarely on his forehead. Zhao, please refrain from uttering such ominous predictions, he admonished with exasperation. At that moment, the voice of Jehovah emerged in a timely manner, adding a note of agreement. Indeed, it does seem rather uncanny. Lin Yu, recalling recent experiences, could not help but express his concurrence. While conversing, He efficiently detached the two scythe-like blades from the blade edge Mantis Beast's body armor along with some useful remnants of mechanized debris. The blade-like carapace could be utilized to enhance the Fang Tian Huaji, while the surplus could be fashioned into a portion of missile-penetrative warheads. Furthermore, this anti-detection system is quite commendable. Although it may not be suitable for the Fei Jiang, it could serve to create a unit specialized in ambush tactics. As he gathered the spoils, Lin Yu swiftly devised plans for their applications. The blade-like carapace of the mantis would naturally be employed to forge weaponry and armor-piercing projectiles, with the former augmenting conventional combat capabilities and the latter serving as a strategic advantage when mounted on the Tianjin cruise missile. Moreover, the various anti-detection devices on the beast's armor primarily facilitate static ambushes, which do not align with the operational style of the Fei Jiang, as they cannot achieve dynamic invisibility. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to create and mount it upon another independent combat unit. He has already conceived a fitting name for it, Yinbing, which is both apt and resonant. With celestial beings from the heavenly realm, the addition of a cadre of autonomous Yinbing robots seems entirely reasonable. Given that they are indeed Yinbing, is it not only natural for me to employ stealth for surprise attacks? Furthermore, I must procure a vehicle, for otherwise, the spoils of victory would be untenable. The truck driven by Xue Xiqiao was already overflowing, and Lin Yu finally comprehended the rationale behind Zhao Xing and his companions' reliance on a multitude of logistics vehicles. The bounty simply cannot be contained. Each encounter yields the dismantling of a mech. How many vehicles would suffice to transport it all? Zhao Xing, are you speaking in a comprehensible manner? Onward. Once everything was in order, 3 mechs provided protective cover in the front and rear, as the convoy formed a magnificent procession and set forth once more. Chapter 67. Return to Haish. The journey was smooth and tranquil. However, the reality was starkly contrasting, as the two chose to remain stationed at the lynching camp. According to their accounts, the exterior of the city was paradoxically safer than within its confines. Lin Yu, disinterested in probing further into the specifics, surmised that it must involve some intrigue among capitalists or aristocrats. Otherwise, there would be no reason to have a beastly armored unit idling at the site of the spot internship assessment, while waiting for Miao Miao to emerge. And feeling unable to refuse the hospitality extended to him, Lin Yu decided to settle temporarily at the lynching camp. The following day, Lin Yu received the quadrupedal robot AI chips and an assortment of additional materials procured by Zhao Xing's emissaries. With methodical precision, he commenced the advancement of his development plans. Although Miao Miao had yet to be discharged, even in the interim of treatment, the speed of her code writing remained at an extraordinary level. Lin Yu chose to focus solely on designing and crafting mounts that complemented the Flying General's armor. Discarding the previously prioritized development of the Tianjin Tactical Cruise Missile Command System and certain neural interaction modules. As long as it did not perish, it was to be utilized to its fullest extent. Even Xue Xiqiao, who had thought she had found a scapegoat to relieve her from the burden of late-night coding, suffered the consequences. After a period of self-inflicted, meticulous instruction, Lin Yu successfully awakened the spirit of a capitalist, unable to tolerate such an exceptional labor force hovering before him. The original tasks continued to demand attention, now supplemented by the additional responsibility of overseeing the project modules assigned by Miao Miao Miao. In fact, the latter proved to be the more arduous endeavor. The speed at which Miao 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 produced code was astonishingly faster than the speed of code review. Although programmers typically relied on aids like copy-pasting and intelligent retrieval, the pace remained shockingly swift. Truly, a born worker, as their reputation suggested. This incited Lin Yu's curiosity regarding this enigmatic Miao Miao Miao. Lin, I must apologize. We had intended to keep you here. But Zhao and I will have to depart earlier than anticipated, Spot remarked, his expression tinged with regret. Is it so sudden? Could there be an issue? Lin Yu inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. He did not mind Spot and Zhao leaving, as he had been sequestered in the temporary workshop for days, rarely encountering them. 3 days prior, Spot had been ambushed, and now, unexpectedly receiving a new assignment, it seemed rather peculiar. Rest assured, everything is fine now. The individual responsible for the beastly armor has been apprehended. Spot paused momentarily and remarked, though he is likely just a scapegoat. At least he won't act again in the near future. The association's missions and resources are overseen by advanced AI, making interference unlikely. It appears he inadvertently leaked information last time. Zhao Xing, standing nearby, shook his head. This time, it was a mission we accepted ourselves, and it is a joint operation. I suggest you quickly silence this fellow. Lin Yu said softly. Damn it, be quiet. Spot, suddenly alert, shook off his stupor and firmly covered Zhao Xing's mouth. MMM. Zhao Xing struggled. Lin Yu pointed to the various discarded components scattered across the floor of his workshop. Very well. We shall continue this conversation another time. Of course, feel free to contact us if you require anything. Observing Lin Yu still engrossed in his tasks, Spot and Zhao Xing decided not to linger. They swiftly departed from Lin Yu's temporary workshop and assembled the logistics convoy to leave the temporary gathering site. With their departure, there was little purpose in remaining. After they left, Lin Yu completed a portion of his work and began to tidy up. Now that Zhao Xing and Spot had gone, there was no longer any reason for Lin Yu to stay, having originally lingered only due to their invitation. Perhaps a meeting with Meow 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 would provide some rationale. Given the current circumstances, he truly lacks confidence in his ability to recruit them. Although they have only collaborated for a brief few days, he has profoundly sensed the other party's technical prowess and efficiency. Such talent would find no shortage of opportunities, often choosing their employers rather than the other way around. Nonetheless, a meeting is still necessary. Since there is an opportunity to connect, one must make an earnest effort. After all, they are his own assistant. More legitimately a worker than both Xue Xixiao and Miao Miao. It would be unreasonable for them to remain idle. Previously, due to the need to eradicate the Sioux organization amidst perilous circumstances, he had not brought them along. Now, however, their arrival perfectly coincides with the need to assist in the creation of mounts and new equipment, allowing for both teaching and hands-on support. Departure? At last, there is no need to code. Upon hearing Lin Yu's decision, Xue Xixiao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she sprang into action, efficiently organizing everything. 2 heavy trucks set off in succession. The journey from the Linxing gathering point to the Haish gathering point would take approximately 3 days. The road was bumpy with frequent stops, making precise manufacturing challenging. However, it did not hinder Lin Yu from initiating some less demanding tasks, steadily progressing in the production of the flying armored mechanical mounts. Simultaneously, as they approached the Haish gathering point, Lin Yu received promising news. Miao Miao had sent over the final segment of code for the directive guidance system. With this last piece of the puzzle, the Tianjin tactical cruise missile was essentially completed. After all, as a missile, it suffices to possess the appropriate propulsion structure and guidance system. The remainder, even the warhead, can be replaced or modified. The remaining aspect, the neural interactive control, pertains to the Tian-Dun sword technique system, which is primarily designed for the management of multiple flying swords and the execution of complex operations. At present, for the singular Tianjin tactical cruise missile, it is entirely feasible to substitute it with the 4th-generation drone matrix system developed by the Stan Group, with minor modifications through software interfaces to ensure compatibility. As for more nuanced control, relying on the experience and skills of the pure Yang Sovereign's persona, it remains manageable even with a limited number of missiles. Chapter 68. The Forging of the Sword. Missile Engineering. Upgrade Requirement Internship. Participate in the research and design of any missile and achieve success. Completed. Upgrade requirement fulfilled. Missile Engineering LV1 to LV2. Your knowledge has advanced further. You have mastered the manufacturing techniques related to armor-piercing projectiles, explosive projectiles, and shrapnel projectiles. You have unlocked new upgrade requirements. Expand a view. However, the sword body reflects a modern mechanical metallic style. Human thought and activity are fundamentally rooted in neuronal activity, which inevitably generates brainwave signals. Thus, monitoring brainwave signals is essentially equivalent to observing surface-level cognition. Moreover, the current neural interactive systems still fall short of ideality. The truly optimal state should ideally employ brain-machine interaction technology. However, at its core, this remains a command, separated by a layer in between. Additionally, acquiring various information from the drone necessitates a process of observation and contemplation, followed by operation, which is not entirely seamless. The Tianjin tactical cruise missile, in its overall appearance, indeed lives up to its name, resembling an 8-sided Han sword. Device name, Tianjin Tactical Cruise Missile, 01 detected compatible device joining the armed matrix. After a series of settings and operations, Lin Yu pointed as if wielding a sword, and with a thought, commanded, rise. Whoosh. Without the need for additional launching structures, the rear of the Tianjin tactical cruise missile emitted a faint blue flame, propelling forward, then spiraling upward in a complete 360-degree rotation before soaring into the sky. Recording Tianjin Tactical Cruise Missile Prototype, First Flight Test. Initially processing this information, he did not immediately switch to the pure Yang Emperor persona, thus finding it rather unfamiliar at first. Consequently, if reverse signal transmission were employed, it could evoke sensations of pain, touch, sight, and sound, allowing for a complete fusion of man and machine. Encoding the brainwave activities under different thoughts and ideas would effectively create a comparative translation manual. Referencing this manual, each time different brainwave signals were obtained, the program would discern one's intentions. This model is particularly suitable for mechas, as second-generation mechas generally utilize biomimetic structures, closely resembling human anatomy, allowing for intuitive operation. Unfortunately, there remain some limitations. The prospect of brain-machine interaction would be even more advantageous. Upgrade requirement: precision guidance. Enable the self-crafted weapon to accurately strike 10 enemy units. The ion propulsion system, requiring minimal additional working medium, relies on a nuclear battery for sustained operation, allowing for a balance of agility and prolonged cruising capability. The tail of the sword serves as the principal propulsion nozzle, acting as the primary power source, while the blade conceals a few additional jet ports for flight attitude adjustments. Employing miniature ion thrusters as expendable missile propellants is undoubtedly an extravagant choice from a cost perspective. This time, Lin Yu forsook the customary practice of absorbing and organizing knowledge. Instead, he eagerly retrieved the Tianjin Tactical Cruise Missile and smart glasses. Naturally, the thickness of the setup far exceeded that of a conventional sword, measuring at least 2 palms thick despite Lin Yu's efforts to compress it. Brain-machine interaction, as the term implies, involves the interplay between the brain and machinery. Donning the back armor of the pure Yang Emperor's armor and equipping the smart glasses to activate the drone matrix system, the entire apparatus spans approximately 1.2 meters. This system translates the body's control signals over minute areas, such as a finger, for instance. A command to slide the finger left is encoded and transformed into a left-turn directive for the drone. Welcome to the 4th-generation drone matrix system by the Stan Group. Neural interaction technology intercepts signals already emitted by the brain and can also reverse transmit simple sensations such as pain. Simultaneously, a screen within Lin Yu's smart glasses instantly displayed various auditory and visual data, along with radar information detected by the Tianjin Tactical Cruise Missile. The ability to manipulate drones through neural interaction in such circumstances is attributed to the implementation of corresponding encoding and translation programs. Utilizing command guidance and ion propulsion, the warhead is equipped with highly controllable inert explosives, which, unless intentionally detonated, can be deployed or retrieved at will, thus rendering the operation of the flying sword entirely feasible. Upgrade requirement test. Complete a practical test using one's own creation. Their disparity with the human body is profound. As external entities, the neural signals emanating from the brain do not encompass the control signals for these non-human objects. Essentially, this represents an advanced iteration of neural interaction technology. The warhead, or the component responsible for inflicting damage, is also subject to various substitutions. However, achieving the effortless operation akin to that of a flying sword, along with sustained cruising and agile maneuvering, can only be realized through an ion propulsion system. Despite a sense of exhilaration and lingering anticipation, Lin Yu maintained a calm assessment of the prototype Tianjin cruise missile. At present, the Tianjin cruise missile undoubtedly meets the standards of a cruise missile. However, to achieve the flawless performance reminiscent of a celestial sword, extensive testing, fine-tuning, and optimization are imperative. In terms of the guidance system, it is equipped with audio-visual detection, infrared detection, and active radar detection, complemented by a composite guidance system that integrates command guidance with directive guidance. Meanwhile, the brain-computer interaction technology has advanced further, directly capturing the brainwave signals generated by neuronal activity. Nonetheless, when applied to drones or additional entities like the Tianjin cruise missile, its efficacy diminishes. The 4th-generation drone matrix system of the Stan Group, aside from facilitating the auxiliary control of multiple drone formations, fundamentally revolves around the essence of encoding and decoding. It serves to integrate all software systems into the pre-manufactured Tianjin tactical cruise missiles, with upgraded panel prompts emerging in tandem. This is achieved despite the substantial costs incurred, as the propulsion system eschews chemical fuel engines in favor of micro-ion thrusters as its power component. This represents a true manifestation of control that is instinctive and thought-driven. allowing for the output of text, sound, and imagery merely through cognitive engagement. Retrieving satellite information. Climate data. External devices can be manipulated almost as if through mental command, enabling movement control within one's mind, planning of action trajectories, and inheriting the human senses of three-dimensional spatial awareness and balance akin to governing one's own body. If Lin Yu's conjecture holds true, the third-generation body atop the second-generation chassis likely employs brain-machine interface technology, achieving a seamless integration of human and machine, enabling tactile, visual, and olfactory perceptions solely through the body, while also operating external armaments, such as floating cannons. Chapter 69. A return to familiar grounds. It is anticipated that brain-machine interface technology constitutes the pivotal advancement of the third-generation mechs. Lin Yu had inquired about this with Zhao Xing and others, yet even within the Pilot Association, the known instances of third-generation mechs are scarce, often being the prized assets of major organizations, with the leaked performance data being remarkably limited. The fact that Zhao Xing and his companions are still utilizing second-generation units underscores the considerable challenge of obtaining brain-machine interface technology through conventional channels at this juncture. The Association of Pilots should have some resources. However, these resources can only be exchanged for merit, and some may even have level restrictions. In recent days, he has discreetly inquired about the information from the last trip to Paradise Harbor. Let me tell you, do you see this house? It is said that a pilot with a concealed identity once resided here, and later, due to a conflict with a group of mysterious forces, his identity was revealed, leading to a tumultuous battle. Just a month ago, he was struggling to survive in this camp, suffocating under the weight of the Stellarion disease and the affairs of the Sioux organization. Delving deeper into the knowledge of propulsion and guidance systems is unnecessary to elaborate on. Besides that, there are three types of special munitions. The high-density projectile core, combined with the sharp edge made from blade-like armor, undoubtedly enhances its armor-piercing capabilities. Lin Yu signaled Wang Xiaolu to remain unhurried, exchanged a few pleasantries with Black Snake, and drove directly to Old Zhang's scrapyard. Armor-piercing shells, while sounding similar to armor-piercing rounds, are fundamentally different. A communication from Xue Xiqiao came from the rear vehicle, placed in a wasteland gathering area. This could be likened to a chicken coop giving rise to a phoenix, soaring to great heights. Once organized, Lin Yu felt a slight alleviation of his fear of inadequate firepower. That said, it feels somewhat distant, as he currently cannot even participate in the internship pilot assessment. Lin Yu chuckled. For instance, the recent upgrade of missile engineering provided knowledge and theoretical frameworks regarding three special warhead types: armor-piercing, armor-breaking, and shattering. The most basic, of course, is conventional explosives, which inflict area damage through explosions and shrapnel. Armor-piercing projectiles, anti-tank shells, and shrapnel rounds represent three distinct types of ammunition, each tailored for specific purposes. These can be crafted into artillery shells or potentially fashioned into the warheads of missiles. Shrapnel rounds are comparatively straightforward. They employ plastic explosives that adhere to the target's armored surface upon impact, detonating to inflict damage. While they possess a modicum of armor-penetrating capability, their primary efficacy lies in the shockwave generated, which wreaks havoc on targets within the armor. Having completed their errands, Lin Yu and Xue Xiqiu set forth once more, traversing for half a day before finally laying eyes upon the Black Snake camp. Wonderful. I shall proceed to pack my belongings, came the exclamation. The notion of becoming a self-sufficient mech engineer is indeed alluring. In summary, these three types of ammunition possess exceptional lethality against mechs, warships, armored vehicles, and the like. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia washed over, as if time itself had folded. Wang Xiaolu leaped with excitement, particularly in the case of the latter. The status of a proficient pilot is regarded as a tier above that of an engineer. To be frank, even if crafted into weaponry, the blade-like armor would seem somewhat extravagant. The Black Snake greeted them warmly, accompanied solely by Wang Xiaolu. The anti-tank shell employs a conical charge and other techniques to concentrate explosive force into a linear trajectory, melting the front metal to create a high-temperature metallic jet that penetrates armor and devastates personnel and equipment alike. As they journeyed, they traversed numerous familiar streets, including the Nauri-branded Rupert Clinic and Lin Yu's former residence. Nonsense. I have clearly heard that it is inhabited by a concealed identity of a mech engineer, who has constructed a mech within. Pausing momentarily in front of the house where I once shared a month with Bai Wei, I observed that the dilapidated structure had been repaired, presumably by the hands of Black Snake, a first-generation mech pilot, capable of overpowering the second generation. Is this your home, Brother Lin? Armor-piercing ammunition, as its name suggests, is designed to penetrate armor, utilizing high-density metal to manufacture the core, thereby enhancing its physical penetrative capability. Such a prodigious talent, with boundless potential, allows his son to grasp the opportunity so early on. It is indeed a stroke of fortune akin to smoke rising from ancestral graves. Naturally, there is no reason for him to lag behind. No problem. I shall arrange for someone to pack his belongings immediately. You should refrain from idle gossip. Let me clarify. I used to live here, and this family is my neighbor, surnamed Lin. To illustrate more vividly, it is akin to a high-temperature, high-velocity stream of liquid metal that erupts upon striking a target, with the explosive force entirely concentrated within the metallic jet, forming a conical shape that penetrates armor. I meticulously documented all the issues and necessary adjustments regarding the prototype Tianjin cruise missile. As Lin Yu closed his eyes to organize the newfound knowledge imparted by the missile engineering advancements. However, if the intention is to counter armored units or specific targets, conventional explosives may not suffice. The knowledge and techniques provided by missile engineering are, to put it mildly, just right. Blacksnake nodded promptly, listening to his ramblings. It is inconceivable that a local from the camp could construct a mech and become a pilot. Wang Xiaolu also appeared quite thrilled upon seeing Lin Yu. Only by transforming into armor-piercing projectiles can one truly possess a formidable ace up their sleeve, capable of penetrating numerous advanced physical armors. Of course, this is predicated upon the ability to strike the target. Previously, at the entrance of the city, the guards of the Black Snake Gang had evidently been briefed beforehand. Upon seeing Lin Yu, they immediately offered respectful hospitality and swiftly relayed the information. It was not long before the Black Snake members hurriedly arrived to greet him. Essentially, a missile is an artillery shell that can be guided autonomously or controlled remotely. Beyond this, the magnitude of its destructive power and effectiveness is determined by the warhead. Consequently, various warheads with distinct functionalities have come into existence. The commotion stirred by the initial battle at dawn was considerable, and the emergence of Mech at the gathering place has become a rare topic of conversation and legendary experience. Even now, people continue to pause here, either for discussion or as a sightseeing endeavor, expressing their astonishment. Each of these elements, when considered individually, stands out as remarkably brilliant. How much more so when both are combined? At present, I find myself in possession of a second-generation mech, which grants me sufficient strength to navigate through many wasteland gatherings with ease, garnering respect wherever I go. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Yu shook his head. It cannot be considered home. With no attachments, no kin, it is merely a residence, devoid of the essence of home. Chapter 70. The Oath of Dawn. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the old man Zhang's scrapyard. Lin Yu entered the scrapyard with familiarity. Is he not at home? To his surprise, there was no one on the recliner where the old man usually rested. Do you have acquaintances residing here? Xue Xiqiao cautiously maneuvered through various discarded items, approaching Lin Yu with a sense of wonder as she surveyed the towering heap of old apparatuses surrounding them. Lin Yu nodded, his gaze shifting to the house deeper within the scrapyard. He approached and knocked on the door. Silence met him. However, after a prolonged pause of over 10 seconds, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man whose haggard face, red-rimmed eyes, and unkempt appearance startled both Lin Yu and Xue Xiqiao. Xue Xiqiao was taken aback by the old man's visage, while Lin Yu was alarmed by his condition. Old Zhang, what has happened to you? Lin Yu exclaimed, fearing the old man might faint, and he promptly offered his support. Young Lin. Upon hearing the voice, old Zhang finally lifted his head. His hands, which Lin Yu had been holding, tightened around Lin Yu's arm like talons. You arrived just in time, old Zhang murmured, appearing somewhat dazed, his fingers frail and knotted with veins, causing Lin Yu's arm to ache from the grip. What has transpired? Speak slowly. I will certainly assist you. There is no need to rush. Lin Yu hastily reassured him. After all, he was one of the few familiar faces, and during their last journey to Heaven's Port, old Zhang had imparted numerous lessons to him, even teaching him the skills of mecha piloting, establishing a bond of sentiment. I cannot fix it. At that moment, old Zhang was a far cry from the familiar figure Lin Yu had known. His eyes were red, his voice hoarse and trembling, resembling a wronged and helpless child. Speak slowly. What is it that you cannot repair? I will help you fix it, Lin Yu offered comfortingly. The utterance "I shall assist you in repairs" seemed to activate some dormant switch within the elderly Zhang, who appeared to regain a semblance of clarity. With newfound strength emanating from his arms, he dragged Lin Yu into the dimly lit room. Upon acclimating to the shadows, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the central object displayed, causing him to squint. It was a mechanical cranium, occupying nearly two-thirds of the room. Severely damaged and missing a substantial portion, with its fractured edges marred by traces of molten material. The Oath of Dawn. Su Xiqiao, who had followed Lin Yu into the room, was equally transfixed by the half-dismembered mechanical head, her expression one of disbelief. Do you recognize it? Lin Yu glanced sideways. This is the Oath of Dawn. The Oath of Dawn, Su Xiqiao exclaimed, her breath quickening, nearly at a loss for words. How could it be here? It is not. It cannot be. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately grasped the implication. This must be what the Pilot Association had sent to the old man. Is this your former machine? Lin Yu inquired, looking at the old Zhang, who still clutched him tightly. Impossible. The pilot of the Oath of Dawn was a woman. Su Xiqiao interjected, dismissing Lin Yu's speculation, yet she turned her gaze back to Zhang, scrutinizing his disheveled, tear-streaked visage. Then, a realization struck her. Zhang, recognizing the familiar features and recalling Lin Yu's earlier address of the elderly man, Su Xiqiao's mouth fell agape. Yes, it must be the one you were thinking of. Lin Yu was not privy to all the details, yet she was aware of certain fragments of information. How? How could he be here? Su Xiqiao felt her mind was somewhat overwhelmed. The legendary pilot, the core of Thunder Assault, how could he possibly appear in such a modest gathering in the wasteland? And moreover, be acquainted with Lin Yu? No, it was more than mere acquaintance. Recalling Lin Yu's earlier address, she couldn't help but feel a twitch on her face. However, the pressing issue was not this. First, tell me about Thunder Assault and the Oath of Dawn. Lin Yu observed the elder Zhang, who seemed either entranced or incapacitated, and rubbed his temples in distress. Thunder Assault is one of the most formidable elite squads of the Pilot Association, primarily consisting of the titular Mecha piloted by Elder Zhang, which held the 7th starport for 9 days and nights during the Salmon invasion war, only to suffer total annihilation. Su Xiqiao glanced at Elder Zhang before her, the phrase total annihilation lacking conviction, for the man stood alive before her. And what of the Oath of Dawn? Lin Yu inquired. It is my logistical maintenance mecha, came a hoarse and dry response. This time it was not Su Xiqiao who spoke, but the voice of Elder Zhang. During the Salmon invasion war, I was surrounded and my machine sustained continuous heavy damage. It was they who rushed in one by one, braving the fire to assist in repairs, dismantling their own machines to aid me, one after another. The gritted tone, tinged with a sorrowful rasp, moved Lin Yu deeply. So, you seek a so-called perfect pilot? Lin Yu exhaled a long breath. At that time, the Thunderstrike was equipped with nano-repair drones and some replacement hardware. If I could familiarize myself with the structure of the machine, I should be able to perform a temporary repair. The old man, Zhang, spoke in a low and pained voice, his hands cradling his head. And what was the final outcome? Lin Yu inquired. The outcome? It was as such. We won. I survived, and they all perished, Zhang replied, self-mockingly. They risked their lives, not for anything other than your survival. To continue fighting and achieve victory, Lin Yu countered, shaking his head. At that time, you did not betray them, but now you have. Zhang fell silent. Now, I cannot even step into the cockpit of the mecha. Ultimately, all emotions morphed into desolation and self-derision. But you can at least continue to live, Lin Yu remarked. In that battle, you have already triumphed. Even if you no longer pilot the mecha, you have fulfilled their expectations. Now, the only thing you must do is survive. Whether to carry forth their legacy or to honor their sacrifice. Chapter 71. Mechanical Red Hair, Part 2. Zhang remained silent for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. Help me recover the data from the storage device. I shall entrust this to you. After a long pause, Zhang sighed deeply and retrieved a card from his pocket, tossing it into Lin Yu's hands. What is this? Lin Yu asked as he caught the card and glanced at it. It was roughly the size of a bank card, mostly bare and bright gray, save for a central emblem depicting a cross sword and shield. It is the license for the Mecha division of the Thunderstrike. The old man Zhang wore a complex expression as he spoke. A license? What do I need this for? Lin Yu was taken aback, especially upon learning that it was the license for Thunderstrike, which felt somewhat overwhelming. Thunderstrike possessed exceptional recruitment privileges, enabling one to attain federal citizenship. After a moment of silence, Zhang began to elucidate. Typically, a mech squad is established by principal pilots. However, since this is a collective organization, there are naturally transitions and legacies among pilots, much like the succession and ownership changes in other corporate entities. When someone starts a company, there will inevitably be those who inherit family businesses. As an S-rank mech squad, Thunderstrike holds significant authority within the Pilots Association, which itself commands considerable influence throughout the Federation. The special recruitment privilege is a provision from the Pilots Association designed to ensure that these legendary mech squadrons continuously attract fresh talent and high-caliber individuals. With this privilege, one's background is of no concern. Even extraterrestrial beings can obtain corresponding federal citizenship. This opportunity should hold considerable significance for you, especially given the constraints imposed by identity. Now, with such a chance to acquire a new identity so close at hand, it is only natural that Lin Yu would feel tempted, yet he remained hesitant. Contemplating the sorrow it might bring, Zhang, sensing Lin Yu's apprehension, shook his head somberly. He continued, as for Thunderstrike, there is little value left beyond its name and the special recruitment privilege. After a brief pause, he added an explanation. The Mecha captain's rating will decline if they do not undertake missions for an extended period and may even be completely frozen. So this license is currently in a frozen state? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed, old Zhang nodded and replied, currently, Thunderstrike should be at the lowest F level. Once the transfer procedures are completed, as the primary pilot, you will obtain a temporary F-level pilot status. After completing 3 corresponding level missions, the license will be fully unfrozen, and you will directly acquire the official F-level pilot status. Do you wish for me to inherit the name Thunderstrike? Lin Yu initially thought old Zhang intended to pass down the number or something similar. However, to his surprise, old Zhang shook his head. You should choose a different name. A prominent name attracts unnecessary attention. It is merely a name, which offers no advantages and only invites controversy. The Pilots Association wishes to reorganize Thunderstrike, and if I refuse them, they may attempt to place someone here. At that time, out of courtesy, I might find it difficult to decline. Observing Lin Yu's lingering confusion, old Zhang decided to be candid. Rather than letting some unknown characters take it, it is better to entrust it to you. At least I can assure you will not bring shame to this license. All right, since it is that way, I shall not stand on ceremony. I truly require such an identity. With old Zhang's words being so clear, Lin Yu naturally ceased to be coy, nodded, accepted the license, and then began to scrutinize the wreckage of the Oath of Dawn. The damage was exceedingly severe. What appears to be a colossal mechanical cranium occupying the entirety of the room is, in fact, an intricate assembly of countless minuscule fragments painstakingly pieced together. Otherwise, considering the dimensions of the door to this abode, it would be utterly impossible for such an object to be transported within. This head, marred by the loss of 2/3 of its structure, is evidently the result of the relentless efforts of the old man, Zhang, who has evidently labored for an indeterminate span to restore and assemble it. The extent of the damage is so severe that it is nearly impossible to identify any points of reparable or even reference value, with many sections proving perplexing even to Lin Yu, a level 4 mecha engineer. Should the task be to restore this artifact, Lin Yu harbors no confidence. However, the mere recovery of a portion of data from the storage device is within the realm of possibility. With utmost caution, Lin Yu extracted all the fragments of the storage device that could be located, embarking on a repair endeavor, enlisting the assistance of Xue Xiqiao and Miao 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 in the data recovery process. Despite the majority of the data being irreparably damaged due to the destruction, a small number of files were successfully restored. This is all that can be salvaged. We have not examined it yet, so please review it yourself once you have gathered your thoughts. Lin Yu handed the restored storage device to the elderly Zhang. The latter, instead of hastily inspecting it, prioritized completing the transfer procedures for the mecha team with Lin Yu. In this age of intelligence, most matters can be seamlessly executed through networks and AI. The AI of the Mecha Pilot Association conducted remote verification and processing, and Lin Yu instantly became the owner and principal pilot of the Thunderstrike. The identity chip will take a couple of days to be delivered to you. For now, let us bestow upon it a new name. Perhaps it was the sight of the Thunderstrike having a successor that lifted the spirits of the old man Zhang considerably. The name. Lin Yu paused for a moment, contemplating deeply before ultimately entering 2 characters into the renaming interface, Heavenly Court. With the successful precedent of the pure young emperor, it was only natural that his future technological developments would complement the simulated persona, extending towards the divine creation of technology. Thus, one day, it may indeed be possible to replicate the magnificent splendor of a technologically advanced Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court? The celestial palace of mythology? It is indeed a name of considerable audacity. Old Zhang observed with a mixture of surprise and satisfaction. While Blue Star lacks the mythologies of Earth, it is not devoid of similar Eastern and Western myths and fantastical works, encompassing those akin to the Norse gods as well as the celestial beings of the heavenly court. It was merely a casual choice. Lin Yu simply smiled in response. Subsequently, Old Zhang eagerly examined the remaining data in the storage device, and Lin Yu refrained from further interruption. First came the pilot rating, which naturally adhered to the system ranging from F to S grade. After all, in a technological society, many classifications prioritize efficiency and recognizability, eschewing any proprietary terminology in favor of numerical or alphabetical designations. Currently, he was rated as a temporary F-grade pilot. However, one should not underestimate this F-grade status. It is a rating reserved for certified pilots, while individuals like Spot, who had just completed their assessment, were merely apprentice pilots. And Zhao Xing had only recently ascended to the rank of F-grade pilot. As for the rating mechanism, the disparity in skills among pilots is not easily assessed. And one must also take into account various factors, such as the performance of their respective machines and their proficiency in different combat environments. However, it is impossible for all pilots to engage in a battle to determine superiority. Thus, the rating among pilots serves as a promotion mechanism, where completion of a designated number of specific tasks directly reflects their performance. The ability to consistently accomplish tasks at a certain level naturally equates to possessing the corresponding level of skill. Taking into account both the performance of the mecha and the capabilities of the pilot, both the mecha group and the pilots have their respective ratings. Yet the evaluation mechanisms are identical. Furthermore, if a pilot becomes a core member of a particular mecha group and reliably completes tasks of a corresponding tier, their rating can synchronize with that of the mecha group. This rating is not merely for observation, it essentially serves as a mecha license of the corresponding level, allowing the legal possession of mechas within the city and the utilization of various tiers of weaponry and firepower. Additionally, the pilot rating represents the level of authority within the pilot association, enabling the exchange of various special resources, often accompanied by corresponding level restrictions beyond mere accomplishments. Undertaking tasks also necessitates that either the pilot or their mecha group reaches the requisite level. Lin Yu grumbled, yet meticulously perused the various explanations. Even with citizenship, his lack of resources would make it challenging to contend with those of wealth. By aligning himself with the relatively fair support of the pilot association, he at least had a stable path for advancement. Once he grasped the general situation, he promptly began to explore the tasks available to him. Both the Heavenly Court Mecha Group and he currently possessed temporary F-level permissions, allowing them to undertake tasks of F-level and apprenticeship tiers. Upon opening the task interface of the association's client, the system automatically filtered tasks based on permissions, and a strikingly prominent task highlighted in crimson caught the eye. Urgent Joint Task. Eliminate. Details available upon task acceptance. Task Level. Apprentice F Overview. Proceed to the assembly point and participate in the joint operation to eliminate. Rewards. Determined by the pilot's rating and combat performance, 10 to 1,000. The description was rather vague. Detailed information could only be accessed upon accepting the task. However, this was reasonable, considering it was a targeted elimination operation. Public disclosure could potentially lead to leaks. Lin Yu's gaze fixated on this task. With a rating of apprentice to F, it indicated a demand for pilots at both levels. An F-level pilot accepting would classify it as an F-level task, while an apprentice pilot would classify it as an apprentice-level task, with varying contributions in the joint operation. The rationale behind Lin Yu's interest in this task was straightforward. As an urgent task, the rewards would naturally be considerably more substantial. Additionally, Zhao Xing and Spot had previously mentioned undertaking an urgent joint task. The task interface's automated filtering likely considered not only pilot ratings but also geographical locations, possibly employing advanced data algorithms. Otherwise, being assigned a task and failing to arrive would be quite embarrassing. In the same region, with an identical urgent joint task, it was reasonable to expect that Spot and Zhao Xing would be engaging in these tasks as well. Having two trustworthy and somewhat synchronized teammates was certainly preferable to confronting a group of unfamiliar individuals on a first assignment. This opportunity also allows the two individuals to familiarize themselves with the process. They accept the task and, utilizing the smart glasses, retrieve the assignment from the Pilot Association's client. After agreeing to a series of standardized action protocols, relevant information is subsequently transmitted. Urgent Joint Operation. Elimination of the Fury Biological Research Unit Assembly Location. Operation Date. The operation is scheduled for 3 days hence, with the assembly point situated near a desolate gathering site previously visited during the extraction of the remnants of the Suo organization. Considering the time, it appears feasible to reach the Black Snake camp, albeit with a sense of urgency. Xiao Lu, get in the vehicle, we must depart. It would be unfortunate for their inaugural mission to conclude in failure due to tardiness, especially given his provisional status. Failure would result in a demotion. Lin Yu, without hesitation, summoned Xue Xiqiao and picked up Wang Xiaolu, hastening towards the designated assembly point. Naturally, the journey primarily relied on automated driving, ensuring that the progress of his research and manufacturing remained unaffected. In fact, the pace had even accelerated. After all, Wang Xiaolu was a highly qualified candidate certified for upgrade panels, adept at assimilating various forms of knowledge, demonstrating exceptional practical skills and creativity. Often, he provided Lin Yu with unique insights and inspiration. With Wang Xiaolu's assistance, the efficiency of hardware manufacturing doubled, while the software development benefited from the prowess of the coder Miao Miao, resulting in a remarkably swift advancement of their progress. Through an arduous effort, utilizing various modular components and the existing models of a universal quadrupedal robot AI, supplemented by numerous modifications and 3D metal printing techniques, Lin Yue swiftly brought to life the steed designed for the flying general. In fact, it was not merely a steed. Prior to this, he had not only developed the Tianjin cruise missile, but had also fabricated a portion of the Pure Yang Emperor armor. His design for the Pure Yang Emperor armor primarily focused on rapid deployment structures, segmenting the entire armor into multiple parts and equipping these segments with thrusters to endow them with mobility. This innovative design allowed for automatic transformation and deployment of the armor. Currently, this entire system remains somewhat rudimentary, hence the Pure Yang Emperor armor has not been fully realized. However, it has been integrated into the steed of the Flying General armor. Visually, this steed resembles a mechanical warhorse, enhanced with parts from the steel wings that have been repurposed into ion thrusters, thereby augmenting its mobility and counterbalancing its weight. Beyond this, the mechanical warhorse possesses the capability to disassemble, levitate, and transform, adhering to the exterior of the Flying General armor as an additional layer of external protection. This design enables the Flying General to seamlessly switch between heavy armor units and more agile light armor units, while also facilitating the transport of its steed. When the steed is required, the armor detaches and reconfigures into the mechanical warhorse. When not needed, it attaches to the surface of the Flying General, serving both as supplementary composite armor and, at its outermost layer, as reactive armor. Reactive armor, in essence, is armor that responds to attacks, typically employing explosive materials. The description vividly illustrates the impact of a shell striking reactive armor. What might have been a penetrating hit is thwarted by the explosive inertia of the reactive armor, which detonates upon impact, generating a force sufficient to neutralize the shell's kinetic energy, thereby deflecting it and rendering the projectile's assault ineffective. In Chapter 72, Joint Operations Combined Edition, we find ourselves traversing the desolate terrain for 3 days and nights in a hurried, yet cautious manner. As the operation time approaches, Lin Yu finally arrives at the designated assembly point, a concealed, expansive natural canyon situated 7 kilometers from the Bailu camp. Due to his late arrival, the canyon is already teeming with various convoys, among which Lin Yu easily recognizes Zhao Xing and Spot, who are involved in logistical support. His arrival immediately draws the attention and wariness of many, given the clandestine nature of the operation. Under normal circumstances, one would expect someone to approach for identity verification at this juncture. However, Zhao Xing and Spot evidently recognize Lin Yu's mech transport well, and after reassuring the others, they approach him. "Lin, what a coincidence. How did you end up here?" Zhao Xing inquires, stepping directly to the side of Lin Yu's vehicle and tapping on the window. Due to a confidentiality agreement prior to the mission, disclosing relevant details is prohibited. Thus, despite Lin Yu suspecting that the two are engaged in the same assignment, no prior communication has taken place. "This is no mere coincidence. I too have been assigned to this mission." Lin Yu replies with a smile as he opens the door and steps out, surveying the other convoys from a distance. "You have also taken on the mission?" "You are not." Spot and Zhao Xing were both slightly taken aback. This was a task assigned by the Pilots Association. Lin Yu, without even a pilot's license, let alone citizenship, what kind of task could he undertake? Even if he had obtained citizenship, there wouldn't be enough time to acquire a pilot's license in just 5 or 6 days, would there? Fortunately, thanks to the assistance of Elder Zhang, The issue of his identity has been resolved. Lin Yu smiled as he produced the license for the Heavenly Court Mecha team, displaying it with pride. His identity chip had yet to arrive due to his constant travels, and his personal pilot's license was only available in electronic form because of his temporary status. Thus, this was the only tangible proof he could present. Elder Zhang? Which Elder Zhang? Spot inquired with curiosity. Zhao Xing, however, was taken aback. Glancing at the card in Lin Yu's hand, incredulously asking, could it be? To resolve identity issues and simultaneously secure a pilot's license to participate in missions could only be accomplished with a highly advanced Mecha Team license. The advanced Mecha Team license acquired from Elder Zhang was self-evident. The license of Thunderstrike. The Pilots Association had long sought to revive the legendary Mecha Team. But little did they expect it would ultimately fall into Brother Lin's hands. It seems that Elder Zhang truly regards you as his heir. Zhao Xing's expression became rather complex, tinged with envy. During their last trip to Heaven's Port, he had sensed Elder Zhang's esteem for Lin Yu, but he never anticipated it would reach such a profound level. Directly transferring Thunderstrike to him, this was no ordinary regard. This is entirely about treating the other as one's successor, specifically as the heir to the legendary Mecha group. Thunder Assault. However, it may not quite be accurate, as the name has been altered. Lin Yu shook his head. Zhao Xing's lips twitched as he remarked, if it were someone else standing before me, I would undoubtedly give them a thorough beating. Thunder Assault is undeniably a legendary mecha group. A veritable monument within the realm of pilots. How could you dare to change its name? Moreover, what a pretentious statement that is. The fact that Elder Zhang has allowed him to alter the name signifies an extraordinary level of regard. This implies that Elder Zhang does not merely see him as the successor to Thunder Assault but fully acknowledges his potential. Resolutely believing that he will never disgrace the legacy of Thunder Assault, and may even forge his own illustrious path in the future. How can there be such vast disparities between individuals? I find it exceedingly difficult to even approach Elder Zhang for guidance. Yet for Lin Yu, inheriting Thunder Assault seems as effortless as eating or drinking. His nonchalant demeanor is quite infuriating. Unfortunately, you cannot match him in strength. Sport offered an unrelenting jab at Zhao Xing, simultaneously expressing his frustration. I must ask, what secrets are you all harboring? Which Elder Zhang are you referring to? It seems that Zhao Xing had not previously revealed to Sport that Thunder Assault and Zhang Wu were still alive. However, Zhao Xing now felt that he could not bear the burden of discomfort alone. Thus, the world gained yet another person consumed by envy and resentment. Let us move on. The more we envy this fellow, the more satisfied he will undoubtedly feel. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Let us proceed inside to discuss our meeting. After bringing Spot into a position of equality, Zhao Xing swiftly shifted the topic, guiding Lin Yu to the center of the valley. At that moment, a clearing had been created in the valley's heart, furnished with folding tables and chairs, where 5 young individuals, both male and female, were engaged in casual conversation. Surrounding them, various vehicles of all sizes were parked, while numerous logistical personnel and armed guards busied themselves, standing vigilant, reminiscent of a gathering of heroes. Zhou Xiong, Kong Cheng, Ivanov, Camacho, and Diana. Zhao Xing introduced each of the 4 men and 1 woman seated around the table to Lin Yu, gesturing towards her. This is my friend Lin Yu, our new pilot. Hello, Lin Yu greeted, nodding slightly. Apart from Ivanov, who remained somewhat aloof, merely offering a slight nod, the others welcomed her with smiles. Among the 5, 4 were men and 1 was a woman, all youthful. Zhou Xiong and Kong Cheng bore East Asian features, while the remaining 3 included Ivanov, a robust man with thick blonde hair, Camacho, a lean young man with brown hair, and Diana, a striking woman with auburn hair, whose impressive stature rivaled that of Ivanov. Exuding a commanding presence. Greetings, Lin Yu reciprocated with a gentle nod toward the group before Zhao Xing urged her to take a seat on one of the chairs. It was nearly time, and it seemed that no one else would be joining them. Lin Yu arrived just in time. After he took his seat, Diana glanced at the clock and remarked, given that this is a joint operation, the Fury Biological Research Unit is not to be underestimated. I suggest we familiarize ourselves with each other's strengths and roles before the mission. It would be prudent to elect a commander, otherwise, we will merely be a disjointed group when the battle commences. There shouldn't be much contention regarding the commander. Zhao is the only formal pilot here, and his experience surpasses ours, Camacho interjected, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards Zhao Xing. However, both Zhao Xing and Spot directed their gazes towards Lin Yu. I believe it would be more appropriate to have Lin Yu as the commander, Zhao Xing proposed. I concur, Lin Yu seems to be a better choice. Zhao Xing's ill-fated predictions are hardly reliable, Spot added, raising both hands in agreement. Although they were uncertain of Lin Yu's current pilot ranking, they had unwavering faith in his capabilities. Moreover, being recognized by Zhang Lao and entrusted with the Thunder Strike underscored his unquestionable combat awareness and experience. As for Zhao Xing, it would be best to refrain from appointing him as commander. Relying on his ill-fated predictions would only lead to self-sabotage. Are you all in favor of him as commander? Diana, Camacho, and the others were taken aback and intrigued by Zhao Xing and Spot's unanimous decision to endorse Lin Yu. This youth, appearing no older than 18, was an enigma. How could he command the respect of both Zhao Xing and Spot? This was indeed remarkable. Indeed, Lin Yu's prowess surpasses my own, and his extensive combat experience renders him undeniably trustworthy. Zhao Xing nodded affirmatively. While the previous collaborations undeniably revealed his strength, to assert that one could discern combat experience would be sheer fabrication. Nevertheless, he found it hard to believe that someone of such caliber, who earned the respect of Elder Zhang, would lack sufficient battlefield experience. Lin Yu's combat style, reminiscent of a ferocious warrior emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, further substantiates this notion. Moreover, in a makeshift team assembled for an encirclement operation, the term command is often secondary. What truly matters is the ability to maintain cohesion among the members, ensuring a singular voice prevails. This unity is essential to avoid chaotic decision-making and ensure collective action. Given this, I have no objections. As long as there are no significant blunders on his part, I am willing to follow his lead. I have no reservations. Upon hearing Zhao Xing assert that Lin Yu's capabilities exceed his own, the collective gaze of the group converged upon Lin Yu, their curiosity palpable. Yet they soon nodded in agreement. With unanimous consent, I shall dispense with formality. Let us introduce our specialties and, once familiarized, set forth. Lin Yu harbored no ambition for power or accolades, yet given the collective endorsement, he found no reason to withdraw. Retaining the voice of authority in one's hands is preferable to being misled by inept leadership. Although he hesitated to claim unparalleled combat awareness and experience, he at least possessed the persona of Elbu as a reference, complemented by various skills that endowed him with a distinct perceptive edge. I shall go first. I am an F-class certified pilot, operating a second-generation mech, designated Crimson Gale. This speed-specialized mech excels in agile combat. Zhao Xing seamlessly took over the conversation. Spot first cast a glance at Zhao Xing, revealing a mysterious smile. After receiving a stern look from Zhao Xing, he continued, apprentice pilot, second-generation mecha, code name, Sniper Star. Though not entirely specialized in long-range capabilities, it excels in ranged assaults. Zhao Xing further elaborated, apprentice pilot, second-generation mecha, codename, Winter Bear. This mecha is heavily armored and specialized for close-quarters combat, adept at siege operations, but lacks mobility. With the dialogue initiated, Ivanov, seated beneath Spot, joined in, followed by Camacho, Diana, Zhou Xiong, and Kongqing. Apprentice pilot, second-generation mecha, codename, Eureka. This mecha specializes in reconnaissance, proficient in detection and data acquisition, assisting in long-range strikes. Codename, Riot Rose, featuring light armor, emphasizing agility, speed, and close combat. Also a second-generation model. Codename, Four-Handed Inferno. Yes, it possesses 4 hands, and is also a second-generation unit. Codename, Blank Slate, a balanced model capable of adapting to various situations with diverse weaponry, a first-generation mecha. Each individual shared insights about their respective mecha. Although they were all apprentice pilots, their willingness to undertake urgent joint missions indicated their confidence in their abilities. Consequently, aside from Kong Cheng, who operated a first-generation mecha, the rest primarily relied on second-generation models. However, the presence of a first-generation mecha amidst a group of second-generation units was indeed conspicuous, prompting the assembled crowd to shift their gazes. While most were likely not driven by malice, merely glancing out of instinct, the situation undeniably created an atmosphere of discomfort. My abilities are quite commendable. While I find the second-generation mech challenging, I can certainly handle the first-generation ones. Kong Cheng felt compelled to clarify. Haha, it's no surprise. My brother Lin once defeated a second-generation mech with a first-generation one. Zhao Xing, possessing high emotional intelligence, deftly diffused the situation. His words not only eased the tension but also effectively redirected everyone's attention from Kongqing to Lin Yu, whose demeanor was met with expressions of curiosity, skepticism, and intrigue. The distinction lay merely in the operational methods of the mechs, although the first-generation models might lack a bit in agility. They actually hold an advantage in strength and load-bearing capacity. Observing this, Lin Yu offered a reassuring comment to prevent any discord within the team before introducing himself. I consider myself an F-class mech pilot, and my mech has just been upgraded from a first-generation model, codenamed Fei Jiang. It emphasizes upper limb enhancements for close combat, and when paired with the appropriate equipment, it can achieve considerable mobility and combat effectiveness. Indeed, with the right equipment, it is indeed formidable. Spot smiled politely, seemingly in agreement. Only Zhao Xing discerned the underlying implications, his expression darkening as he shot Spot a glare. However, amidst their subtle interaction and Lin Yu's self-introduction, the others were evidently more captivated by another aspect. The fact that he had just upgraded from a first-generation mech. Could it be that Zhao Xing was speaking the truth? Diana and Ivanov appeared somewhat battle-hungry, their eyes lighting up as they regarded Lin Yu. It's not as exaggerated as it sounds. I merely collaborated with Zhao Xing to take down a second-generation mech. Lin Yu clarified, shaking his head. Observing the two individuals, it appears that one is on the verge of nodding and may soon roll up his sleeves for a confrontation. However, just before the impending conflict, he is reluctant to incur any unnecessary damage. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether the opposing party has sufficient replacement components. Thus, it becomes evident that, in contrast to Zhao Xing's outrageous remarks, Lin Yu's statements are far more rational and reasonable. Subsequently, there is little further to elaborate upon. The group engaged in a brief moment of camaraderie, followed by a discussion regarding the intelligence provided by the association concerning their current mission, culminating in the formulation of a rudimentary operational strategy. The Fuwai Biological Research Unit is a notorious underground organization located near Ceylon City, dedicated to illicit biological research, particularly human modification, with a primary focus on gene fusion technology. To be more precise, gene fusion is a broad term. More directly, the Fuwai Biological Research Unit specializes in the beastification of humans. They employ gene fusion technology to transform humans into beast-like entities, with the dual aim of creating bio-enhanced soldiers with physical capabilities that surpass ordinary limits, as well as catering to certain niche markets by producing beastified individuals for specific clientele. This technique of beastification has been explicitly prohibited due to its susceptibility to primal instincts and the instability of genetic integrity. Existing beastified individuals have also been rendered unsellable due to the amendments to human rights legislation. Our objective for this mission is a base operated by the Fuwai Biological Research Unit. According to the intelligence gathered, it is likely that a significant number of beastified individuals, along with some beastly armors or other bioweaponry, may be present. Following the discussions, the group officially set forth on the valley serves as a gathering point, with the objective still several kilometers away. Otherwise, such a large convoy would have attracted attention long ago. Given the clearly defined nature of the operation, the group has temporarily set aside most of their logistical vehicles, bringing along only a handful for emergency repairs, along with a few technicians responsible for network and communication strategies. Chapter 73. The reinforced Sky Warrior. The journey is tedious and monotonous, and the tactical communication channel remains eerily silent, with no one daring to speak. Do you think the base of the Fury Biological Research Unit might house catgirls or something similar? Zhao Xing's voice suddenly pierces through the stillness. There must be. Didn't the documents indicate that was their purpose? Another replies. I think that's a possibility. If we manage to rescue one, could we adopt her? The unexpected topic instantly piques the interest of several male pilots, and soon Diana joins in without hesitation, expressing her desire to raise a catgirl as a daughter. I am reluctant to dampen their enthusiasm, but I feel compelled to clarify that Fury's intention actually pertains to beasts with human traits, rather than humans exhibiting animal characteristics. Listening to their growing excitement, Lin Yu cannot help but interject with a dose of reality. What is the difference? Camacho queries, puzzled. Humans with animal traits are predominantly human, albeit possessing a few animalistic features, much like genetically modified beings such as catgirls or bunny girls. Conversely, beasts with human traits are primarily beasts, perhaps resembling humanoid forms, but leaning more towards being wild creatures, complete with fur, animalistic faces, and even sharp fangs and claws. After Lin Yu elucidated the distinctions between the two, he continued, although, technically speaking, the differences should be minimal, the primary objective of the Fury Biological Research Corps is to develop biochemical warriors. To possess the physique and specialties of beasts inevitably leans towards the latter. How detestable. Such an organization truly deserves to be obliterated. Upon hearing that there were no catgirls, it was unclear whether disappointment or something else washed over them, but the group clenched their teeth, and their resolve to dismantle the Fury Biological Research Core Base transformed into a united front. Moreover, with the ice broken by conversation, the atmosphere subsequently became much more amicable, dispelling the earlier silence. Through the intermittent chatter, the few kilometers of road swiftly passed, and soon they arrived at the location mentioned by the Association's task information. This area had once been an extremely inhospitable high-radiation zone, purportedly due to a tactical nuclear strike. However, that was many years ago, and in terms of radiation, it was no longer significantly higher than other desolate regions. Yet, over the years, the inhabitants of the surrounding camps had developed a habit of avoiding this vicinity altogether. Thus, traversing this area evoked an overwhelming sense of desolation. The silence was so profound it was unsettling. The sound of the vehicle traversing the terrain and their own breaths were as audible as a pin drop. Waist-high weeds spread across the land, occasionally disturbed by unknown creatures. Occasionally, some beings revealed glimpses of their forms, appearing markedly different from those in other regions, most exhibiting peculiar and grotesque shapes. Despite the decline in radiation levels, the creatures that had once inhabited this area were still significantly deformed, a legacy inherited through generations of breeding. The research division of Fury Biotechnology likely recognized the area's seclusion and the abundance of genetic materials, prompting them to establish an underground base here. Armored up, for there should be concealed sentries ahead, Linyu, as the commander, naturally took the lead, proceeding with vigilance while closely observing the surrounding environment. Upon gradually detecting traces of activity, he promptly instructed everyone to don their armor, and the logistics vehicle came to a halt. With a series of mechanical clicks, he reclined into the cockpit, where intricate neurointeractive components and shock-resistant elements enveloped his body. The visor descended, altering his field of vision. Second-generation flying general armor deployment complete. Self-diagnosis complete. All modules are functioning normally. Current energy reserve, 100. A plethora of data streamed before his eyes as the flying general armor, seated in a lotus position, grasped the horizontally positioned Fong Tianhua Ji resting on his knees and stepped out of the heavy truck's compartment. From the surrounding vehicles, 7 mechs also descended one after another. Ivanov's Winter Bear was strikingly depicted as a heavy mech painted in pure white, while Diana's slender frame sported a red and white color scheme. Camacho and Kongqing were clad in simple yet practical camouflage. Zhou Xiang's mech, resembling flames in a vibrant orange hue, was particularly noteworthy for its 4 arms. The ability to operate 4 limbs through neurointeractive technology would necessitate the aid of programming or alternating and synchronized operations. Nonetheless, if one could master such complexity, it would undeniably attest to their formidable prowess. Wow, Lin, your mech is simply astonishing, almost beyond belief. I feel as though I am gazing upon a mechanized ancient general. Brother Lin, please be sure to introduce me to the designer of your mecha's exterior. As soon as the magnificent flying general made its entrance, it immediately elicited gasps of admiration from several onlookers. Mechas embody an irresistible romance for men, and this particular model, resembling a divine black-armored general, ignites a fervor within one's soul, especially for Kongqing and Zhou Xiong, both of whom are of Chinese descent. Their cultural beliefs closely mirror those of Earth's Huaxia. Thus, a mere glance was enough to ensnare their attention completely. Only Sport and Zhao Xing maintained composure, having witnessed it on several occasions prior. However, the current iteration of the Flying General has undergone significant transformations since their last encounter. The most striking change is its newfound heft, with an enlarged physique adorned with square, armor-like reactive plating, beneath which lies a thick layer of composite armor. I wonder, did you deliberately undertake this mission with the intention of targeting me? Upon observing the evidently modified, heavy-armored appearance of the Flying General, Zhao Xing's expression darkened slightly. Lin Yu's Flying General was originally designed with enhanced upper limbs, offering average, if not below average, mobility. Now, with the addition of such substantial reactive and composite armor, its agility is undoubtedly further compromised. Yet, having participated in the previous 2 missions, he was acutely aware of this mecha's combat style. This individual excels in mounted combat. He had already been bested twice in such encounters. Now, having transformed his armor into a heavy-duty configuration and accepted a mission akin to his own, his intentions are all too clear. Haha, Zhao, you might as well give in. You two clearly complement each other so well that together you are undoubtedly invincible. At this moment, Sport has also grasped the implication and can't help but burst into laughter. Impossible. No way. I have already stated that if I continue to cooperate with him, I am a dog. Zhao was so furious that he stomped his feet. The last time Sport, that mischievous friend, saw him was already embarrassing enough, let alone this time with so many witnesses. With so many fellow pilots observing, how could he possibly maintain his standing in the community? No, absolutely not. I'd rather die. I'll jump off a cliff. I must not collaborate with Lin Yu again on this mission. Chapter 74. The Red Hare and the Horse. What collaboration? Do you two have some secret combination technique? Their exchange quickly piqued the curiosity of Camacho and Diana. It's nothing, just a little joke we made privately before. Naturally, Lin Yu would not allow Zhao Xing to lose face in front of so many people. She deftly diverted the topic and reassured Zhao Xing, saying, "Don't worry, this time I am prepared. It won't be like the previous two occasions. That is for the best." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Xing remained somewhat skeptical, yet his expression finally relaxed considerably. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Lin Yu adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Our active radar may be detected by the research unit of Frue Biotech, but our massive machine will find it difficult to approach directly. Therefore, everyone must be prepared for battle. Eureka will detect and synchronize battlefield data." "No problem," Camacho responded, while the others also armed themselves and readied for combat. Without unnecessary commands, the individuals, possessing considerable combat experience, instinctively positioned the Flying General and the Winter Bear as the vanguard, followed closely by the Whiteboard and the Four-Handed Flame Demon, while the Crimson Wind and the Chaotic Rose took flanking positions, guarding the Sniper Star and Eureka from behind. At the command of Eureka, Lin Yu, Camacho immediately understood the directive and activated the active radar of his mech. Eureka, being a reconnaissance specialized unit, possessed exceptional detection capabilities, yet the activation of the radar, which emitted electromagnetic waves for scanning, could easily alert the enemy. The battlefield terrain was synchronized, and soon a comprehensive three-dimensional model of the surrounding area was transmitted to all mechs, simultaneously identifying and marking numerous concealed or subterranean defensive installations. Sniper Star, Whiteboard, Eureka. Penetrate the rounds and destroy the automated turrets. With Lin Yu's command, the three mechs sprang into action, their projectiles and missiles swiftly locking onto the identified defensive structures. Boom. Seizing the initiative, they rapidly dismantled several hidden defenses. However, the crew lacked true long-range specialized armor, without significant firepower like missile silos, relying solely on handheld projectile launchers. They could only manage to fire 1 or 2 rounds in a short span. Wail, 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 like disturbing a hornet's nest. The shrill sound of air defense alarms echoed across the skies. The undestroyed automated turrets and missile silos retaliated fiercely. Whoosh, 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 without requiring extensive commands. Nearly all mechs were equipped with some form of anti-missile modules, and at this moment, they displayed their prowess by intercepting the incoming missiles. The Winter Bear of Ivanov exhibited a decisive stance as it retrieved a thick, folded shield from its back. Once unfurled, it resembled a formidable circular wall, several meters in diameter. The heavily armored entity raised the shield high, firmly grounding itself in place. Boom. The sporadic artillery shells targeted it were intercepted by the shield, causing the Winter Bear's frame to tremble with the force of each impact. Yet, that was the extent of it. One must concede that having such a machine at one's side indeed instills a profound sense of security. However, in contrast to the Winter Bear, the performance of the Flying General was undeniably more captivating. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sound of metal clashing echoed as the Flying General wielded a formidable halberd, its movements so precise that it struck each incoming shell, despite the immense force that caused the high-strength alloy halberd to vibrate incessantly. As if it might slip from its grip at any moment, each shell was cleaved apart by the razor-sharp spearhead, either detonating or splitting in two, with none managing to strike the armor. What the heck? Good grief. Those who momentarily diverted their gaze could not help but exclaim in their native tongues, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they might pop from their sockets. To slice through artillery shells with bare hands was utterly preposterous. While this act of bare hands should be taken with a grain of salt, as it utilized the power of the mech, the difficulty remained universally daunting. Relying solely on onboard radar could not entirely predict the trajectory of the shells. Even if the trajectory could be locked, one still needed to interpret the data, react swiftly, execute the necessary maneuvers, and strike the shells with precision. There was no need for extensive calculations, merely these few elements rendered the challenge inhuman in nature. At this moment, they finally grasped the profound significance behind Zhao Xing's previously nonchalant remark, "My strength surpasses yours." Was it merely a matter of strength being superior? This fellow was indeed overly adept at self-aggrandizement. Had it not been for the imminent peril of battle, there would surely have been disdainful murmurs directed at Zhao Xing from Camacho, Diana, and the others. Those who could keep up would charge alongside him. The rest would form ranks of three. As the initial barrage of artillery subsided, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. Was it not customary for an invincible general, capable of leading thousands to victory, to intercept a mere rain of arrows? Missiles employed rocket propulsion. Rockets are, after all, a form of arrow. Even when utilizing the first-generation aircraft, he could slice through miniature missiles, and now, equipped with the second-generation aircraft that boasted vastly improved speed and responsiveness, not to mention his advanced Level 4 combat skills, he was unparalleled. These combat skills alone rivaled those of El Bu, and their combination, further enhanced by the instincts granted by both melee and ranged combat, along with the artillery reconnaissance radar's predictive capabilities, rendered intercepting projectiles a mere formality. Moreover, his Fang Tianhua Ji had been modified during his leisure time, transforming it with the sharpness of the mantis blade's exoskeleton. The keen edge, paired with the tremendous force of the machine, could effortlessly cleave through high-density alloys. Returning to the matter at hand, amidst the brief pause for ammunition replacement, although the gunfire had not ceased entirely, it had become considerably sparse. With a commanding shout, Lin Yu surged forth at the forefront of the charge. He currently lacked a steed, but that would soon change. She too, after a few strides. The flying general slightly bent his knees and leaped high into the air with a thunderous roar. Beside him, the Crimson Wind, initially prepared to follow his command into battle, hesitated for a moment, quivering slightly, yet ultimately moved closer in the direction of the flying general. However, in the next moment, he witnessed the heavy armor of the flying general disintegrate, floating and rotating gracefully, morphing rapidly, as it swiftly coalesced and assembled beneath its metallic hips. Activating the Chitta system. Switching vehicle form. Rapid deployment system has been initiated. Deployment complete. With a resounding neigh, a towering mechanical warhorse materialized under the flying general's waist. As the flying general descended under the force of gravity, he landed perfectly atop the mechanical steed, which then galloped forth, raising a cloud of dust and shockwaves. Upon solid ground, the steed surged forward at an electrifying pace, its hooves igniting with ion flames as it raced ahead. Incredible! What a remarkable maneuver! Who designed this armor? I need to know the name of this mecha engineer within 10 seconds, exclaimed the onlookers, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Kong Chung and Camacho were equally enthralled, while Spot burst into laughter once more. Ha ha ha, Zhao, it seems you might be out of a job. I am Lu Bu, who dares to challenge me? Chapter 75, The Path of the Taoist. I am Lu Bu, who dares to challenge me? Riding forth with a spear in hand, he let out a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the arena. Lin Yu, be cautious, we are approaching swiftly. As the Chitta galloped, Camacho, Ivanov, and the others found themselves distanced from Lin Yu. Yet, these orcs were now equipped with an array of heavy weaponry, launching a coordinated barrage. With the electromagnetic deflection force field providing cover, even a fleeting moment of exposure could prove perilous for all involved. Hold steady. I refuse to believe that their ammunition is inexhaustible. Moreover, if the enemy does not disperse their firepower, it is inevitable that some units will suffer grievous damage, if not complete destruction. The chitinous exoskeleton of the Mantis blade can maintain its resilience even in an exceedingly thin state. Combined with high-frequency oscillations and immense force of several tons, cutting through metal and butter alike with ease. Roar. The thunderous sound echoed as the Winter Bear promptly positioned its wall shield in front of the group, blocking the majority of the artillery fire. The steed, aptly named Red Hair, had its hind hooves resting upon the remnants of a unit that was on the verge of descending. Spot felt a flicker of suspicion. Are you envious of this? Some projectiles fell harmlessly into the void, while others were detonated by the Fang Tianhua Ji. And yet more were rendered useless as their reactive armor shattered, a cacophony of explosions consuming the air around. Amongst all this chaos, Kong Chung and Zhou Xiong were particularly exhilarated. However, this would inevitably lead to a terrifying consumption of energy, typically reserved for fixed bases or colossal mechs and warships, which cannot sustain such power for extended periods. It is evident that the depth of the Fury Biological Research Core is somewhat beyond expectations. Even a subbase is equipped with an electromagnetic deflection field generator. For a moment, Zhao Xing was inexplicably lost in thought, but suddenly snapped back to reality. Jolting with a start. The Fury Biological Organization, of course, could not simply stand by and watch their actions unfold. They had always believed that Lin Yu's state of combat was merely one of heightened excitement and peculiar behavior. Utilizing the momentum, he leapt into the air, his body already completing the turn, and in an instant, he soared to the right. At this moment, the red hair had already disintegrated, transforming once more into the reactive and composite armor of the flying general. Such audacious lines. Yet, it was not solely out of fear. 3 beastly armored figures fell lifelessly on the spot. However, observing Lin Yu's combat stance, there was an unmistakable sense of distinction. The thunderous roar of cannon fire reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, unceasing. With such a device, coupled with other missile defense systems, it was practically impossible to obliterate them relying solely on long-range artillery. The outer armor, formed from the red hair, enveloped the flying general's armor tightly. Moreover, the Fangtian Huaji would often cleave one projectile only to have another deflect its trajectory, making perfect control and prediction ultimately unattainable. On either side, 2 towering canine-shaped armors soared into the air, their metallic fangs bared, lunging at the arms of the flying general. Shell after shell began to strike the flying general. Suddenly, another voice rang out. Here was their base. I sensed that before we could wait for their ammunition to deplete, we would be blown to bits. Even Sport was somewhat dazed. This fellow, naming his steed Red Hair, was clearly taking a jab at me. In the next moment, the flying general effortlessly severed 3 heads. It was so swift that Zhou, Kong Chung, and Camacho could hardly process it. Lin, are you all right? At this juncture, the flying general was enduring the brunt of the firepower, teetering on the brink of collapse, and was pinned down, unable to move. The battle was far from over. This was not the time for idle chatter. Yet, Lin Yu advanced rather than retreated, urging the mechanical red hair beneath him, raising the Fang Tianji and charging forth. He lifted it high, only to casually discard it. Beast body armor possesses not only the formidable strength of unique creatures, but also the power of mechanization, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary pure machines of similar size to contend. In mid-air, the flying general cleaved with his halberd, decisively severing the head of the machine to his left. The pilot is a warrior. With a thunderous roar, the armies parted, and for a fleeting moment, the entire battlefield seemed to plunge into an eerie silence, as if even the artillery fire had momentarily ceased, captivating the attention of Kong Qing and the others. Oh my goodness! The whisper of a demonic presence, one that seemingly perceives the malice within hearts, suddenly echoed. Whoosh! The current incarnation of the Fangtian Huaji is far more formidable than before. Observing that domineering silhouette, an inexplicable and reluctant feeling stirred within me. Yet, in the blink of an eye, one of their companions had already met a gruesome fate, rendering the 2 beast body armors a mere late arrival to the fray. Alas! They had not even triumphed before meeting their demise, still just novice pilots who had yet to traverse the starry battlefields, suffering such a disheartening end at the hands of a horde of beastmen. It seemed excessively tragic. The undestroyed defensive installations continued to unleash their firepower relentlessly. The group hastened to eliminate these distant threats. Some rose upright, wielding rocket launchers, their voices eerily Rimini indeed. The current situation is not entirely devoid of solutions. The abruptness and swiftness of the circumstances momentarily incapacitated their minds, compelling them to instinctively exclaim in their native tongue. Taking the initiative to advance, they ingeniously exploited a temporal gap, racing towards one of the canine-shaped armored entities. He had acquired his own steed. They had certainly encountered formidable pilots capable of effortlessly vanquishing foes. However, in this realm of cold weaponry, a general who leads troops across the battlefield, claiming the heads of enemy commanders amidst countless adversaries, must be prepared to face life and death when choosing such a path. The bombardment was overwhelmingly fierce, rendering him immobile. Yet, as the missile ascended, it was immediately intercepted by the counter-missile system. Are you also powerless in this regard? In the instant of collision, Lin Yu deftly adjusted his trajectory, gliding past, and with a flourish of his Fang Tian Huaji, he precisely struck the nape of the canine armor. A torrential downpour of concentrated fire rained down, its threat eclipsing that of the previously scant automated turrets. With a striking presence, a solitary figure wielding a spear stood resolutely. embodying the might of an entire army. Indeed, I found myself at a loss. Is Lin Yu's extraordinary talent not worthy of admiration? As the spear descended, severing the neck, the sound of clanging echoed. At the forefront, Li with a two-step run and a powerful leap, propelled by the strength of 4 mechanical limbs. One can soar to a height of 6 or 7 meters. Even the Federal intelligence brain cannot anticipate every move of the enemy. The perils of war are no mere words. Lin Yu's sigh echoed once more. Moreover, the anti-missile systems equipped on the machines are limited. However, sacrificing one's dignity and reputation is absolutely unacceptable. Discarding that head, the other 2 armored beast bodies, arriving with a slight delay due to their positioning, finally came into view. As 3 beast mechs appeared, urgency spurred them to quicken their pace, simultaneously alerting Lin Yu. The most optimal strategy now is for the mechs to charge forward. As long as they can close the distance, obliterating the somewhat sturdier beast men would be a piece of cake. There is no need for extensive contemplation or hesitation. Confronting the enemy head-on is the way to ensure dominance, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. Their physiques are robust, with bulging muscles. Such a decision, however, starkly contrasts with his inherent disposition. Yet, how could Lin Yu so easily fall into a trap? Spot shrugged. What else is there? Zhao Xing retorted. But I have a plan, Zhao Xing declared. Unsurprisingly, this power and spirit are indeed captivating. Fortunately, the Red Rabbit was designed precisely for such scenarios. What am I even thinking? He scoffed. How ridiculous. I should be laughing at the heavens. He would never become someone else's steed. Though the exhilaration of invincibility is undeniably delightful, the Sniper Star and Eureka immediately retaliated. Camacho and the others were left utterly bewildered. In the past, the usual small-scale remote artillery and close combat posed no threat whatsoever. After much contemplation, the only real danger to himself lay in the concentrated barrages, which he knew he must prepare for in advance. Missiles could be intercepted, but shells could only be dodged and evaded. In mere moments, everything unfolded at an alarming speed. Damn it, the base had installed an electromagnetic deflection field underground. With resolute decisiveness, he struck with precision. Occasionally, shells and rockets would escape the grasp of the halberd. Yet under Lin Yu's vigilant watch over critical points, they would often land only on heavily armored sections. The halberd was wielded by Lin Yu with an impenetrable finesse. Who else could match this? He recalled the exhilarating thrill of the previous 2 battles. However, Zhao Xing, who had spent the most time with Lin Yu, merely paused in momentary surprise before swiftly regaining his composure, his expression peculiar. In the tactical channel, the cacophony of artillery fire transformed all communication into instinctive, boisterous roars. Yet, both tone and self-reference were markedly distinct. After all, reactive armor was essentially explosive material. For each one detonated, another was lost, requiring manual replacement post-battle. Once the outer layer of reactive armor was depleted, only the composite armor remained to withstand the onslaught. While conventional shells might pose little threat, armor-piercing and anti-tank rounds specifically designed to breach defenses could not be fully resisted by mechs. Though being utilized as mounts was somewhat humiliating, they had indeed triumphed over seemingly insurmountable foes in this manner. If they could not swiftly destroy the artillery of the Fury Biological Research Unit, even mechs would meet a bitter end. The deflection force was not particularly strong, exerting only a minimal influence on projectiles, and was thus primarily employed for the defense against conventional bullets. To stand firm is futile, should these 2 canine machines seize hold. Even the most valiant warrior would struggle to break free. The crowd merely needs to disperse slightly during their charge, should the adversary divide their firepower. The threat to them diminishes significantly. Conversely, if they do not disperse their fire, it is inevitable that some machines will manage to break through. What shall we do now? A moment of silence enveloped Lin Yu's communication, followed by a collective sigh. The general found himself at an impasse. The unrelenting barrage of artillery had rendered the Winter Bear incapable of movement, while the Crimson Wind and the Riot Rose could only engage in frantic, evasive maneuvers. Desperately seeking refuge. To defend against the shells, it would be necessary to increase power and expand the magnetic field's coverage, thereby preemptively disrupting the shell's trajectories to gradually deflect them at wider angles. Indeed, this is enviable. Alas, in this scenario, evasion through maneuverability becomes the sole means of avoiding the shells, a perilous endeavor. One cannot help but yearn to join the Iron Cavalry, charging into the fray with unyielding resolve. At this juncture, the valiant warrior reined in his steed, commanding the battlefield with a voice that resonated like a tangible wave. If this continues, the warrior may well be the first to be destroyed. He truly resembles a general. Hearing Lin Yu, who had just moments ago stirred their hearts and even inspired a sense of reverence, helplessly express his plight, a wave of pessimism washed over the crowd. Only Zhao Xing's emotions remained complex. One by one, hidden gates opened, and figures resembling humanoid beasts, their bodies cloaked in fur and faces reminiscent of wild creatures, began to pour forth. Regrettably, Lin Yu no longer required his assistance. The valiant warrior no longer needed the crimson wind. Such an imposing line. Some individuals are on all fours, with specially designed rocket launchers mounted on either side of their waists. While they all display formidable prowess and vanquish their foes, there exists within Lin Yu a distinctive essence of invincibility on the battlefield that ignites one's fervor. Initially, this was not considered slow. It could even be described as instantaneous. The shells and rockets appeared poised to strike their targets, and a single cluster bomb would suffice to annihilate all the orcs. Yet, as if beset by an invisible force, they inexplicably veered off course just upon entering a certain range. How could such a peculiar notion arise? Could it be that one becomes addicted even while mounted? As the shells impacted the tile-like reactive armor, the armor succumbed to the force, shattering explosively. The overwhelming shockwave preemptively propelled the shells away, though the deviation was slight. As they continued onward, the difference became monumental, causing the shells to fall harmlessly into the void. Could it be that this fellow has switched again? The impoverished Taoist? Chapter 76. The Celestial Sword Unsheathed. Brother, at this critical moment, could you refrain from gasping for breath while speaking? Quickly, tell us what to do. Despite sensing that Lin Yu seemed to have undergone some transformation, in this dire moment, Zhou Xiong, Camacho, and the others had no time for further contemplation. Noticing that Lin Yu had fallen silent after speaking, they hurriedly urged him on. The roar amidst the cannon fire heightened their urgency. The impoverished Taoist possessed a modicum of understanding regarding ranged attacks. Finally, Lin Yu spoke once more. A modicum of understanding? Everyone was taken aback. Currently, the underground base of the Fury Biological Research Unit was equipped with an electromagnetic deflection field. Unless it is a specialized projectile designed for a specific purpose or a remotely controlled missile capable of continuous trajectory adjustments, it is virtually impossible to penetrate the protective electromagnetic deflection field. A pale blue flame streaked across the horizon. Small mechs do not primarily rely on long-range firepower, especially not with such niche ammunition. The alternative would be for the mech to charge forward and dismantle the device. However, given that the base of the Fury Biological Research Unit is already equipped with an electromagnetic deflection field, it is inconceivable that they would not have established an anti-missile system. Once a missile is launched, it is certain to be intercepted. As the imminent threat of long-range strikes was detected, a multitude of intercepting missiles soared into the sky, overwhelming the area as they surged towards the flame. Yet, under the relentless bombardment from the orc forces, none of these four strategies could be executed. The first was specialized ammunition. Witnessing this scene, Spot and his companions, who had briefly harbored a glimmer of hope, felt their hearts sink. In dealing with this situation, the most commonly employed methods were essentially fourfold. Lin Yu, at this moment, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he merely lifted his gaze towards the heavens. There was no need to ponder the targeted projectiles or rockets, for none had been prepared. Suddenly, without much delay, he sprang into action. Of course, he was not idle. The Fang Tian Hua Ji in his grasp continued to intercept the incoming projectiles with precision. Despite having switched personas, his original form had already attained 4th-level combat skills. And the martial prowess of the pure young Emperor persona was equally formidable. Even if wielding the Fang Tian Hua Ji felt somewhat awkward, intercepting a few projectiles came effortlessly to him. The third method involved deploying an extensive array of heavy firepower, which, even with slight deviations in trajectory, could propel the projectiles skyward. Amidst the myriad of intercepting missiles, even the most advanced projectiles soaring through the skies would likely be intercepted and detonated. In theory, there exist numerous guidance technologies capable of tracking or pinpointing targets. Observe how I, a humble practitioner, conduct myself. No one anticipated that a mission of level F would simultaneously encounter such ferocious firepower and an electromagnetic deflection field. At that moment, as flames surged forth, Lin Yu recited verses with an air of nonchalance and swagger. The flames in the sky, at that instant, appeared as if they were a divine sword wielded by an unseen hand, soaring gracefully and maneuvering effortlessly, breaking through the net of intercepting missiles. As the flames approached with increasing velocity, Spot and the others finally discerned its true form. Astonishingly, it was indeed a sword. The onlookers, including Zhao Xing and Spot, were left utterly bewildered. It was undeniably a flying sword. The Heavenly Sword Tactical Cruise Missile. The unmanned aerial vehicle matrix system of the Stand Group is fundamentally a program that can be loaded onto smart glasses, and naturally, it can be adapted to different terminals, including being integrated into the airframe. The Flying General Armor, being a second-generation mech, is equipped with a neural interaction system. Therefore, although it may lack the overwhelming might of the pure Sun Emperor armor, which commands an extensive array of long-range strike platforms, it is still capable of driving the Heavenly Sword Tactical Cruise Missile effectively. Are you truly wielding a flying sword? Zhao Xing and Zhou Xiong were genuinely astounded upon witnessing this marvel. Spot, however, reacted more swiftly. It must be a directive-guided type of missile. Indeed, Lin's comprehension is nothing short of extraordinary, evading a multitude of intercepting missiles in an instant. Whether due to the exaggerated agility of the sword-like cruise missile, or Lin Yu's remarkable micromanipulation and rapid judgment, felt almost absurd. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely plausible when considering Lin Yu's somewhat modest expertise. After all, this individual always possesses a smattering of knowledge about everything, and each proclamation of his slight understanding is accompanied by such dramatic flair. Nevertheless, he hastily cautioned, Lin, hold off on the attack for now. The electromagnetic deflection field exhibits a formidable radio interference effect. It is advisable to accelerate the cruise speed to its maximum. The electromagnetic deflection field not only persistently alters the trajectory of projectiles, but also exerts significant disruption on radio waves. Once within the range of the field, even a wireless command guidance system may struggle to maintain normal operation. After all, commands still require electromagnetic waves for wireless transmission. If the missile's anti-jamming technology is inadequate, it will lose control, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary shell. The sole opportunity at present lies in sustaining the cruise missile's acceleration, increasing its kinetic energy to a level beyond the capacity of the electromagnetic deflection field to interfere, relying on inertia to deliver a decisive blow. However, in the heat of battle, where time is of the essence, there rarely exists a moment for such warnings. Before he could articulate half his words, he watched in disbelief as the Tianjin tactical cruise missile hurtled towards the gathering of the Orc forces, heading straight for the core area enveloped by the electromagnetic deflection field. With a sword sheathed on his back, he stood resolute, ready to confront injustice. With a gesture, he directed the armored figure forward, pointing like a sword. The ion tail of the Tianjin tactical cruise missile surged forth with increasing intensity, transforming into a spectral blue sword light that swiftly penetrated the electromagnetic deflection field. However, the scene Zhao Xing had envisioned did not unfold. The Tianjin missile appeared impervious to any influence, entering the field with ease. The sword light pivoted and effortlessly cleaved through the neck of a beast-like humanoid before exiting from the opposite side, soaring into the heavens. Whoosh! Ascending into the clouds. It traced a flawless arc, only to plunge back down again. Uft, 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 uft. This time, it pierced through the chests of 7 or 8 beast-like beings in succession, once again escaping the electromagnetic deflection field and charging upwards. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This scene repeated itself in an endless cycle. What appeared to be merely a flying sword rendered the entire world awash in sword light. Unaffected? Was the electromagnetic deflection field ineffective? Did the electromagnetic interference fail to take effect? The incongruity of the situation left Sibo Te utterly astonished. His company specialized in missile manufacturing, granting him a modicum of understanding. Yet, it was precisely this comprehension that rendered him utterly baffled by the current circumstances. Had this sword-shaped missile's anti-jamming technology reached a level where it could completely disregard a high-intensity electromagnetic field? Furthermore, why did it seem that the electromagnetic deflection field had no effect on this flying sword? This was incomprehensible. It defied the laws of science. Chapter 77. The Triviality of Alien Forces. Was this truly a missile? Was this not a genuine flying sword? At this moment, Lin Yu could genuinely proclaim himself a sword immortal, and I would believe it. How magnificent! I want it. I want it. I want it. Why are Lin's devices so incredibly cool? Damn it. Who is his engineer? I shall go to great lengths to summon him. Spot expressed disbelief at the science of it all, while Camacho and others, without much thought, witnessed the soaring sword-like beams of the Tianjin tactical cruise missiles swiftly eliminating enemies, exclaiming in sheer exhilaration, filled with envy. Firstly, there was the relief of the crisis being averted. Secondly, the scene possessed a unique aesthetic, distinct from the bombardment of artillery shells. The 1,000-mile flying sword aimed directly at the enemies had evoked a sensation starkly different from that of the earlier, sweeping general. Once beyond the coverage area, with interference absent, control could be restored. Translated into layman's terms, by calculating in advance and entering from the appropriate angle, the force applied by the field merely assisted the Tianjin cruise missile in adjusting its trajectory. After accounting for the deviation induced by the force field, it was perfectly poised to strike its target. Spot was equally awed. However, his thirst for knowledge took precedence at this moment. He repeatedly pondered over the dazzling spectacle of the sword-like light. Who was the ingenious engineer behind the design of the mecha and combat gear? They too desired such brilliance. As fellow pilots, why did his equipment appear so much more striking? Nevertheless, it stirred an uncontrollable fervor within him, igniting his imagination. Upon impact, the target was pierced, the momentum unyielding, allowing it to soar beyond the reach of the electromagnetic deflection field. The intelligence system was fundamentally equipped with a large language model, making translation and comprehension of various languages merely a basic function. Thus, Spot found it easy to grasp Lin Yu's meaning. Yet, it was precisely because he understood that his lips twitched, leaving him utterly speechless. He had not anticipated that this individual would surpass his expectations by a staggering 10,000 times. Nay, the essence of this force field merely disrupts the flying sword with foreign power, while also exerting a slight influence on the transmission capabilities. However, to temporarily incorporate an unfamiliar parameter and compute a trajectory for a missile that is at least subsonic, if not several times the speed of sound, repeatedly, does that not seem rather exaggerated? In any case, he would never again place his trust in Lin Yu's notion of sleight. There was no need for any guidance commands. Thus, one need not fear the interference of the electromagnetic deflection field on radio waves. To integrate additional parameters and mentally calculate the trajectory of a cruise missile, can that truly be accomplished by mere mortals? Certainly, through extensive training in ordinary shooting, one can develop an instinct for estimating trajectories. With a slight deduction, I can perceive the laws of foreign forces, following the natural way and acting accordingly. By selecting an appropriate position, one can strike the target precisely and then seamlessly disengage from the realm of foreign power, all without the need for manipulation. And naturally, without concern for transmission disruption. Lin, how on earth did you manage this? Has the electromagnetic deflection field failed? The electromagnetic deflection field, in essence, merely applies force to interfere with the trajectory. He believed he had already overestimated Lin Yu sufficiently. Lin Yu, unaware of Spot's thoughts, was concurrently manipulating the celestial sword cruise missile while distractedly observing the upgrade panel. The pure young emperor personality inherently possesses the ability to multitask. Centuries of sword technique memories allowed him to execute these operations, which Spot found exceedingly extravagant, with utmost ease. It was not a matter of calculating the trajectory. Rather, akin to shooting, judgment and deduction had transformed into instinctual experience, enabling him to maneuver the flying sword with mere intuition. This should be attributed to the influence of his shooting skills. Perhaps it is the mimicry of personality that, based on his shooting skills, has endowed him with an extraordinary prowess in swordsmanship, or perhaps the pure young emperor state facilitates the awakening of his instinct for accuracy. In any case, even without the aid of intelligence or computational support, controlling a mere one or two flying swords in the persona of the pure young emperor is as effortless as a mere flick of a finger. Thus, while vanquishing foes with his flying swords, he is able to divert a portion of his consciousness to examine his skill panel. Missile engineering, upgrade requirement test. Conduct a practical test using one's own creation. Completed. Missile engineering, upgrade requirement precision guidance. Achieve precise hits on 10 enemy units with one's own creation. Completed just a few days ago. Having successfully crafted the Heavenly Sword tactical cruise missile and upgraded his missile engineering skills, he effortlessly fulfills the upgrade requirements once again. Missile Engineering LV2 to Missile Engineering LV3. Your knowledge has advanced. You have mastered more refined guidance techniques and the manufacturing processes for cluster munitions, incendiary bombs, and thermobaric munitions. You have unlocked new upgrade requirements. Expand to view. Upgrade requirement adaptation. Manufacture and utilize 5 different types of missiles in corresponding operational environments. Upgrade requirement mastery. Produce over 100 missiles designed by yourself. With ease and contentment, missile engineering has ascended once more. Furthermore, one of the 3 requirements for the 4th level combat skill has also been fulfilled. Combat. Upgrade requirement efficient slaughter. Achieve a 1-strike kill on 10 enemies. Uncertain whether it is a swift execution of 10 or the methodical slaying of 10, Lin Yu, who had not yet grasped the ambiguous meaning of the upgrade requirements for the 4th level of combat, found himself having completed them. As for his shooting skills, if all went as anticipated, they too would ascend post-battle. After all, one of the prerequisites for shooting coincided with that of the 2nd level combat, which had been fulfilled long ago. Now, only the task of securing a high-intensity battle through long-range firepower remained. The mere persona of the pure young emperor, derived from the 2nd level shooting, exhibited such extraordinary prowess. One could only wonder how formidable the persona would become after ascending 1 or 2 more levels. Nonetheless, it was time to conclude this battle. Eager to assimilate new knowledge, Lin Yu ceased to be distracted, channeling the pure young emperor's persona to fully activate the Heavenly Sword tactical cruise missile, rapidly dispatching the remaining orcs. There was no need for the missile to detonate. Simply relying on its kinetic energy and not overly sharp edges, it effortlessly pierced through flesh and bone. With each swift pass, countless lives were extinguished. Strangely, these beastly creatures seemed either to be entranced or wholly consumed by their ferocity, as none retreated despite suffering such horrific losses. Reluctantly, the pure young emperor, who preferred to avoid excessive bloodshed, had no choice but to eliminate the remaining orcs. This must be the entrance. Let us block the doors and proceed within. The sub-base of the Fury Biological Research Division had nearly exhausted all its resources. Diana and Ivanov, without needing Lin Yu's instructions, immediately blocked the entrances used by the beast-like beings. They also deployed several machines to infiltrate the underground base through the elevator shafts connected to the 3 armored beast forms. Chapter 78, Scavenging the Spoils. Roar, hiss, howl. Following Diana and Ivanov, Lin Yu maneuvered his flying machine into the underground facility. The entirety of the underground was constructed of metal, with airtight metallic doors sealing off the corridors. Fortunately, the ceiling height exceeded 3 meters, allowing even slightly lowered heads to accommodate the passage of smaller machines. Forcefully tearing open isolation doors, they advanced through the corridor, encountering numerous isolation observation rooms housing grotesque creatures. Through the glass observation windows, one could clearly see the raging beings within, some humanoid, others purely animalistic, and some merely indistinguishable masses of decaying flesh. Here lay the layout of the base. The central laboratory was located that way. Diana discovered a layout diagram hanging on the wall at the corridor's corner. Let's take a look, Lin Yu decided, and the 3 of them recorded the route map before proceeding toward the central laboratory following the diagram. They encountered no further resistance along the way. The trio maneuvered their machines smoothly, arriving at the central laboratory. What greeted them was a scene of scattered corpses. The tiger-faced beastman fixed his gaze intently on the 3 machines, specifically on the central flying machine. Withdraw. Lin Yu's eyes locked onto the beastman's face for a fleeting moment before he resolutely turned away, not even entering the laboratory. You. The beastman suddenly became agitated. His face flushed as he snatched up the electromagnetic rifle that lay discarded on the ground and began to fire frantically at Lin Yu's back. However, the flying machine, even without its reactive armor, still boasted 2 layers of composite armor, rendering it impervious to the feeble electromagnetic weaponry. The metallic projectiles struck the back of the flying machine, barely igniting a spark. Whoosh! A red bee decoy missile launched from the micro-missile nest on the shoulder of the flying machine. Boom! Although primarily designed for anti-missile purposes, it was still a mini-missile. As expected, the tiger-faced beastman was obliterated in the ensuing explosion. Lin, aren't we going in? The previous battle had instilled a profound respect for Lin Yu among Diana and the others, even the somewhat aloof Ivanov. Thus, the moment he commanded a withdrawal, they followed without hesitation. It was only then that Diana voiced her lingering doubt. That beastman killed all the researchers. What do you think his motive was? Lin Yu countered. To silence them? That seems to be the essence of it, Diana pondered. Indeed, if he had the opportunity to eliminate witnesses, he surely also destroyed any valuable items and data in the process. Entering now would be futile, Lin Yu replied with a calm demeanor. What if something remains? We cannot be certain. Diana began, but her words remained unspoken. A resounding explosion reverberated through the confined underground space, creating a palpable wave of sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. A torrent of shock waves and flames surged forth from the central laboratory, spreading several meters down the corridor, while the scattered debris sliced into the walls like a flurry of sharp blades. Fortunately, the remnants of the shock and the fragments posed little threat to the three mechs, even the relatively lightweight riot rose. However, this event elucidated to Diana and Ivanov the reason behind Lin Yu's order to retreat. "Did you know all along?" Ivanov inquired, his voice steady yet tinged with coldness. Having already completed the silencing of witnesses and the destruction of data, it would have been peculiar for him to remain here without fleeing or taking his own life. Lin Yu shook his head and replied, "In any case, we are not in a hurry. We can check later." "You make a valid point," the two acknowledged, feeling a sense of reason but also a strange urge to jest. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's prudence and composure enhanced their regard for him. It is important to note that the Pilots Association had merely mandated the eradication of the Fury Biotech Research Unit's base, without any additional stipulations. This meant that everything acquired after the base's capture would be theirs to claim as spoils of war. Maintaining a clear head and calm deliberation in the face of victory and achievements is indeed a rare and admirable trait. One could only commend the decision to appoint such a capable and rational commander. There is no greater reassurance than following someone so adept in combat and equally composed in leadership. It seemed the base was devoid of any further personnel. It was time to allow Camacho and the others to enter. Lin Yu summoned several individuals stationed at the entrance to join them in the collective scavenging and distribution of the spoils. The recent explosion had only targeted the central laboratory, likely a result of some self-destruct mechanism. However, the devastation was confined to the central laboratory. The outer sections of the base still housed a plethora of rooms and defensive installations. As a distinguished Level 4 mecha engineer, Lin Yu's keen eye quickly identified numerous valuable assets. The most abundant recoveries included missile defense systems, various missiles and shells, and an arsenal brimming with firearms and rocket launchers. Additionally, there existed several conventional biochemical research apparatuses, which, while potentially more valuable, failed to garner much interest from the group. Most notably, there were the highly coveted electromagnetic deflection field generator and a compact nuclear reactor, roughly the size of a gas canister. "I will take these two. The rest can be divided among you. Is that agreeable?" Lin Yu stated without a hint of hesitation. The electromagnetic deflection field had just proven its formidable capabilities. Were it not for the pure young Emperor's persona and the Heavenly Sword tactical cruise missile, most long-range assaults would have been rendered utterly impotent against such technology. Although the size and energy consumption of the generator precluded its installation on smaller mechas, it could still be of use for medium to large-sized units. Presently, the Flying General, combined with the Elbu persona, was entirely sufficient for the smaller mecha tier, and with the pure young Emperor armor on the exoskeleton. Future developments might necessitate a transition toward larger mecha configurations. Of course, I have no objections. To be honest, we did not exert much effort during this mission. The greatest credit belongs to you. The principle of distributing rewards based on contribution is entirely reasonable. Diana and the others expressed no objections, and naturally, Zhao Xing and Sport would have no qualms either. Ultimately, the allocation plan was finalized. Lin Yu acquired the electromagnetic deflection field generator and a compact nuclear reactor, while the others each selected an assortment of weaponry, including missiles and various munitions, alongside radar and missile defense systems. For reasons unknown, the Fury Biological Research Division appeared to possess an astonishing wealth. Consequently, the quantity of weapons and ammunition was considerable, although they paled in comparison to the electromagnetic deflection field. Their economic value was not insignificant. Lastly, the various conventional research equipment not placed in the central laboratory garnered little interest among those present, leading to a unanimous decision for Sport to handle the sale of these items, converting them into federal credits for equitable distribution. Chapter 79. The Abduction of the Catgirl Lin. Come quickly. Amidst the underground base, after a thorough rummaging and the distribution of spoils, just as Lin Yu began to dismantle the electromagnetic deflection field generator, Diana suddenly called out through the communication channel. "What is it?" Lin Yu discerned a note of surprise in her voice rather than urgency. Thus he remained unperturbed and rose at a leisurely pace. "Hurry over. I found something marvelous. Well, Not exactly something, but you must come. Since the opportunity presented itself, and if she was willing, he wouldn't mind taking on another catgirl assistant. Zhao Xing and Camacho were instantly vexed. You can't be interested in Lin, can you? Why call only him? Diana let out a disdainful scoff and turned her gaze back to Lin Yu, remarking that the welfare institutions of the Federation were indeed rather unreliable. Thus, it would be best for him to adopt, and if that were not feasible. She stepped aside, glancing at the palm spread out on the ground, then gazing up at the mask of the flying figure. Before her attention fell once more on the pheasant feather in her hand. Suddenly, Lin Yu raised the feather high. Yes, if you won't care for it. Then let us. There was no response, but the crystalline eyes followed the feather's sweeping arc with keen interest. All right, don't frighten her. You all stand back. It was only then that Lin Yu spoke up. Not what you said earlier, Fu Rui? Lin, come here and look. What is this? Immediately afterward, he commanded the flying figure to bend down and extend its palm to the ground. Fine, but perhaps it would be wise to first seek her opinion on this matter. Diana hurriedly urged them to disperse. With one hand cradling the head of the flying figure for stability, she settled comfortably on its shoulder, shifting her position slightly for ease, and seemed quite satisfied as she wiggled her little feet. Diana, how can you only call Lin? That's rather biased. Lin Yu inquired. The cat-eared little girl remained curled up in the corner, even pitifully attempting to shrink back further. To lure the little cat girl with a teasing stick, Lin, you are simply shameless. Such isolation observation rooms were ubiquitous, filled with the grotesque creatures produced by the Federation's Biological Research Division. This was indeed a candidate that could rival Wang Xiaolu in by way. Upon noticing the words qualified individual emblazoned upon the little girl's forehead, he instantly altered his decision. At that moment, Zhao Xing, Spot, and Camacho Zhou approached. A sudden wave of animosity surged towards the Bio-Research Division of Furway. I believe that the Beastmaster previously mentioned by Lin deserves the utmost contempt. Such a remarkable creature. I wish to see it. Did you not express a desire to raise one before? Goodness. Diana chuckled awkwardly and remarked, as a rough woman engaged in constant battles. I cannot even take care of myself, let alone a cat, much less a little girl. How infuriating. Why must it be Lin Yu? We are just as capable. Is this settled then? The cat-eared little girl seemed to grasp his words, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation. Focus. The previously evasive gaze suddenly sharpened. You have shamelessly shattered my perception of your valor and wisdom. Lin Yu steered Fei Jiang into the fray, following Diana's gesture, his expression gradually shifting into one of peculiarity. However, the others had already lost interest in her words. Several men shared an identical expression, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Observing this, Lin Yu contemplated briefly, and after a moment's reflection, Fei Jiang extended a hand to his own head. This is, at long last. The cat-eared little girl hesitated for a fleeting moment before she began to move, slowly climbing onto Fei Jiang's palm, but she did not halt there. Instead, she nimbly ascended along the mechanical arm to perch upon his shoulder. I was merely jesting with you all, Zhao Xing interjected. Camacho quietly added his voice. However, this isolation observation room is situated in the innermost depths, its door having been forcefully torn apart. From the entrance and the glass windows, one can discern Diana's chaotic rose armor, positioned with its back towards the doorway. Well, Diana's voice softened unexpectedly as she said, we can't just leave her here, can we? So, I would like to ask, would you consider adopting her? You summoned me for this. Lin had already demonstrated his bravery and charm through his actions. It was only natural for me to have a favorable impression of him. Indeed, it was true. With a gentle tug, I plucked a feather from the crest of El Bu's unyielding persona. Lin Yu had not intended to agree. While I had no objections to other matters he desired, I felt this particular issue warranted discussion. Setting aside everything else, would you be willing to leave here with us? If so, you may come into my care. At that moment, everyone present instinctively held their breath, hesitant to make a sound. Catgirl. She seemed unable to speak. Perhaps you should inquire yourself? Diana continued to urge with a tone laced with surprise. Diana, being someone who indulged in all manner of whims, showed no signs of shyness in the face of everyone's teasing. Throughout this time, he had encountered 3 individuals. The prospect of gathering 5 felt like a distant dream. This is why I refrained from asking you. Lin Yu stepped forward and inquired, can you understand what I am saying? Immediately, Lin Yu maneuvered Fei Jiang, following the direction indicated by Diana, swiftly arriving outside an isolation observation room. Upon witnessing this scene, The crowd erupted in a cacophony of joy intermingled with anguished cries of indignation. How infuriating! I must report this beast for abducting the little cat girl. She appears to be unlike those beastly individuals, for aside from her ears and tail, she bears no distinction from an ordinary human. Diana, upon hearing footsteps, turned her head and waved at Lin Yu, playfully indicating toward the corner of the room where a tiny figure was curled up. It was indeed a genuine little girl adorned with cat ears and a tail. Lin Yu chuckled softly as he placed a pheasant feather in the small palm of the cat-eared girl. Upon surveying the room, their eyes widened in astonishment. Holding the feather, Lin Yu gently waved it in front of the cat-eared girl. Fortunately, they had the foresight not to activate the mech's loudspeaker, opting instead for a communication channel, which spared the little girl from being frightened. Chapter 80. Arduous Task. Brother Lin, are you alright? In light of the need to transport the spoils, and after confirming that the danger had been thoroughly averted, several mech teams summoned their logistical support vehicles for the final collection and organization. Wang Xiaolu hastily arrived, driving Lin Yu's mech transport vehicle, racing towards the armored mech. Not far behind, Xue Xiqiao also disembarked from another truck, refraining from saying much, yet revealing a sigh of relief upon seeing that the armored mech had suffered no significant damage. The recent intense bombardment had made it exceedingly challenging for even mechs to withstand. Thus, the remaining logistical teams were consumed with worry. At this moment, witnessing Lin Yu's safety allowed them to finally set aside their lingering anxieties. Xiaolu, it is quite fortuitous that you should attempt to disassemble the components from those 3 beastly armors, Lin Yu remarked, gesturing towards the 3 cannoned armored bodies that he had previously dispatched. These beastly armors, when compared to true mechas, were rather rudimentary. After all, they were consumables designed for beastly use, and cost efficiency was paramount. All 3 units were merely first-generation models. Lin Yu then cast a sidelong glance at the cat-eared little girl, who blinked innocently, her gaze meeting the multi-spectral lens of Feijiang. His mecha transport was laden with various manufacturing and maintenance equipment, alongside the mecha bodies themselves. Although Wang Xiaolu's capabilities did not match the versatility of the mecha engineering derived from his system interface, he demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for understanding the structural intricacies of the bodies. Xue Xiqiao raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconvinced. This time, with 3 first-generation beastly armors, along with electromagnetic deflection fields and a compact nuclear reactor, it appeared that even an additional vehicle would barely suffice. Does she have a name? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed. It would also provide Wang Xiaolu with an opportunity to hone his skills further. However, no matter how rudimentary, a mecha is still a mecha. Moreover, aside from the fundamental interactive, energy, and transmission systems, it was essentially devoid of any other features, a mere blank slate. Xue Xiqiao's vehicle was already burdened with the Blade Mantis beastly armor and components from their previous acquisition during the Paradise Port expedition, leaving little room for anything else. One must admit, it was a rather fortunate predicament. Very well, come, lend a hand and assist me in tending to this little one. After Wang Xiaolu sprang into action, he sought out Spot again and acquired a closed heavy-duty truck. Indeed, for the time being, please assist me with this. In recent days, Wang Xiaolu has provided numerous insights into the design of the transformation structures for both the Red Hair and the Pure Yang Emperor. There were not merely one pilot present. The fact that he could handle these 3 beastly armored bodies clearly indicated that they had all been slain by Lin Yu. Lin Yu then turned his gaze towards the cat-eared little girl perched on his shoulder. He was uncertain whether the little cat girl understood him, yet her tail and short legs were undeniably more animated. Well then, off you go. There are mechanical arms in the vehicle. Nurturing these skills will ensure that in the future, designing such intricate transformation mechanisms will require less mental exertion. Are these all trophies of yours, Brother Lin? Compared to the makeshift Dawn he had pieced together from scrap at the junkyard, these beastly armors were far superior, and Lin Yu certainly had no reason to overlook them. Were they found here? From now on, I shall call you Xiao Tian. Is that agreeable? If you dislike it, I shall think of another name. Unlike the young and naive Wang Xiaolu, whose mind was consumed with mechas, she was the first to notice the cat-eared girl lazily swinging her little feet on Feijiang's shoulder, already brimming with eagerness. Fine, fine. You need not come down, but do hold on tight. Do not fall. Attempting to reach out and grasp the little girl's arm, Lin Yu ultimately refrained. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let us call you Xiao Tian. A girl should embody a certain tranquility to be endearing." Lin Yu nodded slightly. He possessed ample confidence in his control and the interaction system of the flying mech, yet the colossal mechanical arm of the mech, when juxtaposed with the delicate and petite limbs of the little cat-eared girl, instilled a sense of hesitation within him. To his dismay, he soon discovered that the girl, perhaps out of shyness or some other reason, clung tightly to the mech's head, obscuring much of his view. Lin Yu attempted to coax the cat-eared girl down from his shoulder. Why not take one? After resolving the logistics concerning the vehicle, Lin Yu maneuvered the mech beside Xue Xiqiao's vehicle, squatting down slightly to indicate the cat-eared girl perched on his shoulder. However, this arrangement could not persist indefinitely. A strategy must be devised to establish a base and warehouse. Xue Xiqiao's eyes gleamed as she fixated on the cat-eared girl. Approaching one of the beast-armored suits, she gazed at the remnants of the beast armor, which had been effortlessly decimated, and Wang Xiaoyou's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Lin Yu. Reluctantly, he conceded, allowing the girl to remain on the mech's shoulder for the time being. Lin Yu took this as her silent agreement. With the name finalized, he led the reluctant little Xian back to the underground base to continue dismantling the electromagnetic deflection field in the compact nuclear reactor. The subsequent cleanup proved to be a far more protracted endeavor than the actual combat. After 4 or 5 hours had passed, the group finally completed all tasks, gathered the spoils of war, and conducted a thorough inspection of the living organisms within the underground base. The outcome was evidently disappointing for Zhao Xing and the others. The entire base was left with nothing but those irrationally mutated experimental subjects. Not to mention any catgirls, there were scarcely a handful of humanoid furries to be found. Boom. Disappointed, the underground base of the furry biological research team was entirely engulfed in the explosion of the preset bombs. Goodness, 100 points. This mission has indeed offered an exceedingly generous reward. Ha, I have 102. I only have 50 points, but that is still quite good. Ivanov, how many do you have? Surely more than us. 200. Lin, what about you? I believe such dreary inquiries ought not to be posed. Is it not obvious? You are merely providing this fellow an opportunity to boast. At that moment, the tactical communication channel was filled with jubilant voices of triumph and playful banter. The objective of this joint encirclement operation was to evaluate achievements based on effort and performance. It seemed that everyone was most satisfied with the rewards of this endeavor. Listening to the teasing remarks of her companions, Lin smiled and shook her head, noticing several lines of notifications before her. Heavenly Mecha Team, Mission, F-level encirclement of the Furry Biological Research Team, completed. Your mission evaluation, A, turning the tide. You have earned merit rewards, 1,000, maximum. In light of your combat performance and comprehensive capabilities far exceeding those of an F-level pilot, your subsequent principal evaluation tasks have been bypassed. You have eliminated your temporary status and have been officially promoted to F-level pilot. Your resource allocation authority has been elevated to F-level, and your mission acceptance authority has also been upgraded to F-level. In the expanse of the pilot's vision, a series of notification messages emerged in rapid succession. These were not merely skill upgrade panels. Rather, they were the task evaluation program of the Pilot Association, which meticulously records and assesses the progression of tasks. Indeed, earning money as a pilot is remarkably straightforward. This alone amounts to 10 million. As Lin Yu scanned through these prompts, a sense of delight escaped her lips in a long sigh. By utilizing merit points, one can access all the resources of the Pilot Association, encompassing a myriad of rare materials, equipment, and even intangible assets such as connections and legal assistance. Naturally, this includes Federation currency as well. 1,000 merit points, when converted directly to Federation currency, equate to 10 million. However, it is unlikely that many impoverished individuals would genuinely opt to exchange their merit points for currency. While merit points can be converted into Federation currency, the reverse is not true. Only through merit points can one mobilize the resources of the Pilot Association. For this reason, unless one is driven to desperation, it is improbable that anyone would be foolish enough to exchange merit points for money. Moreover, the value of these resources is not equivalent. The Pilot Association typically acquires resources through its own channels at the lowest prices. Thus, although it is impossible to exchange them at their original cost, it ensures that no exorbitant monopolistic premiums are imposed when distributed to pilots. Consequently, when compared to the market price, the resources obtained from the Pilot Association through merit points are significantly lower. If one were to seek monetary exchange, it would be more prudent to trade in a portion of the circulating rare resources. In summary, the value of these 1,000 merit points far exceeds a mere 10 or 20 million. Additionally, bypassing the primary evaluation task to secure a permanent position is an unexpected boon. Upon inheriting the principal pilot position of the Mecha group, one's pilot rating will synchronize with that of the group. Contingent upon the successful completion of 3 equally challenging evaluation tasks to ensure the pilot's capability in maintaining the current group rating. It is indeed a delightful surprise that such an evaluation has been effortlessly achieved through the performance in a singular task. As the task completion notification appeared, Lin Yu recalled and glanced at his upgrade panel. Indeed, a few additional notifications had emerged. Shooting, upgrade requirement, sufficient firepower, achieve victory in a high-intensity battle using ranged firepower. Completed, upgrade requirement met. Shooting LV2 to shooting LV3, your shooting skills and insights have advanced further. Your instinct for hitting targets has been slightly enhanced. And your timing in shooting has also seen minor improvement. You have unlocked a new upgrade requirement. Expand to view, upgrade requirement, fire suppression. Dominate the enemy with absolute advantage in a high-intensity firepower contest. The persona of the pure young emperor, derived from the level 2 shooting simulation, already possesses extraordinary swordsmanship skills. One can only wonder how formidable the level 3 would be. Lin Yu found himself lost in reverie. Regrettably, the simulated persona can only undergo simulation upon its initial manifestation. He was uncertain whether subsequent upgrades of the simulated persona skills could deepen the simulation of already manifested personas. However, at least for now, he had no means to have the pure young emperor persona simulate once more with level 3 shooting. As for other similar simulated personas, it is indeed feasible. The crux of the matter lies in the limited number of renowned celestial beings. Should one's foundational knowledge prove inadequate, it would be impossible to conjure the corresponding layers of fictive memory. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would certainly prefer to wait until his scholarly depth is sufficiently robust. Whether it be the persona of Lu Bu or that of the pure young emperor, they are presently more than adequate, and there is no need to mimic a redundant archetype. After all, skill enhancement inherently entails the acquisition of relevant experience, techniques, and knowledge. Be it the original persona or the mimetic one, the experience conferred by skills serves as an additional augmentation. However, in his earlier fervor while embodying Lu Bu, he inadvertently overlooked this task. After assimilating the shooting skills, Lin Yu's gaze drifted past the mech piloting, and he recalled the task still pending. The mech piloting skill remains at LV1, with 3 tasks requiring a total of 48 hours of piloting time. With some dedicated effort, this could be accomplished. The other 2 tasks included one involving close combat destruction of enemy units, which had already been fulfilled on the chassis of the Blade Mantis beast, leaving only the long-range destruction of enemy mechs. Regrettably, during his initial exuberance while riding a true steed as Lu Bu, he swiftly dispatched the 3-headed canine beast without considering this aspect. Now that the deed was done, lamentation would be futile. It would have to await the next opportunity. The grand procession of vehicles set forth once more, laden with bountiful spoils as they embarked on their return journey. Lin expressed a desire to collaborate again, acknowledging the reliability of his comrades and hoping for another chance to reunite. He looked forward to sharing a drink when time permits, cherishing the camaraderie of such dependable allies. Lin Yu was still awaiting his identity chip, while Wang Xiaolu and Xiao Tian had resolved their identity issues through special privileges granted by the Heavenly Machinery Division. However, they too had to wait for their identity chips. Consequently, Lin Yu temporarily remained at the Bailu camp, agreeing to meet with the Mecha Pilots Association once they acquired their identity chips and entered the city. During this waiting period, Lin Yu was far from idle. As per usual, he engaged in post-battle repairs on the Flying General, reconstructing and assembling the reactive armor, while simultaneously developing the pure young Emperor armor and the Tiandun ultra-long-range support platform. Of course, he now faced an additional formidable task, teaching the cat-eared little girl to speak. This peculiar child appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. With a mental age not significantly greater, and due to a lack of guidance, she was unable to articulate words. To complicate matters, her personality was a blend of timidness and a hint of mischief. Lin Yu truly began to grasp the trials of parenthood, feeling overwhelmed. He was the only one who could assist, as Xue Xiqiao intended to help, but the little girl stubbornly clung to him instead. Chapter 81, Dog Mecha 5 days later. At the Bailu camp, in the dead of night, Lin Yu concluded a long day of work and seized a moment to attempt teaching the cat-eared little girl language. Come, Xiao Tian, say it with me. Brother. Dog. Brother. Dog. I suspect you are doing this on purpose, Lin Yu remarked, his expression darkening. Xiao Tian blinked innocently, her eyes wide with innocence. Ah! Suddenly, the little cat girl's eyes sparkled, and with a gentle leap, she jumped into Xue Xiqiao's arms. Observing the adorably enchanting appearance of the cat-eared little girl, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words and could only helplessly choose to forgive her. The little cat girl instantly perked up, her tiny hands and feet pressing against the ground as she stretched her body, imitating a playful "oh. Oh, you are permitted to play with the dog mech." Next door, a neighbor's husky, perhaps hearing the call, leaped onto the courtyard wall and let out a howl reminiscent of a wolf. Lin Yu made another promise. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Tian became even more spirited, nimbly leaping into Lin Yu's embrace, affectionately rubbing her cheek against Lin Yu while continuously uttering "oh." Subsequently, Xue Xiqiao led her into the courtyard. In the center of the yard lay a petite canine mech, barely reaching a meter in height. All right, I forgive you. Who can resist such cuteness? Lin Yu remarked, giving Xiao Tian a gentle pat on the back. Oh, Xiao Tian, come here. Sister will take you to play. Unfortunately, the little cat girl showed no interest, burying her face into Lin Yu's chest, effectively playing the role of an ostrich. At this, she finally lifted her face from Lin Yu's chest, tilting her head upwards to gaze at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression darkened further. If it weren't for those cat ears, I would almost suspect you were a dog. Be good, come play with your sister for a while. Just then, Xue Xiqiao entered, clapping her hands at Xiao Tian. The little cat girl eagerly opened the cockpit of the small mech and skillfully climbed inside. In no time, the little mech was frolicking in the courtyard of the rented villa, exclaiming, "Oh, are you certain this little creature lacks canine genes?" Nominally accompanying the young girl in play, Xue Xiqiao turned her gaze away from Lin Yu, unable to bear the sight of being abandoned in the corner. It was evident that she was uncertain. Lin Yu shrugged, engaging in conversation while intermittently keeping an eye on Xiao Tian's position to avert any unforeseen mishaps. This canine-shaped mech was a creation he fashioned in his leisure time for Xiao Tian, utilizing the previous 3 sets of beastly armor's hardware and software. Apart from the shell, which necessitated the use of a metal printer, the rest of the assembly required minimal effort. Admittedly, its power was rather limited. The primary purpose of crafting this device was to serve as a playful toy for children, while also nurturing Xiao Tian's interest and foundational skills early on. After all, she was a promising candidate for the mech engineering team, possessing considerable aptitude in this realm. Although her current contributions may seem modest, laying the groundwork for future development was undeniably essential. However, perhaps due to her inherent characteristics as a beast-eared girl, Lin Yu observed that Xiao Tian moved with remarkable agility and astonishing reflexes, seemingly accustomed to a quadrupedal mode of locomotion. To be precise, her most natural posture was indeed on all fours, and Lin Yu had expended considerable effort over the past few days merely to correct her habit of walking this way. What brings you to me? Both exchanged smiles, gazing at Xiao Tian's playful antics for a moment before Lin Yu decisively broached the subject. The Yin soldier's self-discipline armor system had been completed, yet Xiao Miao had recently been discharged from the hospital and needed to attend to certain matters. Thus, Xue Xiqiao then proceeded to discuss the pertinent issues at hand. It is unlikely that I will assist you with programming anymore, correct? Lin Yu directly articulated the unspoken thoughts of Xue Xiqiao, shaking her head. The systems of the second-generation flying general armor, the Tianjin tactical cruise missile system, the Red Hair system, the Puryong Emperor armor system, and the recently developed self-discipline armor system for the Yin soldiers. All of these demanded considerable effort from the other party. I am concerned that you might once again drag me into coding for you. Xue Xiqiao shot Lin Yu an exasperated glance. She had summoned Meow 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 to serve as a scapegoat, but now that Meow 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 had thrown in the towel, would it not lead to further exploitation? What about the meeting? Lin Yu pretended not to hear and continued to inquire about serious matters. We shall go directly over there. By the time we enter the city, she should have finished her tasks. Xue Xiqiao replied. That is good. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Having collaborated with Meow 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 for such an extended period, he had developed a profound appreciation for her technical prowess and efficiency. Such talent is certainly not to be overlooked. Previously, circumstances did not permit. But now that they have successfully obtained citizenship and pilot status, they must strive to seize the opportunity. After all, the Tiandun sword art system is exceedingly complex. and its development will be a monumental task, making the presence of meow meow meow, this exceptional coder, absolutely essential. Whoosh. While the two were conversing, a sudden whistling sound pierced the sky. Lin Yu's ears perked up, and he instinctively looked up. Ah Wu. The small dog-like mecha piloted by Xiao Tian seemed to have also noticed the flying object rushing through the sky. She hurriedly approached the two, crouching her body and vigilantly gazing upward. Is she protecting her sister? Xue Xiqiao merely glanced up, and then with a radiant smile, she gently caressed the head of the small mech. This is an armed logistics drone from the Federation's Skynet. It must be your delivery. Despite feeling a pang of hurt within, Xue Xiqiao still took a moment to explain to Lin Yu. The Federation's Skynet refers to a comprehensive system of intelligent machinery controlled by the Federation's central brain, encompassing surveillance systems for public areas such as roads, electronic police, and public satellites. In essence, with the exception of sensitive and critical areas like mid to high-end military forces, the majority of public facilities and official equipment are integrated into the Federation's Skynet. This armed logistics drone is specifically designated for the delivery of documents or items. Given the harsh conditions of the wasteland, where unruly citizens and dimensional beasts roam freely, legitimate logistics companies typically refrain from expanding their operations here. Hence, the Federation's central brain resorts to deploying armed logistics drones to deliver identity chips. Soon enough, the armed logistics drone descended, hovering before Lin Yu. It was essentially a drone approximately 1.4 meters in size, equipped with a transport compartment and some armament systems. After hovering in front of Lin Yu and conducting a series of scans, the drone's transport compartment opened, revealing a secure briefcase inside. Chapter 82, Shadow Soldier Armor. Lin Yu reached out and retrieved the briefcase from the transport compartment of the armed logistics drone. Without any delay, the drone ascended once more, quickly diminishing to a mere speck in the sky. Lin Yu, however, paid no heed to this, as all his attention was focused on the briefcase. With a click, the dual verification of fingerprint and password was completed, and the briefcase sprang open. Within, there lie 3 thumb-sized black cylindrical objects, accompanied by a card reminiscent of a license for the Heavenly Mechanized Division. At last, he has obtained them. Upon gazing at the contents, Lin Yu found it challenging to suppress his emotions, exhaling deeply. The black cylinders serve as portable implant devices for identity chips, while the card represents the personal license of a pilot. With these items in hand, his identity dilemma is finally resolved, allowing him to enter the city. The desolate wasteland is not only harsh in its environment, but it also grapples with a persistent scarcity of resources and talent. Remaining here, even he would find it exceedingly difficult to thrive, as development is severely limited. Assisting a denizen of the wasteland in acquiring citizenship is a profound act of gratitude, which he understands all too well. Lin Yu then called upon Xiao Tian to aid the Na'vi girl in completing her chip implantation before he made his way to the makeshift workshop. He harbors no affection for the disingenuous machinations of those close to him, yet he would not overlook this opportunity to foster goodwill. Previously, he had numerous development plans, but the constraints of sourcing components solely from dismantling enemy equipment rendered them unfeasible, leading to their abandonment. No longer, once I complete the implantation, I shall deliver it to him. The thumb-sized black cylinders mainly consist of the portable implantation apparatus. Now that he can finally enter the city, he will no longer be constrained, ready to unleash his full potential. Should I summon Wang Xiaolu? This understanding was attained through the insights gleaned from the pure Yang Emperor's persona. Although it was already night, Wang Xiaolu was still diligently laboring in the temporary workshop. Lin Yu shook his head. Click. The identity chip serves solely to authenticate one's identity, and thus, its dimensions are remarkably diminutive. Xue Xiqiao observed the barely concealed excitement on Lin Yu's face and could not help but smile. The materials and equipment required for constructing armor are not readily available for purchase. The surrounding camps are predominantly inhabited by the remnants of the wasteland, and securing skilled labor is a daunting challenge. With a gentle press against her wrist, the chip was seamlessly embedded beneath her skin, leaving only a faint mark, without a single drop of blood seeping forth. It is imperative that one does not delegate such matters to others. After all, as the minister of the Yuqing, she possesses fundamental skills in manipulating others. Xiao Tian, come here. At the heart of the workshop, a brand new mech was beginning to take shape. This mech bore a resemblance to the flying general in style, but was considerably more slender, resembling a soldier in military formation, wielding a long spear. This concept had emerged following the defeat of the Blade Mantis beast and the subsequent acquisition of its armor. However, rather than creating a robot, it was designed as a mech. The self-disciplined armor system for the Shadows, which Xue Xiqiao had just mentioned, was specifically prepared for this purpose. Self-disciplined mechs possess a complete transmission and control system. Just as robots can operate via AI, mechs can certainly function similarly. However, the rudimentary AI tends to be rather rigid, far inferior to human manipulation. Remote control is fraught with issues of signal interference, shielding, and potential intrusions, which necessitates the establishment of a pilot mech system. The creation of Shadow Soldiers primarily aims to capitalize on the integrated stealth and counter-detection systems for ambushes, rather than engaging in protracted combat, making the AI's limitations somewhat inconsequential. The rationale for opting for a mech over a robot is also straightforward. While this undoubtedly necessitates sacrificing a degree of performance due to the cockpit, what is gained is a novel airframe, one uniquely tailored for stealth. Thus, it not only allows for covert ambushes but also serves in specialized scenarios such as concealment, evasion, and infiltration. This set of autonomous shadow armor is evidently far more suitable than a mere flying apparatus. Moreover, entrusting the likes of Wang Xiaolu with piloting duties proves to be significantly more advantageous than relying solely on the mech's AI for combat operations. As an engineering mech, this auxiliary armor is also invaluable for manufacturing and maintenance, and it can even function as an emergency repair unit in times of war. Possessing such a set of shadow armor grants them a measure of self-preservation while navigating the battlefield. Although he cannot empathize with the past tribulations of the old man Zhang, he harbors no desire to endure a similar fate himself. Xiaolu, come here. Entering the workshop, Lin Yu waved his hand, interrupting the engrossed Wang Xiaolu. Oh, Wang Xiaolu promptly set down the parts he was handling, wiped the grease from his hands, and jogged over. Brother Lin, is there something you need me to do? No. Rather, it is this. Lin Yu smiled gently as he produced the identity chip implantation device. What is this? Wang Xiaolu inquired, puzzled. The identity chip implanting device. Once implanted, you will officially become a bona fide citizen of the Federation. Lin Yu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Really? Brother Lin, I. Wang Xiaolu was overwhelmed with joy, momentarily rendered speechless. There's no need for excessive gratitude. Simply strive to learn more and assist me diligently in the future. Lin Yu smiled gently as she tossed the identity chip implant device over. Even he could not help but feel a moment of excitement, let alone Wang Xiaolu, a native of the desolate wasteland. The thrill was something he could truly empathize with. Yes, I will definitely study hard. I will help you, Brother Lin, to create the most powerful mecha, Wang Xiaolu said earnestly, nodding vigorously. Hurry and complete the implantation. Lin Yu chuckled, urging him to finish the identity chip implantation while she stepped forward to take over the unfinished work on the Shadow Soldier's autonomous mecha, incorporating high-strength alloys. The design featured a spear with a blade-like shell tip, poised for a sudden strike, presenting a formidable threat. Furthermore, given that it was a Shadow Soldier, Lin Yu devised a unique weapon system known as the Soul Binding Chain. In essence, it is a control system that releases chains to bind enemies. The chains immobilize the adversaries while anchoring the mecha to the ground. Even if the blade-like spear does not slay the enemy, it can still restrain them, facilitating pursuit by the flying troops. However, relying on a single unit was not particularly secure. Lin Yu envisioned a design comprising at least 2 to 4 units, ideally resembling a true military formation with their soldiers. By simultaneously releasing chains from multiple directions, regardless of whether it is a mecha or a dimensional beast, none would be able to escape the intricate web of entrapment. Chapter 83, Above Salon. The latter, upon discovering that his son had successfully shed his identity as a wasteland dweller, was overwhelmed with joy and hosted a grand feast, indulging to the point of inebriation. After a brief sojourn to pay a visit to old Zhang, Lin Yu resumed her journey without delay. 3 days passed as she traveled from Heish Camp to Lynching Camp, and not far ahead, the gate that once bid farewell to Bai Wei reappeared before her eyes. The last time, she had not dared to approach even within a kilometer. This time, however, 3 trucks boldly drove straight in, arriving safely beneath the gate. The gate stood wide open, and in fact, it rarely closed, with no guards in sight. The area was surrounded by automated turrets and various detection devices, facilitating an entirely unmanned operation. Upon detecting the presence of mechas and an array of heavy weaponry, A notification prompted the display of relevant qualification certificates. Otherwise, electronic sentinels would be summoned for apprehension, and any resistance was strongly discouraged. The convoy underwent inspection, presenting the licenses of the Mecha pilots and crew for individuals across 3 vehicles, and smoothly entered the city walls. In the darkness, a kaleidoscope of dazzling, almost discomforting neon lights, video advertisement screens, and street lamps, whose glow had long since turned a sickly yellow, illuminated the surroundings. Xue Xiqiao, a native, seemed unperturbed by it all, shrugging as she remarked in the communication. This city is even more surreal than 8D. Chongqing. Outside the walls lay a desolate wasteland. How did it suddenly become so philosophical? A mere wall separated 2 worlds. That's why I said before entering. Staying here doesn't necessarily mean it's better than the wasteland. Xue Xiqiao's tone carried a tinge of melancholy. These towering overpasses and suspended streets have, in their own way, divided Shilon into upper and lower urban areas. Not intentional, nor marked by any evident boundaries. The radiant sunlight above the towering buildings starkly contrasts with the murky darkness below, delineating wealth from poverty, nobility from lowliness. The rapid population growth, coupled with limited living and construction space, necessitates vertical expansion. Thus, bridges, streets, and train tracks are erected atop these skyscrapers, culminating in the landscape you now behold. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced in the lower city, where the city walls restrict expansion, compelling the incessant upward growth. As Lin Yu drove, he observed the scenery outside, forming his initial impression of Ceylon City. A mere wall separates 2 realms, transforming daylight into darkness. Everywhere he looked was enveloped in shadow, casting a pall of oppressive gloom. For the first time, he realized the city harbored such a dismal vista. Well, you have successfully diminished my expectations for this city to their nadir. The sunlight filtering from the sky was nearly obscured by the towering edifices and the labyrinthine elevated bridges, leaving not a single beam to penetrate. Lin Yu smiled and inquired, "Is everything all right?" "Nothing much, just a sudden epiphany. Venting a bit," Xue Xiqiao replied, shaking her head. Lin Yu refrained from further questioning. She was a woman with a story, yet he preferred not to delve into others' narratives, especially when uncertain whether such inquiries might reopen old wounds. If she was reluctant to share, why press the matter? Very well, lead the way. This winding path is enough to confound even with a navigation system. As Lin Yu gazed out at the bizarre road that inexplicably led them to the rooftop of a towering building, she reduced the speed of her vehicle, allowing Xue Xiqiao, who was at the wheel, to take the lead. "Stop fixating on those neon lights and video advertisements," she advised, heeding her words. Xue Xiqiao maneuvered past other vehicles until they were driving side by side. Noticing Lin Yu leaning one hand against the window, captivated by the glowing lights along the way, she prompted, "Is something troubling you?" Lin Yu, puzzled, replied, "What do you think these lights in the darkness resemble?" "A lighthouse." Lin Yu pondered momentarily before offering her response. Although these garish lights exude a sense of light pollution, they nonetheless illuminate a certain area. Indeed, one could say that a lighthouse attracts and guides, Xue Xiqiao mused, shaking her head. However, conversely, what attracts may also serve as bait. Bait? Lin Yu was taken aback. These neon lights and advertisements are intricately intertwined with aspects of psychology, often imbued with suggestive effects, Xue Xiqiao calmly elucidated. Colors, frequencies, sounds, images, and even subtle light and sound waves imperceptible to the naked eye and ear, all serve as mediums for psychological suggestion. "It feels as though your lives are more tumultuous than ours in the wasteland," Lin Yu remarked, unable to contain her incredulity. For those in the city, it would indeed be a miracle if they were devoid of any mental afflictions. "That's merely in the lower district," Xue Xiqiao replied, exhaling deeply. "Let us depart. This is hardly a place for someone of your distinguished stature as a mech pilot." With that, she accelerated, propelling them forward along the road. As one ascends along the elevated bridge, it feels akin to traversing a winding mountain road. Yet, instead of nature's peaks, one is enveloped by towering skyscrapers. Floors upon floors rise above, streets below teem with life. The kaleidoscopic lights and electronic billboards create an enchanting atmosphere that borders on the surreal. Fortunately, as one continues their ascent, this disorientation gradually dissipates, yielding to the gentle embrace of natural light that begins to permeate the surroundings. The abrupt transition from darkness to illumination evokes an inexplicable sense of liberation. akin to emerging from confinement or ascending from the depths of despair to the realm of the living. Moving forward, the landscape aligns closely with that of a typical high-tech metropolis. Bustling streets, radiant sunlight, verdant trees, flourishing gardens, office buildings, and vibrant storefronts paint a scene of prosperity, albeit with a noticeable absence of people. Apart from the occasional office building passed en route, the streets seem devoid of human presence. Even the shopping malls appear eerily vacant, where the few figures encountered are not flesh and blood, but rather lifelike robotic replicas. In addition to these enigmatic humanoid robots, the environment is populated by various intelligent machines, some dedicated to sanitation, others to logistics, and yet others engaged in commercial transactions, each serving its distinct purpose. The atmosphere is stark and desolate. This is the impression that the upper city leaves on Linyu. An unsettling tranquility pervades, reminiscent not of a vibrant city but of a desolate, abandoned estate, devoid of life. While the lower city may have been shrouded in darkness, it at least offered glimpses of bustling figures moving through the shadows. Yet here, in the upper reaches, one struggles to find even a solitary soul, with the only living beings found within the confines of the numerous office buildings. Chapter 84. The Virtual Universe. After traversing for more than half an hour, Lin Yu and his companions finally arrived at their initial destination within the city, the Salon branch of the Pilots Association. It occupies a luxurious 38-story office building, situated in the prime area of the city, where every square inch is immensely valuable. However, despite the grandeur of the building, the number of people moving about is dismally sparse. Sister Shui, why do I feel like there have been so few people on the way here? Lin Yu inquired. Having parked the car and joined Xiao Tian, Shui Xiqiao, and Wang Xiaolu, Wang Xiaolu quickly voiced his curiosity, effectively becoming Lin Yu's spokesperson. As he too had been pondering the same question, it's primarily due to the nature of the area. This region is considered a high-end office district, hence the fewer pedestrians. Most individuals are within the buildings. However, there are indeed quite a number of people around, Shui Xiqiao replied with a smile. You may perceive it as sparse simply due to the manner in which you are observing. The manner in which we are observing? Lin Yu echoed, intrigued. Shui Xiqiao then introduced several terms that were both familiar and foreign to Lin Yu. Firstly, due to the prevalence of intelligent robots replacing manual labor, daily necessities can be managed through online services and machine deliveries, leading to the emergence of many homebodies. Do you understand this concept? As Shui Xiqiao donned a pair of smart glasses, she added with a playful smile, for instance, at this very moment, two lovely ladies are gazing at you with bright eyes, one of whom is even secretly kissing you. The moment Shui Xiqiao put on her smart glasses, the activation of the relevant programs and the viewing process required a brief moment to initiate. Shui Xiqiao did not beat around the bush. She directly pointed to a ubiquitous traffic surveillance camera and began to elucidate. At least one should put on a facade of deception before misleading others. Pausing for a couple of seconds before speaking. Look at those. They are panoramic lenses of the federal surveillance system, capturing every public area and all voluntarily accessible spaces throughout the city, including shopping malls. Through these panoramic cameras, a virtualized and real-time synchronized digital world is constructed online. Indeed, initially, this was merely a virtual game consuming redundant energy, but now many forms of entertainment and even work have seamlessly transitioned into the metaverse. Everything occurring in reality is mirrored virtually, enabling individuals to engage in activities through virtual avatars via corresponding sensory and display devices. Lin Yu observed that the number of these lifelike robots on the street was not particularly abundant. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that a metaverse program, which involves everyone, would lack a mechanism for personal privacy. Lin Yu felt a twinge of confusion. So, are many people confined to their homes? Not exactly. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. The ability to utilize lifelike robots is limited to a select few. The majority actually traverse the world through their virtual avatars within the metaverse. Lin Yu quickly grasped Shui Xiqiao's intent. Shui Xiqiao pondered for a moment. Lin Yu inquired, isn't that still quite limited? Shui Xiqiao shook his head and gestured towards the lifelike robots along the road. Behind these robots, there are indeed real people, albeit not in constant control. In most instances, the robots operate based on preset instructions, and only when necessary do the human operators connect through sensory or neural interactions. Reflecting on the concept of the metaverse, he recalled encountering fragmented information about it online in the past. However, the restrictions faced by the denizens of the wasteland were considerable. Most identity-verified programs and pages remained inaccessible to them. The notion of the metaverse, akin to a game, did not capture his interest, as he was unaware of the deeper implications. Moreover, he now understood that the urban populace primarily engaged with the metaverse for communication and entertainment. Yet those outside the cities lacked panoramic devices and access to the metaverse. Unable to load the metaverse programs, they remained oblivious to its intricacies, while their interactions revolved around the metaverse. Consequently, the ordinary wasteland inhabitants would remain uninformed, even if they occasionally stumbled upon snippets of information. Their relentless struggle for survival left them little inclination to delve deeper. Much like individuals in certain underdeveloped regions of Africa who seldom frequent internet cafes or concern themselves with international news and popular games. Sighing, he mused that conversing with intelligent individuals often proved tedious, as even jesting felt out of place. Once Lin Yu saw through him, Shui Xiqiao felt a surge of disinterest and began to guide Lin Yu in loading the metaverse program. At its core, this technology was merely a virtual game developed by the Blue Star Federation. The automation of tasks not only eliminated numerous job opportunities, but also left many individuals seeking outlets for their energies. In order to resolve this contradiction, the concept of the metaverse was conceived. Subsequently, with the influx of capital, various forms of entertainment and work transitioned into this realm, nearly sparking a virtual real estate bubble. Eventually, a legislative act was passed to align virtual and real property rights, transforming it into a unique and alternative space-time. Upon donning smart glasses and loading the metaverse program, the surroundings appeared unchanged. The scene before him was identical to that prior to wearing the device. The only difference was the multitude of figures bustling about on the streets, where pedestrians moved incessantly, truth mingling with illusion, robots, avatars, and real individuals converging within this virtual domain. Greetings, welcome to the Pilot Association. May I assist you with your business? Shui Xiqiao was not entirely dishonest. Indeed, a striking woman in professional attire awaited beside Lin Yu, seemingly fulfilling a reception role. I am here to complete the transfer of the Mecha group and some procedures for pilot certification. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Very well, please follow me. Upon hearing Lin Yu's request, the receptionist exhibited no surprise and promptly guided him into the building, leading him to a service window indistinguishable from a bank's transaction counter. Although the receptionist was virtual and the interaction occurred within the metaverse, Lin Yu remained physically present, traversing the building with his smart glasses on. Hello. Please present your Mecha Group license and personal pilot license. Inside the service window, an attendant greeted him with a formal smile, exuding courtesy. Here, Lin Yu replied, producing 2 cards and handing them over. Is it true that you are the F-grade pilot, Lin Yu? You are the main pilot of the Heavenly Court Mecha team? The salesperson initially scanned the information, but upon seeing the displayed details, he froze, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Is there a problem? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. No problem. No problem. The salesperson hastily waved his hands, yet hesitation soon flickered across his face. He inquired, May I ask, is this the Heavenly Court Mecha team of the Thunderstrike reorganization? As soon as the mention of the Heavenly Court Mecha team resonated in the surroundings, many virtual figures engaged in their own affairs turned to glance. With the subsequent question, the attention of the crowd intensified, and the hall gradually erupted in murmurs. Chapter 85, Stellar Healing. Is this the new main pilot of Thunderstrike? Why do I have no recollection of him? There is no relevant information available online. Could he be a hidden genius from some faction? Wasn't there a rumor that the association had already selected Zhang Wuji? How did it change to this unheard-of individual? I wonder what his abilities are. Did you not hear that he even altered the name of Thunderstrike? Clearly, he fears he cannot bear the weight of that title. I have no particular concern about anything else. But Thunderstrike is a name I grew up hearing about its legendary exploits. I never expected it to not only be on the verge of extinction, but to also lose its very name, Sigh. The name Thunderstrike seems to possess an enchanting allure, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. What began as hushed whispers crescendoed into a cacophony. My apologies, Mr. Lin, it was my indiscretion to speak out of turn. There is no need for that. Lin Yu, in fact, paid little heed to such idle chatter. At this juncture, the individual paused, directing his gaze towards Lin Yu. Between you and Zhang Wuji, who is more formidable? How did you acquire the Thunderstrike? Over a week ago, a well-intentioned individual discovered that the Thunderstrike had mysteriously vanished from the Mecha roster, replaced by. As time elapsed, The initial intrigue and mystique gradually dissipated, and the collective attention of the crowd began to wane from Lin Yu. Understood, the individual succinctly elucidated, of course, these are merely rumors. Hence, everyone is engaged in a discussion filled with uncertainty, speculating on the veracity of the matter and whom will be chosen. Old Zhang had also mentioned that he was reluctant to entrust the Thunderstrike to a so-called genius shrouded in ambiguity, yet out of respect, he found it difficult to decline in person. Thus, he ultimately transferred it to someone he knew well. Perhaps, Lin Yu replied. But presently, it belongs to the Heavenly Court Mecha group. I do not know, he continued, as I am not yet acquainted with Zhang Wuji. Thus I cannot provide you with an answer. Just as he was about to depart, a small shuttle-like transport vessel descended gracefully from the skies, heading towards one of the airfields of the Mecha Association. The association was selecting candidates, presumably to deliver them to Old Zhang. The attention of the masses was merely a fleeting interlude, scarcely noticed during its departure. After Lin Yu had received clarity on his queries, the individual turned to pursue his own inquiries. Having heard the explanation, the entire sequence of events became abundantly clear. The Thunderstrike, being a legendary entity in Ceylon, naturally stirred a modicum of excitement. You are unaware? Lin Yu inclined his head slightly, offering his gratitude once more. At that time, it was revealed that Zhang Wuji had been selected, yet ultimately, the matter seemed to have fallen into obscurity, leaving no further updates. Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor as she continued with the necessary procedures when someone audacious and familiar approached her to strike up a conversation. After successfully completing the final offline formalities, Lin Yu proceeded directly outside to meet Xue Xiqiao and Wang Xiaolu, who were waiting for her. Yes, they all possessed a basic understanding, commonly utilizing the codename Feijiang. To simplify, a few days prior, the association hinted at the reorganization of the legendary mecha group, Thunderstrike, in Sri Lanka, and had already begun covertly selecting primary pilots. The genuine malice and hostility remained scarce. Zhang Wuji has arrived. Initially, this was merely a matter between the old man Zhang and the association, and since Thunderstrike was also an asset of Zhang, the Sri Lankan Pilot Association found it challenging to voice any objections. The association erupted once more into a clamor. Brother, are you truly the new primary pilot of Thunderstrike? The individual exclaimed in astonishment. I am uncertain. These individuals were merely there to witness the excitement. What truly captured his interest was the new primary pilot of Thunderstrike. By listening to their discussions, he could gather some intelligence. Brother, is it now your turn to speak? What type of pilot are you? What is your mecha's codename? There was a predominance of curiosity, occasionally tinged with regret. Lin Yu nodded lightly. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. But, where did that person go? He left early. What a pity. I was curious to see if these two would spark any chemistry. Enough of this idle chatter. Do not indulge in the spectacle without regard for the consequences. Is it truly conceivable that a mere simpleton could wrest the Thunderstrike from Zhang Wuji? When the firepower ensues, we, the insignificant minnows, shall be the first to meet misfortune. I doubt it will come to that. The individual we just encountered seemed quite reasonable, and Zhang Wuji is not one to act without reason. Amidst the uproar, there are few who harbor pure malice, yet many who seek to revel in the chaos. Of course, Lin Yu merely cast a glance at the transport ship before departing, unaware of the new developments unfolding within the association's hall. Where shall we go now? Upon re-entering the vehicle, Xue Xiqiao inquired. First, let us contact Meow 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 to arrange a meeting time, and then we shall find a place to settle down. No, a location to establish our base, Lin Yu pondered aloud. Very well, Xue Xiqiao nodded, reaching out to Meow Meow Meow. Meanwhile, Lin Yu started the car, gently securing the restless cat girl in the passenger seat with her seatbelt. What did she say? Lin Yu asked after a moment of silence. Xue Xiqiao shook her head. Let us seek a base first. Lin Yu nodded, contemplating. Let us head to the lower district. Why the lower district? Xue Xiqiao inquired, taken aback. Because I am impoverished. Have I not mentioned that I possess merely 300,000? Lin Yu replied curtly. The merits he acquired from the Pilot Association were intended for procuring materials to construct the Tian-Dun ultra-long-range support platform, rather than converting them to currency. The research equipment seized from the Furii Bio Research Division's base could yield some funds, but Spot had yet to finalize the arrangements, thus the proceeds were not yet available. Thus, he currently possesses only 300,000, and any desire for more would compel him to sell materials or finished mechs, such as beast armor. This sum is more than sufficient to secure accommodation in the valuable upper district. However, renting a place to serve as a base proves somewhat challenging. After all, the mere parking of mechs, storage of materials, and the workshop itself necessitate considerable space, which cannot be separated. A larger rental space is required, and in the upper district. The larger the space, the more exorbitant the price inevitably becomes. You are undoubtedly the most destitute mech pilot I have ever encountered. Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Shui Xiao was rendered speechless. There will be bread, and there will be milk. After all, it is a startup. Once it flourishes, you will become a founding member. Lin Yu casually practiced his art of optimistic forecasting. You might want to reserve that sentiment for Xiao Miao instead. As one moves downward, the light gradually dims, with sunlight replaced by shadows and neon lights emerging as the new source of illumination in the darkness. Compared to the upper district, which relies solely on simulated robots and the ethereal avatar of the metaverse, the lower district possesses a more vibrant atmosphere, albeit with less comprehensive automation. Indeed, machines can substitute for much manual labor, yet their costs and pricing present challenges. At the very least, they are certainly more expensive than performing the work oneself. Consequently, in the generally less favorable economic conditions of the lower district, many jobs and tasks still rely on human execution, thus imbuing the area with a greater sense of humanity. Shui Xiao appeared to be quite familiar with the area, effortlessly guiding Lin Yu to a real estate agency. After a round of adept negotiation, they secured a lease for a spacious building, which was said to have once served as a racing club. Despite being situated on the 12th floor, the enchanting architectural structure of Salon City rendered it a street-level premise, directly facing a suspended street. The interior was equally impressive, showing no signs of neglect or disarray. Rather, it was adorned in a rather opulent style, complete with the original vehicle modification workshop and garage, which could easily be adapted into a mecha workshop and hangar. There were also several dormitory-like rooms available. Ultimately, Lin Yu found himself sharing a simple dinner with Shui Xiao, Wang Xiaolu, and a cat-eared little girl. A modest celebration of their new abode. However, that night, Zhao Xing called to apologize and coincidentally brought Lin Yu some good news regarding treatment avenues for the Star Dome disease. I have gained some clues about the Star Dome disease, but you will likely need to delve deeper on your own. Zhao Xing cut to the chase after his apology. The Star Dome disease, rather than being aptly named, might be more accurately referred to as the new poverty disease. Its causative factors are exceedingly complex. Thus, aside from those who have resided in the wastelands for extended periods or a small fraction of the lower city inhabitants, it is rare for ordinary individuals to contract this affliction. Even when one does fall ill, if the condition is not too severe, it poses no immediate threat to life. Consequently, typical citizens tend not to suffer from it, while wasteland and lower city dwellers often choose to endure it. Zhao Xing's explanation was laden with implications. So, Lin Yu inquired calmly, seeking further clarification. Thus, those pharmaceutical conglomerates seldom venture into this realm of research, while inhibitors may still attract some research institutions. A comprehensive cure for the celestial sickness is virtually non-existent in terms of institutional investigation. Zhao Xing inhaled deeply. Your phone call must hold more significance than merely conveying this disheartening news, correct? Lin Yu's emotions remained largely undisturbed. Rare diseases present formidable challenges, and the majority of patients are unable to afford the exorbitant medical expenses. It is an apparent venture destined for financial loss, even should successful development occur. It would be arduous to recoup the substantial research costs. It is entirely natural that profit-driven capital shies away from such investments. However, since Zhao Xing broached the subject, it was unlikely he had come solely to inform him of his impending doom, leaving him to await his fate. I have conducted a thorough investigation and uncovered a solitary instance of a patient who had been cured of celestial sickness. As anticipated, Zhao Xing continued. Please refrain from gasping for breath when you speak. Consider the feelings of a patient such as myself. Lin Yu retorted with irritation. Very well. According to the information I have gathered, there is a pilot named Adam whose medical records indicate he suffered from severe celestial sickness, even nearing death at one point. Yet one day, he inexplicably recovered. Zhao Xing inquired. Where is he? Have you not thought to consult him directly? When one's life hangs in the balance, Lin Yu could not genuinely maintain the calm demeanor he attempted to portray. The instinct to survive is an innate drive etched into our very genes. Thus, I suggested that you conduct your own investigation. By the time I uncovered information about this individual, he had already vanished, and was even placed on the Pilot Association's wanted list. It is said that during a subsequent mission, he betrayed his comrades, resulting in the deaths of several fellow pilots, and absconded with a significant cache of vital supplies. Zhao Xing expressed his concerns with a tone of resignation. This matter might be rather complicated. I suspect that a certain organization has acquired the treatment technology for the stellar sickness, using it as leverage to coerce him into assisting with the theft. This is a plausible hypothesis, Lin Yu concurred. Therefore, this situation is quite troublesome. You must devise a strategy to locate that individual and subsequently address the organization behind the scenes, Zhao Xing stated. I have a more straightforward approach, Lin Yu interjected suddenly. What do you mean? Zhao Xing replied, taken aback. Why bother searching for that person named Adam? Why not go directly after the organization pulling the strings? Lin Yu countered with a smile. The goal is to find the organization through Adam. Otherwise, with so many underground forces and countless corporate groups, how would we know where to begin? Zhao Xing remarked, bewildered. How do you think I compare to Adam? Lin Yu inquired. What do you mean? Just be direct. There's no need for cryptic hints, Zhao Xing responded, exasperated. It's quite simple. Since the organization possesses the cure for the stellar sickness and is using it to blackmail Adam, why couldn't they attempt to coerce me as well? As the rightful heir of Thunderstrike, I must hold more value than an ordinary pilot, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yu said with a smile, albeit one that held a hint of chill. Indeed, your mind is quite agile. We can let it be known that if they can reach Adam, they can certainly find you as well. A pawn offered for free is one they have no reason to refuse. A voice from Zhao Xing's side expressed enthusiastic approval. At that point, we can negotiate terms directly with them. If they can completely control me with the treatment technology for the starry sky illness, how could they possibly engage in negotiations? Lin Yu shook his head. Well, Zhao Xing hesitated. They managed to coerce that pilot and even put him on a wanted list. They must not be a legitimate organization. Lin Yu merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. It seems that I may have to return to my former profession. After all, if he could procure the inhibitors from the Sioux organization, he could certainly obtain the treatment technology from this shadowy group as well. Chapter 86. The Star Pilot. After a brief strategizing session with Zhao Xing, Lin Yu swiftly finalized the plan. The Thunderstrike reorganization. The new primary pilot. He was undeniably a figure of great significance in Ceylon at this moment. Coincidentally, he also needed to assess his current physical condition. He decided to visit the hospital for an examination tomorrow and instructed Zhao Xing to arrange for some personnel to disseminate the information, which would undoubtedly attract considerable attention and simultaneously reach the ears of the clandestine organization that possessed the treatment technology for the starry sky illness. The principal pilot of the Thunderstrike, surely they would be intrigued. As long as contact is made, there will be a way to trace back and identify these individuals. And as for the treatment technology, naturally, it will be seized. What need is there to discuss chivalry with these criminals? It is prudent to exercise caution. For Adam is a well-known veteran pilot who, when betraying his peers, swiftly eliminated all his fellow companions, demonstrating his formidable prowess. Zhao Xing, observing Lin Yu's resolute determination, kindly offered a word of caution. It is improbable that he would willingly submit to coercion. He has likely entertained similar thoughts as you. The fact that he ultimately chose to compromise must be rooted in a specific rationale. All one can do is to bolster their strength as much as possible before the adversary arrives, preparing thoroughly. No one wishes to be subjugated, especially during a mission involving the hijacking of resources from the Pilots Association, which would signify a complete renunciation of one's identity as a pilot, and even the forfeiture of one's legal standing within the Federation. Henceforth, one would be left to either roam the wastelands or exist as a mere pest in the shadows. This presents an irreconcilable contradiction. Of course, if the situation necessitates, one could resort to feigning compliance, devising strategies as circumstances evolve. Adaptability is key. The considerations that Zhao Xing has contemplated are undoubtedly ones that Adam has also weighed. The most direct factor in this equation is, without a doubt, a more potent display of force. Since the adversary possesses the means to threaten his very existence, it is unlikely they would concede easily. The transition from a lofty pilot to a mere rodent in the gutter entails a tremendous cost. A reasonable person would not acquiesce without compelling justification. The extent of such desperation, aside from the possibility that Adam's starry sky affliction has reached its zenith, must also involve a factor that inhibits him from leveraging the might typically wielded by pilots to seize what he desires, a force so overwhelming that even the seasoned pilot Adam cannot muster the will to resist. Yet, contemplating these matters serves little purpose. Lin Yu specifically went to the hospital for a health examination, and it was the same one that Adam had previously visited. The following day, everything proceeded in an orderly manner as planned. He was unwilling to be manipulated and risk losing the pilot and citizenship he had painstakingly acquired. Nor would he allow anyone to dictate his actions. The commotion was even greater than Lin Yu had anticipated. In such circumstances, it was merely a matter of confronting adversity, where the brave would emerge victorious. Lin Yu nodded, having naturally considered these factors. After completing the examination, he casually revealed some information through Zhao Xing, which indeed stirred quite a ripple in the Salon metaverse. After all, during his initial visit to the Pilot Association, numerous witnesses were present, and the identity of a pilot is inherently complex. Firstly, as the core of a team that forms a mech group, they can essentially be regarded as a club, studio, or corporate entity. They belong to a form of capital organization. Secondly, they are warriors wielding advanced weaponry. Piloting mech represents an irresistible dream for many, especially men. Additionally, their combat methods are often visually captivating, and they bear the responsibility of exterminating the dimensional beasts within the city, with many legendary tales from past interstellar wars against alien races. Thus, pilots are a unique amalgamation of heroic warriors and celebrity figures. While this may not encompass every pilot, it certainly reflects the general perception of the pilot community. This not only bestows upon them an extraordinary status, but also grants them significant social attention and widespread recognition. The legendary Salon has undergone a remarkable transformation with the restructuring of the Thunder Assault. When this news began to circulate, it was already a sensational revelation. However, the following day, reports emerged that the main pilot of the newly reorganized Heavenly Mecha unit had succumbed to a severe case of stellar sickness. This revelation was yet another bombshell for Lin Yu, who was already in the spotlight. Could it be that the Thunder Mecha unit, just reformed, was on the verge of losing its key pilot once more? This incident also raised an intriguing question. How did this principal pilot contract stellar sickness, a malady typically associated with the impoverished inhabitants of the wasteland, and which very few experience in its severe form? Poverty, in any case, seems an unlikely affliction for a pilot, given that the foundational mecha chassis, various modifications, modules, and even munitions each cost a fortune, often amounting to millions. Consequently, speculation ran rampant, igniting considerable debate. Yet some astute individuals arrived at the most plausible conclusion. This primary pilot was likely just a fortunate soul from the wasteland. This could explain not only his severe case of stellar sickness, but also his obscurity, as he had never been heard of before. Such discussions and conjectures undoubtedly brought a wave of skepticism toward Lin Yu, inevitably drawing comparisons to Zhang Wuji, who had once been rumored to inherit the Thunder Assault. Nonetheless, opinions were not entirely one-sided. The Thunder Assault was, after all, a legendary mecha unit. While Lin Yu may have lacked a solid reputation, there were still those who firmly believed that his ability to surpass Zhang Wuji and obtain the Thunder Mecha unit license indicated he was far from ordinary. The opposing side countered with the lack of credentials and evidence, juxtaposing Lin Yu's obscurity against Zhang Wuji's numerous achievements. In summary, both parties hold steadfast to their respective positions, while a multitude of onlookers indulges in the spectacle, creating a lively atmosphere within the realms of the Salon metaverse and the internet. However, the bickering among these spectators has evidently little effect on Lin Yu. In fact, upon receiving the medical examination report indicating that, with the aid of suppressants, he could maintain his condition for at least another 3 to 4 months, his spirits were quite buoyant. With the recent breakthroughs in the treatment of stellar sickness, he was optimistic that within this time frame, a solution could be achieved. At the very least, he would amass sufficient strength for a desperate struggle. What currently vexes him, however, is another matter. Now that he has entered the city, he has access to resources through the market and associations, and he must also prepare to confront the shadowy organizations and the ever-looming threat of the Entropy Group. This is indeed a critical moment for him to urgently and swiftly enhance his capabilities. Yet, the limitation of one's energy becomes apparent, and he finds himself in dire need of numerous talented individuals to assist him. Among these challenges, the most formidable pertains to the software systems. On the hardware front, many components have already achieved modularization, allowing for straightforward installation, with an abundance of mature products available for selection, tailored to specific needs, and complemented by 3D metal printing that ensures rapid production. However, the software presents a different challenge. Even pre-existing drivers and universal systems require extensive adaptation and modification when installed on various devices, while some specialized functionalities necessitate manual coding from scratch. He is in urgent need of the coding virtuoso, meow meow meow. But is she still unreachable? Lin Yu could hardly recall how many times he had implored Xue Xiqiao for assistance. Still unreachable, Xue Xiqiao sighed in exasperation. Sister Xue, could it be that she is unwilling to join us, thus deliberately avoiding our company? Wang Xiaolu expressed his thoughts. Chapter 87, Mecha Battle. Impossible. Xiaomiao is not that kind of person. Xue Xiqiao shook her head, stating that even if she harbored such thoughts, she should have communicated them directly. Moreover, if that were the case, she would not have assisted us in resolving so many projects previously. My concern is whether something unfortunate has happened to her. Lin Yu also believed that someone like Meow Meow Meow, who helped us with numerous projects without charge, would not behave in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Xue Xiqiao and said, "How about this? You know her address, so you should go visit her and at least ensure she is safe. If she truly does not wish to participate, I will not impose." Very well, it seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Xue Xiqiao shared the same sentiment and readily agreed after hearing Lin Yu's suggestion. Consequently, their plans for the afternoon were solidified, with Xue Xiqiao intending to check on Meow Meow Meow's situation, while Lin Yu planned to visit Bai Wei's residence. Graduates from this place can directly enter the Ryan Group for employment, effectively nurturing talent for the company, while also providing students with a promising path upward. Yes, he vowed. It was merely a casual visit. Wang Xiaolu remained behind to continue the unfinished research and manufacturing work. The ever-generous Lin, who had never paid a single penny in salary, patted Wang Xiaoyou's shoulder earnestly before embarking on his journey to meet the charming beauty on campus. Primarily, it was a visit of concern. Excellent. Keep up the hard work. We all have a bright future ahead. The Ryan Group is a conglomerate primarily engaged in machinery manufacturing. Thus, its core specialties also encompass mechanical engineering and related fields. As a qualified mech engineer, having received professional education, I am well equipped to assist in the fabrication of armor while simultaneously fulfilling the team's task requirements. Previously, Bai Wei had reiterated her request to find her upon entering the city. Brother Lin, at the entrance of Ryan Group University, Bai Wei, who had been eagerly waiting, greeted me with joy. Having made a commitment to her and settled in, it was only natural to pay her a visit. The Ryan Group University, as the name suggests, is an institution established by the Ryan Group. Wang Xiaolu and Xiaodian were also busy, calling in others to lend a hand. Of course, aside from this, they would certainly be enrolling other students as well, primarily catering to the education of the children of the group's employees as a form of welfare. Xiaodian was enrolled in an online teaching program arranged by Lin Yu, enabling her to swiftly commence her studies through smart glasses and the metaverse, covering everything from early education to foundational learning. I never anticipated that our bond would not even merit a mere embrace after such a long separation. Brother Lin, where shall we go next? Is there any place you wish to explore? I can guide you. The desolate and perilous wasteland left her feeling vulnerable and helpless, much like how Brother Lin had cared for her when they were outside the city. Show me around your school. I have yet to see what a school in the city looks like. Lin Yu smiled. The Ryan Group University stands as a renowned institution in Ceylon, particularly celebrated for its expertise in mecha engineering. Within its halls, one can undoubtedly encounter numerous prodigious talents. A casual stroll may even lead to the discovery of a suitable candidate. Here lies our usual lecture building, though classes are often conducted via the metaverse. By the way, Lin, are you familiar with the metaverse? It is. Over there is our practical training area, which essentially functions as a complete mecha workshop, complete with an embedded supercomputing center. Bai Wei diligently shared her observations and insights along their journey, arriving in this unfamiliar place, which could be described as an entirely different world. She vividly recalled the feelings of confusion and uncertainty she once experienced. Thus, she endeavored to reassure Lin Yu. Ah, Lin, you must certainly give this a try. Hee. The virtual mecha cockpit allows one to simulate piloting a mecha within the metaverse, complete with competitive ranking battles that many boys particularly enjoy. They soon arrived at an educational facility where Bai Wei proudly showcased a series of small, specialized rooms. Clearly, this was a highly popular spot at Ryan Group University, as every room was filled to capacity, with a long queue forming outside. Through the unobscured openings of these rooms, one could observe students equipped with numerous sensory devices, suspended in midair, engaging in activities such as running, jumping, and combat. The combination of tactile interaction devices and virtual representations in the metaverse indeed offers a semblance of the experience of piloting a mecha. As a legitimate pilot and senior mecha engineer, Lin Yu naturally discerned the underlying principles of this virtual cockpit at a glance. The device he wore was a motion-sensing apparatus, bearing little distinction from the first-generation mechas. By utilizing the movable floor beneath him, which alternated positions, his body experienced a slight suspension, simulating the sensation of operating a first-generation mecha. Of course, a cockpit equipped with a neural interaction system would have provided an even more perfect experience. Unfortunately, the Ryan Group University evidently lacked the financial resources to furnish its students with public non-invasive neural interaction devices. Brother Lin, why not give it a try? This is a very popular mecha combat game. Alas, I lack the athletic prowess to compete with others and must rely on you to help me improve my ranking. Bai Wei enthusiastically invited Lin Yu to partake in the experience. As a skilled pilot, he would naturally excel in virtual mecha operation. And there was no better way to alleviate feelings of estrangement and unfamiliarity than to showcase his talents in a familiar domain. All right, I shall give it a try. Lin Yu subtly perceived Bai Wei's intentions and was indeed curious about the experience of an ordinary person piloting a virtual mecha, thus he did not decline. After donning the equipment and utilizing a display device indistinguishable from smart glasses, the two logged into the Metaverse program and additionally initiated a program called Mecha Combat. This program was essentially a game developed by a gaming company, yet it operated within the framework of the Metaverse. The Metaverse serves as a platform created and provided by the Blue Star Federation, while these extensions represent the expansions and designs undertaken by various enterprises based on the Metaverse. To put it in simpler and more intuitive terms, the Metaverse can be likened to a computer system, with the extensions functioning as software or game applications. Upon launching Mecha Battle, the originally synchronized Metaverse scene with reality instantly transforms into a vast, workshop-like interior reminiscent of a mecha factory. Please choose a nickname or opt to use your real information. Elbu. It appears that this is the waiting area for Mecha Battle. Bai Wei, though a novice herself, seems to have done considerable research, diligently explaining the gameplay of Mecha Battle to Lin Yu. Rather than being merely a game, it resembles a mecha engineer simulator, with gameplay modes focusing heavily on mecha combat, leaving Lin Yu with little to say. Select a mecha. Of course, akin to the value of intellectual property, the operating company will likewise pay licensing fees to the mecha pilots. In his understanding, this is comparable to purchasing heroes in certain MOBA games, allowing players to acquire various mechas with different performances and specializations. In the center of the view, a virtual panel hovers in midair, featuring two simple buttons. The mission that has long eluded the famed persona of the mimetic personality can finally be attempted within the game. From this interface, one can essentially find all mechas of certain renown. After all, the only requirement is notoriety. There is no stipulation regarding the type of fame, and achieving recognition in the game should be equally feasible. As Lin Yu gazed at the prompt that appeared upon launching Mecha Battle, he did not ponder for long and promptly decided on a name. Brother Lin, quickly accept my invitation for a duo-ranked match. Hehe, I'm counting on you, as I can't compete with the others. This served as a channel for monetization that required minimal effort, thus most mecha teams granted the necessary authorizations. The first button was designated for selecting the mecha. One could choose from the complementary standard models or select few specialized variants, or opt to pay for modifications and upgrades, as well as purchase the authorized mechas of genuine pilots. While Lin Yu was finalizing his name, Bai Wei sent an invitation, and upon acceptance, the two were teleported to the same mecha workshop. Commence battle. However, the system operated on a revenue-sharing model, distributing profits based on the sales of authorized mechas. For instance, Zhao-Xing's Crimson Gale and Diana's Chaotic Rose were among the options available. The distinction lay in the fact that these mechas were tangible, having received character authorization from respective mecha teams along with the corresponding parameters to create virtual mechas. Nonetheless, one aspect piqued his interest: the authorized mechas of pilots. However, their performance data seemed to lag slightly behind what he was familiar with. It was uncertain whether this was due to a deliberate withholding during the reporting process, a temporal delay, or adjustments made by the operating company for the sake of balance. Brother Lin, since you've just arrived in the city, they must not have had the chance to reach out and secure your authorization. Given that there was no flying general among the authorized mechas, Bai Wei hurriedly offered words of comfort, concerned that Lin Yu might feel disheartened. Do I seem like such a fragile person? Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Shortly thereafter, he perused the selection of available machines and ultimately chose a basic model that emphasized strength, the Beha Heavy Industries Dawn Series G12. This was a standard model. In truth, many ordinary mecha pilots did not design their machines from scratch as he had initially done with the Dawn. Instead, certain industrial groups mass-produced their own designs. However, the mecha of pilots often underwent modifications according to their combat styles, as well as adjustments for the combat environment and team positioning. Much like the distinction between a standard vehicle and a modified one, or between the standard 59 and the versatile 59 variant. Is this sufficient? Should I opt for a licensed model that resembles Feizhong more closely? Bai Wei inquired, observing the Dawn G12 that materialized in the mecha workshop following Lin Yu's selection. No need. I'm merely experimenting. This will suffice, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. In-game purchases? That is out of the question. Do you not know that I was once known as the Leopard Headland Chong? He encouraged Bai Wei to select a speed-oriented basic model, and the two of them immediately entered the combat matchmaking. Entering matchmaking queue, searching for opponents of equal prowess, randomizing terrain. A series of loading prompts flashed by, and after a brief moment, the scene before them shifted to a quiet and eerie street in the lower city. Darkness enveloped the surroundings like a shroud, illuminated only by the dazzling and surreal glow of neon lights. Lin Yu and Bai Wei materialized at one end of the street, equipped with the Dawn G12, which bore only a spear, having not located the Fong Tianhua Jia. Having selected an electromagnetic sniper rifle, the focus of the mech was more on speed, resembling the soaring dragon. At the opposite end of the street stood two mechs, evidently subjected to extensive modifications. One was an unknown long-range machine, wielding a similar electromagnetic sniper rifle. The other, surprisingly, was an old acquaintance, the whiteboard mech, previously encountered during the siege of the Furu Biotech Research Unit in Kangqing. Although it was a first-generation model, its design was quite sophisticated, embodying a balanced and versatile framework. Similar to the Fong Tianhua Ji, it was rather moderate in the hands of an inexperienced operator, yet in the hands of a skilled pilot. It became a jack of all trades. This mech sacrificed raw statistics for operational mechanisms, offering exceptional value in the hands of a sufficiently adept user, far surpassing other mechs of the same tier. With both parties recognizing each other's mechs, the pilot of the whiteboard mech burst into laughter. It seemed he too was someone who enjoyed bringing along companions for support. The choice of such an exceptionally rare mech suggested that his technical skills were not to be underestimated. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, opting for silence as she gestured for Bai Wei to remain in place, while she piloted the Dawn G12 forward at a measured pace. The Dawn G12. A free mech. How quaint, a novice, perhaps? The whiteboard pilot remained still, watching Lin Yue approach, and declared, "My friend, I must apologize. But today I shall impart a lesson to you. Mech battles are a game of monetary investment." With that, he audaciously surged forward, brandishing a chainsaw sword that whirled to life with a roar, descending violently upon Lin Yue's Dawn G12. The distance, coupled with a sudden ambush, rendered it exceedingly rare for anyone to respond with the speed of a first-generation machine against the reflexes of an ordinary person. Yet, as if by serendipity, Lin Yu inexplicably took a step back at that precise moment. To be more accurate, he had already retreated the instant he initiated his action. The chainsaw sword grazed the surface of the Dawn G12's faceplate, striking the ground with a shower of sparks and leaving behind a long trail of cutting marks. Just as the whiteboard machine operator was about to continue his assault, a spear lunged at him like a venomous serpent. He raised the chainsaw sword in an attempt to parry, only to witness the spear abruptly change direction, deftly gliding over the chainsaw sword's defense and piercing the mechanical arm of the whiteboard machine with astonishing precision, perfectly mirroring the other arm. As this was a game, the opponent's nickname was displayed upon matching, and he was undoubtedly aware of Lin Yu's ID. Strangely, the arm that had just been struck showed no reaction. Nevertheless, his plan had evidently fallen through. The only course of action left was to kick aside the Dawn G12. Even a slight disruption of its balance could afford him a moment of respite. Lin Yu, seemingly well prepared, deftly sidestepped the impending kick. However, the Dawn G12 did not merely evade. It executed a full turn, the spear following suit and thrusting once more, albeit with just one arm. Perhaps feeling a sense of humiliation and recognizing the futility of continuing the struggle, The whiteboard machine operator uttered a final threat before promptly exiting the battle, his machine rapidly fading into nothingness. Due to the limited movement of a single arm, the actions had evidently become distorted, rendering any attempt to intercept with the chainsaw sword utterly futile. The harsh words just uttered fell flat. In a mere encounter, both arms of the machine had succumbed, leaving it completely devoid of combat capability. Although movement was initiated, the pilot of the basic model was so terrified that his heart raced, yet he reacted swiftly, lifting his leg to strike at the abdomen of the Dawn G-12. By sheer coincidence, or perhaps an ill-fated stroke of luck, he struck precisely at the drive core. With this successful blow, he retracted his weapon and, like a dragon soaring from the sea, lunged towards the other arm. Lubu, is it? I shall remember you. This time I was careless. Do not let me encounter you again. Furthermore, the basic model was of a balanced design, making it unrealistic to withstand the assault of a heavy machine with just one arm. Another attempt led to similar damage to the drive hub, rendering it immobile. The pilot of the basic model wanted to continue blocking, but as he prepared to move, he was suddenly taken aback. A counterattack. Crack. The long spear once more pierced the other mechanical arm of the basic model. The remaining machine, piloted by a female, noticed Lin Yu's gaze upon her, leaving her flustered. Instinctively, she raised her electromagnetic sniper rifle, only to hastily drop it and raise her hands. Please, don't shoot me, I surrender. I generally do not engage in combat with women. Lin Yu nodded. Bang! A armor-piercing round whizzed past Lin Yu, striking precisely at the chest of the female pilot's machine, where she herself was situated. The electromagnetic sniper rifle employed by the mech was, of course, an anti-material weapon. Given the close range and the ballistic computer's calculations, there was no chance of missing, especially with the opponent remaining still. The shot penetrated the armor, resulting in the immediate demise of the pilot within. Lin Yu turned around, casting a speechless glance at Bai Wei. I also wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect to actually hit the mark. Bai Wei smiled sheepishly. Well, it's no problem. I won't stop you from playing, Lin Yu shrugged. After all, it was a fair match with both sides being novices. Congratulations on your victory. You have earned 12 ranking points. Your recent battle has sufficiently qualified for today as highlight reel in this combat zone. Would you like to publicize the battle footage? Just as he was preparing to continue the match, another prompt appeared. Let us make it public. The highlight reel serves to showcase thrilling moments for spectators, providing players with a means to indulge their vanity and stimulate engagement. Lin Yu intended to leverage this opportunity to enhance his personal notoriety, hence he opted for public visibility. After making his choice, he resumed the matchmaking process. The scene shifted to an expansive rooftop platform in the upper district. Upon observing his opponent, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It was none other than the same two players from before, the basic model and the unknown long-range specialized unit. Their IDs were I play for Qianqian to reach the top in Qianqian, suggesting they were likely a couple. Seeing Lin Yu and Bai Wei, Qianqian felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively shrinking back. This time, the basic model had opted for a configuration featuring a sword and shield, exuding confidence while harboring a fierce rivalry. He chose to take the initiative and attack, aware that the basic model's speed would surpass that of the heavy units. In the case of such a moderate entity, the objective is to identify the opponent's vulnerabilities and utilize one's comprehensive foundational qualities to formulate appropriate countermeasures. I had merely summarized earlier. Furthermore, the opponent's sheer luck struck the transmission hub. This time, I shall unleash my full potential. There is no way I can be defeated. With a swift sidestep, I drew my weapon, circumvented the left shield, and struck the right blade aside, plunging my firearm once more into the transmission core of the left arm of the adversary. Withdraw, thrust again, and penetrate the right arm. The whiteboard pilot. Bang! The scene replayed itself, as Bai Wei fired another shot, sending the bewildered Qianqian into oblivion. Congratulations on your victory, ranking points, 12. Hooray! Another win. Brother Lin, you are simply extraordinary. Bai Wei cheered with exuberance, standing in stark contrast to the slowly vanishing Qianqian. You again? As the scene loaded and both sides took their positions, upon seeing the opponent, Lin Yu smiled, while the adversary turned pale. Once more, it was I play for Qianqian to reach the pinnacle, but this time, Qianqian was absent, replaced by another blue entity, the ID now reading King. Regrettably, the outcome remained unchanged. Crack, 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 4 shots, rendering 4 mechanical arms useless. Who on earth are you? The same scenario unfolded once again. This time, I play for Qian to reach the pinnacle, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. What kind of monster have I encountered? I concede my utter helplessness in the face of such an onslaught. But how is it that every time, amidst the fierce exchanges, I am so easily struck at the transmission hub of my entity? Are you cheating? Flying General, Lu Bu. Lin Yu casually called out their names, watching as they faded away. Just you wait. If you have the ability, keep queuing. In the end, with gritted teeth, I left a harsh remark about I play for Qian to reach the pinnacle, and thus, I completely faded away. Chapter 90. Are you Lin Yu? Combined edition. Shall we continue? Indeed, we must persist. However, Lin Yu did not encounter I play for Qian to reach the pinnacle again. Instead, he was matched with various different opponents. Naturally, the outcome remained the same, as each time, he struck the mechanical arms transmission core with 2 precise shots, incapacitating his adversaries. Lin Yu's signature move proved overwhelmingly effective, leading to a rather peculiar phenomenon. The splendid highlight system, designed to cater to and stimulate players' vanity, would showcase remarkable combat footage upon obtaining permission, encompassing both regional and global highlights. Setting aside the global highlights, the regional showcases attracted not only the players' interest, but also the attention of collective entertainment venues, which displayed the highlight videos of their respective areas. In this intelligent age, personal electronic devices are abundant, yet equipment such as virtual mech cockpits demands a complete set of sensory interaction devices, with high-end versions requiring neural interaction technology, rendering personal acquisition prohibitively expensive. Thus, rental facilities emerged. The entire virtual internet CAF in the region was in an uproar. I play for Qian to reach the pinnacle exuded an air of assured victory, laughing triumphantly. This resulted in a situation where the electronic screens within these collective venues showcased nearly identical footage, overwhelming the display screens of highlights in the area, leading one to almost suspect a hacking incident. Please call me Lin, the Celestial Conqueror. This is undoubtedly certain. A mass-produced machine, invincible across the realm. Qian has been defeated, and the champion has also been vanquished. The professional team has come to showcase their skills, haven't they? Haha, this time you are doomed. I concede that you possess some strength, yet when compared to my cousin, you fall woefully short. Both Qian and the champion were driven away by him. It is rather embarrassing to mention. One of the IDs appears quite familiar, belonging to I play for Qian to reach the champion, who was consecutively pummeled 3 times by him. The Dawn G12 from Beha Heavy Industry is indeed a mass-produced machine, yet it seems almost exaggeratedly powerful in the hands of this Elbu. Now, his companion has transformed into another. United we stand. It is impossible. Mecha battles inherently involve genuine pilots executing training programs, and it is unlikely for ordinary pilots to exhibit such exaggerated prowess. There must be foul play involved. It's this fellow again. After a hearty laugh, I immediately turned to the nearby whiteboard mech. Cousin, it's him. Please help me teach this guy a lesson. One could argue that the more seasoned a fighter is, the more they can appreciate the chilling terror of his skills. Yet, he relies on the same tactics each time, employing identical methods to dispatch his opponents. And he is consistently featured in the region's highlight reels. Ha ha ha, I have finally encountered you again, you scoundrel. Is it possible that this fellow has come specifically to gather highlight material? Who knows if he will later change his name to I Play for Glory. Nonetheless, yet another battle commenced, bringing a brief pause to Lin Yu's rapid score accumulation. Upon seeing Lin Yu, I Play for Qian to reach the champion erupted into maniacal laughter. Filled with excitement, it is indeed a rare coincidence, and Lin Yu does not mind engaging in a conversation, unable to suppress a chuckle at this individual's antics. The exquisite techniques displayed, coupled with an intimate understanding of various mechanical structures and a flawless anticipation of the opponent's movements, are truly remarkable. The adversaries in this battle are 2 identical blank mechs. The highlight reel system has selected thrilling combat scenes. Nevertheless, Lin Yu has at least achieved the objective of enhancing his reputation. I merely came to spar after hearing you encountered a master. I did not come to assist in reprimanding anyone. It seems rather unfortunate. Is it not a case of hacking? This implies that someone has been consistently employing the same tactics to compile highlights. Elbu? Such strength suggests he must be a bona fide professional pilot. Why have I not heard of him before? At this moment, players engaged in mecha battles across the region have all heard whispers of a super expert named Elbu, with rumors of potential cheating swirling around. Seeing the familiar 2 mechs opposite him, Lin Yu cannot help but smile. It is terrifying, almost every 10 seconds. Each round culminates in a precise strike to the power core, eliminating the opponent in an instant. So, have you found a strong ally? Confident in your ability to defeat me? Has Lin Yu's performance been sufficiently dazzling? After eliminating any superfluous banter, each battle lasts no longer than 10 seconds. Regardless, even if one were to cheat, the ability to circumvent the detection and protective protocols of the metaverse and mecha combat operators signifies a different level of technical prowess. Unity's strength remains unmoved, instead delivering a swift slap to the back of the mech labeled "I fight for Qianqian to become a champion." After the strike, he turns to Lin Yu, a hint of hesitation in his demeanor, and says, "Lin, it's me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also breaks into a smile. He had already discerned from the voice that the speaker was an acquaintance, Kong Cheng, the true pilot of the whiteboard mech. Although he was operating a first-generation machine, he was undoubtedly a prodigy. Thus, Lin Yu held a considerable impression of him, and their personal rapport was quite amicable. It was no surprise that I Play for Qianqian was brimming with confidence in inviting the original owner of the whiteboard to pilot the mech personally. "Wait, cousin, you know each other? I was expecting you to teach him a lesson, not to reconcile." Observing their apparent familiarity, I Play for Qianqian grew anxious. Having suffered 3 humiliating defeats in front of his girlfriend and best friend, he felt utterly disgraced, harboring a deep-seated grudge. The very trump card he relied upon turned out to be quite close to his adversary. This simply wouldn't do. Teach him a lesson? Nonsense. He might as well be the one teaching me a lesson, Kong Cheng retorted, his expression darkening. He had first-hand experience of Lin Yu's terrifying prowess on the actual battlefield. The idea of imparting discipline was laughable. Lin Yu was capable of defeating a second-generation machine with a first-generation one, single-handedly taking down multiple opponents with ease. It was likely that even his own 2 hands would struggle against him. It's just a game. After all, we are matched up. So one match really doesn't matter, Lin Yu remarked with a smile, attempting to diffuse due to financial constraints. He could only afford a first-generation machine. Yet he had managed to carve out a notable reputation among the many pilots utilizing such antiquated technology. Even when confronted by those wielding second-generation machines, he firmly believed that his skills surpassed the majority and that few could rival him if given an equal machine. Lin Yu was undeniably formidable, a truth he acknowledged. He was acutely aware that he might not prevail against Lin Yu, yet the desire to compete remained irresistible. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain the veracity of the claims made by Zhao Xing and others, that Lin Yu had once triumphed over second-generation machines with a first-generation model. A story he found preposterous. He frequently suffered defeats at the hands of second-generation pilots due to his own machine's limitations, and no one understood the chasm of disparity better than he did. While he recognized that both Zhao Xing and Lin Yu had no reason to deceive or exaggerate, a flicker of disbelief lingered within him. Rationality and emotion often stood in stark contrast. At this moment, Lin Yu was not piloting the Flying General, but rather a first-generation machine, even a standard production model without specialization. Although this did not diminish the generational gap, a contest would certainly provide a glimpse into the broader picture. Let us proceed. The greatest respect for an opponent is to give one's all, and I shall not hold back. Lin Yu steadied his grip and raised his weapon, inviting battle. Then I shall not be courteous. Kong Cheng inhaled deeply and charged forward. Aware of Lin Yu's formidable prowess, should he relinquish the initiative, he would have no hope of resistance. A preemptive strike, much like his previous choice. I fight for Qianqian and the kingship. He equipped himself with a sword and shield. Yet, alas, the outcome remained unchanged. Crack, crack. A single shot effortlessly circumvented the raised shield, piercing through the left arm. Withdrawing the weapon, another strike followed, rendering the right arm useless. Different times, familiar faces. Yet the scene remained unchanged. He had become but one among countless homogenized compilations. I have lost. Kong Cheng inhaled deeply, struggling to articulate his thoughts. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if he were on the brink of an abyss. He believed he had already comprehended the terror of Lin Yu. Yet, in truth, only by confronting it directly could one truly grasp the profound horror of a technique that far exceeded all his previous conjectures. A chilling art, one that instilled despair in adversaries. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that, as a former comrade in arms with Lin Yu, he understood well that this seemingly composed Lin Yu could not possibly be exerting himself to the fullest as he claimed. I observe him, selling the mark. That magnificent figure, which still lingers in memory, was the true embodiment of his full potential. Now, it seemed to be mere amusement. Just a game. Lin, do find time to join me for a drink. I shall take my leave for now. Feeling inexplicably disheartened, Kongqing mustered the strength to utter a polite remark before logging off. Brother Lin, did you perhaps strike a bit too hard? Given the situation, Bai Wei could not help but whisper. Cough. It shouldn't be too severe. Kongqing is still quite formidable. He just needs to adjust his mindset. Lin Yu replied, somewhat embarrassed. In friendly sparring, he genuinely felt that holding back would be inappropriate. After all, doing so would only belittle the opponent. Wait, my cousin was also taken out in an instant? You two aren't conspiring against me, are you? Witnessing the dissolution of the mech alongside Kongqing, I play for Qian was momentarily taken aback and felt a surge of urgency. His cousin, a prodigious and genuine pilot, had always been his idol. Yet, he was still defeated in an instant by this seemingly trivial maneuver? Please convey a message to your cousin on my behalf. Let him treat us to drinks next time. Lin Yu, disheartened, shook her head and casually fired a shot, swiftly eliminating I play for. Congratulations on your victory in battle. You have earned 32 ranking points. As the combat concluded, the scene transitioned back to the waiting area. However, Lin Yu, now lacking enthusiasm, had no desire to continue dominating lesser opponents and closed the mech battle program. Upon shutting down the mech battle expansion, the two returned to the metaverse, where the visuals were indistinguishable from reality. The only difference was the multitude of virtual avatars populating the metaverse. Strangely, Lin Yu felt this phenomenon resembled ghosts. Peering through the one-way glass of the virtual cockpit at the myriad of virtual entities outside, she couldn't help but make a quip. Wasn't it just like ghosts? They roamed everywhere, invisible to the naked eye, yet could be perceived with specialized equipment, smart glasses. One could even touch them. Most ordinary individuals access the metaverse through smart glasses, gravity sensors, and eye-tracking technology, akin to engaging in a VR game, controlling the movements of game characters. However, correspondingly, if one possessed a virtual cockpit for such immersive interaction, or even more advanced neural interaction devices, one could achieve physical control, neural control, and even simulate sensations of touch and pain. Cybernetic phantoms were nothing beyond this. They could even be likened to spectral knights. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as human-machine interaction? Brother Lin, where would you like to explore next? Shall we take a look at our dormitory? With a swift motion, the visual device was removed, and exiting the metaverse, Lin Wei pushed open the glass door of the virtual cockpit. Bai Wei was already waiting at the entrance, cheerfully grasping Lin Yu's arm. I'm indifferent, Lin Yu replied, as he was not well acquainted with the Ryan Group University and lacked a specific objective, thus conveying his willingness to go along. Certainly, he had no intention of casually visiting the female dormitory. Even if he did, it would solely be to seek individuals who meet the criteria of qualified candidates. Bai Wei was indeed a qualified candidate, and her classmates might also fit this description, quite reasonable. The two proceeded towards the virtual driving venue. However, just as they reached midway, Lin Yu's plans were abruptly thwarted. Bai Wei, over here, come on, Bai Wei is over there. As they maneuvered through the crowd, three youthful girls, possessing a certain charm, yet still radiating the innocence of academia, excitedly waved at Bai Wei and swiftly approached. Lin, Xiaoji Qiaoyi, do you need something from me? Bai Wei inquired, noticing that the two had intentionally sought her out. No, we came to find him. Hiding a boyfriend, huh? We've caught you. One of the girls exclaimed. You must be the great Lu Bu, right? We recognized Bai Wei's gaming ID. Great Lu, lead us to victory, or we'll have to whisper ill of you tonight. The trio animatedly surrounded Lin Yu, who initially appeared taken aback, but soon comprehended why he had been recognized from their remarks. Moments ago, highlights from the Mecha battle flooded the screens, and the group of young women, being roommates of Bai Wei, immediately recognized the ID of Bai Wei flashing across the visuals. To discover that their dear friend was acquainted with such a formidable figure, one who was currently the subject of widespread discussion, they could not resist their curiosity and promptly sought her out. Hello. The vibrant and youthful Lin Yu greeted them with a beaming smile, embodying the essence of youth and grace. Is it true that you are called Elbu? Are you a genuine pilot? With a newfound familiarity, the three girls eagerly posed the questions that were on the minds of many. No, Elbu is merely a nickname. My surname is Lin Yu, she replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile, introducing herself. Oh, we are Bai Wei's roommates. I am Tang Lin. I am Xiao Yi. As Lin Yu spoke, Tang Lin and Xiao Yi introduced themselves in kind. However, the last girl, Xiaoji seemed momentarily lost in thought. Xiaoji, Xiao Yi nudged her gently. Only then did Xiaoji awaken from her reverie, her face lighting up with excitement. Did you say your name is Linyu? Are you the Linyu from the Heavenly Palace Mecha team? Xiaoxi's sudden exclamation left everyone momentarily taken aback. What is this Heavenly Palace Mecha team? Xiaoxi, have you heard of Linyu? Xiao Yi inquired, a mixture of curiosity and confusion evident in her voice. Heavenly Palace, the one associated with the Thunderstrike reorganization. Their main pilot is named Linyu. The news has been flooded with it these past few days. Little Ji excitedly explained, her words instantly causing Joy and Tang Lin to shudder, their incredulous gazes fixated upon Linyu. The mention of the Heavenly Court Mecha team was not widely known. After all, Linyu had only arrived in the city yesterday, even with the news reports and controversies sparked by today's physical examinations. Dissemination and fermentation of such information require time, and those who did not pay close attention would naturally remain unaware. However, the answers they received were filled with disappointment. Bai Wei was taken aback by this sensational news. Bringing it up himself felt somewhat like a display of ostentation. Yet, when it came to Thunderstrike, it was certainly well known throughout Shilon. Let us first depart from here and discuss further. After satisfying their curiosity, Little Ji and Tang Lin began to worry for Linyu. Little did they expect that, in just a month's time, Linyu had transformed into a formal pilot, and not just any pilot, but the primary pilot of Thunderstrike. Subsequently, she had been preoccupied with the development of the Yin Soldier and Puryong Emperor armor projects, as well as attending to the Klingy Xiaotian, resulting in minimal contact with Bai Wei. As a result, right beneath their noses, Linyu had independently mastered mecha engineering, designing and manufacturing mechas, emerging like a meteor in the sky. Does this mean, Brother Lin, that you are now a formal pilot? And the primary pilot of Thunderstrike at that? Following this, she recounted tales of vanquishing second-generation pilots and eradicating the Sioux organization, each story a legendary feat. She had initially thought that this was already dazzling and remarkable enough. The primary pilot of Thunderstrike. This is indeed the legend and pride of Ceylon. Many have grown up listening to the tales of the Thunder Assault, with countless adaptations in various forms of entertainment. Little did she expect that it would come to this. Thus, she had previously believed that Linyu had successfully acquired a forged identity to infiltrate the city. Bai Wei and the others naturally held no objections. Upon hearing Linyu's confirmation, Bai Wei felt a surge of joy, yet found it somewhat hard to believe. After learning about the forged identity from Zhao Xing, Linyu had contemplated this route and had discussed it with her. So does this mean that your affliction with severe stardome disease is also true? In a sense, yes. My ability to enter the city is largely due to this. Noticing that more and more people were turning to gaze at them, particularly with increasingly intense stares fueled by the words Thunder Assault and Main Pilot, Linyu helplessly interrupted the conversation and suggested they take their leave. Of course, it was primarily because Bai Wei had not inquired further. There truly is a way. Moreover, it would be unusual to bring it up without cause. Linyu nodded. Brother Lin, have you become the main pilot of the Thunder Assault? What method did you employ? For the Ceylonese of their generation, this news was akin to hearing that a friend had truly become the legendary Ultraman. After hastily obtaining a mecha group license from Old Zhang, he had eagerly participated in the encirclement mission of the Furue Biological Research Unit. Linyu chuckled softly, mainly to reassure the concerned Bai Wei. Though merely 2 months have passed, and the separation lasted only a month, she inexplicably felt as though a lifetime had elapsed, as if the world had transformed beyond recognition. Linyu could not help but chuckle. After all, just 2 months ago, she was struggling for survival in a small, desolate settlement, indistinguishable from the other inhabitants of the wasteland. Consequently, he had not disclosed to Bai Wei the news of his inheritance of the Thunderstrike. I have been inquiring for quite some time. Especially for Bai Wei, this sentiment resonated profoundly. She gazed into Linyu's eyes, as if attempting to discern the truth behind his words. Well, for instance, self-study? Your school must have a medical program, right? If I study for 2 or 3 months, perhaps I could heal myself. Linyu pondered for a moment, then feigned an exaggerated jest. It was certainly imprudent to reveal that the clandestine organization coercing Adam possessed healing techniques. Doing so might arouse suspicion and deter them from making contact. Nevertheless, his statement was not entirely deceitful. Recently, he had indeed contemplated self-studying medicine, as well as network and communication defense, with an upgrade panel at his disposal. Should he successfully trigger the skill upgrade clues, he could swiftly master and enhance these abilities, particularly in medicine. Even if he were to obtain treatment techniques related to the stellar disease from the shadowy organization, verifying their efficacy, identifying potential risks, or ensuring there were no hidden traps would require a trustworthy expert. And when it comes to trustworthiness, few could rival his own reliability. Previously, I refrained from advancing in the field of medicine, primarily due to the absence of any triggering clues for skill acquisition, and secondly, because my focus was not directed towards this area. After all, acquiring skills pertains to knowledge rather than readily available techniques. While it is conceivable that medical skills encompass various conventional surgical and therapeutic techniques, it is utterly improbable that they would include specialized and rare ailments such as severe stellar syndrome, for which even the Federation lacks formal treatment methodologies. Even if one were to attain medical skills and elevate to a level of expertise, such as a third or fourth tier, the endeavor of developing a medical technique and pharmacological treatment for a rare disease from scratch necessitates an immense investment of capital, equipment, time, and trial and error costs. The process of technological development is fundamentally distinct from the application of engineering skills. The latter involves utilizing existing technologies and merely resolving challenges. In contrast, technological development often demands not only inventive thinking but also a stroke of luck. Efforts and investments do not guarantee results, and even when results are achieved, substantial trial and error costs are required to bring them to fruition. He lacks the necessary funds, equipment, and time, let alone the luxury to gamble on fortune. Even with medical skills, he finds himself pressed for time and devoid of the conditions to conduct his own research into a cure for stellar syndrome. Therefore, rather than relying on his own medical skills, it seems more prudent to place hope in the highly developed technology of the Blue Star Federation. The reluctance of capital to invest in research does not stem from an inability to achieve results. As one's strength and social standing improve, along with an expansion of one's network and perspective, the prospects for a cure become increasingly promising. Of course, it is also true that he simply lacks the energy for such pursuits. Initially, he delved into the realm of mecha engineering, grappling with the elusive triggers for skill acquisition, all while contending with the relentless pressure of the Sioux organization. His only course of action was to forge ahead unwaveringly. Had he not first subdued the Sioux organization to obtain the necessary suppressants, he would have perished long ago in the desolate wasteland. However, now that news of a healing technique has emerged, it is imperative to enhance his medical skills, if only for the sake of validation and precaution. Is it too late to learn now? Upon hearing Lin Yu express the desire for self-study, Bai Wei felt a flicker of hesitation and concern. Yet, it seemed her worries had diminished somewhat. Pfft, Wei, have you been rendered foolish by love? Surely, Lin Yu was merely jesting. Observing Bai Wei's expression, Joy, Tang Lin, and Xiaoji couldn't help but stifle their laughter. It appeared that Bai Wei was genuinely convinced by such an obvious jest. So, it seems you believe whatever they say. Do you? Indeed, love has a way of clouding one's judgment. Being single is a noble state. Stop talking nonsense. You simply do not understand. Upon hearing the trio mention love-induced folly, a hint of shyness crept onto Bai Wei's face, though she quickly shook her head. What is it that you do not understand? You do not comprehend the sweetness of your own love? Joy and the others teased her playfully. While I would certainly not believe such claims from others, when Lin Gu speaks, I do. Bai Wei's expression turned earnest as she gazed at Lin Yu. If anyone else were to assert that they could self-study and cure their terminal illness within a mere few months, she would undoubtedly dismiss it. Yet, in Lin Yu's case, it was an entirely different story. She had personally witnessed his remarkable feat of self-learning mecha engineering from scratch in just 1 month. Even though our fields of expertise differ and innate talents may not necessarily align, it is undeniable that a brilliant mind often shares a certain commonality. At the very least, it merits a glimmer of faith. This is a man capable of creating miracles. Your confidence in me seems rather excessive. Observing Bai Wei's earnest demeanor, almost as if in a state of self-hypnosis, Lin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Rationally analyzing the situation, he believed that even with extraordinary abilities, such an achievement would be unattainable. These utterances were merely a facade to mask his doubts. Yet, he evidently overlooked the fact that often, individuals approach problems not solely from a rational perspective, and he underestimated the profound impressions left by his past remarkable feats. Without further ado, since you, Brother Lin, have made up your mind, let us act swiftly. With that, Bai Wei seized Lin Yu's arm. Although our university is not a specialized medical institution, The medical program is still commendable, and we can discreetly audit some classes. Are you truly convinced, Bai Wei? Seeing her resolute demeanor, Tang Lin and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, Bai Wei did not engage in lengthy conversations with them. After a few perfunctory remarks, she hurriedly led Lin Yu to the medical school of Ryan Group University. From her expression, it appeared that Bai Wei was not particularly familiar with the medical college. Yet she clumsily inquired with passers-by to ascertain the course schedule and the location of the lecture halls. Nevertheless, the two soon encountered a challenge. Auditing some basic and theoretical courses discreetly was not particularly problematic. After all, the connections between ordinary students and faculty in university settings are not so tightly knit, especially in this highly intelligent era. However, the realm of medicine is distinctly different, entailing numerous practical applications, and the textbooks and teaching materials present significant challenges. Many courses require the aid of the metaverse for instruction. Thus, it seems impossible to break through. Allow me to assist. Observing Bai Wei's anxious demeanor as she faced repeated setbacks, Lin Yu smiled and interjected. Brother Lin, do you have a solution? Bai Wei was taken aback. Lin Yu had only just arrived from the wasteland to Ceylon yesterday, unfamiliar with the surroundings. How could he possibly have a better approach than a student of this institution? Do not forget, I am a pilot. Lin Yu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, and then retrieved his smart glasses. After logging into the Pilot Association's client, he directly engaged the association's AI. Pilot Association Comprehensive Management AI, Sky, is honored to serve you. You may present any requests or inquiries to Sky, which will provide optimal solutions based on your permissions and merit. Your current permission level is F. You may only consult and mobilize resources at level F or below. I wish to temporarily audit the medical-related courses at Lion Group University. Lin Yu articulated his request plainly. As the AI of the Pilot Association, it was naturally equipped with a large language model, ensuring seamless communication and comprehension. Moreover, as a resource integration platform, the Pilot Association not only provides tangible resources but also offers talent, channels, technology, and consulting services among other intangible resources. In simple terms, as long as you possess sufficient permissions and merit, anything within reach can be facilitated. Certainly, this is not an uncommon occurrence. Even certain banks extend such services to their esteemed clients, and various associations do the same, albeit none possess the extensive resources of the Pilot Association. The Ryan Group, primarily engaged in the manufacturing of mecha machinery, undoubtedly wields significant influence within the Pilot Association. Your request can be easily fulfilled, but it will require the expenditure of 1 merit point. Do you consent? Consent was given. Execution has been initiated, and you can expect relevant personnel to contact you within 30 seconds. No sooner had the words left Song Qiong's lips than Lin Yu's communication device chimed appropriately. It is only during such moments that one can truly appreciate the value of merit. Observing the mere deduction of a single merit point, Lin Yu found himself somewhat speechless. He had previously attempted to exchange for various